It only leaves them some scraps and residue, like feeding a dog to continue fighting. Of course, he also understands this. The Ethereum Realm World Origin only instinctively did this to better itself and fight, or at least slow the Abyss Realm. Even then, thinking of all the Abyss monsters he killed during the month and only earning a few million crystal credits, he couldn't help but feel at a loss. But now there is no need to make the World Origin a middleman. Maximus smiled at such a thought. Although most of the Abyss Origin is wasted because he only had expert mastery, it's still better than being robbed by the World's Origin. Chapter 240 Annual Exchange Event 2 months later, in Netherluck's mansion, Maximus and Sky have been eating while discussing their harvest since they came to the Abyss Realm. So, how many crystal merits have you got? Maximus asked. Only a few 100 million crystal merits, Sky said arrogantly. The origin Maximus passed to her is truly amazing. Sky felt 1,000 times more powerful than her previous life combined. Fighting the Abyss monsters was not only easier but also more enjoyable. Her spells and skills seemed to be enhanced 1,000 times. Her mana also lasted longer. Now, she could fight for a few days without taking any mana recovery potion. During these months, Sky rarely went home and immersed herself in battling the Abyss monsters. TSK, you're so proud with just a few 100 million crystal merits, Maximus sneered. During these 2 months, although he was not so diligent in fighting Abyss monsters all day, he had various puppets to fight for him. In the Abyss realm, there is no security or surveillance whatsoever. Casually buying millions of puppets, Maximus could sit back and relax, having crystal merits delivered to his door. Although the puppets couldn't directly convert crystal merits, they could collect Abyss Origin with a bit of modification. Without the Ethereum World Origin as arbitrary, his scrupulous way of getting crystal merits went unnoticed. Oh? Then how much did you get? Not much, just in billions. Maximus said vaguely, not revealing the actual amount. In truth, these 2 months after learning about crystal merit conversion, he earned close to 1 trillion merit crystals. Such a huge amount is enough for a normal Tier 7 individual to get out here and be promoted to Tier 8. Of course, it was barely enough for him. After absorbing almost all of it, he only advanced about 0.000001%. Meaning even if he earned 1 trillion crystal merits per month, he needed about 3,000 years to be promoted to Tier 8. So much? She was shocked when Maximus said he earned billions in just 3 months. Initially, she was already proud to earn a few 100 million. But now, knowing that Maximus earned billions like nothing, she couldn't help but feel downcast. As for missions like killing Lord-level Abyss monsters or wiping out Elite-level Abyss monster horde, Sky still valued her life. Those outrageous missions were for a group of Tier 8 individuals or an Apex Sovereign to finish. Even Maximus dared not provoke those entities. It's not that he is scared. On the contrary, those Lord-level or Elite-level hordes are nothing to him. He didn't want to fight them, as he didn't want to expose his strength. Even killing them secretly would cause a commotion, with the possibility of an Apex Sovereign investigating the case. Anyway, it's only a few 100 million crystal merits in rewards, not worth all the trouble. Meanwhile, seeing Sky a little downcast, Maximus tried to comfort her. It's because I found a trick, Maximus revealed a little secret. Oh? What secret? Sky asked excitedly. The first trick Maximus taught him about absorbing merit crystals directly is so convenient. Now, she didn't need to wait for the World Origin to help her absorb crystal merits. She can do it whenever she wants. Now, there is another trick. It must be about condensing crystal merits. As you have guessed, it's about the crystal merits conversion. What? It really is? Although Sky already guessed it, she was still shocked. She also tried to study this method of converting Abyss Origin to crystal merits in her previous lives. However, even after countless deaths and trials, she didn't succeed. Even if she condenses the Abyss Origin, it is full of impurities and devouring energy. Absorbing such impurities, you'll have the possibility of turning into an Abyss monster. Yes, it's the crystal merits conversion, Maximus nodded in confirmation. Can you teach it to me? Unfortunately, I can't teach it to you, Maximus shook his head. The most important process of Abyss Origin conversion to crystal merits is purity. Maximus only had an expert mastery. Besides the waste of Abyss Origin dissolving in the conversion process, there were also a lot of impurities. However, he had his system to rely on. His system can absorb any energy in all dimensions and convert it to system points. It's just a matter of how much and the efficiency. Is it about the unique purification method? Sky nodded in understanding. Since Maximus can't teach it, then it's only about the purification process. After all, she spent countless years studying it and still didn't succeed. That's right. However, if you can condense the Abyss Origin, I can purify it for you, Maximus offered. That's great. Sky replied in excitement. She had long known the Ethereum world origin was a robber, almost pocketing all her hard work. In fact, many knew this, even the Apex Sovereigns. However, they can't do anything about the purification, so they eventually gave up. It seems that only a world origin can do such a thing. Of course, a higher level treasure, such as Maximus' system, a remnant of a tier 12 treasure, can also accomplish this. After the agreement, Sky became happier and ate vigorously. After preparing, they were ready to go to the End Town headquarters. Today is the annual trade exchange. The gathering of all the outposts in the Purgatory layer. Around the unactivated teleportation array, tens of thousands of people chattered excitedly about the upcoming exchange. I will earn big this time. Oh? Did you find any rare treasure? That's right. I found a tier 8 abyssalite core. Hahaha, it's probably worth around 700 million crystal merits. Hiss, what about treating me after selling it? Yes, I'll treat you to a street-side stall. Fuck, you're so stingy. This is my hard-won money. How can I not be stingy with it? The people waiting eyed each other as they talked about their harvest in the past year. Some were happy that they found treasures worth millions and billions. Some were a little sad as they got injured instead of harvesting something. Some were also excited to see if they could have a harvest in the annual exchange. Maximus and Sky just stood silently on the side, waiting. Soon after a few hours, the array lit up as a tremendous amount of energy was released. With a flash of light, the group of people disappeared. The End Town was left in the desolate, devoid of people. Purgatory City, Maximus looked around as people kept getting teleported. It's better than I thought, Maximus mused. He had expected Purgatory City, the gathering place for all the outposts in the Purgatory layer, to be dilapidated like the End Town. However, seeing the prosperity and exquisite architecture, Maximus nodded in satisfaction. Maximus would be disappointed if it were just a rough city like the End Town. After all, in such a city, he couldn't possibly earn much. Walking around, uniform buildings were open for selling and buying all kinds of resources. Looking at the various logos and names, the buildings here were basically top-tier guilds and organizations in the Ethereum realm. I wonder if I can also set up a shop for the Shadow Hunter Guild here? Maximus pondered. Having a guild store would allow him to hide his profits and wealth. After all, he wasn't just after some trillions of crystal merits. If that's all he could earn, he might as well fight the abyss monsters and earn crystal merit honestly. What he wanted was at least a quintillion crystal merits. After looking around, he finally found the Ethereum Abyss Council building. Hello, what can I help you with? The steward greeted. I hope to set up a shop in Purgatory City. What do I need to do? Maximus asked straightforwardly. Please, come in. I'll call the manager for a while, the steward said hurriedly. After a while, the manager came to them. Hello, I'm Marvine. I heard you wanted to set up a shop in Purgatory City? Yes, that's right, Maximus nodded respectfully. Then please follow me, Marvine invited. While following Marvine, Maximus silently commanded his system to give him a scan. The feeling emitted by Marvine was almost comparable to that of an Apex Sovereign. Seeing that Marvine didn't react, he heaved a sigh of relief. It seemed even such a powerful individual didn't detect his system. Of course, he still didn't have the guts to try this on a full-fledged Apex Sovereign. Marvine, Tier 8 Psychic Soul Law, 95% Domain, Psychic Soul Domain Physique, Psychic Soul Body, Unawakened. Marvine's status was normal except for his progress in the law. Reaching 95% meant his chance of reaching Tier 9 was over 50%. Usually, the bottlenecks for the progress of law are 10%, 30%, 50%, 70%, and 99%. Once you overcome all these thresholds and challenges, you can reach Tier 9 immediately. Marvine only had to wrestle against a last hurdle. And he could become one of the over 3,000 fully fledged Apex Sovereigns in the Ethereum realm. The background of the Ethereum Abyss Council is really big, Maximus thought. Chapter 241 Abyss Source Quality in the private room, can I have your names? After Marvine ushered them in, he asked. I'm Maximus, and this is Sky, Maximus introduced. Marvine typed out the two names, looking for their information in the Ethereum realm. After reading their information and realizing they were newcomers, he came to an understanding. You want to set up a shop in Purgatory City, correct? Yes. To set up in Purgatory City is not only expensive, but you also need the following: status, contribution, and crystal merits. Contribution? Status? Can you elaborate? Maximus asks in puzzlement. In the Abyss realm, aside from crystal merits as currency, we also use contribution points. Each mission you finish grants you contribution points, which can also enhance your status. Right now, you two are just challengers with 0 contribution points. As for the status ranking, it's Challenger, Sentinel, Guardian, Vanquisher, and Executioner. To get a plot of land in Purgatory City, you need at least Vanquisher status and 1 billion contribution points. If you're ambitious, you can also set up your private outpost. You only need an Executioner status to do it, Marvin explained. I see, Maximus nodded in understanding. It seems he was still far from buying a plot of land in Purgatory City. However, hearing that he could set up his outpost, a glint passed into his eyes. In the future, his guild would also stay here. Having a private outpost is quite convenient. What about the other layers? Can you also set up a private outpost there? By the way, how do you get to the other layers? Maximus suddenly remembered the danger of the Purgatory layer. There was no way his guild members would survive in this environment. Yes, to set up a private outpost in the central layer, you need a Vanquisher status. As for the boundary layer, you only need Sentinel status. As for getting to different layers, you need a corresponding status and contribution, and then you can apply for a transfer, Marvin explained. How about it? Do you have any needs? Marvin asked. No, thank you, Maximus said dryly. He can only hold off for now since his status is low, and he has no contribution points. For this annual exchange event, he can only exchange fewer BIS resources for some money. Of course, he wouldn't be unscrupulous, just enough for his identity. Maximus wanted to accumulate enough crystal merits to buy a BIS source. He only hoped it was not so rare. After leaving the Ethereum Abyss Council, Maximus went back and forth to multiple stores and finally accumulated 100 trillion crystal merit. Fortunately, there wasn't much surveillance in the Abyss realm. Just a Tier 9 disguise item is enough. More importantly, 100 trillion is a drop in the ocean for this kind of place. As the only city in the Purgatory layer, housing tens of thousands of outposts and with the lowest living individual strength of Tier 7. The wealth hidden here can directly promote a few Tier 9 individuals. It's so ridiculous that he couldn't help but be a little greedy. However, walking around the city, he felt multiple Apex Sovereign auras converge around. Just a slight disturbance and these atomic bombs would be activated, bombarding you to oblivion. As for the tens of thousands of outposts, previously, he was only introduced to the 3,000 outposts guarded by Tier 9 Apex Sovereigns. However, based on Marvin's introduction, there are tens of thousands of private outposts in the Purgatory layer alone. Top guilds and organizations operate these private outposts to mine inexhaustible resources. Inexhaustible resources are resources generated by abyss energy without pause. It can be mined and collected endlessly without diminishing. It can be said that it was the cash cow of the top-tier guild and organizations in the Abyss realm. Ethereum Gold Chamber of Commerce, Purgatory City Branch. After earning 100 trillion crystal merit, Maximus removed his disguise and looked at the tallest shop in the city. Maximus didn't dare to enter this building in disguise, like the Ethereum Abyss Council headquarters. It's one of the buildings with a Tier 9 Apex Sovereign resting inside. Although his Tier 9 disguise is also Tier 9, it's nothing in front of the real deal. Upon entering, he was greeted by a steward. Hello, what can I help you with? I need some Abyss source, preferably Tier 6 and above, Maximus answered. Then please follow me. I'll call the manager in a while, the steward said. For this kind of big customer, the steward didn't dare to take it. After waiting for a while, the manager of the shop came in. Hello, I'm Kaijin. I heard you are buying Abyss source, can you specify? Kaijin? Do you know Kaijin? Maximus paused a little and asked. Oh, are you from Mentown Outpost? Yes, Maximus nodded. I see, Kaijin is my brother. How about it, is our name easily recognizable? Maximus just smiled dryly at such a unique name. By the way, I'm Maximus, he introduced. When you said specify earlier, did you mean there are many types of Abyss sources? Although Maximus already knew the division of Abyss source, he pretended not to know. Knowing that he was Kaijin's brother, Kaijin must know his identity as a newcomer. It seems that Lord Maximus is new here, Kaijin nodded in understanding. Many people from the Ethereum realm come to the Abyss realm every day. Although coming to the Purgatory layer first is a bit rare, it's not that surprising. Furthermore, 3 months ago, he had already come to know about Maximus from his brother. Maximus' identity was already imprinted on his mind. This is a wealthy customer filled with treasures. Thus, seeing Maximus didn't understand anything about Abyss source, he explained patiently. Abyss source is divided by quality, from normal, elite, and lord level quality. Starting from the 7th tier, this quality ranking begins to apply. As for lower tiers, it's only normal quality, Daijin explained. I see, Maximus nodded in understanding. Basically, the quality of the Abyss source depends on the quality of the Abyss monster that it produces. Maximus didn't know if there were higher quality Abyss sources here. However, according to the book he read about abyss sources, abyss monsters are ranked from cannon fodder, which is directly produced by abyss energy. It usually ranges from Tier 1 to Tier 3. Second, there are normal abyss monsters. They are produced by abyss source and usually range from Tier 4 to Tier 6. Third, there are elite abyss monsters produced by elite quality Tier 7 abyss sources. Fourth, is the Lord level abyss monster. Although an abyss source can also produce it, it usually is only one per abyss source. It basically occupies all the energy of the abyss source to produce it. However, such a Lord level abyss monster is basically invincible in its tier. It needs multiple people ahead of its tier to subdue it. Then fifth, according to the book he read, it is the Monarch level abyss monster, the destroyer of the world, the terminator of dimensions. The weakest Monarch level abyss monster has the strength of an invincible Tier 9 being. What weirded out Maximus was that the fragment of abyss heading to their realm should be capable of producing Monarch level abyss monsters. Yet, until now, after countless epochs, there has still been no result. Otherwise, with it, the Ethereum realm would probably have been destroyed countless epochs ago. How is it? Do you want to buy the abyss source? Daijin reminded, seeing Maximus in a daze. Yes, give me everything you've got. Great. We have 70 Tier 6 abyss sources. That would be 700 billion crystal merits. You can pay with rare resources if you want, Daijin excitedly offered. Oh right, Maximus just rolled his eyes. Knowing that he was Phijin's brother, Maximus already concluded that Daijin knew how he would pay. Here, you can count it slowly. Maximus took the resources one by one. Daijin was also patient and meticulously appraised and counted all the rare resources on the table. Soon, after counting 700 billion worth of resources, Daijin still looked a little unsatisfied. By the way, what about Tier 7 abyss sources? Maximus asked, seeing that Daijin looked unsatisfied. This Daijin was suddenly embarrassed. Truthfully, we don't sell Tier 7 abyss sources. They were internally collected by the guild or sold in the auction. Then why did you bother asking me to specify what I wanted? Maximus said a little angrily. What the heck? Explaining to him various delicacies, yet not being able to sell them. He was ready to take out his pants, yet you tell me you're a man? What auction are you talking about? Maximus asked with a frown. This every night during the annual exchange event, the Ethereum Abyss Council will host an auction. Our guild and other top organizations should auction many high-quality resources, including high-tier abyss sources, Daijin explained apologetically. I see. Maximus also calmed down. He knew the rareness of high-tier abyss sources. That's why earlier, he was somewhat happy that Daijin dared to explain the quality of the abyss source. Who knew that he was merely tempting him? Chapter 242 Earning 100 trillion. Exiting the shop under the apologetic gesture of Kaijin, Maximus reached a valley and donned a disguise. His objective this time was to purchase more abyssal sources. He couldn't obtain a higher tier abyssal source, so he decided to buy a larger quantity. A Tier 6 abyssal source could yield him over 1,000,000 system points daily. After acquiring 100 of them, it will also equated to a normal quality Tier 7 abyssal source. Maximus didn't bother with lower tier abyss sources. He wasn't being lazy but rather trying to avoid causing too much disturbance in the market. While Maximus scoured the market for abyssal sources, Sky was also shopping. Unlike Maximus, Sky shopped without any specific motive, indulging in clothes, food, and various accessories. She spent millions of crystal merits each time she made a stop. Unwittingly, she exhausted a few 100 million crystal merits without realizing it. Sky sighed as she looked at her empty storage ring. It's too little, she couldn't help but complain. Maximus had influenced her spending habits, skewing her concept of money. She realized she had just spent 3 months' worth of hard work in just a few hours. This is the fault of that bastard, Sky internally reasoned. However, she suddenly thought that after returning from the annual exchange event, Maximus would help her purify the crystal merits she had condensed. This would likely boost her monthly income to billions. Then let me borrow some money first, Sky thought, sending a message to Maximus. Wireless connections were available in Purgatory City, allowing the message to go through easily. However, in outposts and the wilderness of the Abyss, such wireless connections were not accessible. The chaotic abyssal energy in the surroundings blocked spiritual consciousness, wireless signals, and any form of connection. Achieving freedom of network connection required a large apparatus filled with dense tier 9 arrays. This method of communication was only available in top guilds and organizations. After a while, in the residence rented by Maximus for a few days, Sky was waiting for Maximus. Maximus! Sky said excitedly, jumping into his arms. Oh, what do you need? Maximus asked knowingly. Maximus didn't know where she learned it. But every time Sky needed anything, she would act coquettish. Money. This little girl is too poor to buy her food and clothing. Would this Mr. pity me? She said seductively. Hee, it depends if you are obedient. Maximus joined in the play and asked vaguely. Humphrey. Mr. is a pervert. This is how the market goes, little girl, if you want money, you must pay for it. Humphrey. Bad little Mr. Sky broke the hug. Although she liked Maximus, she was still not ready for such a thing. What are you thinking? I'm just asking for a massage, Maximus explained. Of course, not even a fool would believe what he said. Oh, my fee is very expensive. Can you afford it, little mister? Sky said as she stretched her hand. Is $1 billion an hour enough? Maximus said nonchalantly. $1 billion an hour? Sky was speechless. $1 billion an hour? Is that what a human can say? She worked her ass for 3 months without any rest and barely earned a few $100 million. Now you're telling me you can earn that in just an hour doing prostitution? Hey, life is really impermanence and unfair. Hurry up, I still have work to do, Maximus urged, seeing Sky in a daze. Before Sky called him, he had already bought over 300 abyss sources, scouring all the shops in Purgatory City. This cost him over 3 trillion, causing a dent in his wallet. If he didn't want to flood the market with abyss resources all of a sudden, Maximus would have paid using abyss resources. Unfortunately, there was already little movement when he sold 100 trillion worth of resources. He underestimated the sense of smell of the people here. Even 100 trillion can cause a slight disturbance. Fortunately, it was only a little commotion, only a few ordinary people cared. Seeing there was more rare abyss material for sale, they couldn't help but doubt if there was an abyss tied somewhere. Soon, Sky massaged him, excitedly thinking of how she would spend the money. Although $1 billion had meant nothing to her in her previous life, now, she was still a weakling, it was already a lot. Sky thought money was easy to earn with some rich guy by your side. An hour later. How comfortable, Maximus stretched his body. It seems that you have a talent for being a masseuse, my money is worth it, Maximus praised. Oh, come give me the money. Sweet words wouldn't work, Sky said, thinking Maximus would default her pay. Alright. Maximus shook his head helplessly and gave money. After receiving the money, Sky became energetic. Such easy money. She thought that if she massaged Maximus 24 hours per day in a month, she would easily earn over $500 billion. This is already half the money an average Tier 7 individual would need to be promoted to Tier 8. By the way, what work are you going to do? Sky asked, remembering what Maximus had said earlier. It's the auction tonight. Do you want to join me? Then I would gladly join you, Sky smiled and suddenly remembered that there was still this event. She was still wondering what to spend the $1 billion he just earned. Now, there is a ready-made place. After dressing up, Sky looked excitedly at Maximus. However, what she saw was a different man. What happened? Are you in disguise? Sky asked doubtfully. That's right. Maximus nodded, changing back to his original appearance. Are you going to rob the auction? Sky asked jokingly. No, I might spend a lot tonight, having a disguise is better. Here, it's for you. Huh? A Tier 9 mask of disguise? You're really rich, you can still get something like this, Sky said with admiration as she wore the mask. Is this face fine? Changing to a multitude of beauties, Sky asked for Maximus' opinion. It's fine. How about this? It's good. How about this? It's good. How about this? It's good. How it's all good, just choose a disguise. No face would be as beautiful as yours, so don't make it hard for yourself, Maximus said, stopping Sky. If she continues, they will be late for the auction. Oh, how can a mere disguise match me? You still dare to entertain this thought, mister? How dare you? Sky said like a fickle. But in her heart, she is happy to be praised inadvertently. Looking at Sky's curled-up smile, Maximus can only sigh. Women are really troublesome creatures. At night, Ethereum Obiz Council Auction Hall, walking through the entrance, they were greeted by a steward. Hello, sir, ma'am. May I have your invitation card? Here, Maximus said, taking out a golden card. Earlier, after he learned from Kaijin about the auction, he immediately applied for one. Fortunately, it was pretty easy, you just need to show a little of your assets. Supreme VIP? The steward was a little shocked. One of the managers on the side heard it and hurriedly came forward. Please follow me, my lord, I will take you to your suite. Being a Supreme VIP means at least 100 trillion in assets. Such a big shot made the steward a little nervous. Fortunately, his manager hurriedly came forward. Soon, the manager guided them to suite number 3. Suites number 1 to 10 are for Supreme VIPs. Apparently, there was already 2 Supreme VIP ahead of him. Inside was a luxurious room, fitting the status of Supreme VIPs. Is there anything you need, my lord? The manager asks, after sending them in. Don't bother, Maximus waved his hand. Then please just call if there is anything. The manager bowed and exited the room. Supreme VIP? Did you rob some rich boss or something? Sky asked immediately, seeing that there was no one around. She also knew the conditions for getting a Supreme VIP invitation card. But as far as she knew, Maximus didn't have that kind of money. Thus, she wondered if Maximus had robbed someone and would like to join. Earning 100 trillion at once is very exciting just thinking about it. Stupid Maximus flicked her forehead. Who can be as rich as me, carrying so much money with such puny strength? Maximus wouldn't dare to show that he had such money if not for the special rules of Ethereum Abyss auction. That is, you can freely disguise yourself. The auction hall is filled with a dense array that prevents all kinds of detection. Even a Tier 9 Apex Sovereign would be noticed once they tried to investigate someone. Thus, people could confidently spend money here without being known. This rule was specially implemented because, previously, auction winners were ambushed and died. This chaos caused a lot of loss, which was detrimental to their fight in the Abyss realm. Then where did you get the money? Can you teach me? Sky said pitifully. It's easy, you just need to be as rich as me. Maximus generously shared his secret. How can that be possible? Sky rolled her eyes, seeing Maximus wouldn't tell his secret. Humphrey. Mr. is really bad and stingy. Chapter 243 Intense bidding. Soon, the auction began. Coming to the stage was the auctioneer, who introduced herself. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Olivia, the auctioneer for the night. Now, without further ado, let me present the first item. Olivia then pushed out a table with an exquisite compass on top. Abyss Navigator Compass. Hiss, an Initiate Abyss Treasure. TSK, this should be fun. Ha ha ha, those VIPs should be in the hot seat right now. The crowd below chattered excitedly as the first item was presented. In the private suite, Maximus was a bit puzzled seeing the commotion. What is that? Abyss Navigator Compass is just a real-time map of the Abyss, Sky said, dismissing it. Oh, a real-time map? Maximus became interested. It seemed like a trivial thing. But in the Abyss, it was a life-saving artifact. Most parts of the Abyss are like a jigsaw puzzle, always moving. If not for the beacon coordination array in each outpost, people would get lost in the Abyss. Having a real-time map can not only help you find resources more efficiently but also ensure your safety. Soon, Olivia also explained the function of the Abyss Navigator Compass. The Abyss Navigator Compass is a modified Abyss Initiate treasure born directly in this world. It can provide a real-time map of the Abyss within a 1 million kilometer radius. Although it's not very clear, you can only see rough terrain. It was a sought-after item, especially for those with private outposts. With it, it is quite easy to find resources while avoiding large groups of Abyss hordes. Now, as for the first bidding price, it would be 1 billion crystal merits. 1.5 billion. 2 billion. 3 billion. 4 billion. 5 billion. TSK, the peasants are bidding joyfully, an individual from VIP suite number 22 jeered. Haha, let them enjoy for a while, later, they will know what despair is, the VIP from suite number 23 agreed. Soon, the bid reached over 100 billion and began to slow down. This is already 1,000 times more expensive than the normal Initiate treasure. However, the people in the VIP room have still not yet bid. 103 billion. Soon, a few seconds of silence began. Are the other bidders? Going once. Going twice. The one who bid 103 billion was already euphoric, imagining bringing home the treasure. However, to his despair, a slight mocking voice came from the VIP room. Hee, let the fun begin, 1 trillion. A voice from VIP in room number 23. Hold your horses, boy, 1.5 trillion. You two don't compete if you don't have enough money, 3 trillion. VIPs from room number 11 to 100 engaged in an intense bidding competition with each other. Fuck, the VIPs are moving. Damn, this year again. Is our disparity of wealth really big? Don't compare yourself to them, what they eat in one meal may be more than what your blood and sweat earn for a year. Hiss, I don't want to be rich. Just give me 1 trillion, and I'll be happy for life. Just dream you have everything there. Soon, while the crowd below chattered among themselves, the bidding price reached 29 trillion. In VIP room number 3, Maximus, who was planning to bid for the Abyss Navigator's Compass, stopped. Although he could still afford the current bid, it's unnecessary. His goal is the Abyss Source, all the other things, and passing clouds to him. If he can easily afford it, he will buy it, if not, he will give up. While he was thinking, a Supreme VIP from room number 9 bid 40 trillion. These Supreme VIPs are really rich, Maximus couldn't help but sigh. As for the VIPs from room number 11 to 100, They already shut up like whales. Their assets are only about 30 trillion. As for the Supreme VIP, 100 trillion is just the bare minimum. TSK, I really want to rob that VIP from room number 9, Sky muttered greedily. Haha, you wish. Maximus rolled his eyes. Although various anti-detection arrays were in place, he still felt the overwhelming aura in VIP room number 9. Although it was not as strong as the clones of those ancient Apex sovereigns, Maximus was sure that it was a bona fide Apex sovereign. Basically, in Supreme VIP room Nos. 1, 2, 7, and 9, there is an Apex sovereign being who came to join the fun. Soon after, the bid stopped at 71 trillion, a bid from VIP room number 9. 71 trillion. Are there other bids? Going once. Going twice. Sold to our Supreme VIP number 9. Olivia happily said. The final price of the Abyss Navigator compass is quite satisfying. Although it's not the highest in history, it's already quite good. The less fortunate people below also chattered excitedly at the price. Only in this auction could they probably hear prices that range to trillions like it's nothing. TSK, what a show of wealth. Does anyone know the big shot above? Oh, I know. It's Your Majesty, Lysarian Silverleaf, the ruler of Silverleaf Domain. Oh? The one who became an Apex sovereign this epoch? TSK, how envious. Just after reaching tier 9, you can already have this kind of wealth. How I wish I could reach that state one day. Unfortunately, there is no wishing fairy or wishing god here, only abyss monsters. The crowd finally chattered about the identity of the super rich man in VIP room number 9. In VIP room number 3, Maximus was also a little shocked to hear that Lysarian Silverleaf resides in VIP room number 9. This is the true genius of this era. If Maximus could be called a genius at the junior level, then Lysarian Silverleaf is a super genius in the major league. This man defeated all the odds, reaching what others couldn't get even in a lifetime. Although it's easier to be promoted to tier 9 now than in the past, the milestones needed to achieve it are still challenging. This is proven by the fact that in the Ethereum realm, there are only less than 10,000 Apex sovereigns in all the continents combined. As for using crystal merit or God's authority to be promoted to tier 9, it's fake. What is needed for tier 9 is not merely power but the control of the law. Without it, you're just a worthless imitation achieved through various drugs. Otherwise, with Maximus' current asset, reaching tier 9 is just a click of a button. After the commotion, the auction continued. One by one, rare resources, items, and treasures were sold. Unfortunately, this time, there was no more fierce competition. None of the VIPs moved this time. It seems that all of them are waiting for the finale. A few hours later, now, for our main event. We present this normal quality abyss source to you, Olivia said. Although it was labeled normal, the crowd's reaction was not normal at all. After being purified, this thing can directly upgrade their talent, affinity, weapons, everything in their possessions. This is an omnipotent resource that can change their destiny. Unfortunately, looking at the VIP rooms, they can only smile wryly and dream about it. For the starting bid, 1 trillion crystal merits. 1.2 trillion. 1.5 trillion. 1.6 trillion. 1.8 trillion. 2.1 trillion. The VIPs from rooms 11 to 100 fought fiercely, adding hundreds of billions at a time. This time, they were more serious not to overspend. It was unlike earlier when they knew someone would buy it even if it reached a sky-high price. Although a tier 7 abyss source is rare, it's only worth around 10 trillion. Any more than that would be a waste of resources. In VIP room number 3, Maximus was also geared up, focusing on the rising price of the abyss source. 5.3 trillion. 7.7 trillion. 9.2 trillion. 10.3 trillion. Soon, there was a pause, causing the auctioneer to look around to see if anyone was still bidding. Maximus knew it was his time and bid. 13 trillion. There was another pause as people in VIP rooms number 11 to 100 looked to see if someone from another Supreme VIP room would bid. Unfortunately, they would be destined to be disappointed. Maximus had already analyzed all the psychology of those in the VIP room when they were fighting to bid earlier. Except for VIP room number 1, number 2, and number 7, who were Apex sovereigns and didn't bid until now, all were within his calculation. 13 trillion is just right, in the sweet spot, not too high, not too low. Are there other bidders? Going once. Going twice. Sold to Supreme VIP number 3. One down. Maximus smiled at his successful purchase. Why are you smiling happily? You just paid extra for a tier 7 abyss source, Sky complained. Hee, so what about a few extra trillion? It's just a little money, Maximus shook his head, not taking the money to heart. If not for being too high profile, he would buy a Tier 7 Abyss source, even at the cost of 100 trillion. This Tier 7 Abyss source can provide him with 100 million system points. Any money he spent was worth it. Chapter 244 Abyss Source Monopoly. Soon, the Tier 7 Abyss source was delivered to his room by the earlier manager. Here is your Tier 7 Abyss source, my lord. Maximus also happily paid for it as he eagerly looked at the next normal quality Tier 7 Abyss source being auctioned. Just like the last time, the VIPs from rooms number 11 to 100 eagerly bid. 5.3 trillion. 7.7 trillion. 9.2 trillion. 10.7 trillion. Waiting for the right time, when there was a hint of hesitation in the bidders, Maximus quoted his price. 13.4 trillion. Soon, there was another silence as the auctioneer looked to see if there were other bidders. Are there any other bidders? Unfortunately, Maximus was like a ghost, consistently hitting their sweet spot. They could only wait and see if VIP number 3 was wealthier or if there were more Abyss sources. Going once. Going twice. Sold to Supreme VIP number 3. And just like that, another Tier 7 Abyss source. For the next bidding of the normal quality Tier 7 Abyss source, the bidding was more intense. However, Maximus was still like a predator waiting for his prey, and he bought the third Tier 7 Abyss source for over 14 trillion. Likewise, the fourth Tier 7 Abyss source cost him 16 trillion. Now, for the fifth Abyss source, even the Supreme VIPs were willing to move. They couldn't let a single individual monopolize all the Abyss sources. There was also a lot of chatter in the crowd below as they held their hearts for the increasing prices. As for the auctioneer, Olivia, she was like a blooming flower under the storm. If not for being presumptuous, she would yell, "Let the storm come harder." For the fifth Abyss source, Maximus spent almost double the value of the Tier 7 Abyss source, which is 19 trillion. As for the sixth, even Maximus sweated as his mind overclocked with all the possibilities. Under his undeterred efforts, he finally bought the sixth Abyss source for 23 million. Now, there were only a few 100 billion crystals merits in his pocket. Beside him, Sky looked like a distressed little wife worrying about her prodigal husband. "Is that enough? Can you not buy more?" Sky pleaded. Although it was not her money, she was still distressed. With how things were going, the seventh Abyss source might be priced over 30 trillion. Such a price is enough to buy 3 Tier 7 Abyss source. "Don't worry, I no longer have any money." Maximus sighed. He would also like to buy more, unfortunately, that's all of that he can. Soon, the seventh Tier 7 Abyss source was presented. As Sky predicted, it was sold for about 30 trillion. Although Maximus didn't flame the fire, the stage was already heated. For those top VIPs, this is their only chance of easily getting a Tier 7 Abyss source. Meanwhile, the one who got the Tier 7 Abyss source, VIP number 23, was smoking with anger. Damn that man who raised the price. Is he insane? Now I can barely buy an Abyss source with my budget. VIP number 23 nearly cried at such injustice. He would probably call it quits if he had another channel to buy these Tier 7 Abyss sources. Unfortunately, besides top guilds, organizations, and powerful individuals, who can get Abyss source if needed, he was only an average-rich second-generation individual who only had money and nothing else. This Abyss source will at least make him talented enough to be worthy of his wealth. The other 3 VIPs purchased the 8th, 9th, and 10th Tier 7 Abyss sources of normal quality. Didn't know whether to celebrate or cry that they still managed to buy a Tier 7 Abyss source. Having spent over 3 times the amount for the Abyss source, their heart couldn't help but tighten in distress. As for the Supreme VIPs, they decided to stop bidding altogether after seeing Maximus stop. They joined the fray earlier because they didn't want Supreme VIP number 3 to monopolize such a rare resource. Now, for our second segment, we present Elite Quality Tier 7 Abyss source. Olivia smiled joyfully. The fierce bidding earlier had her yearning, hoping it would be the same as last time. This time, Olivia couldn't help but look at the person in Supreme VIP room number 3. If it were not for this gentleman, the auction of normal quality Tier 7 Abyss source would not have been so successful. Unfortunately, there was a dense anti-detection array and rune in place. She didn't even know if the person in Supreme VIP room number 3 was a man or a woman. For our first bidding price, it is 10 trillion. Olivia quoted. Supreme VIP room number 3, looking at the elite quality Tier 7 Abyss source, Maximus couldn't help but feel greedy. "You don't have to look intensely, you can afford it anyway." Sky jeered, mocking him for being a spendthrift. "I just ran out of money, not poor." Maximus rolled his eyes. "Furthermore, I'm richer than you, I still have several 100 billion, Maximus mocked. Oh, Sky became sad all of a sudden. What a hateful rich bastard. Soon, the intense bidding began. Now, people in VIP rooms number 11 to 100 barely bid. This is an elite abyss source. Not only was it 10 times more expensive, but it was also 10 times more effective. Although it can't compare with a tier 8 abyss source, it was a scarce resource. It can upgrade your potential from rank 0 trash to rank 8 supreme talent. Given enough, you can even awaken your special physique in advance. That's why even those in the supreme VIP room bid fiercely. Soon, the price reached an overwhelming 150 trillion. Such a large amount already silenced the crowd below as they held their breath. Such an insane amount increased second by second, like their pounding hearts. Soon, after the price reached 230 trillion, there was silence. Are there any other bidders? Going once. Going twice. Sold to Supreme VIP number 1. Olivia happily said. Usually, an elite quality abyss source can be sold in the auction for 150 to 180 trillion. Although the final price was not as crazy as the normal quality tier 7 abyss source earlier, it's enough. Next, the second elite quality tier 7 abyss source. Let the bidding begin. Soon, another intense bidding began. However, it seemed like the apex sovereigns in the auction hall had already booked the elite quality tier 7 abyss source as they bought it effortlessly. The second elite quality tier 7 abyss source was bought by Supreme VIP number 2 for 240 trillion. The third elite quality tier 7 abyss source was bought by Supreme VIP number 7 for 250 trillion. As for Lysarian Silverleaf from VIP room number 9, he didn't have enough money for that. Maximus heard he was setting up his private outpost and had no money to spare. If it were not for the importance of the Abyss Navigator compass, he wouldn't even have came to this auction. After the auction of 3 elite quality abyss sources, Maximus waited to see if there was more. Unfortunately, to his disappointment, there is none. As for the tier 8 abyss source or a higher quality abyss source, there is also nothing. It seems that he was not lucky this time. Thank you for your participation this time. All the guests are welcome to attend our banquet. That's all, have a good night. After the end of the auction, Maximus didn't bother attending the banquet and hurriedly exited the building. Coming to multiple valleys, streets, and various blind spots, Maximus and Sky disguised themselves over 100 times. They can't be too careful. After all, Maximus was relatively high profile this time, almost monopolizing the abyss source. He was sure he was deeply hated by those 4 people who bought the normal quality abyss source. Indeed, as Maximus predicted, the 4 people already have their men scouring the Purgatory City for such a hateful man. Unfortunately, they were destined to be disappointed. The anti-detection array in the auction hall is not a joke. Plus, with Maximus's carefulness, they didn't even find a hair of a clue. Soon, a week had passed. During these days, Maximus roamed around Purgatory City in various disguises and sold abyss resources he bought from the Myriad World Mall, ensuring his safety and preventing large fluctuations in the market. Maximus could earn tens of trillions every day. As for the auction every night in the Ethereum Abyss Council, it was lackluster, without much substance. The VIP rooms were not even half full. As for the abyss source, in a week, he only bought another 3 normal quality tier 7 abyss sources. As for tier 6 abyss sources, he bought another 100 of them from various shops. All in all, his harvest in the annual exchange event was huge. His 6 billion system point harvest per day became 7 billion. This is just his first annual exchange event. Next year, after he has more money, he may even compete with the elite quality abyss source. By then, his system point generation should skyrocket. Soon, most people in the Purgatory City returned to the teleportation array. It was time to return to their outposts and contribute to the Ethereum realm. The rest is over, and they need to head to battle. Taking one last look at the city, Maximus sighed. See you again next year. Chapter 245 Tintin Awakening in N-Town Outpost. Maximus and tens of thousands of others were teleported one after another to the N-Town Outpost. As he looked around the familiar outpost, he suddenly felt his token vibrate. Immersing his consciousness in the system space for a second, he saw Tintin Awakening. Before he could investigate any longer, Sky beside him spoke. Let's register our arrival first. Oh right, Maximus unconsciously nodded and followed her. The registration is proof that you came back to your assigned outpost. If you chose to stay in Purgatory City instead of returning, there was a severe punishment. According to the degree of the offense, you may be sentenced to pay some crystal merits or, worse, be hunted and killed. These harsh rules prevented anyone from avoiding their duty. Fortunately, there was no quota for how many abyss monsters you must kill monthly. However, without crystal merits, you can't do anything in the outpost either. What you drink is the wind, and what you shelter in is the earth. After registering their unique monosignature, they came back to Netherlock's mansion. Netherlock's mansion, did something happen? Sky asked, seeing that Maximus was in a hurry. Tintin woke up. Maximus said, taking out the token from his dimensional space. Where is this?" Tintin questioned as she looked around. "The sleeping fairy is finally awake," Maximus joked. "Huh? Host, you're here," Tintin excitedly said. "What happened to your 3 months of hibernation?" I'm absorbing the data stream sent to me by the main token spirit. Because there is no backup processor here, it took a long time to absorb the information," Tintin explained. "You should have said so," Maximus said. Quickly sifting through Myriad World Mall, he bought a Tier 9 quantum processor at 2,800 trillion dimensional coins. If Tintin needed to fully function here helping him, she needed such a processor. "Here, you can quickly bond with it," Maximus took out the quantum processor. "Nice," Tintin said, bonding with the quantum processor. Soon, like enlightened, Tintin felt the long-lost feeling of having everything at her fingertips. Although her own processor is also fast, there was still a difference between walking and driving. "Thank you, host," Tintin thanked sincerely. "Enough of that. You should have processed the information about the abyss, can you tell me now?" Maximus asked. This is what he had been waiting for. He had been blind to what is what in this abyss for a long time. If it were not for his ingenuity and strength, he would have made a lot of mistakes by now. "Sure, host, I can transfer it directly to your mind. Do I initiate it now?" Soon, a stream of information was forcibly forced into his mind like a mush of potatoes. Not wanting to flood his brain until it fried, he quickly activated various special physiques and domains that could hasten his mind processing. He also used system points to master the knowledge sent into his mind quickly. After a few minutes, Maximus finished absorbing the information. Finally, I have the information of the abyss," Maximus thought excitedly. Sky, on the side, just rolled her eyes. "What makes a difference if you know the information about the abyss or not?" Sky already knew the ins and outs of the abyss like the back of her hand. Yet she still couldn't earn money as fast as Maximus. If Maximus knew what she was thinking, he'd spank her and tell her that she didn't know anything. Soon, a year passed like a bolt of lightning. Maximus and Sky also became tireless machines. They were either fighting on a mission or on the way to take a mission. They were like mindless grinding bots, wanting to level up their characters. Slash after slash, blood after blood, crystal merits piled up like a mountain. After a year without stopping, Maximus and Sky's status was finally upgraded from Challenger to Sentinel. In a famous bar, Sky was like a wasted drunkard as she indulged in their rest day. So hard. Can we relax for a few days? No more fighting? Sky said numbly. Although she is a training freak, she still has needs and wants to rest. However, the bossy bastard in front of her didn't want her to rest for even a bit. "From now on, there is no need to fight," Maximus said mysteriously. "What, no need to fight?" Sky unconsciously stood up due to excitement. Fortunately, they were in a private room, so no one heard it. Otherwise, many would question if there was something wrong. "That's right, we don't need to fight anymore," Maximus nodded. To be honest, he was also tired. After a year of non-stop fighting, even a robot would collapse. Fortunately, he can always heal their fatigue using system points. A life point is a day of time. After putting it to themselves, they would feel they had just come to a sauna and relaxed for a day. Day by day, using life points, they were the most efficient machines. However, after all things have a limit. Although their fatigue is gone, the memory of the tiredness and blood that they just experienced didn't disappear. "What do you mean there was no need to fight?" Sky asked in puzzlement. Maximus should be eager to upgrade his status to Vanquisher rank and buy a shop in Purgatory City. After that, life would flourish. There would be no need to fight to earn crystal credits. And you could also stay in Purgatory City for as long as you wanted. However, Maximus wanted to stop just as they advanced to Sentinel rank, 2 levels away from the Vanquisher rank. "Why do you think we fought desperately for a year?" "What about it? Just fighting for a year, who wouldn't?" Even though in her previous life, she was not as insane as Maximus, fighting for a whole year without rest. She also fought for centuries with barely any rest. That's why information is the key, Maximus smiled. According to the information in Tintin's database, being promoted to Sentinel rank in less than a year and accumulating 8,000 real-time fights would grant you a special status. Although your rank will be the same as everyone else, you will have the freedom of a mercenary. Instead of a fixed place, you can go to any outpost you want, whether private or public. Although it has a quota to keep the special status, it's enough for Maximus. He can finally go around all over the Purgatory layer and collect abyss sources. Although last year's harvest was great, it was not enough to fill his appetite. After explaining his intention to Sky, instead of being happy, Sky pouted. "So you brought me to fight non-stop for a year just for this? Otherwise? Do you want to be left here while I go to another outpost?" Of course not. Sky hurriedly refuted. In her mind, she would rather be tired than be separated from Maximus. It's only fighting non-stop for a year, no sweat. Sky cheered herself. What a good girl. Maximus patted her head. Hee, what about my reward? Sky asked shamelessly. During the year, they fought non-stop. Maximus let the Ethereum realm world origin convert the Abyss origin to tabulate their contribution, so they didn't earn much. However, the millions of puppets Maximus bought are still working to kill Abyss monsters and collect Abyss origin. Sky, who came to know this method, became envious for a while. Having puppets to collect money for you is such a great thing. Throughout the year, just with the tireless effort of the puppets, Maximus earned about 10 trillion crystal merits. Although it was nothing compared to the money he earned through reselling, Sky was envious enough. Don't worry, once we can go to another outpost, we will never be short of money. Collecting Abyss source is just one of his goals to get into other outposts. His other goal is, of course, to plunder money through reselling. Although he can't earn much this way. At least he can legally convert his dimensional coin to crystal merits. Right now, he has over 100,000 trillion dimensional coins if he can convert them to crystal merits. Maximus can be almost financially free. Oh, but I wanted money right now. How about 1 trillion? Is that enough for you? Maximus asked helplessly. Yay. TSK, did Sky get infected by Lux? She became like a broken radio, asking for money all the time. If you're not pretty, I would not even give you a penny, Maximus thought. Soon after their indulgence, they came to N-Town headquarters to register their special status. Seeing them applying for special status, Cade was a little shocked. Maximus, Sky, I'm surprised you achieved what many would call insane, Cade said in admiration. It's just a fluke, Maximus said humbly. How can killing Abyss monsters be a fluke? Sky just rolled her eyes. Anyway, do you know the responsibility of being granted this special status? We know, Maximus nodded. The special status not only grants you the privilege to go into any Abyss outpost in the Abyss realm but also a series of responsibilities. First, you must complete at least 5 mandatory missions per year. Second, be on call once there is an Abyss tide. Third, be on call when there is an Abyss raid being formed. These are only one of the few responsibilities. This special status can be considered troublesome, making you like an obedient worker. However, it's just the opposite. Besides the Ethereum Abyss Council's ability to order you, no one can give you instructions. Besides that, you can also be part of the Ethereum Abyss Council's decision-making panel. Anyway, there are a bunch of perks to having a special status. Unfortunately for Maximus, these privileges are just smoke and clouds. Nothing is more important than Abyss source and crystal merits. Chapter 246 Eternal Ruin Outpost. Since you already know, I won't continue talking, Cade said. I would register you first. Can I have your token? Cade asked. Although most tokens wouldn't work here, it is still the Ethereum Realm Universal Identification ID. Maximus and Sky took out their tokens and gave them to Cade. Core Student Token? Beast Saint Token? The identity of the two of you is indeed unusual, Cade commented. Like the Origin Arcana Institute, students are ranked as Seekers, Official, Special, and Core students. The Beast Continent also has ranks for its talented prodigies, from Beast Alpha, Beast Savant, Beast Paragon, Beast Saint, and Beast God. Soon, Cade processed the 2 tokens, inputting Abyss runes and a large volume of Abyss origin. Seeing Cade effortlessly control Abyss energy, Maximus couldn't help but be envious. He had already copied Cade's physique and domain. However, he still couldn't fully control the Abyss energy like Cade. However, seeing the alchemy ring on Cade's finger, Maximus understood that it should be the Abyss realm's innate treasure. Done. Now you two can use these tokens like you used to in the Ethereum realm, Cade said, giving the tokens back to them. Maximus quickly opened the token interface at Cade's instruction. Personal information. Abyss Realm Forum. Ethereum Abyss Bank. Mission Leaderboard, so it can connect wirelessly now, Maximus thought. From what Maximus read from Tintin's database, long-distance wireless connection in the Abyss had long been solved. Unfortunately, besides needing individuals born and raised in the Abyss, one also needed a special initiate treasure to control part of the Abyss origin. What Cade just did is reinforce the token to be of the same frequency as the Abyss realm. The reason for limiting the spread of this long-distance wireless communication is, of course, Abyss origin. Maximus estimated that the Abyss origin inputted by Cade just now was at least 100 trillion. Of course, if converted to crystal merit, with Ethereum realm origin greediness, it would be worth less than 1 trillion. How is it? What do you plan to do now? Cade asked with a smile. First, go to Purgatory City and decide, Maximus said. A few days later, it was another annual exchange event. Before deciding, He wanted to exchange a large amount of crystal merits and some abyss source. Although looking at the Tintin Abyss information database, Maximus also had a rough destination in mind. Then I wish you good luck. A few days later, in Purgatory City, Maximus and Sky split as usual, each doing their own thing. Maximus, coming to a familiar city, started to move. The shops were already marked, and their limit tolerance was also calculated. On the first day, he exchanged over 150 trillion. It seems like people got richer this year, Maximus thought. After exchanging the money, he changed his disguise again and roamed around collecting Tier 6 abyss source. Much like the last time, he gathered hundreds of them. Finishing his shopping spree, he met up with Sky, who looked like she enjoyed herself with the trillion he gave her. Shall we go to the auction? Yes. In a familiar way, Maximus and Sky, like veterans, changed their disguises and entered the auction hall's supreme VIP room. As in the last event, Maximus didn't buy any miscellaneous treasures or resources. His only focus was the abyss source. Unfortunately, it seemed that people in the VIP room had already learned their lessons from the last auction. Even with Maximus's unscrupulous attitude of getting the abyss source regardless of the price, he only managed to obtain 5 of them, one less than last year. To this, Maximus just smiled. He could go to any other outpost afterward. By then, collecting abyss source should be a cinch. A week later, after the annual exchange event, what outpost are we going to? Sky asked, looking at the various teleportation arrays. To the Eternal Ruin Outpost, Maximus said after thinking. Eternal Ruin Outpost? Are you crazy? Sky asked in shock, suppressing her voice. Eternal Ruin Outpost is the most dangerous and biggest outpost in the Purgatory layer. The end town is like a paradise in comparison. It's just right so you can train like a real warrior, Maximus smiled teasingly. Before, when he asked Sky which outpost had the most abyss source, she mentioned the end town. However, to his disappointment, it indeed had a lot of abyss source. Unfortunately, they were barely Tier 4 and Tier 5. Even after a year of non-stop searching, he found less than 10 Tier 6 abyss sources, much less Tier 7 abyss sources. As for the Eternal Ruin Outpost, that was the real front line of the Purgatory layer. It was at the direct junction of the core and Purgatory layers. The outpost itself is not stationary like End Town but a moving fortress. As for why? It was because abyss sources appeared endlessly, like a glitch. Sometimes, it would even penetrate the city's defensive barrier, and an abyss source would directly summon inside the city. And these abyss sources appearing are not merely for show, Tier 7 abyss sources are the norm. Lightsnville occasionally, there are also Tier 8 abyss sources that need the 3 apex sovereigns permanently stationed in the fortress to take action. It can be said that all the people surviving and staying in the Eternal Ruin Outpost are either lunatics or super geniuses. Maximus thinks he can finally copy some heaven-defying domain or awakened physique in such a place. As for the End Town, despite scanning all of its inhabitants, he can't find anything worthy of his attention. Besides Cade and the managers of various top guilds and organizations, no individual possesses an awakened physique. Meanwhile, Sky frowned after hearing Maximus took the Eternal Ruin Outpost lightly. Can we not go there? We can fight non-stop elsewhere if you want, Sky suggested, her expression filled with concern. 99% of her deaths in her previous life occurred in this place. It was indeed a paradise for the strong but also a graveyard for them. Sky didn't know how many geniuses were buried in that no-man's land. This is also the very reason it was called Eternal Ruin Outpost. Geniuses upon geniuses, with the chance to attain eternity, lie buried like an eternal ruin in the ground. No, the Eternal Ruin Outpost is just right for our current strength. If you don't want to go, I won't force you. Oh, then I will go, Sky nodded immediately and didn't say more. Soon, the two walked toward the Eternal Ruin Outpost's teleportation array. Around were tens of thousands of others who looked different from the rest. Just getting near them, Maximus felt a murderous and indomitable aura. If it were a normal Tier 7 individual right now, they would probably break into a cold sweat due to the pressure. However, Maximus and Sky were like entering their home, relaxed and leisurely. Oh? Another special rank this year? A man muttered, seeing the two. The Eternal Ruin Outpost is different from other outposts. It can only be entered by at least a guardian rank or those with special status. Looking at the two fresh faces that didn't seem to have soaked long enough on the battlefield, the man concluded that they had a special status. Probably some overconfident genius who hasn't seen much of the world. I bet these two will either die in the first week or come back crying in a few days. Don't underestimate them too much. Who knows if they were wolf in sheep's clothing? So what? Who here isn't? The people surviving and still going to the Eternal Ruin Outpost are super geniuses of their time. Their will, soul, and body are forged with unending fire battle. Furthermore, Most of them are already tier 8. Thus, even if the two newbies are more talented than them, they are no match. Maximus and Sky, who heard all their jeering, didn't react. They stood in the teleportation array, waiting to be teleported. The array already sensed their tokens, so they didn't need to register or anything. Of course, Maximus wouldn't just dwindle here. Checking to see if any Apex Sovereign was hidden in the crowd, he commanded his system to start copying. All the domains and special physiques of the people in the teleportation array were copied. Looking at the 7 awakened special physiques he just copied, he couldn't help but smile. This is really a treasure trove. In just the first round, there was already a big harvest. Before he could check the description of the physique, he had just copied. The man who was doubtful about their strength earlier approached them. "Hello, I'm Yuso, the squad leader of Abyss Dragon Squad. I'm Maximus, and this is Sky," Maximus introduced. Judging by his figure, Yuso should be from the Dragon Clan in the Beast Continent. Furthermore, looking at his status panel, it seems he was one of the people from whom Maximus copied an awakened physique. Yuso Dragon Fist, Tier 8, Dragon Body Law, 45, Domain, Forbidden Domain, Physique, Abyss Dragon Body, Heaven, Chapter 247 showing some strength. You two be sentinels who were given special status? Yuso asked. Maximus, who had read the description about Yuso's law, domain, and physique, also nodded. "That's right, we just came to the Abyss realm this year," Maximus said truthfully. "There is no hiding about these things. Just a little inquiry and one could know a lot about their identities." "You two are indeed freaks," Yuso's eyes lit up as he confirmed his guess. No normal people would willingly go to the Eternal Ruin outpost if they were not confident in their strength. In such a place, the death rate of a normal individual is as high as 99.99% in just the first year. "Since you two are beginners in the Eternal Abyss outpost, why not join our squad?" Yuso asked. Yuso's favorites are these geniuses who are confident in their strength. "Oh? Are there any benefits?" Maximus asked. A squad is a formal group formed by individuals besides guilds and organizations. Although he was not planning to join such a squad, Maximus still respected the opportunity to make a connection. It will be easier if he buys Abyss sources from them later. "Once you join us, your safety and interests will be bound to our squad. Thus, in the Eternal Ruin outpost, you are guaranteed," Yuso said with sincerity. He can't promise anything to the two besides these. Their squad is a mercenary, there are no unique resources to change, no discounts to be made, no missions and tasks to do, etc. The only thing they can do is protect each other's safety while earning money from killing Abyss monsters. "Kids, don't bother listening to this fool. Safety is the least of your concerns once you join this musclehead." Suddenly, a man interrupted their discussion. "You should join us, Abyssal Twilight Squad. At least we can ensure your safety," Dart invited. "Dart? What are you saying?" Yuso asked angrily. "Captain Yuso, stop wasting your time fooling newcomers. It'd be a waste to follow you." Dart rolled his eyes. "What do you mean?" Yuso flared up, ready to attack. Maximus on the scene just stood silently, looking with interest, while he scanned Dart's status. Dart Twilight, Tier 8 Law of Range, 45% Domain, Critical Insight Physique, Abyssal Focalization Heaven. Reading the description of Law, Domain, and Physique, Maximus couldn't help but sigh. It is indeed a man who teased a dragon. If Yuso had an invincible body, then Dart had an invincible range. Yuso's physique, Abyssal Dragon Body, and Law grant him a nearly invulnerable body. The domain also puts out anything but physical strength. In the Forbidden Domain, spells, skills, techniques, and such were invalid, only physical strength could be used. As for Dart, his law is about range, a branch of space law and insight. Although the person who mastered it can't directly teleport, any item in their possession can. Arrows, stones, bullets, bombs, any projectile that he can get his hands on. With insight, Dart almost has an unlimited range. As for Abyssal Focalization, it's a special physique that focuses all your power at one point. Although it seems simple, the power of this physique is heaven-defying. A peak Tier 8 powerhouse strength on one point, even an Apex Sovereign wouldn't leave unscratched. Much more for him, he had unlimited mana as long as he waited long enough, no one could withstand his power. Regarding the domain, it was also such a useful physique. This thing can give you weaknesses in all things, from everyday objects to the strongest enemies. Although his origin domain can see everything at its very origin, he still needs to study them to tell its weaknesses. While Maximus was looking at Dart's status panel, Yuso and Dart came to a heated argument as they flared up their aura. "Enough, you two. Don't you see that the one you are fighting for is not interested?" A man who seemed stronger interrupted the brewing fight. "Huh?" Yuso and Dart turned their attention to Maximus as their anger flared up. The abyss energy seemed to surge as the space surrounding Maximus became chaotic. Seeing the anger of the two shift into him, Maximus could only smile wryly. "Nice to meet you again. I'm Maximus," Maximus introduced as he flared up his mana. A surge of energy stabilized the surrounding space as the abyss energy returned to normal. The scene suddenly became peaceful, like a picture scene. Many watching the excitement were a little shocked after Maximus released his aura. Although it was a little weaker than Yuso and Dart, Maximus's control was on another level. Maximus deflected Yuso and Dart's aura using a weaker strength to equalize the pressure and stabilize the space around him. Although this kind of control is feasible, it is only possible if you have precise control of the law. However, seeing Maximus do it so effortlessly, they couldn't help but rub their eyes to see if they were hallucinating. "You're quite good, kid," the man who reminded Yuso and Art said. "It's nothing," Maximus said respectfully, seeing the status panel of the one who just talked. Lore Guild Art, Tier 8 Law of Strength, 99% Domain, Will of Power Physique, Will of Power, Heaven. Maximus didn't care about his progression of law. Even if Lore just needed 1 more % to reach Apex Sovereign. The mode he needed to cross was harder than crossing Tier 1 to Tier 8 with 99% control of the law. What he was respectful of was that Lore Guild Art possessed pure strength with pure will. The law of strength, as suggested, is just the power of strength, which is one of the major laws. For the domain and physique, it is the will of power. It is the weakest and strongest when it comes to power. Basically, your power is equivalent to your will. If you think you're invincible, then you are invincible. If you think your fist can crush the opponent, then your fist can destroy your opponent. If Lore believes he can never be defeated, then he can never be defeated. Maximus still had respect for such a man. Meanwhile, Lore looked at Maximus with a bit of admiration. "You're not humble at all. Yuso and Dart are already at the top of Eternal Ruin Outpost. Saying you deflected their strength like nothing, it seems that you would survive Eternal Ruin Outpost just fine," Lore commended. Maximus just nodded as he saw the teleportation array light up. Meanwhile, Yuso and Dart just looked at him thoughtfully. As for the previous anger, that was just a show. This is usually a test to initiate newcomers. If they can't even withstand their pressure and come running, then it's better for them not to came to Eternal Ruin Outpost. Such a weak will and strength can only drag them down instead of helping. However, they were still slightly surprised that Maximus deflected their strength like nothing. If not for feeling his strength weaker than theirs, they would even doubt if Maximus was an Apex Sovereign in disguise. Maximus also returned beside Sky and waited for the teleportation array to be fully initiated. The earlier fuss is just big entertainment for him. Now, for the main part, he looked at the other 4 awakened special physiques. Biocircuitry Body Heaven integrates biology and mechanics, granting the ability to interface with electronic devices, control machinery, and even merge with mechanical creations. Dreamweaver's Body Heaven allows entry into a dream, manipulation of dreams, and the power to bring elements of the dream world into reality. Necro Undying Heaven bestows control over life and death, granting the ability to raise the dead, drain life force, and resist mortal injuries. Tectonic Titan Body controls the forces of the earth, granting the ability to manipulate stone and soil, create earthquakes, and shape the terrain to their advantage. Good enough, Maximus thought. Although it's a bit redundant, as he can do it with his cultivation skill and proficiency in spells. Having a physique will still multiply his power by a huge magnitude. Eternal Ruin Outpost, looking at the massive fortress, Maximus finally felt the authentic atmosphere of the Abyss Realm. The previous End Town and Purgatory City looked like a dilapidated town and a vacation spot, making him not feel the atmosphere of the Abyss. Now, looking at the thick walls, fully opened arrays, massive world-destroying weapons, flying troops on patrol, and people alert like a fully drawn bow, the contrast was stark. The people who had just teleported from Purgatory City also wiped out the ease on their faces. All around the city, people seemed to expect to be attacked at any time. "You too should register, or the city's defense system will attack you," Lore advised. Some abyss monsters with intelligence disguise themselves and raid the outpost from time to time. Thus, the Eternal Ruin Outpost is on tight strings all the time. One moment, the friend you were talking to could be an abyss monster ready to devour you. "We got it," Maximus nodded. Looking at the threatening gigantic weapons concentrated on them, he couldn't help but feel a chill. They would probably be bombarded if they were not in the teleportation array. Maximus and Sky quickly took out their tokens and placed them in the pillar in the middle of the teleportation array. As the pillars lit up, the gigantic weapons aimed at them re-aimed outside the stronghold. Chapter 248 Abyss Tide. Did you finish the registration? Lore asked, seeing the pillar lit up. "How about I show you around?" Lore suggested. He couldn't help but feel goodwill toward this talented junior. Even under the bombardment of people stronger than him, he still remained undeterred. As for Sky, Lore was also interested. Throughout all the exchanges earlier, her face didn't change one bit, as if it were just the wind passing by. Sure, we also wanted to have a place to live, Maximus nodded. Then let's find a place for you to stay first, Lore invited. Walking around, Lore talked about various aspects of the Eternal Ruin Outpost. You may already know this, but the Eternal Ruin Outpost is a moving stronghold. As we are in the most dangerous part of the Abyss Realm, we need to be constantly moving, otherwise, we will be ambushed by Abyss monsters. The Abyss monsters we encounter here are a bit different from the usual. Some of them have frightening intelligence, some have overwhelming strength, some multiply quickly, some can't be killed, etc. There are so many types of Abyss monsters here that an encyclopedia of Abyss monsters was produced. Thus, besides the normal classification of Abyss monsters as cannon fodder, normal, elite, and lord, Abyss monsters are also divided into 3 types: elemental types, physical types, and special types. Elemental types are Abyss monsters possessing the power of elements, whether it be thunder, fire, earth, or even space and time. As for physical types, they exhibit various body modifications beyond common sense. Like the humongous Abyss monster there. Lore suddenly stopped as his eyes bulged. Damn, another attack? Lore cursed. The humongous Abyss monster, multiple times bigger than their stronghold, was running toward them. Is this normal? Maximus asked with a smile. He already knew about different types of Abyss monsters. He just let Lore talk to become familiar with the place. What he didn't expect was an aberrant humongous type Lord-level Abyss monster came attacking just as they arrived. Not always, just once or twice a month, Lore said helplessly. As the junction within the Source Layer and Purgatory Layer, they encountered Abyss monster attacks from time to time. However, it seems that this time they were unlucky. This was already the 3rd time they were attacked this month. You two are unlucky, you encounter this abomination on your first day, Lore sighed. Ha ha ha, isn't it just a warm welcome? Maximus smiled. Hee hee, an aberrant lord-level monster, what a feast, Sky on the side also smiled. Anyway, you two do your best to survive. Bang. As soon as Lore said that, the aberrant lord-level monster banged into the stronghold barrier. Bang. 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 The continuous banging was quickly depleting the magic crystal power supply. However, it seems that the aberrant lord-level Abyss monster knew it was futile and came with a new approach. Instead of banging indiscriminately as it previously did, it concentrated its strength into a single point and tried to open a small gap in the stronghold barrier. Ready. Iron Squad, assemble. Lore yelled. Soon, the people who seemed to be squad members of Lore gathered together. Meanwhile, Maximus and Sky also got ready and concentrated on the Abyss monster. The gigantic weapons on the wall also finished charging and locked the Abyss monster. Boom. 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 Unfortunately, there was not much effect. Although the giant weapons made multiple holes in the Abyss monster, it recovered rapidly. The Abyss monster seems to be annoyed by the barrage, as it becomes more manic attacking the stronghold barrier. Soon under its effort, it opened a small gap in the barrier. The Abyss monster then spread a tentacle-like part of its body and put it inside the gap. Then, like sand, it disintegrated, forming thousands of Abyss monsters. This Lord-level Abyss monster is an aggregation of Abyss monsters. So, as soon as it broke through the barrier, it broke into pieces little by little, sending Abyss monsters to cause destruction. Soon, millions of Tier 8 Abyss monsters flooded the stronghold. Fortunately, after the aberrant Lord-level Abyss monster broke into pieces, it was only cannon fodder rank. Otherwise, with the millions of residents of the stronghold mostly Tier 7, there would probably be a lot of casualties. As the Abyss monster came close to them, Maximus tried one of his special techniques. Ice Bolt. Focusing his strength on a single point, the Ice Bolt blasted the Tier 8 Abyss monster into particles. What a nice ability. He just concentrated milliseconds of his mana, yet it achieved such an effect. He wondered what would happen if he concentrated days or years of his mana and fired it up. It should be able to kill an Apex Sovereign, right? He thought. However, looking at the special physique who was recovering the power of law, he dismissed his thought. Let's try the other physiques. Maximus smiled joyfully as he found new toys. He didn't worry a bit that he was too high profile. Looking around him, who is not more high profile at this moment? Like Lore on his side, who eliminated thousands of Abyss monsters just with the shockwave of his fist. Even that insane Uso, that stupid muscle head plugged into the hole created by the Abyss monsters, defending with just his body. Even Dart looked casually as he and his squad fired thousands of projectiles every second, talking like it was a normal day. There were also those with almost full control of law and special physique. It seemed that the aberrant Lord-level monster was just a warm-up for them. Soon, Maximus and Sky also started to show off. Maximus tried the newly copied domain and physique one after another. Pile and pile of abyss monsters automatically came to him like good test subjects. As for Sky, she didn't have such concerns. Like a wild Amazonian, she burst through the center of the abyss monsters like it was her home court. Looking at the two newcomers easily going through the motions, Lore and the others who just come back from Purgatory City were a little shocked. "You kid, you've hidden a lot of strength," Lore said, coming to him. "It's nothing. As you said, this abyss monster is really like a warm welcome to you," Lore shook his head and insisted. "Also, your friend is a bit wild," Lore added. Sky didn't have it as easy as Maximus, her body was already riddled with injuries. Even with the origin domain potent with regeneration, it can't keep up. However, Sky's fighting intent seemed to become higher and higher as time went on. "It's just a little battle maniac," Maximus commented. "Oh, it seems to be," Lore also understood. After all, many of them were also battle maniacs. Unfortunately, it won't be long before they die or are seriously injured and quit. Among all, Yuso seemed to be the toughest battle maniac he knew. Just seeing him almost challenge the aberrant Lord-level monster on his own, Lore sighed. "Just be careful, this is the first wave of attack," Lore reminded and came back to his squad. "I know. The millions of abyss monsters causing chaos in the city are just the first wave. Otherwise, it can't be called a Lord-level monster at all." Looking at it slowly peeling away the stronghold barrier for its own entry, Maximus knew the real fight would begin. Roar. The abyss monster roared excitedly as it got inside. Although it was a little smaller earlier, it's still 1,000th of the size of the stronghold. Tier 7 and weaker Tier 8 individuals, like muscle memory, escaped to a safe place. Houses, buildings, and different structures were destroyed as the abyss monster attacked. Soon, tens of thousands of Tier 8 individuals with their own squads attacked the abyss monster in a relay. Every movement of the abyss monster seemed to be predicted. As the group of squads parried the attack, and another attacked various weak spots. Although they looked like ants compared to the abyss monster. The abyss monster was like a fish trapped in a net. Maximus was on the sideline, watching the fight. As it was his first day, his performance earlier should be enough. He also dragged Sky, who still wanted to fight, beside him. As the fight went on, Maximus frowned. After a few hours, the aberrant Lord-level abyss monster is still alive. As it gets destroyed and regenerated, the abyss energy around seems like a bug helping the Lord-level abyss monster continue to struggle. It seems that he underestimated the danger of these monsters. While the fight was going on, he always scanned and copied the domain and physique of most of the people in the stronghold. Regarding this, he copied over 20 awakened physiques. Reading these people's statuses gave him an idea of how strong people here truly were. There were hundreds of people here who had 99% control of their law. Thousands had over 70% control of law. As for the rest who were still fighting the Lord-level abyss monster, it was not lower than 30. Yet a few hours passed, and the abyss monster still showed resistance. Maximus estimated that if he singled out this abyss monster, although he would not lose, he would not defeat it either. Abyss realm is really not easy. Chapter 249 Loot Share. After a few more hours of fighting, the Lord-level abyss monster was finally eliminated. Ha ha ha, what a harvest. Tier 7 Lord-level abyss source. Don't be too happy, there are too many of us, and we can't earn much. TSK, it's still a few hundred billion in one take. Tens of thousands of people who had just eliminated the Lord-level abyss monster laughed in celebration. The abyss monster they just killed didn't just provide crystal merits but also an abyss source. Usually, an abyss source is an abyss monster producing load. But in this part of the abyss, they were directly embedded into some abyss monster. Like the monster they killed, it contained a Tier 7 Lord-level abyss source. Even with around 25,000 of them, they could still earn over 400 to 500 billion. Of course, the millions of others who killed the Lord-level abyss monster clones also made contributions. They would get tens of millions to billions of contributions based on the abyss monster they just killed. Maximus, who was far away, also saw the crystal merits summoned after the abyss monster was killed. The abyss is really full of treasures. Maximus thought. The reason why he came to the Eternal Ruin Outpost is not just to buy abyss source but to get them himself. Although there is a lot of abyss source here, there is only a little in circulation. Moreover, most of them are at the low tier. Most higher tiers of abyss source from Tier 7 and above already had an owner. No matter how much money he offers, he can't buy much. Furthermore, it's too high profile, even with a disguise. If he killed abyss monsters himself, then not only does it ensure secrecy, but he can also be as unscrupulous as he wants. After discussing how to distribute the loot, Lore approached them. How much is your contribution? I will get your loot for you, Lore offered. Maximus took out their token and opened the Ethereum Ruin Outpost contribution tab. After registering earlier, their token was already bound, so every abyss monster they killed in the stronghold would give them corresponding contribution points. This was also how much they would get in the loot. 6 million, Maximus answered. Mine's only 4.8 million for me, Sky said sadly. Alright, that would be 6 billion and 4.8 billion worth of crystal merits. Lore smiled and gave them the crystal merits. It's really easy to earn money here, Sky said joyfully. In the end town outpost, even if she got all out, she can only get a few billion per month. Now, after slaying a tier 8 abyss monster, she earned billions of crystal merits from just one fight. For tier 7 individual, as long as they were brave, they could earn their ticket out of the abyss realm in just tens of thousands of years. For a being with a lifespan of a few million years, that's already a good deal. Unfortunately, much less 1,000 years, they can't probably survive here in just a few decades. How is it easy? Lore sighed as looking at over half of the city in devastation. This was just a tier 8 Lord-level abyss monster with a tier 7 Lord-level abyss source. If stronger ones came, they probably wouldn't even stand a chance against it. Fortunately, most of the buildings in the stronghold were just impromptu buildings that could be built quickly with magic. As long as the core of the stronghold was not destroyed, there was no problem. Under various instructions from top squads, the stronghold was rebuilt in just a few hours. A week later, in a newly bought mansion, Maximus leisurely sat down after completing all his preparations. From the house, official registration, mapping the place, socializing with various top squads, analyzing the markets, etc. This week was so busy that his feet never left the ground. What do we do now? Sky asked, looking bored. After the Lord-level abyss monster was killed and the loots were split, the stronghold rested in place for 3 days. Unfortunately, Maximus and Sky were newcomers, so they didn't have the opportunity to leave the stronghold and kill some abyss monsters. After all, it was impossible to exit from a moving stronghold that was traveling at high speed. Once they left, they might never be able to come back. We just wait until the second stop, Maximus said. He couldn't do anything about it either. The stronghold only stops when it kills the strongest abyss monster within a certain radius. Like the one that attacked them a week ago. Usually, such a strong abyss monster was already the strongest within millions of kilometers. Thus, stopping the stronghold for a few days was feasible. Not only can they mine higher tier resources in this window of opportunity, they can also kill weaker abyss monsters, hoping they can drop an abyss source. Huh, so boring, Sky said, lying down and looking at the dark sky. Just train in the arena outside if you're bored. You can also bet some money and earn some pocket money, Maximus suggested. That's right. Fighting plus pocket money, what a great thing. Hee, see you later. Sky didn't think it through further and exited the mansion. What a battle maniac, Maximus could only shake his head and smile wryly. The battle arena was just as suggested a platform for people in the stronghold to vent their accumulated stress and further train their fighting abilities. Besides the arena, there was also a casino, clubs, betting grounds, etc. Since the stronghold was moving most of the time, various forms of entertainment became prevalent. As for Maximus, he didn't have time for that. While waiting for the stronghold to stop, he tried to combine space, barriers, breakers, and such to return to the Ethereum realm. He really missed his family. Although it had only been over a year, looking at the endless darkness in the sky, he felt it was an eternity. I wonder how they are doing. A week later, boom. 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 Maximus, who was trying to combine the copied physique and domain, heard the booming sounds. Is the abyss monster finally here? Maximus smiled. Getting out of the mansion, he saw meteors of fire bombarding the stronghold barrier. An elemental type Lord-level abyss monster? Maximus estimated. TSK, how great. Unfortunately, it's not mine. The abyss source spawned by this Lord-level abyss monster would never be his, even if he could afford it. The abyss source harvested in the stronghold was already assigned to the 3 apex sovereigns guarding the stronghold. They could only get paid for their due work and contribution. Even those peak tier 8 individuals who usually kill the Lord-level abyss monsters attacking their city couldn't get this. It was all monopolized by the apex sovereigns guarding the stronghold. Otherwise, if the abyss source were freely distributed, how could there be less than 100 people who could awaken their physique? Although the abyss source is no longer needed to strengthen their realm or awaken their physique, abyss source was a potent recourse to strengthen their control of law. They wouldn't even share this kind of resource if they were not worried about accumulating backlash. However, most people didn't find it weird or overbearing. They felt it was only natural, as the strong can have everything. They could also set up a stronghold and collect abyss sources if they had the guts. Furthermore, these apex sovereigns were the only reason the stronghold still exists. They were the confidence of the people in the stronghold that even if trouble stirred, they could still keep it safe. Watching the fire elemental lord-level abyss monster, Maximus stayed in place. Although flame abyss monsters were also coming in, he was not as enthusiastic as when he had just arrived. Just a few billion crystal merits, he felt that it was a waste of effort. As for Sky, that battle maniac, she had already plunged through the sea of flames, fighting with the abyss monsters. Fortunately, the leader was being suppressed by others, so she was not affected. Taking out a recliner and a few snacks, he watched the whole ordeal like a movie. While his domain silently disintegrated, the few abyss monsters who were coming his way. A few hours later, Maximus looked at the fall of the Lord-level abyss monster and the newly spawned Tier 7 abyss source. Finally, time to collect abyss source outside, Maximus thought as he stood up. The stronghold might only stop here for 3 to 5 days, so he must manage his time well. Maximus. There you are. Sky said, finding him. I've been here the entire time, Maximus answered nonchalantly. Oh, so what about it? Sky just rolled her eyes. Looking at the snack on the table and the clean figure of Maximus, Sky figured that this bastard didn't fight at all but just watched on the sidelines. Do you want to come with me outside? Do we fight outside now? Sky asked excitedly. Although the abyss monster attacking the stronghold was strong, she couldn't exert her full strength. Like Maximus, she also didn't want to show off too much. It's time to fight outside. Chapter 250 Abyss Source Harvest. On the exit ground of the stronghold, millions of individuals, after cleaning the stronghold, registered to exit the outpost. Name? Isrit. Remember, the stronghold will only stay here for 4 days. What about the radius limit? 300,000 kilometers. Next. Soon, one by one, they registered as they fearlessly exited the stronghold. After killing the fire elemental lord-level abyss monster, no other stronger abyss monsters should roam within the 300,000 kilometer radius. For them, this is a chance to earn resources. Unlike other places in the abyss, this junction between the core and purgatory layer is a true treasure paradise. Rare resources can be found with just a scan of your eyes. The abyss origin released by each abyss monster is multiplied by multiple folds, making them earn more crystal merits for killing abyss monsters. Unique chances that can change their fate can be found with a bit of luck. It can be said that this place is a paradise for the strong. Whatever you want, as long as your strength is strong enough, you can find it in this place. Exiting the stronghold, Maximus and Sky look around. The abyss aura in here is much thicker than the mana in the origin domain, Sky muttered. After all, the abyss is a much stronger dimension, Maximus nodded. The Etherium realm is only a dimension possessing over 1,000 elements. Although the abyss realm they were in was only part of the abyss dimension, it also possessed over 100,000 elements. Earlier, because of the protection of the stronghold array, they barely felt the abyss aura. But outside, they felt the viscous abyss aura ready to devour everything. Fortunately, with the foundation and physique of the two, this kind of devouring is nothing. But for other individuals, even if they put up a protection barrier, their mana consumption would be accelerated. So what's the plan? Sky asked. Find some strong-looking abyss monster, I guess, Maximus thought and said. Not all abyss monsters in this place had an abyss source in them. The chance of that happening is slim and depends on luck. As for finding an abyss source from a load-producing abyss monster, that's not advisable. The power that an abyss source can produce in this place is no joke. Even a normal quality abyss source can exert the strength of an elite quality abyss source with the thickness of abyss energy in place. Maximus was not sure if he could survive that unscratched. It's also a waste of time, even if he could. Oh, do we still need to separate? There is no need, Maximus shook his head. This part of the abyss is dangerous, he doesn't want Sky to have any problems. Anyway, sooner or later, they would be husband and wife. There should be no problem showing some power. Hee, then let's quickly find our target, Sky smiled and clung to him. A few hours later, with Maximus using his system to scan for an abyss source, they finally found their target. I'll leave it to you, Maximus said, pointing to the abyss monster. Oh? A Tier 7 elite abyss monster? Sky smiled, not knowing why Maximus was so serious. With her current strength, she can even kill a Tier 8 elite abyss monster. A mere Tier 7 elite abyss monster was nothing. Be careful, Maximus reminded on the side. However, it seemed that Sky didn't listen to him. Confidently coming in front of the abyss monster, Sky thought that he could quickly kill the abyss monster. However, to her shock, a giant hand made out of unknown metal swatted her to the ground. I told you, Maximus muttered helplessly. Humphrey. That's just because I'm not ready, Sky stood up as she removed the dust. She didn't think that this seemingly weak abyss monster had such strong strength. She wondered how Maximus pinpointed this abyss monster to know it was different. However, looking at the abyss monster that seems to mock her, a fighting intent flashed into her eyes. Die. This time, Sky was more cautious, observing every movement of the Abyss monster. With each exchange of spells and attacks, Sky quickly put the Abyss monster at a disadvantage. However, it seemed that the Abyss monster was an unkillable bug. Even under numerous bombardments, it can still move alive and well. While they were fighting, Maximus also set up a barrier array formation. With the Abyss source in the Abyss monster, it could not die unless the support of the Abyss aura is depleted. Although his domain can also eliminate any energy, the range is only a few kilometers. Looking at the fight between Sky and the Abyss monster that devastated the land, a few kilometers are simply not enough. Fortunately, with proficiency and ready-made materials, it only took Maximus a few minutes to put on the array, ranging within a 100-kilometer radius. Sky also noticed the change in the Abyss aura around and grinned. Hee, you're finished. Sky licked her lips. Using her full power, she strangled the Abyss monster until it couldn't move and bombarded it with various high-tiered skills. As the Abyss aura around depleted, the Abyss monster's regeneration also slowed down. Soon, it disintegrated until there was only an Abyss source left. What a satisfying fight. Sky's fighting intent soared as she hoped there was more. She didn't mind fighting as long as it was exciting. Using every skill and arsenal, she wouldn't get bored. Nice, it seems that your skill has become more solid, Maximus praised. This is also thanks to you, Sky muttered as she took his arm. The origin cultivation skill that Maximus gave to her was really a game changer. Now, she is not only short on battery, even her sensitivity and skill were amplified. It's nothing, Maximus shook his head. It's only natural to give your family whatever good you have. Taking the Abyss source, he smiled. A normal quality Tier 7 Abyss source. In just a few hours, he obtained a Tier 7 Abyss source. This is equivalent to 100 million system points daily. Of course, the huge credit for this goes to his system. Otherwise, if you're unlucky, you may not even find an Abyss monster with an Abyss source, even if you stay here for a few years. Furthermore, blindly fighting with Abyss monsters is seeking a death wish. Who knew if the Abyss monster that looked weak a second ago could transform into a world-destroying monster? Cool. A few 100 trillion was quickly added to the bag. Sky's eyes lit up. She didn't care about the Abyss source, she only cared about money. Alright, as a reward, I'll give you 1 trillion crystal merit for your share. What? Only 1 trillion? Sky looked at him like he was a cheapskate. This is only your allowance anyway. Furthermore, we would not sell this thing. I need it, Maximus explained. Oh, then that's fine, Sky nodded in understanding. Although she didn't know why Maximus needed the Abyss source, she didn't care much. Then let's find more Abyss monsters. 4 days later, in Eternal Ruin Stronghold, Maximus and Sky came back to the stronghold. Looking at the injured and dilapidated appearance of others, Maximus and Sky were quite conspicuous. They were clean and bright, as if they hadn't entered a dangerous battlefield. Who are they? Could it be that they are lucky and didn't encounter any danger? I heard they are newcomers, maybe this is beginner's luck. What newbies? I bet they just stayed on the periphery and didn't harvest much. It seems so, TSK, what cowards. The crowd discussed among themselves as they saw Maximus and Sky. Even the top-tier squad was full of injuries and desolation. How can they not doubt Maximus and Sky, who were bright and clean? What they didn't know was that Maximus navigated the Abyss with the system, so they didn't encounter any unexpected danger. Furthermore, with their strength, they were also equivalent to the top-tier squad. Coupled with his unlimited mana, their state can be maintained at max at all times. Not minding the chatter of the crowd, Maximus and Sky quickly flew back to their residence. In the mansion, Sky looked at Maximus excitedly as she tabulated how much crystal merits she would get. There are 33 Tier 6 Abyss sources. There are 3 normal quality Tier 7 Abyss sources. For Tier 6 Abyss sources, she can get 1 billion. For every normal quality Tier 7 Abyss source, she can get 1 trillion. That means I get over 3 trillion crystal merits. Sky said happily. You sure counted carefully, Maximus teased. Of course, this is my allowance, how can I not count it? What are you even gonna buy with it? Maximus said in puzzlement. All the training resources were already provided by him. Sky also had no worries about food and clothing. Although they can directly absorb crystal merit to increase strength, a few trillion is barely enough. Humphrey. I just want to experience the feeling of being rich, Sky reasoned. Thinking of buying whatever she wanted, she couldn't help but smile. Although she may not be that extravagant, it's still good to think about it. Oh, then you better spend money carefully, Maximus said, handing him her share. Looking at the mountain of crystal merit in her storage ring, the smile on Sky's face widened. Satisfied now? Satisfied. Chapter 251 Tier 8 Lord Abyss Monster 10 years passed. Maximus and Sky strolled through the city leisurely, to recover their psyche after the battle. As they walked, People gazed at them like idols, their eyes shining. Look, it's the two new monsters. Hiss, don't be too loud, maybe they'll eat you. But I heard they were quickly nice. SHH, that's only if you shut up. A group of fresh blood who just arrived at the Eternal Ruin stronghold chattered about them. Over the 10 years, Maximus and Sky had become quite famous. After surviving the grueling 10 years, their standing in the stronghold reached that of top squads. They also broke records from time to time, until they were regarded as the fastest rising stars. Maximus, Lore, who found them, greeted. Is there something? No, I just want to congratulate you on being promoted to Vanquisher, Lore smiled. Vanquisher was already the highest ranked status beside Executioner. With his rank, Maximus could set up a shop in Purgatory City. Thanks, Maximus smiled. In this decade, although the Abyss monsters he killed outside the stronghold couldn't be counted in the contribution points, there were still 2 to 3 Abyss monsters attacking the stronghold every month. Maximus and Sky didn't hide much of their strength and fought with the main Abyss monster alongside the top squad. All of this elevated their status rank like no other. By the way, did you two really not want to join any squad? No, not for now, Maximus shook his head. A few years ago with their fame, top squads issued invitations one after another. Unfortunately, Maximus and Sky were loners who couldn't be tempted by anything. Hey, what a pity, Lore sighed. Then be careful, we are traveling closer to the Abyss source layer now. The danger should be multiplied 100 times, Lore advised. It seems that there is some truth in your words, Maximus smiled as he pointed outside. An Abyss monster exuding a fearsome aura, stronger than all the Abyss monsters he knew, was just outside the stronghold barrier. With it was a group of Abyss monster army that should be at least tier 7 elite. Turning his head, Lore's face couldn't help but be gloomy. A tier 8 Lord level Abyss monster. We're done. The people beside them said blankly. A tier 8 Lord level Abyss monster was a bit stronger than an Apex Sovereign. If the 3 Apex Sovereigns in their stronghold didn't move, they were truly over. Calm down, retreat carefully to the core of the stronghold. Lore instructed. The core of the stronghold Abyss is the emergency retreat place they specifically designated. It is the strongest structure in the stronghold, capable of withstanding multiple attacks from beings at the level of an Apex Sovereign. Hearing Lore's words, the panicked crowd seemed to have found their support and quickly flew toward their retreat. Maximus was not too panicked and looked at the Abyss monster with interest. He wondered what rank of Abyss source was in this Abyss monster. During these 10 years, with the harvest he had from the Abyss monster he killed and the annual exchange auction, he had already amassed about 1,000 normal quality tier 7 Abyss sources, making his daily system points harvest reach a whopping 100 billion. This is also his confidence in standing here and look straight into the Lord level Abyss monster without fear. With over 100 billion system points daily, most of his copied domain and special physique began to be integrated. From attack, defense, speed, and auxiliaries, his strength took another leap up. Now, he could kill a tier 7 Lord level Abyss monster without much effort. Unfortunately, through all of this good news, he still couldn't break through the Abyss realm barrier. It seems that dimensional breaking domains and physique are not enough. Fortunately, there is his bug of unlimited mana. A few years ago, as soon as he finished integrating this dimensional barrier, domain, and physique, he tried to sense the Ethereum coordinate. Unfortunately, as he tried to activate his barrier-breaking skill, he was rebounded by a huge force. Seeing it was not effective, he revised his plan. He was inspired by the special physique, Abyss Focalization. Condensing one's strength in one point, you can attack ahead of your tier. Merging this with the dimensional barrier-breaking skill, he saw hope. With enough mana, he can accumulate this atomic bomb-like attack until it can explode the world. Now, after a few years of running in, under the supply of his unlimited mana, the attack that was accumulating in his dimensional storage was already as big as the sun. If anyone was here, they would have huge palpitations as if facing a great extinction. Maximus estimated that he only needed a few decades more before he could go back to the Ethereum realm. Although it was still a longer time than estimated, at least he was able to go back to his home. Soon most of the people in the stronghold retreated, as the top squads remained. Are you sure you want to fight in this? Lore asked with a smile as he looked at the two. It's only a few million tier 7 elite Abyss monsters and a few Lord Abyss monsters, Maximus said, shrugging his shoulders. Hee, this should be fun. Sky smiled. You too. Lore shook his head. Just wait later, after the 3 Apex Sovereigns lure the tier 8 Lord level Abyss monster, we can attack, Lore said. Just to ask, all the harvest is ours this time, right? Sky asked, like a money fan. Yes, this tier 8 Lord Abyss monsters should be enough for the Apex Sovereigns, Lore nodded. Hearing this, Maximus smiled. With the scan of his system, He already saw tens of thousands of Tier 6 Abyss sources in some Abyss monsters. There were even a few hundred Tier 7 Abyss sources hidden. Although it would make the fight harder, it would also make the harvest richer. As the Abyss monsters bombarded the stronghold barrier, the top squad remaining felt a mix of nervousness and excitement. Finally, after a few minutes of attack, the stronghold barrier crashed like a breaking glass. What pitiful beings! The Tier 8 Abyss monsters spoke in their language. As a Lord-level Abyss, its intelligence was no joke. In just a few minutes of attacking the stronghold barrier, it had already studied the language of the beings living in it. You should worry about yourself first, an apex sovereign, Yigan, the god of fire and volcanoes, said. Oh? A stronger ant? The Abyss monster mocked. What? Yigan exploded as the fire in his body was like boiling magma. Relax, just think of it as a talking shit, Hydrid, a Tier 9 mechanic and alchemist who mastered the law of metal, conformed. That's right, you shouldn't talk to this kind of monster in the first place, Melk, the leader of the Falcon tribe who mastered the law of wind, said. 3 little ants. The Abyss monster muttered angrily like a deep abyss. Hee hee, look, a shit is talking, Yigan mocked, listening to his two partners. Enough. The Abyss monster didn't want to talk any longer and attacked. A huge group of Abyssaurs suddenly gathered, forming an attack. An elemental-type Abyss monster? Melk muttered, seeing the Abyssaur forming into thunder. Die. The Abyss monster said as the storm of lightning descended into the stronghold. Suddenly, a wind barrier barely parried the attack. Let's take this outside, it's too dangerous, Hydrid suggested, sweating as he saw the stronghold was nearly destroyed. Alright, the other two nodded. Come here, you piece of shit. Yigan cursed as he crashed a ball of fire into the Abyss monster. Humphrey. The Abyss monster was also angry and followed them. It can't withstand the mocking of being from a low dimension. As a Lord-level being in the Abyss, it also had some pride. Too strong. Maximus thought, looking at the leaving Abyss monster. Just the strike of thunder earlier, he didn't know if he could survive scratch-free. Fortunately, it seemed that the Tier 9 Apex Sovereign in the stronghold was not some fledglings. They should have mastered at least 70% of the essence of law. Ready. Lore suddenly yelled as the Tier 7 Abyss monster began to descend. Finally, a fight. Sky clenched her knuckles as she got ready. Maximus also turned his attention to the Abyss monster. I hope you give me some entertainment. Maximus thought as he also got ready. Spreading his domain, he locked one of the Tier 7 Lord Abyss monsters who was coming to them. Crazy. What a lunatic. A few squads near him cursed, seeing he locked a Tier 7 Abyss Lord on his own. This is something that even top squads need to group together to kill, yet Maximus presumptuously attacked it alone. Do you need help? Lore asked. No, do your thing, Maximus shook his head. He also needed to show some strength from time to time. Furthermore, there are 3 Tier 7 Lord Abyss monsters. With their current state, if the Lord Abyss monster 3 attacks simultaneously, there would be a lot of casualties. Attacking one is just right as they kill the other 2. Okay, then be careful, Lore nodded. Although he didn't know the exact strength of Maximus, seeing his confidence, there should be no problem in a short time. Chapter 252 The Puppet Show. Hearing that Maximus can solo the Tier 7 Lord Abyss monster, most bystanders were in disbelief. Although this feat is possible, few people in history were really able to accomplish it. Beside him, Sky looked worriedly. Do you want help? No, I'll mark the Abyss monster that should be suitable for you, Maximus said. Are you sure? Then be careful. Sky sighed. She knew that once Maximus set his mind to something, there was no changing it. Furthermore, during the 10 years of fighting Abyss monsters, Maximus proved to himself again and again that he was the strongest existence in the same tier ever. After looking at the various Abyss monsters he marked, Sky didn't bother anymore and flew toward them. Seeing that there was no longer anyone beside him, Maximus looked at the Tier 7 Lord Abyss monster in front of him. Inside his domain, this Abyss monster looked like a toy ready for his disposal. What an Abyss monster! Maximus smiled. If not for being worried about exposing his strength, Maximus could crush the likes of this just with his domain. You unbound me, a lowly being. The Abyss monster struggled to speak. Lord-level Abyss monsters are really intelligent, Maximus marveled. Lowly being. The Abyss monster shot a killing intent. Don't worry, the show is about to begin. Maximus sneered. Converging his domain, a string-like substance suddenly began to emerge, binding the Abyss monster. The Lord Abyss monster looked with horror as he felt his mind and body being consumed. No matter how it struggles, the string-like substance consumes him slowly but surely. Like a puppet who lost its soul, the Abyss monster stopped moving and stared blankly at him. Trying his new toy, Maximus carefully studied its power. A storm wind elemental type abyss monster? TSK, TSK, this should be fun. Now let the play begin. Maximus smiled. Soon, like a puppet, the abyss monster fought Maximus as if they were performing an opera. Buildings after buildings was destroyed, a few individuals were even affected and nearly died. Looking at the show, Maximus was not satisfied. Not enough. He felt that the danger was not enough, not showing the true danger of the Lord-level abyss monster. Inputting his mana, wind and storm began to emerge as the abyss monster rampaged. Maximus was also like a born actor, performing dangerous and near-death stunts. The exchange between the two was fiercer than the two Tier 7 Lord-level abyss and the top squads. This ultimate show also slightly stopped the battle in the surroundings. Looking at such an exciting fight, the top squads remaining in the area couldn't help but admire. Do you think that kid can defeat that abyss monster? There should be a chance. Although defeating a Lord-level abyss on the same tier is hard, it's not impossible. Few people in history were able to do it. Like the 3 Apex Sovereigns guarding the outpost. In the past, they had a history of killing abyss monsters of the same level. Don't forget that this abyss monster may have an abyss source inside of them. It's impossible. The group woke up in their fantasies. The Lord-level abyss monsters killed in the past on the same level didn't have an abyss source embedded inside of them. Unless you are the reincarnation of Malgren, the strongest being in the world, defeating such an abyss monster is impossible. Don't worry, that kid should be fine for a while. That's right. Let's quickly kill these two and help that kid. They quickly agreed and became fiercer in the fight. However, the two Lord-level abyss monsters are not their only enemies. There are also millions of Tier 7 elite abyss monsters besieging them. Although most of them are already Tier 8 with at least 30% control of law, they are still heavily at a disadvantage. Each of them, who had undergone hundreds to thousands of years of battle, was beginning to sustain some injuries. Maximus, who was performing a one-sided play, looked at the situation. Not good. He frowned. At the current rate, their stronghold might be destroyed before those Apex Sovereigns came back. Unfortunately, the teleportation array in the stronghold was blocked, or they could have called for reinforcement. The Tier 8 Lord-level abyss monster earlier is quite smart. The earlier attack on the stronghold was just a distraction to hide the fact that its main target is the teleportation array. The Apex Sovereigns also hadn't thought much about reinforcement either. Each of them was a top being in their continent. Seeking help is equivalent to admitting that they were incompetent and weak. Anyway, with them here, there would be no serious consequences that can happen. At most, a few top squads will be eliminated or so. Such a loss is not bad compared to their loss of dignity. After a while, Maximus thought of a plan. Since he can control this Lord Abyss monster to perform a play, why not control all the Abyss monsters to perform a grander play? Although it's harder to control, at least he can minimize the casualties. Thinking of the feasibility of his plan, he immediately began to move. Flying all around the battlefield while dodging the stormy wind attacks. Maximus quickly spread his domain and bound all the Abyss monsters in his domain. This move didn't go unnoticed, as some of the most perceptive ones noticed a pause. However, the fast-paced battlefield prevented them from thinking too much. All the abnormalities that didn't affect the battlefield were quickly put aside by them. Maximus, seeing this, heaved a sigh of relief. Although his origin domain was almost invisible now due to multiple merging of copied domains and a special physique, Maximus still had worries, as the people here were not simple. Now that no one bothered with this phenomenon, he can finally complete this grand play. 1.2.3. Action. Maximus thought internally. Instantly, the Abyss monsters began to be aggressive and attacked all around wantonly, regardless of foe or allies. The sudden change in the battlefield caused panic. Unfortunately, the Abyss monsters were like unmerciful killing machines and didn't give them time to reflect. Bombardment after bombardment fell one after another. Soon, various fatalities occurred on the battlefield. The faces of the various top squads also gradually began to be distorted as they became insane. They seemed to be more and more scary than the Abyss monsters. Each of them had red eyes, as they saw killing the Abyss monsters as their only goal before they died. With power raging in their bodies, they seemed to regard the battlefield as their burial ground. Like lunatics with no fear, they couldn't help but add more glamour as they fought with all their best. Like a clash of centuries, multiple individuals and Abyss monsters began to fall like flies. Meanwhile, Maximus, who was lazily watching the fight, nodded in satisfaction. It seems that my plan is effective. Looking at the fervor and fighting spirits, and the dwindling number of Abyss monsters, Maximus flew down and hurriedly healed his fallen comrades back to life. As he only controlled the Abyss monsters, he couldn't do much about the rest. He could only make the fight more chaotic and intense so that they wouldn't be able to pay attention to him. As for the fatalities, with a sweep of his domain, all of them came back alive. With only a few seconds of death, healing them back to life was quite easy. He only needed to fix their bodies, mend their souls, and rearrange their laws. As he had already copied their domains and special physiques, all of this was done easily. Of course, he had done it covertly and didn't heal them all the way. After waking up, they should heal for a few months to years depending on their injuries. He also picked some abyss sources from the abyss monsters he personally killed. As the fight raged on, hundreds of thousands of abyss monsters and thousands of individuals from the stronghold remained. The remaining 1,000 were the toughest ones, with at least 70% control of law or having awakened their physique. Looking at the relaxed look on their faces, Maximus thought of making it more exciting. However, before he could control the abyss monsters to attack more fiercely, he felt the tier 8 abyss monster being besieged by the Apex Sovereigns die. "It's done," he muttered. "Then let's also finish this." Without wasting time, he let the Lord Abyss monster retreat, taking the others with him. Usually, no abyss monster would ever retreat, but a Lord-level abyss monster is a smart one. It's like a commander in an army capable of advancing and retreating. Looking at the retreating abyss monsters, most of the remaining individuals in the stronghold heaved a sigh in relief. There were also a few battle maniacs who were unsatisfied and wanted to fight more. Turning around to the battlefield, the stronghold was devastated. Almost all the buildings and structures were in ruins. The whole place seemed to be bombarded by missiles. Looking sadly at the battlefield, they couldn't help but think of their fallen comrades. Lore, looking at his squad mate who was alive and kicking earlier and now a cold corpse, couldn't help but sigh. He took out his spiritual consciousness to put the body in a storage ring when he suddenly felt something different. Huh? Heartbeat. Chapter 253 Maximus X Sky. Seeing that there was still a heartbeat, Lore couldn't help but check carefully. To his delight, his squad mate was still alive. Although there were various injuries, they should heal after a few years of recuperation. The others, looking at their squad mate and friends, also looked joyful, feeling they still had breath left. They're still alive? Great, we can still fight together. After tabulating all their fallen comrades, they noticed that no one was dead. All of them seemed to be only severely injured. Whose work is this? Is there such a powerful person? Maybe it's the protection of the Ethereum realm origin will? Just dream, we are just a bunch of soldiers for it. Why would it specifically save us? Then what do you think is the reason no one was dead? The crowd discussed in amazement as they pondered the reason for such a phenomenon. However, even with their wildest imagination, they could never think Maximus was responsible for such a thing. Although he can hold off a Lord-level abyss alone, he can only run for his life. Seeing the 3 Lord-level abyss monsters escape confirmed that Maximus was just a little bit stronger. Ha ha ha, don't worry about such a thing, we should celebrate instead. Indeed, surviving this catastrophe, we should just thank our luck. Don't be too hasty, we should fix the stronghold first. While the crowd chattered and celebrated their another lease on life, Sky looked around nervously to find Maximus. Earlier, she was so into the fight that she didn't notice him. Now, hearing that there were no casualties around, Sky was sure that this was Maximus doing. Did you do this? Sky sighed. Sky already knew about Maximus's amazing healing capability that could even bring dead people alive. Having this thought, she couldn't help but have a complicated feeling. If what she thought is the truth, then how strong is Maximus? Even she, who had been in different dimensions, felt she was living in another world with him. While the crowd was discussing his grand play, Maximus teleported to the props, the abyss monster he just used. 3 Lord-level abyss monsters and hundreds of thousands of elite-level abyss monsters. Maximus counted. Looking at them trapped in his domain, he smiled. Your task is done, you should return to the abyss. Condensing his domains, the abyss monsters trapped in his domain were crushed into nothingness. The abyss origin then gathered and formed crystal merits. He also quickly pocketed the abyss source. 2,000 tier 6 abyss sources. 28 tier 7 normal abyss sources. 3 tier 7 elite abyss sources. He could never have imagined getting this many abyss source in one battle. His harvest in one battle surpasses what he worked for a decade. A tier 6 abyss source gave him 1,000,000 system points. A tier 7 normal abyss source gave him 1,000,000,000 system points. A tier 7 elite abyss source gave him 100,000,000,000 system points. With all that added, plus his previous accumulation, he can get over 430 billion system points daily. Now I can be a little willful with my system points. Maximus smiled at the thought. Although the system points he receives every day are getting higher and higher, his expenses are also getting higher and higher. Just creating the Origin Cultivation Manual, these hundreds of billions of system points are insufficient. There is also the merging of various domains and physiques. By now, they are barely merged together. What he planned was to merge them until they became one with his own. The merging he did is just a preliminary and hasty measure to gain strength quickly. There is also various knowledge about professions like mechanics, alchemy, arrays, etc. Although he no longer needed to study these miscellaneous knowledge, he felt that it was still helpful. At the later stage, all kinds of knowledge reinforce, support, and oppose each other like a network of cycles. It's also helpful to learn it for daily living comfort. Like the manor in his stronghold, it was still intact even after the chaos. He would probably not have a house if he hadn't reinforced the house with various array enhancements. Feeling the Apex Sovereign about to return to the stronghold, he teleported back. Before Maximus could look around, someone suddenly hugged him from behind. Sky? What happened? Maximus asked worriedly, feeling a large fluctuation of emotion in her. Just let me hug you like this, Sky requested. Feeling Maximus's breath, Sky calmed down. They were not living in different worlds. Maximus was here in her embrace. Listening to his heartbeat, she knew Maximus was real and not merely her illusion. The countless epics of loneliness didn't make her sick and crazy. She just had someone who made her feel this deep emotion that she felt unreal for a second. Maximus. Sky called. What is it? Do you love me? Sky asked straightforwardly. Maximus was silent for a while and then broke their embrace. Setting up an isolation barrier, he locked his eyes with hers. What makes you think that I don't love you? Maximus asked with a smile. Isn't it? You have so many beautiful wives, and my charm is barely comparable, Sky asked doubtfully. You eat my food, wear my clothes, and you still think I don't love you? Do you want to default on your debt? Maximus asked in amusement. Are you telling the truth? Sky looked at his eyes intently. Yes, I love you. You don't care if I'm barbaric and not womanly. I love you. I can only fight and not do anything. Do you still love me? I love you. Even if I'm a money fan, will you still love me? I love you. No matter what Sky said, he only replied with a sentence. Even if the ground cracked before him, his expression wouldn't change, and he would still say these words lovingly. Looking at Sky, who found reason after reason to hear him say, I love you, he smiled. Fortunately, he had set up an isolation barrier so others did not notice their flirting. After Sky thought of various reasons, hearing the words I love you did not seem enough. Kiss me, Sky said. Maximus didn't reply and immediately obliged. A few days later, the stronghold returned to peace. All the debris and destruction were quickly fixed. The hustle and bustle also returned. Those fallen people also woke up from their coma. Even after a few days, despite the investigation by the Apex Sovereigns, the reason why they were still alive is still unknown. However, thinking they were near the Abyss Source layer, they quickly threw it to the back of their minds. What about not dying? Although it's unique, it's not so unique that they would waste their time. If they had that time, exploring the Abyss Realm and collecting more Abyss Source would be better. There are so many mysteries here that they have already grown numb. Like the phenomenon of an army that suddenly gains strength comparable to Tier 9. Although it's only fake, without the control of the law, it was still unbelievable. There are even treasures that can revive beings that have long been dead. Or awakening physique while taking a walk in the abyss. There are so many that the mere phenomenon of not directly dying is not worth their attention. Meanwhile, Maximus and Sky stayed in their residence, doing great deeds. After a few days of indulgence, Sky's thirst was finally satisfied. Looking at Sky obediently lying in his eyes, Maximus couldn't help but smile. What are you smiling for? Sky asked in puzzlement. Nothing, I just think you are becoming more and more beautiful. Humphrey. You're just blind, I'm naturally beautiful. I'm indeed blind for not getting you sooner, Maximus nodded in agreement. It's good that you know what you're missing. Sky pinched his cheeks. Blame me. If I had woken up sooner, I would have long chased you, not wasting a few decades. Don't worry, at least you have me now, Sky comforted. By the way, can you tell me about your strength? Sky asked curiously. Do you want to know the lie or the truth? What about the truth? What about the lie? Sky rolled her eyes. The lie is that I can barely match a beginner Tier 9 Apex Sovereign. The truth is I can fight back to back with almost any Apex Sovereign without losing any ground, Maximus explained. At his current strength, besides the ancient Apex Sovereign, no one could make him scared. So powerful. Sky said, looking at him obsessively. This is just a bit of your husband's power. Maximus teased as if he was ready for another round. Really? Is there any more power? Sky asked as her hands became dishonest and crawled down on his stomach. After fighting with Maximus in bed, she experienced a different kind of euphoria that she can't get in the battle arena. Hearing that Maximus still had stamina, she couldn't help but be excited. This is the ultimate power of your husband. Maximus looked intently. When it comes to this, Maximus was confident. Unlimited mana is invincible. Hee, you sure talk tough, then let me show you around. Chapter 254 Shadowhunter Pavilion. Half a year later, with the annual exchange event beginning, beings from all over Purgatory poured into Purgatory City. Upon arriving in the city, the veterans suddenly spotted a new shop. Shadowhunter Pavilion? What kind of is this? Maybe it's an individual shop? Impossible. Look at the shop's exterior, it's comparable to the top guilds. The crowd discussed as they approached the shop. It should be a low-level shop. Look, it doesn't even have a steward, a man said, noticing that no one was greeting them. Maybe the shop is still closed. No, look, there is a person in front, a man said, seeing Maximus. Then let's go. What's this shop selling? Inside, it didn't look like much. Besides a grand interior, there wasn't even anything for sale. They wondered if this was a service shop or something. Hello, are you the shopkeeper here? Yes, I'm the owner and the shopkeeper of the Shadowhunter Pavilion, Maximus casually nodded. After attaining a vanquisher status, he immediately took Sky back to Purgatory City and built this shop. Unfortunately, there wasn't much traffic as the annual exchange event was still a few months away. Maximus and Sky could only return to the Eternal Ruin outpost to collect more Origin Abyss sources. However, Maximus grew somewhat lazy after earning a massive harvest in one battle. After all, the effort of one battle was more profitable than a decade of relentless searching. Maximus could just wait for a big battle and have another harvest. Of course, such a disaster could barely happen each century, so Maximus still needed to hunt from time to time. Fortunately, there is a shop where he can have another major source of Abyss sources. Shopkeeper, what service does your shop provide? A man asked. This is a commissioning shop. You can buy everything from us using shadow coins. Shadow coins? Shadow coins are the currency of the shop that you will get when you have something that the shop wants, Maximus explained. The crowd listening to Maximus's explanation was shocked. So arrogant? Who in their right mind would implement a new currency just for a shop? Can this shop really have anything I want? Are there other ways you can earn shadow coins? Shopkeeper, how can you guarantee that you will be able to have what we want? The crowd grew into a commotion as they jeered and asked Maximus questions one after another. First, shadow coins can only be used in the shop, so just imagine that it was guild contribution points. Second, yes, this shop sells everything you want. From the Ethereum realm to the Abyss, as long as you know it, we have it. As for the other way to earn shadow coins, there should be in the future, Maximus said after thinking. Now, he only wanted Abyss sources, so he couldn't think of anything for their people to do. After his guild came here and set up an outpost, there should be many ways for them to earn shadow coins. And lastly, about how can I guarantee that I have everything you wanted? You can look at the product first before initiating the transaction. After his explanation, some grew excited, and some grew doubtful. However, most of them thought that Maximus was bragging. If it's true, how could the shopkeeper still talk to them casually? The Apex Sovereign should have already robbed him if anything he said was real. The Abyss Realm is a chaotic place. Without the supervision of the Ethereum world's origin and those ancient Apex Sovereigns who want to better the world. Those Apex Sovereigns can act wantonly whatever they want. As long as they do it discreetly, they can still return to the Ethereum realm like nothing happened. This is also why Maximus was careful in everything. Fortunately, he already had the strength to fight back, so he didn't worry much. After hearing the explanation of the Shadowhunter's Pavilion, most of the crowd left, with their curiosity satisfied. Although they didn't know what Maximus wanted, looking at the luxurious interior, they were definitely not simple. For a poor bloke like them, just stepping inside was already enough. For the remaining crowd, they still looked at Maximus to ask what he wanted. For now, we only accept Abyss Source. For Tier 4 Abyss Source, it's worth 10,000 shadow coins. For Tier 5 Abyss Source, it's worth 100,000 shadow coins. For Tier 6 Abyss Source, it's worth 1 million shadow coins. For Tier 7 Normal Abyss Source, it's worth 1 billion shadow coins. For Tier 7 Elite Abyss Source, it's worth 100 billion shadow coins. For Tier 7 Lord Abyss Source, it's worth 1 trillion shadow coins. Maximus told the prices one by one. So expensive. The pricing of Maximus made it seem that shadow coins were 100 times more valuable than crystal merits. How is it? Is there anyone of you who has Abyss Source to trade? Unfortunately, to his disappointment, most of the crowd left. What a joke. If they had this kind of resource, why still stay in this desolate shop? They would have probably already used it or cashed it through others. Maximus didn't mind, anyway, he had nothing to do. All the Abyss sources in the city were already scoured by him. Just when he was about to get some snacks to pass the time, he noticed that one person was still remaining. "Oh? What is the name of this gentleman?" Maximus asked curiously. "I'm Regulus. Do you want to exchange anything?" "Yes, do you have Scarlet Veil Root?" Regulus asked nervously. Scarlet Veil Root is a tier 8 plant originating from the Etherium realm. It's a soul-healing herb but also the most effective in healing blood curses and the like. "Yes, we have it. It's worth 10,000 shadow coins." "Great." Regulus almost jumped in excitement. The blood curse had tortured him for almost a century. Seeing hope, he nearly cried. "Here is a tier 4 abyss source." Regulus readily gave the abyss source without seeing the actual product. "Here is the Scarlet Veil Root," Maximus happily said. Although it was nothing to him, it was his first transaction after all. "It's Scarlet Veil Root," Regulus muttered excitedly. Swallowing the herb, he felt his blood curse begin to dissipate. Feeling relaxed, he couldn't help but be grateful to Maximus. "I will come back again." Although he didn't know if this shop really had everything, Regulus still planned to come back and try in the future. "You're welcome anytime." After the first transaction, more and more people came to the shop, hearing its reputation. Whether it's rare Abyss Realm or Etherium Realm resources, the shop really had it all. Maximus also smiled widely, seeing the business continue to pour in. Even Sky, who was shopping around the city, was called by him to help. Although most of the transactions were tier 4 and 5 Abyss sources, seeing the blooming business was enough. Maximus knew that these were just the warm-up for the main show. Most of those who had tier 7 and above Abyss sources were still watching. Soon after a few days, someone finally took the bait. In a shop's private room, "Hello, shopkeeper, I'm Win." "Hello. I have a tier 7 normal Abyss source here," Win said nervously. He and his squad nearly died to get this Abyss source. He feared that Maximus would become greedy and directly rob him. After all, you need at least a Vanquisher status to set up a shop. This is not only a status, it's also proof that the shopkeeper was a strong and ruthless killing machine. "What do you want to exchange for it?" Maximus asked without changing his face. "Do you really have everything here?" Win asked to confirm. "Yes, just ask away." "Then do you have an Abyssalite core?" "Do you plan to set up an outpost?" An Abyssalite core is the main component of the teleportation array in the Abyss. Without it, the Abyss aura can destabilize the array and cause problems. "Do you have it?" Win didn't answer and asked nervously. "Yes, we have it," Maximus nodded. "Can I see it?" "Of course, but first, you need to sign this," Maximus said, taking out a piece of paper. "An abyssal contract paper?" Win muttered. Regular contracts here wouldn't work as they didn't have the supervision of the Etherium world's origin. Thus, a bunch of Apex sovereigns formulated a new contract method based on the rules of the Abyss. However, because it's troublesome to make, it's very expensive. Maximus only used this for confidentiality. He didn't care about low-level transactions, but a contract is needed for this one. Although he had the strength to fight an Apex sovereign, he still didn't want to reveal his wealth. After Win read the contract, and saw it was only a confidentiality contract, he heaved a sigh of relief and quickly signed it. "Here is the Abyssalite core." "You really have it? How much is this?" Win grew excited and quickly asked for the price. "It's 1,000,000,000 shadow coins." "So cheap." Win muttered, took out the tier 7 Abyss source in his possession, and traded it to Maximus. "Nice doing business with you." "It's my honor," Win said. "Then you are welcome to come again." Chapter 255 Apex Sovereign Ambush 10 years later. In Purgatory City, at the Shadow Hunter Pavilion, Maximus looked at the bustling store as he calculated his gains over the past decades. With the puppet taking care of the shop, he didn't need to worry about anything else. He only needed to tabulate the necessary resources and bought them every other day. During these 10 years, the reputation of the shop continued to grow. Maximus had almost all the monopoly of lower-tier Abyss source. Furthermore, for higher-tier Abyss source, although there was a confidentiality contract, many keenly noticed that all those who traded with him got what they wanted. Every year, he could harvest the equivalent of over 10 billion system points worth of Abyss source just in the shop. However, fame also came with danger. Throughout the decade, Maximus and Sky faced frequent attacks from Tier 8 squads. Luckily, there wasn't any Apex Sovereign who showed any interest in him. His wealth still can't move those Apex Sovereigns from high above. After all, instead of arguing with him, they can earn more if they fight honestly. His wealth is so insignificant that it can't move their hearts. Of course, Maximus still had to be careful about everything. Who knows if there was a crazy lunatic who wanted to play with him. Just when he was in deep thought, a knock came at the door. "Come in." "Maximus." Sky closed the door and eagerly came into his embrace. "What happened? Are you bored with shopping?" "No, I just miss home." Sky sighed. What he meant by home is their little manor in the Ethereum realm. Maximus' wives and children, the little things. Sky felt reminiscent for the first time. I also miss home. Maximus nodded sadly. How can he not miss them after 20 years of not seeing his family? There are also his grandchildren. He wondered if there were any additions to the family. Unfortunately, this damn abyss realm is quite difficult, even a bit of communication is not possible. When do you think we can go back? Although they can absorb and condense their own merits crystal without any interest from the origin will. The crystal merits they needed are still enormous. She didn't know how much Maximus needed, but for her, she needed at least 100 quadrillion crystal merits. Even with their current profits, earning that amount would take thousands of years. Soon. We will come back soon, Maximus said solemnly, kissing her forehead. Maximus estimated that he only needed about 15 years to condense enough mana to leave this damn world. I hope so, Sky looked at him hopefully. Trust me. While they were flirting, his token suddenly vibrated. What is it? Maximus asked Tintin. A mandatory mission, Maximus Shadow Crest, is needed urgently in Gold Hive Outpost, Tintin replied. Oh, Maximus nodded. Although his Vanquisher status granted him many privileges, it came with corresponding responsibilities. For example, from time to time, some public outposts needed some help. Vanquishers and executioners needed to mandatorily help once instructed. I need to go first, Maximus told Sky. Be careful out there. I will. Getting into the teleportation array, he saw others with the same status as him. They were also in the city waiting for some task. After all, staying in the Eternal Ruin outpost was quite dangerous. They would rather rot here and wait for mandatory missions from time to time and earn some big money. As the array lit up, he suddenly felt a spiritual force put a mark on him and disturb the teleportation array signal, wrapping him. Ambush? Maximus hurriedly thought. Before he could think any further, the teleportation array finished activating. In the Abyss Wasteland, knowing something was wrong, Maximus didn't panic and carefully looked around. This is the first time someone has blatantly tried to ambush him. The thief saint, flinch? Maximus muttered, finally seeing the culprit. As expected of a prodigy, you quickly sense me, Flinch praised. I didn't expect that the thief saint was interested in me, a little fish, Maximus sighed. Thief Saint Flinch was the god of theft and robbery who hijacked the god's authority of the previous thief god. He called himself a saint because he was previously the saint of that thief god. Maximus could only shake his head at such irony when he had read about it. Of course, I would not be interested in a normal little fish. But you are a little fish with a golden body, Flinch teased. So, what is it? What do you want from me? Maximus asked coldly. He didn't look a bit scared. This thief saint was only promoted to a high god in less than an epoch. It can be said that he was weaker than Lysarian Silverleaf, the newly promoted apex sovereign from the Arcane Continent. After all, before Lysarian was promoted to Tier 9, he underwent tens or hundreds of epochs of refining. A mere god who relied on a quick and easy path to gain strength would undoubtedly be weaker. Of course, I want everything you have from now and the future, Flinch licked his lips. He had long regarded Maximus as his prey. The little subordinate he sent to Maximus from the past decade was almost all from him. To his surprise, Maximus seemed to have an overwhelming strength coming unscathed from all of this. Looking at the fearless kid, Flinch's interest was aroused. Besides stealing what he wanted, the most was to play with these talented prodigies. While imagining Maximus exploding from anger, what he received was a nonchalant shake of the head. Huh? Flinch looked in surprise. What do you mean? I mean, you're too weak to get anything from me, Maximus muttered emotionlessly. Interesting. Flinch's smile was widening. Are you a pervert? Maximus asked, seeing Flinch look at him obsessively. I'm just romantic, as I would say, Flinch refuted. You're indeed a pervert, Maximus said with goosebumps. How about we play? I will guess what item I can steal from you. If I'm wrong, I will leave? Flinch said with a smile as he mobilized the law of thievery. Oh? Maximus looked with interest when he suddenly felt surrounded by the essence of law. I guess I will get all your crystal merit. Soon, the essence of law surrounding him began to converge, sensing all of his crystal merits. Of course, Maximus wouldn't let that pass. Disguising his crystal merits, he quickly bought concentrated feces and quickly disguised it as crystal merit. Then I guess what you got was a piece of shit, Maximus smiled teasingly. Before Flinch could react, a massive load of feces was teleported to his face. However, to Maximus's disappointment, instead of being angry, Flinch looked more interested. Flinch's nose twitched as if he was smelling the feces. A feces of a Tier 9 mystic muskstalker? Flinch muttered, licking the feces to confirm his guess. What a great treasure. Flinch said happily. Maximus, seeing this, just rolled his eyes. What the heck? Do you still dare to lick it? Maximus cursed countless times, facing this lunatic. Good. Do you still have this treasure? Flinch seemed to have found his money bag. Although the feces of the mystic muskstalker were the stinkiest feces of all the Etherium realm, they are an excellent tonic for spiritual plants. No more. Maximus quickly shook his head. At the same time, he couldn't help but reflect. Seeing that it was the smelliest, he brought it without hesitation, regardless of the price. Who knew that he would face such a pervert? I think there is more. Flinch muttered as he mobilized the essence of law again. I thought you said if you guessed wrongly, you would leave? Huh, did I say that? Flinch suddenly stopped. Yes. I don't remember anyway. Flinch played dumb and came to steal from Maximus again. Maximus just shook his head and disguised a rock, which was quickly teleported to Flinch. He can't invalidate his skill as he still can't control the power of law. He can only fool it with tricks. A rock? Flinch frowned in disappointment. Kid, what about other things? Flinch said, urging the essence of law again. Unfortunately, what he got was another rock. I don't believe it. Flinch muttered. Unfortunately, after hundreds of times, what he got was still a rock. It's useless. Maximus finally smiled. It seems that you still have some skill, kid. Flinch finally gave up using his little tricks. Can you send me to the Gold Hive outpost already? Maximus muttered lazily. The Thief Saint's reputation in the Abyss realm is quite extensive. He steals from all newcomers like entertainment. The reason he hasn't been on the wanted list until now is that he never harms those he steals from. He will groom them like leek, cutting from time to time. This also made many eager to have Flinch steal from them. After all, although they will lose something occasionally, they can also have an apex sovereign backer. How can I send you back without getting something valuable? Flinch quickly shook his head. Didn't I give you a valuable shit? That doesn't count, I got it with my own ability, Flinch quickly denied. What a mess, Maximus thought. He really didn't want to talk to individuals with this kind of weird brain circuit. Who knew if he could get infected? Chapter 256 Fighting a God Soon. Flinch seemed to have come to a decision. If I can't steal with my skill, then I will steal with my power. Don't worry, I'll ensure you're alive and healthy after this, Flinch said as he licked his lips. You can try. Maximus also smiled. Instead of nervousness, he was a little bit excited. Although he estimated that his strength was comparable to an apex tier. That was just a theory, after all. He wanted to see if he could match an apex sovereign with just his strength. Without saying anything, Flinch teleported behind him and slashed him with a dagger coated with the essence of law. As Maximus's domain was already spread, he could feel every particle of reality happening before him. However, before his thoughts, body, and spirit could move, time seemed to stop, and the daggers accelerated. Thud. Maximus was sent flying, crashing through the grass. Cough. Cough. Maximus felt every part of his body hurt from the attack. Is this the essence of law? Maximus thought. Recalling the scene, it seemed that Flinch employed time law, speed law, slow law, and many others. His mind just went blank until he was sent to the ground. Fortunately, his defensive domain and special physique were open at any time. Getting up, he looked warily at Flinch. Interesting that you can take my shot and survive unscathed, Flinch admired. Initially, he thought the kid's Tier 9 protection amulet would be activated. Who knew that he took his attack with just his body? Fortunately, he was safe and sound. Otherwise, he would be punished if it was known that he killed such a talented seedling. It will not woe. As Maximus was talking, Flinch had teleported behind Maximus again and repeated the same trick. Unfortunately, with Maximus's god-level fighting consciousness, the same trick couldn't hit him twice. As Flinch jeered at him, Maximus quickly mobilized his domain to perform a series of automated program tasks. As Flinch slowed down Maximus' time and accelerated his own, the opposite suddenly happened. Maximus quickly accelerated, and he began to slow down. Before Flinch could think of anything, he saw a fist coming into his face. Thud. 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 Like a rock hitting the lake, Flinch bounced a few times before stopping. I told you it would not work, Maximus muttered. The same attack pattern, the same method. Maximus quickly managed to set his domain, reverse the law of order, and hit Flinch in the face. Damn, what kind of evildoer are you? Flinch angrily muttered. Although Maximus's punch did not damage him, he was still very embarrassed. A junior managed to hit him in the face. If the others knew this, they would laugh at him, the thief saint, to death. It's just that senior is easy to read, Maximus said humbly. Then see if you can read this. Flinch teleported beside him again. This time, his body split multiple times, surrounding Maximus from every angle. Although Maximus was frozen in time, his domain quickly worked to control the essence of law coming into him. Do you think this will work the second time? Flinch thought as he sneered. This time, he reversed his operation, slowing down his time and hastening Maximus's time. He had to be this troublesome because this kid is really evil. His domain seems to be able to displace even the essence of law. What's more heaven-defying is that he can't sense how it operates. Just as the essence of law was about to hit Maximus and be reversed, a shock appeared on his face. The law that was supposed to be reversed was absorbed by Maximus. Now, looking at Maximus, who suddenly became faster. It was too late for Flinch to do anything, and he was sent flying again. Thud. How can the same thing work again? Maximus asked with a smile. He had already read through Flinch's thoughts. Unless he could unleash a stronger attack, everything was useless. TSK, 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 what an evil thing. Goodbye. Flinch didn't bother anymore and quickly teleported out. He felt that he was being played by Maximus instead of him playing. Such an evildoer, he didn't want to stay any longer. Although he had more skill and power in his arsenal, he didn't dare to waste it on some brat. Gathering the essence of law is time-consuming. Like the particle of the essence of law that he spent on Maximus. To gather that amount, he needed about 15 years of non-stop cultivation. As for the power of law, that he could have all he wanted, it didn't work. Maximus seemed to be isolated by some barrier, preventing any power of law from coming in. Sigh, I hope that kid wouldn't spread the news of my blunder. Maximus, seeing Flinch get away, heaved a sigh of relief. Although he is relaxed right now and seems to have everything under control. In reality, his brain was working in overdrive. He even used life points every millisecond to give him more time to think. An Apex Sovereign is really not easy, Maximus sighed. Although he just used his power and didn't use any treasures to fight. It proves that the horror of an Apex Sovereign is still something he needs to be in awe of. His domain can't do anything to the essence of law at all. They were like powerless twigs pushing a tree. If it were not for his fast thinking and calculation, he couldn't even reflect it like he did earlier. More importantly, Flinch only played with him and didn't dare to unleash a more powerful attack. It looks like I still have a lot to go. Looking around, he suddenly remembered that he needed to go to the Gold Hive outpost. Damn, that thief didn't send me back. He cursed. Fortunately, he marked the coordinates of the Gold Hive outpost before the thief manipulated the teleportation transmission. Otherwise, he would need to return to Purgatory City and retake the teleportation array. Mobilizing his teleportation and barrier-breaking domain and physique. He was quickly teleported to the designated outpost. Gold Hive outpost, Maximus exhaled the air as he looked around. TSK, I wasted a few days worth of focalization mana, Maximus clicked his tongue in thought. The focalization mana is the energy he gathered for the ticket to the Ethereum realm. To go through the harsh and thick abyss, he still needed some energy to pass through it. Just when he was in thought, a man suddenly shouted at him. You there? Go quickly to the front wall to help. Oh, Maximus nodded. He nearly forgot he was here to be backup, not on vacation. Looking at the abyss monster tide happening on the wall. He quickly scanned for abyss monsters with abyss source inside of them to kill. Although it's rarer than in Eternal Ruin Outpost, some abyss monsters still have abyss source with them. Purgatory City, Divine God's quarters, while Maximus was helping the Gold Hive outpost through the abyss tide. In luxurious quarters filled with divine energy and luxury. Flinch came back nonchalantly, pretending that nothing happened. Coming to the quarters deck, he saw two of his friends playing Ethereum chess. Flinch, you are here, the god of gamblers Baitaris greeted. What happened to your face? Did you encounter something? The god of Shadow Nyx noticed something odd and asked. Oh, I just found some treasure, Flinch reasoned. You still need to do better when you want to lie, Nyx pointed, urging Flinch to tell the truth. Sigh, I failed to steal from someone. Knowing that he is busted, Flinch confessed. Ha ha ha, whose great being is this that prevented you from stealing? Baitaris laughed and asked. Some evil kid. Flinch said, gritting his teeth. What's the name of the kid? I'd like to meet such an evildoer. I'll see if we can gamble with each other. Maximus Shadowcrest, TSK, what a hateful name, ha ha ha, I can't wait to meet such an interesting kid. Baitaris laughed happily. Maximus Shadowcrest. Nyx paused for a moment and thought. Interesting, it seems that kid got my treasure. Nyx thought with interest. About a century ago, when he was treasure hunting in the Cursed Continent, in the Sunburnt Plateau, he briefly felt the presence of a treasure. Unfortunately, his subordinates failed to find the treasure. Then, the Ethereum embassy began to interfere, which is why he retreated to the Abyss Realm to let the wind pass. After investigating what happened that time, he noticed an individual who rose fiercely like a rocket. From ascending to the throne, ruling an empire, and becoming a top student at the most prestigious institution. All of it had the shadow of Maximus Shadowcrest. Initially, he thought that all of it was a coincidence. However, hearing Flinch failed to rob such a kid, Nyx thought that there was definitely something weird with the kid. Perhaps it's the treasure from the previous apex sovereign of the Nexus continent. Perhaps it's a treasure naturally birthed from the former continent. Anyway, Nyx's interest was aroused, and he couldn't help but pay more attention to such a kid. Chapter 257 Family Package. Months passed by. It seems that his confrontation with an apex sovereign, the thief Saint Flinch, didn't happen. Every day went as normal, like nothing happened. Maximus was also happy and didn't spread the news. Although he is not worried, with others knowing a bit of his strength, he'd rather not. However, while he was shopping for Abyss Source in Purgatory, he sensed someone peeping at him. Although doubtful, Maximus's face didn't change. Lackeys of Flinch? No, the aura is different. Maximus's mind began to churn as he processed all the available information. Believer of a god? He concluded. Did Flinch tell other gods about me? He frowned. If it's just normal peeping, he wouldn't worry too much, but such a malicious and intent gaze. Maximus was worried that some problem would arise. Acting normal, he came close until the perpetrator reached the range of his system. Believer of the Shadow God. Seeing the result of the scan, his frown deepened. He had heard that the gods of thieves and the god of shadow were close. Now it seems that this rumor is true. It's troublesome. The god of shadow, Nyx, it was this god's believers that killed his family. It was the god of the cultists that caused chaos in the former fairy kingdom. Now the question is, what does this god want from him? It can't only be because of his fight with Flinch, otherwise, it would be too superficial. By the way, what were the cultists doing in the sunburnt plateau in the past? Not finding the answer, Maximus stopped. Anyway, when push comes to shove, just fight it out. Maximus was not truly scared of the god of shadow or any apex sovereign who didn't reach the peak. Although his battle with Flinch proved that he is not a match when it comes to raw power. Maximus's accumulated wealth was too staggering. If he went all out, he could kill an apex sovereign like cutting vegetables. However, caution is necessary. Maximus didn't want what happened a few months ago to be repeated. To do that is simple. Buy a teleportation solidifying item. Unless one had gone crazy and sabotaged all the people using the teleportation array, he is safe. As for the possible direct attack in the outpost or the city, that's even more impossible. Soon, 10 years had passed. It seemed that the god of shadow didn't really plan to do something. Even under several temptations, the god of shadow didn't take action. Without these problems, Maximus relaxed. The Shadow Hunter Pavilion became more famous, turning into a household brand. The Shadow Hunter Guild also added 2 more shops, one for the Boundary Layer and the Central Layer. This skyrocketed his accumulation of Abyss Source. Although these 2 layers didn't have many higher-tier Abyss Sources. From Tier 4 to Tier 6 Abyss Source. The quantity of lower-tier Abyss Source in these 2 layers was at least thousands of times higher than that of the Purgatory Layer. Now, Maximus had Abyss Source equivalent to 1 trillion system points daily, double the amount he had 10 years ago. However, these were not his main concern. His main harvest was that he finally had news about his family. Knowing that he was in the Abyss, his family managed to package a bunch of cargo for the people coming to the Abyss. Apparently, the Ethereum Chamber of Commerce still takes this business. With hundreds of thousands of individuals from Arcane Continent coming to the Abyss Realm. Sending a one-way message is easy. Unfortunately, because Maximus was in the Purgatory Layer, he didn't immediately get the message. After all, even for Ethereum Realm, going from layer to layer is hard. Much less finding Maximus in these myriads of beings from all over the Ethereum Realm. In Purgatory City, Maximus and Sky eagerly opened these packages. With various seals that could only be opened by those who practiced Origin. Maximus received these packages intact. There were dozens of packages in total, each containing messages from his family each year. There were bunches of letters and recordings with his family telling him how they missed him. There were also reports of their training progress, various events, entertainment, new foods, hot news, daily banners, and such. Looking at it, Maximus' eyes nearly reddened as he tried to smile. Having been in this world of darkness, even with Sky, he couldn't help but feel a little lonely. "Are you alright?" Sky asked worriedly. "It's fine, I just miss them a little. I'm here." Sky comforted and hugged him. "Just 5 more years, and we can come back," Maximus muttered. Looking at the other package, it seemed that Liam and Amara had fully reconciled. They even produced a 3rd generation of the Shadow Crest bloodline. Looking at the picture of his new granddaughter, he couldn't help but smile. "So cute." Sky praised. "Hee, this girl inherited a bit of my bloodline." "It sure is." Sky couldn't help but envy. Besides the messages from his family, there were also messages from his empire and guild. The cursed continent remained the same, As the undercurrent was brewing, the lower strata's living environment continued to be oppressed, akin to cattle. It's not that the various emperors were corrupt, but the sea beast tide was still ongoing, resulting in huge casualties in the army. Replenishment from civilians was needed, causing them to become numb to living, thinking that it would be their turn to die tomorrow. Unlike these empires, the Moonlight Empire was like a paradise without any danger. With the empire wide array surrounding the whole Sun Sea region, no sea beast could enter its territory. There were also millions of puppets to ensure that no fish slipped through the net and to maintain its overall safety index. Besides safety, the empire also became more and more prosperous. Innovation after innovation, the Moonlight Empire was like a newborn engine ramping up its maximum capacity, heading in a bright direction. As for the guild, there was not much going on. Building ships, sailing in the chaotic sea, selling resources, recruiting guild members, training, and doing missions all were progressing as they should. Besides the surge of members with over 20 billion guild members, everything was going as planned. Andrew is about to come to the Abyss Realm? A few months later, in the middle layer, Lakeside Outpost, the new batch of people from the Ethereum Realm was quietly teleported to the Abyss Realm. Is this the Abyss Realm? The aura here is toxic. Just bear with it, I heard that the aura outside can even devour you. The crowd of newcomers chattered as they talked about the Abyss. Huh? I don't feel anything? Andrew thought. Unlike others who loathed the very thought of the Abyss, Andrew felt that the Abyss aura was like a normal mana with different attributes. This should be because of the origin passed by the guild master, he concluded. Although his origin domain didn't have any heaven-defying function, it was still ahead of others. Its only function was observing, analyzing, and adapting. It was way too backward compared to the origin domain that Maximus has, which had copying, law disposition, mana deprivation, and many others. Of course, all those who practice origin can develop their domains as they like. The origin domain is just a solid foundation and a prototype. Like Sky, she was developing her origin domain into a reincarnation origin domain. In her vision, as long as she is within her domain, she would never die and be resurrected indefinitely as long as there is enough energy. Even Maximus was a little envious of such a function. Unfortunately, this domain is based on Sky's special physique. And even with his heaven-defying origin domain, it still can't copy the ultimate physique. As for Andrew, he didn't have the time to develop his domain right now. He had a mission to quickly support his guild leader in the Abyss Realm. So as soon as he reached Tier 7, he took thousands of Tier 7 guild members with him and dragged them into the Abyss with various benefits. Vice Guild Master, where should we go next? A man asked. To Central City, Andrew replied. Unlike the Purgatory Layer, the Central Layer and Boundary Layer didn't have a travel limit. As long as they complete their daily quota, they can be anywhere in the Abyss. Walking around the outpost, Andrew and the others looked around like hillbillies. Although it didn't have the prosperity of the top cities in the Ethereum realm, the people around looked a little different. The weakest was a Tier 7 individual like them, exuding a murderous aura. Vice Guild Leader, do you think we can survive here? A timid girl asked. Yes, just trust the guild leader, Andrew said confidently. Is it the legendary guild leader? The others asked with curiosity. Although they had joined the Shadow Hunter Guild for decades, few got a glimpse of Maximus. However, rumors and epic stories about him were already quietly spread in the guild. If it were a normal individual, they might even be brainwashed into thinking that Maximus was an omnipotent god. Let's find a place to stay first, Andrew said. The teleportation array in the outpost isn't activated all the time. It takes a month before it begins its operation again. After finding a residence, Andrew asked them to rest as he sorted out the plan he made for the Abyss. I hope the guild leader got the letter, or I don't know where to find him. Chapter 258. Setting up the stronghold. A month later, Andrew, along with 1,000 other guild members, arrived in the central city. Looking around, they couldn't help but marvel at the prosperity of the city. This is the Abyss with chaos everywhere. Having such a prosperous city comparable to top cities in the Ethereum realm is like a miracle. Do you think the guild leader is here? One of the men asked Andrew. I don't know, we can only look. According to the letter Andrew sent, they were supposed to meet Maximus at the Central City Ethereum Gold Chamber Commerce Branch. As they searched for the place, one of them saw a familiar name. Shadow Hunter Pavilion? Could it be our guild? Maybe, with the greatness of the guild leader, it should be possible. They chatted upon seeing the familiar name. Anyway, let's see if it has something to do with our guild, Andrew decided. Entering the pavilion, they were greeted by a puppet. Are you Vice Guild President Andrew? The puppet suddenly asked. Yes. Please head to the top floor, the host is waiting for you. It is indeed the guild leader. Wow, the guild leader is so efficient, he already set up a shop here. Ha ha ha, our time here would surely be worth it. The crowd chattered as they confirmed that it was indeed the property of their guild. Initially, they were still worried that they would have nothing coming here. Now, knowing that they had such property in the most prosperous city in the central layer, their worry was all for naught. Let's go, don't let the guild leader wait for us. On the top floor, guild leader. The crowd greeted with admiration. I'm glad you managed to come here, Maximus smiled, seeing there were thousands of them. It's not hard, guild leader. We just wanted to see the handsomeness of the guild leader. It's all for the glory of the guild. They flattered one by one. Don't listen to them, if not for my fist, they wouldn't even come here, Andrew complained. Fortunately, he had the cultivation manual granted by his guild leader. Otherwise, even with various incentives, he couldn't have invited these cowardly people. Vice guild leader, you're wrong, we're sincere coming here. That's right, if not for your slow training, we would have come here earlier. They complained as they hid their embarrassment. Alright, sit first, Maximus interrupted. Upon hearing this, they obediently took their seats. Your coming here is already enough, there is no need to elaborate on the process, Maximus calmly reassured them. Thank you, guild leader. They immediately smiled, seeing that Maximus didn't take their offense to heart. Now that you are here, we can proceed with the plan. You should have already known something about the Abyss Realm? Yes, guild leader. During the month, they roughly understood the situation of the Abyss Realm. Besides the danger, there are various restrictions and mandatory missions set by the Ethereum Council. By now, I already have a Vanquisher status. Meaning I can independently set up an outpost in the central layer of the Abyss. Hearing that their guild leader was already a Vanquisher, they couldn't help but be shocked. According to the information they got, achieving Vanquisher status requires non-stop fighting in the Abyss Realm for at least hundreds of years. They could only imagine what their guild leader did to get such a status in just a few decades. Guild leader is amazing, guild leader you are my god. There's really nothing the guild leader can do. They didn't let the chance pass by and praised Maximus with all they got. Alright, stop your reward coming here would be due later, Maximus said. Thank you guild leader. Did you bring the blueprint for the outpost stronghold? Maximus looked at Andrew. Yes, guild leader. Silas modified it according to the blueprint of our ship, Andrew said, handing him the blueprint. Good, Maximus nodded in satisfaction. Before he left, he instructed them to conceive a blueprint for an outpost. Seeing the whole blueprint, he couldn't help but smile. It was a moving fortress like the Eternal Ruin stronghold. When should we begin building the stronghold, guild leader? Andrew couldn't wait and asked. Relax, you should make yourself familiar with the Abyss Realm first. Maximus knew that Andrew was eager to contribute to the guild. However, there were still too many things needed before they could build an outpost. From budget, suitable locations, materials, possible implications, dangers, etc. Although he could solve all this on his own, it was not necessary. I see, Andrew nodded. He also knew that he was too hasty. Anyway, you should look at our property first and then make plans. After that, Andrew asked about all kinds of things. From the guild property, Maximus's standings, connections, wealth, available resources, and such. Months passed. After his guild members familiarized themselves with the Abyss, they started working. First is the Shadow Hunter Pavilion. Instead of just having 3 branches, each from 3 major cities. Now every city in the Abyss had a branch. Maximus didn't dare to do this previously because of the lack of manpower. Even though there was a puppet, they could only manage the shop. The resources still needed to be delivered personally. Now there is a bunch of collies that can deliver resources. The Shadow Hunter Pavilion can finally expand. With the expansion of the pavilion, the acquisition of Abyss Source expanded again. The material needed for the outpost was also being acquired. Although Maximus could provide all the materials himself, he still needed to show that he didn't have everything. Besides collecting materials and Abyss Source, the Shadow Hunter Pavilion also began to issue missions for shadow credits. Like the integrated part of the stronghold that can be built first. If they built the stronghold one by one, it would take them thousands of years just to set the foundation. There were only a few thousand of them, and the manpower was simply not enough. By spreading it to others, they can quickly construct the stronghold at its initial state. 3 years later, in the Abyss Wasteland, how is this place, guild leader? Andrew asked. To build a stronghold, they needed a perfect place. The Abyss aura can't be too much or too scattered. Too much, and the Abyss monsters in place would be a hindrance. Too scattered, and it would be hard to place some energy-dependent array. The place also needed to be peaceful, meaning the place shouldn't have a chaotic environment or weather. Lastly, it needed to be away from other outposts, especially private ones. If they were close to other outposts, they might cause hatred, leading to the other party attacking them. After all, others built the outpost to earn resources. If they built an outpost beside them, would that mean they planned to steal their resource spot? Fortunately, Maximus didn't need these fancy resources, so choosing a place was easy. "This land is just perfect," Maximus commented. "That's good," Andrew heaved a sigh of relief. "Should we begin building the stronghold?" "You should build it as soon as possible," Maximus nodded. He would return to the Etherium realm in 2 years. The outpost needed to be at least in the initial stage so that it could protect itself. Soon, thousands of people began to set up a protection array. Setting up the core of the stronghold would cause a huge surge of abyss energy. Perhaps it's because of the instinctive will of the abyss. Laying the foundation of a stronghold would produce such a phenomenon. The protection array was needed to protect the core of the stronghold while it was conceiving. After a few days, they managed to set up a small Tier 9 protection array. "Guild leader, would you do the honor?" "Gladly," Maximus smiled. Taking out the core of the stronghold, he implanted it in the ground. Soon, huge waves of abyss aura began to rapidly merge, becoming thicker and thicker. Thousands of his guild members looked around nervously as they saw the rapid production of abyss monsters. Maximus also saw abyss source beginning to emerge. "Formation!" Andrew yelled. Like instinct, they began to form a tight formation. Emitting the same frequency of mana, they felt their power begin to amplify. "Ready!" Andrew signaled as he raised his hand. The others also copied his action as a huge ball of mana began to gather above. "Attack!" Boom! The mana quickly changed into a fire element and bombarded a cluster of abyss monsters. "Pretty," Maximus nodded at their cooperation. Soon, different giant mana manifestations were produced as they defended the stronghold methodologically. From giant swords, frost, bind, barriers, all kinds of mana manifestations were presented. Looking at the core of the stronghold, Maximus estimated that it would take a few days before it was fully conceived. "Can they take it?" Sky beside him asked. "It should be," Maximus nodded in confidence. "This is only the central layer. After 3 years of preparation, he is confident that his guild members can handle it alone." "Don't be too confident, or you'll jinx it." "Haha, no matter how dangerous it is, there can't be a Lord-level abyss monster appearing, right?" Thud. Suddenly, like a curse, a Tier 8 Lord-level abyss monster was thrown into his face. "Maximus, Sky?" Chapter 259 Fighting the God of Shadow. "Damn, is someone messing with me?" Maximus muttered with anger. Just before this Lord Abyss monster appeared here, he didn't feel the gathering of abyss aura at all. It can only mean that this was sent by an enemy. A strong one at that, at least Tier 9. Seeing the Lord Abyss monster, his guild members who were in formation froze for a second. "Just concentrate on what you are doing," Maximus comforted. "Do you want to try it?" Maximus asked Sky. "Ha ha, I'm glad you asked." Sky's face lit up as he looked at the Abyss monster. "Just be careful." Maximus didn't worry about any danger. This Lord Abyss monster didn't possess any abyss source, unlike the one they fought in the Eternal Ruin outpost. With a leap, Sky pushed the abyss monster away from the stronghold. Thud. "Hee hee, let's fight this outside," Sky muttered, not wanting their stronghold to be damaged. Roar. Roar. Unfortunately, the Lord Abyss monster didn't seem to be intelligent and could only roar in anger. Seeing Sky able to match such a monster, the guild members in formation heaved a sigh of relief and concentrated on the battle. "Defend the stronghold," Andrew yelled as they concentrated their efforts. Meanwhile, Maximus was busy spreading his micro-surveillance spots away to find the enemy. Before setting up the protection array, Maximus had already set up the micro-surveillance array in a 1,000,000-kilometer radius. However, it seemed that the enemy noticed these and purposely evaded the surveillance. Over the years, the micro-surveillance spots had gone through millions of iterations. They were already at nano size, with 100,000 times their previous capacity. Even in this abyss with thick devouring properties, they could continue to exist for a few days before dissolving. Soon after a few hours, 100 million kilometers away, he finally saw the culprit. God of Shadow? Nyx also seemed to see him and smiled. Before he could think further, he saw the God of Shadow grab a bunch of Tier 7 and Tier 8 Lord Abyss monsters and throw them into him. Thud. 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 Like raining meteorites, a bunch of Lord Abyss monsters appeared and attacked the stronghold. Damn, God. Spreading his domain, he crushed all the Abyss monsters coming his way in an instant. Mobilizing his power, he teleported 1,000,000 times and arrived in front of the Shadow God in just a few seconds. "What do you want?" Maximus asked coldly. Although the Abyss monsters meant nothing to him, he still felt irritated, as if someone were throwing rubbish at his house while it was being renovated. "I'm just bored," Nyx said, squinting his eyes. Nyx had been watching Maximus throughout the decade, but he still didn't find any hint of treasure that interested him. Knowing that Maximus planned to set up an outpost, Nyx took his chance to further observe if Maximus truly carried treasure worthy of his attention. After sending the first Lord-level Abyss monster, he thought Maximus would fight it out. Who knew there was a monster beside him who could duke it out with a Lord-level Abyss monster single-handedly? Before he could further plan, the micro-surveillance spots reached his way. With no other choice, he could only check personally himself. Then you should go back to your place and sleep, Maximus muttered dissatisfiedly. I naturally wanted to play with you before Nyx finished speaking, a fist unknowingly implanted in his stomach. Thud. Getting up, Nyx looked at Maximus coldly. You were saying? Maximus pricked his ears. Equipping various Tier 9 treasures, from full-body armors to different accessories and auxiliary floating items. Maximus now resembled a god of wealth descending from the abyss. Maximus felt power spreading from every pore of his body as he looked eagerly at the shadow god. Damn, rich kid. Nyx thought angrily. With a rough look, Nyx saw over 10 Tier 9 treasures on Maximus's body. Although he was expecting Maximus to have some treasure, it wasn't these trash. What he wanted was at least god-level initiate treasure comparable to a complete godhead. However, even so, with a bunch of treasures on Maximus, although not comparable to what he had in mind, it was amazing enough. What are you scared? Maximus smiled and taunted. Nyx didn't like to talk and quickly attacked. A huge essence of law immediately spread as the whole world plunged into darkness. Even with various illuminating items, Maximus couldn't see anything. Clang. A crisp sound was heard as he felt a strike hitting him. Although Maximus was sent flying, he just frowned, not feeling any damage. This is troublesome. He frowned. With darkness all around, he couldn't see anything. Even his domain seemed to be blind and couldn't see anything. As his brain processed everything around him, he suddenly thought of his system. Scan. He thought internally. Although the system range was only dozens of kilometers, it was enough. Not seeing the god of shadow in the system scan range, he remained alert. Suddenly, a tentacle-like shadow appeared and tried to hit him. Clang. Maximus didn't dodge and let it hit him. If the god of shadow knew that he could see everything in here, then he would probably not get close to him. Soon, shadow tentacle after shadow tentacle hit him all around. Clang. 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 A few minutes later, after wasting a few thousand years worth of essence of law, nothing happened to Maximus. Nyx was already smoking with anger. Damn, that armor. Just what is that made of? This can't continue. Nyx muttered as he attacked himself. Through all the encounters earlier, he already noticed that Maximus didn't seem to have any treasure to see in his shadow domain made of the essence of law. With confidence, he slowly walked towards Maximus as he gathered power in his hands. Die. Accumulating his strength, Nyx attacked Maximus forcefully. Unfortunately, what greeted him was a punch from Maximus. Thud. The shadow domain was immediately disintegrated as Nyx was sent a few million kilometers away. Damn, god, wasting my precious mana accumulation, Maximus complained. The punch just now used a year of his accumulated mana that he needed to come back to the Ethereum realm. Now, instead of 2 years, he needed 3 years to come back to the Ethereum realm. Cough. 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 Nyx coughed heavily as he felt the injury in his stomach. Using the essence of law, it began to slowly heal. Finally spending the accumulation of 1,000,000 years worth of essence of law, the injury was healed. However, there was not a hint of a smile on Nyx's face. There was only gloominess, wishing he could tear Maximus into pieces. This was 1,000,000 years of worth of refinement. He just wasted it on some brat who didn't even reach tier 8. With shame and anger burning inside of him, Nyx saw Maximus walking toward him leisurely. Do you like it? Maximus teased. Although he was also angry with the god of shadow for wasting his accumulated mana, Maximus was still happy to see such a look. I'll kill you. Nyx muttered heavily as he gathered his attack. Maximus also became serious and looked heavily. The fight earlier could be said to be child's play. If the god of shadow became serious, he could only escape for his life. Just as he prepared for defense, they heard a sigh that silenced everything. Enough. Just one word. Nyx stopped what he was doing and looked at the person coming warily. Golden Rakasha. Maximus and Nyx muttered. Golden Rakasha is the leader of the Ethereum Council. He was born and raised in the Abyss, resulting in his massive rise in power. It is said that in the Abyss realm, even those ancient apex sovereigns were no match for him. What do you think you are doing? Rakasha asked heavily. We were just sparring, my lord, Nyx hurriedly said. That's right, the god of shadow was just teaching me some tricks, Maximus also lied. Fighting with their people is explicitly prohibited in the Abyss. Although the Ethereum Council didn't enforce it most of the time. If enforced, the punishment would send them to a living hell. Is that so? Rakasha confirmed. Although Rakasha knew they were just fooling him, he didn't let the cat out of the bag. After all, The whole fight was also watched by him from the very beginning. If he punished them, didn't that mean he was also an accomplice? Everything is true, my lord, Nyx and Maximus said in unison as they looked at each other with hatred. Oh, I'm being a busybody then. No, you're not, my lord, Nyx flattered. Since there is no real fight, then that's fine. However, this is a warning. If you were caught sparring again at such a high intensity, there would be due punishment. You should remember that our enemy is the abyss, not ourselves. We remember, my lord. Rakasha nodded and disappeared. Seeing that the sword hanging above their heads disappeared, Maximus and Nyx heaved a sigh of relief. You're lucky, Nyx said, gritting his teeth. This is natural. If I'm not lucky, then could it be you? Maximus smiled. Although he wasted a bit of his mana accumulation, he was sure that Nyx wasted more essence of law healing his injury. Damn brat. Nyx didn't want to talk any longer and teleported away. Chapter 260 Stronghold's Core. After witnessing the departure of the God of Shadows, Maximus returned to the stronghold. Maximus! Sky exclaimed, smiling upon seeing that he was safe. Although Maximus had only disappeared for a few minutes, Sky couldn't help but be worried. I'm fine. That's good. Soon, the progression of the abyss monsters returned to normal. It seemed that the God of Shadows had truly given up causing problems for him. After a few hours, the core of the stronghold finally stabilized the place. Although the abyss aura still surged around them, it was not as manic as earlier. Rest first, leave the rest to the puppets, Maximus instructed his guild members and summoned millions of puppets. Finally, we can rest. Thank you, guild leader. What should we do next, guild leader? Now that the core of the stronghold is secured, we can begin construction. The stronghold's core is the most vital part of it. It can stabilize space and isolate abyss aura within a certain range. A stable space is crucial for the teleportation array and other mana-sensitive architectures and arrays. Without a stable space, the stronghold would be like a lonely boat with cracks sailing across the vast sea. As for the isolation of the abyss aura, it is crucial for the inhabitants. The abyss aura has a devouring property. Without the isolation barrier, it wouldn't even qualify as a temporary shelter. Finally, the core of the stronghold that Maximus used was the one he bought from the Myriad World Mall. In addition to space stabilization and energy isolation, it also had energy conversion, disguise, and stealth capabilities. The stronghold's core could directly convert abyss aura into usable mana energy. This meant that the stronghold would no longer be dependent on magic crystals to function. Barriers, teleportation arrays, various formations, all of these could be sustained without using magic crystals. The stronghold's core could also disguise and stealth itself to the unconscious will of the abyss. This was a crucial part of Maximus's plan. If a stronghold intended to roam freely in the purgatory layer or even the source layer, invisibility was mandatory. Like the Eternal Ruin stronghold, although its disguise and stealth capabilities were poor, it's still there. Without stealth, the abyss will could simply send abyss monsters one after another to disintegrate the stronghold. What should we build first, guild leader? Andrew asked. Concentrate on building the teleportation array, Maximus instructed. Once they had the teleportation array, they could recruit people from all over the abyss realm to help build their stronghold. Furthermore, it allowed them to quickly travel back and forth between various cities. Even with the Eternal Voyager, it took them a few months to reach this place from the nearest outpost. Andrew took a Tier 9 ship from the guild, along with the main ship Spirit of Eternal Voyager, into the abyss realm. What remained in the guild was just the subship Spirit of Eternal Voyager without any consciousness. It could only drive the ship without any analytical capabilities. Unfortunately, the Tier 9 ship they were proud of in the Etherium realm was useless here. Although it could fly, with various natural calamities, thick abyss aura, abyss monsters, etc., the ship could barely move. The ship's speed was reduced to 1/10, the ship's barrier began to corrode, and various facilities began to malfunction. Basically, the ship became useless and could only be used for emergency travel. Fortunately, the Eternal Voyager could be transferred to the core of the stronghold. Soon, time passed. Under the concentrated efforts of thousands of people, it only took a few months to set up a teleportation array. Guild leader, should we begin establishing connections with other teleportation arrays? You may begin. Andrew then operated the array and began connecting with cities and outposts in the central layer. As for direct teleportation to the boundary and the purgatory layer, it didn't have that capability. After all, they were only novices when it came to setting up arrays. They only managed to do it due to the basic blueprint given to them by Etherium Council. Even Maximus had no idea how to set it up. He was only a Tier 8 formation array master. To set up a teleportation array that could cross abyss layers, he needed to be at least a peak Tier 9 formation master. Furthermore, he didn't bother specifically studying the teleportation arrays. Anyway, they couldn't use it for now. If truly needed, he can just hire someone to do it. Soon after connecting to all teleportation array formations in the central abyss, the teleportation array in the stronghold lit up. One by one, individuals came out of the teleportation array. Is this the newly built outpost of Shadow Hunter Guild? I wonder if there are any special resources here? TSK, it looked so dilapidated. A group of individuals looked around the barely built stronghold with only a little barrier, the stronghold's core, a teleportation array, and a few temporary cottages. Finally seeing Maximus, the guild leader of the Shadow Hunters Guild, they flew up to him. Lord Maximus, you finally built your outpost. Lord Maximus is as efficient as ever. Can you tell us about your plans, Lord Maximus? What about the density of abyss monsters? How much is there? What about the special resources around? Is there any? The crowd surrounded him and eagerly asked questions. These people were sent by various top guilds and organizations toward every newly built outpost, hoping to set up their branch here and invest. They were like wolves who saw prey and couldn't help but take a bite. Maximus was not disturbed by this. After all, they were only here to earn money. Relax, gentlemen. Let's sit down and talk, Maximus said, inviting them to a makeshift cottage. Inside a luxurious makeshift cottage, the crowd looked at him eagerly, waiting for his answer. Maximus's next words would depend on how much investment they would make in the stronghold. They were even willing to provide Maximus with manpower and rare resources if possible. Do you want drinks or food? No, please quickly tell us about the abyss area around your outpost. They asked hurriedly. Is that so? Maximus nodded in agreement. First, there are 5 special resources: a medium-sized void metal lode, a large abyss fall crystal lode, an abyss orchid forest, a dreadroot prairie, and quicksilver sands. What, so many? How did you find this place, Lord Maximus? Can you give us some tips? The crowd couldn't help but be shocked to hear that there were so many resources around Maximus's outpost. Usually, there were only 1 or 2 special resources around an outpost. Hearing that Maximus's outpost had 5 of them, how could they not be shocked? This is a trade secret. Maximus shook his head and didn't reveal anything. In truth, the one who found this place was Eternal Voyager. The only one being suppressed in the Abyss Realm is the Tier 9 ship. As for Eternal Voyager, a Tier 9 spirit, there was no such thing. Traveling at light speed, Eternal Voyager can analyze and deduce the distribution of resources, danger, risk, etc. at a high speed. This place was found by Eternal Voyager after 3 years of searching. The consequence is that the Tier 9 ship is almost destroyed and dilapidated. Seeing that Maximus was keen to keep his mouth shut, they began to ask other questions. What about the danger? How is the concentration of abyss monsters here? It's of medium difficulty by central layer standards. Hiss, there doesn't seem to be much danger. So lucky, this outpost should be easy to defend. The crowd couldn't help but be jealous as they heard there wasn't much danger. It's not that they couldn't find a place with many resources like the one that Maximus has. It is the danger that keeps them away from it. If they had such capabilities, then why not go to the purgatory layer? There are abundant resources everywhere. Unfortunately, they lack enough manpower to protect such an outpost. How about it, Lord Maximus? Do you need any investment? We are open to anything. You can freely suggest what you want. They asked one by one, fearing that Maximus would refuse. What we lack is mainly manpower to build the stronghold. Other than that, we are not lacking anything, Maximus answered. What I'm trying to build is a mobile stronghold. Meaning, we would only be staying here until the stronghold is built. The goal of the Shadow Hunter Guild is the purgatory layer. Hearing what Maximus said, the people in the room fell silent as their brains turned into high-speed processing what Maximus had said. No shortage of resources. Mobile stronghold. Not staying here. Goal, purgatory layer. All kinds of possibilities were processed in their brains. First, Maximus would not stay here for long, meaning the resources are for them in the future. Second, Maximus's goal is grand and ambitious. Third, Maximus should have some confidence in going to the purgatory layer. Fourth, the resources and money Maximus has are so huge that he can build the stronghold by himself. Fifth, Maximus should have a mysterious background. Sixth, seventh, eighth, ninth. All in all, Maximus is worthy of their vigorous investment. Thinking about it, they quickly contacted their superiors for various permissions. Chapter 261 Build the Stronghold. Under the deep discussion of these top guilds and their superiors, they decided to invest 10 million people to help Maximus build the stronghold. In return, Maximus needed to pay these people the above-standard labor price. More importantly, Maximus needed to surrender the place to them without any payment after he left. The condition is quite normal, so Maximus quickly agreed to it. Paying for manpower is required in everything. Even his guild members needed to be paid, so how could he default payment on outside help? As for the standard payment, it was only a little above the salary given by their respective guilds, which is not even comparable to the salary of his guild members. Maximus was even willing to pay double if they invested more manpower. Unfortunately, these top guilds were also short of personnel. As for giving the place to them for free, it was not that important. Although he legally owned the place, sooner or later he would leave it. They just specifically added it to the contract fearing Maximus would build another stronghold here after all their investment. After all, the place is easy to defend, without needing too much manpower, which is simply a money-making paradise. Soon after settling all the miscellaneous things in the guild, Maximus came back to Purgatory City and tended to his shop. A week later, at the Shadow Hunter outpost, teleportation array, millions of people came out one after another, swarming the place. Fortunately, they were quite disciplined, so there was no chaos. Among the crowd was Felipe, a vagrant who was hastily recruited by some guild to provide manpower here. So this is where we will build the stronghold, huh? Felipe thought as he surveyed the dilapidated place. Before coming here, they were already informed that they were here to help build the stronghold. Not knowing what to do, he stayed in place like the others. Soon, all the 10 million backup manpower sent by the top guild arrived. Please observe discipline and receive the magic bracelet given to you by the puppets, Andrew started, waving his hand. Hundreds of thousands of puppets began distributing the bracelets. Receiving the bracelet, Philippe quickly bound it with his mana signature as a panel popped up. Temporary guild worker, number 1010 mission, click to expand, rewards, click to expand, stronghold guideline, click to expand, stronghold progress, click to expand. It was all kinds of tabs iterating their missions, rewards, progress, guidelines, and many more. Clicking on the mission tab, he quickly saw a myriad of missions about the stronghold. From putting the smallest screw, carving lanes, drawing runes, etc. It seems that this guild is quite detailed in what they do, Philippe muttered. He was quite amazed that there was already a complete blueprint of the stronghold, from the smallest details to miscellaneous designs. What they needed to do was just click the mission and work, no need to ask, no need to follow anyone. I wonder if they're still recruiting people, Philippe thought longingly. He was only a temporary member of some guild he didn't even remember. Basically, he was here for the pay. If the one building the stronghold is recruiting, he would be the first to sign up. After receiving and choosing a mission, they began to work. As the minutes passed, the stronghold began to change like magic. Under the sufficient supply of resources and manpower, the progress of the stronghold proceeded at lightning speed. Based on the analysis of Eternal Voyager, who was already integrated into the stronghold's core and overseeing the project, it would only take a few decades before the stronghold is complete. Building a fully mobile stronghold with a few million kilometers in size, in a few decades is relatively fast. Soon, a year passed. With the power of 10 million powerful workers, the surface of the stronghold was roughly built. Looking at their work, they couldn't help but smile. "Boss, how about the rest day we mentioned? Is it approved?" A man asked Andrew flatteringly. "My guild leader heard your plea. As a reward for your hard work in the past year, you can rest today with a feast," Andrew announced. Hooray! To the mighty guild leader. "Ha ha ha, I can finally rest. There is also a feast. What a conscientious guild." The crowd celebrated hearing what Andrew announced. In the stands, Philippe also smiled widely, hearing that they could finally rest. In the past year, they were more tired than puppets due to continuous work. Second after second, they were working. It's not that they were forced to do it, but because of the inhuman reward system Maximus had set. The mission reward system stated that if you finished a mission ahead of time, there was a 10% bonus. Don't just look at it as 10%, with their reward for each mission, they could earn a significant amount with every percentage. This wasn't the most evil part. The worst part was the stronghold daily contribution percentage quota. Each day you finished this quota, you would have a percentage multiplying your income. Meaning, that throughout the year they were working here, their income was already 3 times the usual amount. As for the consequence of not finishing the quota, all your cumulative income multiplier would disappear. This crazy rule of throwing money brought tears and cheers at the same time. They were happy that they could earn more than they could imagine. Yet in tears because of the inhuman workload they needed to finish every day. Now, hearing that they could rest without the cumulative income disappearing, the smiles on their faces couldn't be suppressed. On top of a building, Maximus, who was watching the people celebrate, couldn't help but smile wryly. "It looks like I overworked them a little," Maximus muttered apologetically. Andrew on the side could only sigh at his guild leader's willfulness. Even he, who was overseeing the stronghold construction, was tired as a dog, let alone those helpless people. "By the way, how is the progress poaching them?" Maximus asked. It is progressing well. We have already persuaded over 100,000 people to join our guild after the stronghold finished the construction. That's good. A year ago, Maximus gave Andrew and the guild a secret mission to poach these people. Although it was unilaterally tearing face with these top guilds, Maximus didn't care. These top guilds were unlike the Ethereum Chamber of Commerce and the like. Although they are also called top guilds, their foundation isn't enough for him to back down. Poaching huge manpower was a must before going to the purgatory layer. After all, a few thousand people were even not enough to properly operate the stronghold. As for recruiting people who had not yet joined the guild, Maximus also tried it. Unfortunately, there was not much result. Almost all the people in the Abyss realm already belonged to a certain guild or organization. The remaining ones didn't have much value and were simply cannon fodder. Taking these people to the purgatory layer, or even the source layer, is simply suicide. 2 years later, Maximus and Sky looked around the stronghold. Is this the previous stronghold? Sky asked as she marveled. The surface of the stronghold, all the supporting facilities, entertainment, storage, supply, residence, etc., were basically complete. Looking at the bustling scene, Sky would never imagine that this was a desolate place a few years ago. This is the non-stop work of 10 million people and endless investment of material resources, Maximus said confidently. TSK, so rich. Sky clicked her tongue, imagining how much Maximus spent here. As they walked around on their last tour before returning to the Ethereum realm, the people in the stronghold looked at them curiously but hurriedly came to work, fearing that they would not complete today's quota. There were already over 10 times the culminative income multiplying. If it disappeared because of their curiosity, they wouldn't even know where to cry. After touring around, they came to the stronghold's underground basement. Guild leader, you're here, Andrew greeted. Is the coordinate array finished? It's finished, guild leader, Andrew said, showing the coordinate array engraved on the ground. That's good. I should be away for at least 30 years, you should know what to do. I know what to do, guild leader, Andrew answered. Years ago, he was already informed by his guild leader that he would come back to the Ethereum realm. At first, he was shocked, but thinking of his omnipotent guild leader, there was not much surprise. Then I trust you to take care of everything. Maximus smiled. I will. Nodding, Maximus took Sky's hand as he mobilized the large accumulation of mana in his dimensional storage. Closing his eyes, he activated the relay of the coordinate array he set up in the Ethereum realm. Are you ready? Maximus asked Sky. I am. Sky said excitedly, thinking that she could finally go back. Soon, a large concentrated mana, invisible to the naked eye, began to impact the Abyss Realm barrier. Like the most tenacious glass, it didn't budge even after a few hits. Fortunately, all of this was already in his calculation. Like a patient hunter, he hit the Abyss Realm barrier in multiple different weak spots until it created a fragile spot for him to take advantage of. Now, a massive amount of mana suddenly came out from his hand, hitting the created weak spot. Maximus looked intently as the dimensional barrier slowly collapsed. Crack, crack, crack. Under the relentless rain of dimensional barrier breaking mana, a crack finally appeared. Mobilizing his domain, he quickly took Sky with him and flew toward it. I hope nothing happens. Chapter 262 Family Reunion in the Ethereum Realm, Moonlight Empire. In an underground chamber, a light began to emerge as 2 individuals popped up. A success. Maximus thought excitedly. Smelling the fresh air and feeling the surroundings without the presence of corrosive energy, Maximus felt cleansed, purified of all impurities. Sky beside him was also ecstatic, still unable to believe that they had returned to the Ethereum realm. We returned. Maximus, we are in the Ethereum realm. I can't believe you did it. Sky turned around and hugged him in excitement. We are home. Maximus smiled, hugging her back. What should we do next? Sky asked. Why don't we explore the Empire first? Maximus suggested. He had already contacted his family through some means, but it would take a while for them to come to the Empire. While they were away, he figured he'd explore the Empire to see what changes had occurred in the decades. Alright. In disguise, Maximus and Sky first visited the capital of the Empire, Shadow City. Walking around, they saw a bustling scene filled with life. People in their mechanical vehicles came and went to their destinations. Whether it was an alchemy workshop, their own business establishment, assembly, school, training, or even just shopping. As they were having fun, Maximus suddenly sensed an anomaly. A different frequency of amalgamation of will? All the people in the cursed continent had frequencies of will that they contributed to their ruler and their land. Usually, each empire had a different frequency of will based on the way their empire was run. Like the people in the Moonlight Empire. They had a pure golden will that symbolized the purity and prosperity of the empire. However, Just now, as he looked around, Maximus saw a person with a different frequency of will. Although he also had a pure golden will, Maximus felt it was a bit fake. Is it a spy? Maximus concluded. Without his strict supervision, spies seemed to have begun to penetrate the Empire. As they visited all over Shadow City, Maximus noticed over 1,000 spies. Furthermore, their standing in the city was quite high. They were either rich businessmen, officials, or guards. As for the army, Maximus didn't know, but it shouldn't be infiltrated by any spies. The selection of the army is quite strict and in a different system than the rest. It's basically binding your life and soul to the army, so even if there are any spies, they can't do anything. Before investigating any further, he felt the continental teleportation array in the city move. With the scan of his consciousness, he noticed they were his family. They are here, he said to Sky. Oh, Sky was a little disappointed, hoping to visit the city longer. Let's go back later, as a whole family, Maximus said, meaningfully. That's right. In the castle, a table of food and drinks was being prepared as Maximus waited for his family. Earlier, he had already transmitted a secret message about his arrival to Doran. His arrival this time should be hidden as much as possible. After all, if it's known that an individual can independently return to the Etherium realm from the Abyss realm, there would be problems. Soon after, Doran guided his family to the room. Seeing the excitement of His Majesty's wives and children, Doran excused himself without saying anything. Husband. Dad. Seeing their husband in flesh, they couldn't help but tear up as they ran into him. Husband, I missed you. Eric murmured, being the first to come to him. I missed you too, Maximus sighed as he kissed her forehead. Not wanting to hug her husband, Erica broke the hug. Husband. Hazel came next, looking at him longingly. The decades they were away with Maximus felt like torture and they didn't want to experience it again. Thus, upon hearing that their husband was back, they immediately stopped their training and activities and immediately came to Maximus at a minute's notice. I miss you too, Maximus said, kissing Hazel. Husband. His other wives also came to him one by one, expressing their longing for him. Erica, Hazel, Luna, Livia, Angeline, Rose, Irene, Isabella, Emma, and Jane. Looking at his 10 beautiful wives who missed him deeply, he couldn't help but indulge in it more, forgetting his children and grandchildren. After a few minutes, seeing that their parents were still in their own world and not bothering them, one of his daughters finally had enough. Dad, Mother, we are also here. Lily muttered unhappily. Oh, his wives rolled their eyes at the extras who were bothering their love season. If they knew they were this insensitive, they wouldn't even bother giving birth to these little brats. Dad. Lila didn't care about her mother and jumped toward her father. Did you miss Dad? Maximus asked with a smile. I miss Dad. Lila said, hugging him lovingly. Dad, how about me? Do you miss me? Lily asked as she also hugged him. I miss you all, Maximus said sincerely. Dad. We also miss you. Lydia, Serene, Syra, and Asha also swarmed him, expressing their longing for their father. Looking at his daughters who grew up into fine young ladies, the smile on his face couldn't be concealed. After taking care of his daughter, he looked at his rebellious sons. Dad. Liam, who was holding a little girl, came to him with a smile. It seems that you are doing well, Maximus said, looking at Liam, who seemed to have tamed his wives. It's all due to Dad's teachings, Liam humbled. It's good that you know, Maximus patted his shoulder. Is this little Maya? Maximus asked, looking at the cute little girl. Maya Shadow Crest, age, 7 strength, tier 1 potential, rank 8 supreme physique, immortality nature body, dimensional, a physique both loved and loathed by nature. It grants the bearer immortality through plants, able to absorb and grant vitality to all plants in nature. Parents, Liam, Amara, I'm Maya. Are you grandfather? Maya asked with a little fierceness and shyness. I am. What do you think of grandfather? More handsome and majestic than father? Maya muttered after some thinking. What an honest girl. Maximus smiled widely and picked up the girl, putting her on his lap. Mother told me that I should be honest in everything, Maya said seriously. Oh, Maximus nearly laughed, seeing the devastated look on Liam's face. What about you, Max? Dad. Max looked a little embarrassed. Although his relationship with Ella was good, he failed his father's teaching, not producing any offspring. Alright, no need to be embarrassed. Just take your time, Maximus teased. After all, without his backing, how can his son marry Ella? Grandfather, I also miss you. Leela muttered enviously, seeing that her grandfather only took notice of her cousin. Oh, it's my most beautiful granddaughter, Maximus praised hurriedly. Humphrey. I'm glad grandfather remembered quickly. Leela smiled narcissistically. How can I forget you? Maximus rolled his eyes. This brat was the clingiest granddaughter he had, how could he forget her? It's still my grandfather who loves me the most. Leela smiled and took his arms. Who's the one you're holding in your arms, Nathan? Maximus asked, noticing a baby in Nathan's arms. This is Martin. He was born a few days ago. Nathan smiled lovingly at his son. You're quite efficient, Maximus sighed. Nathan already had 3 children, continuing the glory of the Shadowcrest family at high speed. Let me see this brat. Maximus took the kid into his arms. Are you Martin? Martin Shadowcrest, age, a few days old, potential, tier 8 supreme physique, azure body, dimensional, the god of killing, the extinguisher of all things. This physique grants the bearer ultimate fighting talent and instinct, becoming stronger with killing. Parents, Nathan, Zoe. Looking at his grandson's physique, Maximus frowned slightly. However, thinking of the abyss, if Martin grew one day, he didn't need to be bloodthirsty and kill everyone for the sake of strength. The abyss realm is a ready-made place for Martin to shine and have an unlimited buffet. Gee, grandfather? Martin stuttered, apparently still not proficient in speaking. What a smart kid, Maximus praised, patting his head. Soon after talking with his grandson a little, he turned his head toward his other sons, Sam, Luke, Neo, and Lux. Especially these 3, Sam, Luke, and Lux, who didn't even bring a girl to meet him. Come here, you 4. Yes, father. They unconsciously tensed up and walked towards him. Now, tell me the reason for your lack of progress, Maximus asked. Dad, I date a lot of girls. I just didn't find the one I can connect with, Sam reasoned. Truthfully, during these decades, he had already dated thousands of girls, but none connected with him. Although he was frivolous and had physical contact with all of them, Sam didn't dare to impregnate them. That meant responsibilities, which was a hindrance to picking up girls. You're hopeless. Maximus sighed. He had noticed this brat's playfulness from the beginning. Originally, he was quite happy that he could have a lot of grandchildren from him. Unfortunately, this brat was a playboy through and through. Chapter 263 Family Reunion, 2, What about you? Maximus turned to Luke. Dad, how can girls be more beautiful than machines? They can't even rotate 360 degrees, Luke muttered and even joked a little. As time passed, he became more and more obsessed with machines. Instead of admiring the smooth and warm skin of a female, he preferred touching the rough and cold surface of a machine while sleeping. Another hopeless brat. Maximus sighed again. And you? Maximus turned to Neo, who still hadn't made progress with Arya. Huh? What about me, Dad? Neo didn't know how to answer. What about Arya? Why haven't you gotten married yet? Will you let the girl wait for you? Maximus asked one by one. Behind Arya, who was listening, was a bit embarrassed. Over the decades, her relationship with Neo was like a knife and butter, inseparable. However, Arya didn't know if Neo was made of rock or something. She was even ready to fight her family if Neo proposed marriage. Who knew that Neo was like a mute who only knew how to sleep? Dad. Neo tried to think of a reason. What? Are you even a man? I forgot. Neo shook his head and reasoned. You even forgot such a thing? Maximus nearly facepalmed at such a reason. There are too many things to do every day that I forgot. Hearing this, Arya just rolled her eyes. I believe you're a ghost. She was with Neo almost every day, how could she not know how lazy Neo was? Alright, don't reason any longer, propose quickly. Maximus waved his hand. As ordered, father. Neo nodded resolutely and turned toward Arya. Stupid brother, you can't be that straightforward, you need to be romantic. Max quickly knocked his head. Oh? Romantic? Neo looked at his brother dazedly. That's right, like a surprise or something, at least you need to be prepared. Max guided like a sage. Meanwhile, Arya, who was already preparing to agree to Neo, was dumbfounded again. What the heck? What surprise do you need? If not for a bit of decency, she would already drag Neo to her house. Maximus, who was watching the whole ordeal, just sighed. If not for scaring Arya, he would have already tied their marriage on the stop. By the way, husband, are you staying this time, or are you still going to leave? Isabella asked. Although they didn't know how Maximus returned, it certainly wasn't on the right path. Otherwise, they would meet in the Arcane Continent instead of the Moonlight Empire. I won't leave until I go to the Abyss Domain, Maximus said resolutely. Is that real, husband? They asked with excitement. His children also looked at him with anticipation. It's real, Maximus said confidently. He was confident that he could make his family advance to Tier 7 whenever he wanted. Originally, they only had his stored mana that they used in their training. With it, it was possible to reach Tier 7 within 100 years. However, that was too slow. Maximus could only stay here for a few decades at most. Otherwise, his disappearance within the abyss would cause problems. As for the solution to quickly advance to Tier 7, it's simple: crystal merits. If it can be used to quickly advance from Tier 7 to Tier 8, then it can also do so from Tier 6 to Tier 7. In the past, there was such a method because no one has ever brought back crystal merits to the Etherium realm. All of it would be converted into strength once it reached the Etherium realm. The reason for this was that all the crystal merits they got were converted by the Etherium realm's world will. It had already been marked by the Etherium realm's world will. Naturally, it can track and use the crystal merits at its disposal. As for why the Etherium realm world will immediately converted crystal merits into strength, Maximus didn't know. Perhaps it was too lazy and didn't bother to convert them one by one. As for the crystal merits in Maximus's hands, they were all independently converted by him. Naturally, Maximus can use them however he likes. Soon after explaining the magic of crystal merits to his family, they couldn't help but be shocked. Is there really such a thing? Dad, you're awesome. I wonder how many crystal merits we will use to advance. It should be a lot. We have Dad's cheating cultivation skill and special physique to fill in. The family chattered as they talked about the crystal merits while feeling excited. After all, if there's a shortcut to strength without any drawback, who wouldn't be excited? Husband, how many crystal merits do you have? Rose asked. Suddenly, they remembered that their father didn't tell them how many crystal merits he had. After staying in the abyss for a few decades, even with their father's strength, he should only have a few billion crystal merits with him. After all, their husband also has needs and needed to spend money everywhere. How about you just try and see how many you need? Maximus smiled. What a joke, all his expenses were bartered using the items he bought from the Myriad World Mall. How can he spend his hard-earned money like that? Of course, he had to spend the money of other people. By now, there are over 10,000 trillion crystal merits in his storage dimension. Not only can they strengthen his family, but he can also strengthen his confidants and army. Are you ready? Maximus asked. We are ready, husband. We are ready, Dad. Maximus just nodded and spread his domain. Taking out mountains of crystal merits, he moved his hand and began to dissolve them. Controlling the energy, it began to enter their bodies, strengthening their elemental pathways based on the route of the Origin Cultivation Manual. Looking at his wives, children, grandchildren, and in-laws quietly absorbing the energy, he sighed. This will take a little longer. Maximus muttered hopelessly due to his rashness. He estimated that it would take them a few months before they could fully advance to Tier 7. He had just returned, and yet he already started to work them up. Fortunately, there were still Sky and his two grandchildren, Martin and Maya. Come here to Grandpa, Maximus waved toward the two. Martin was only a few days old. Maya, on the other hand, was only over 7 years old. They were too young to have such advanced strength. Although there would be no drawback to using crystal merits, it would deprive them of exploring and experiencing by themselves. What happened to them, Grandpa? Maya asked cutely as she held Martin in her arms. They were training, Maximus explained, taking Martin into his lap. Oh, training. Maya pouted. Among the group, she was the only one still attending school. The youngest before her, Sylvan, Asha, and Leela had long graduated. You don't like training? Maximus asked. No, I like training, but it's boring to train alone, Maya sighed like an adult. What's wrong? Did your classmates bully you? How could they bully me? My mother would be the first to disagree, Maya said proudly. Oh? Your mother is so fierce? My mother is not the only fierce one. Father, uncles, aunties, and even my grandmothers are so fierce. Anyone that dares to bully us would be beaten without being able to fight back. So fierce. Martin, who was sitting, laughed and repeated with a giggle. Hee hee, little cousin, you will know when you grow old, Maya said with a little sadness. So you had no friends? Maximus concluded. Yes, no one dared to be friends with me, and I don't want to be friends with them either, they are too weak. My uncles are lucky, they can have super talented aunties in their grade. Now I can only train alone, with fear from my classmates and admiration from the teachers. You're really unlucky, Maximus nodded in understanding. Suppressing the whole generation, who can understand this loneliness? Don't worry, little Maya, you'll get used to it one day, Sky chimed in. As the most talented being in almost every generation, Sky was fully qualified to say this. Are you my grandmother? Maya asked doubtfully. That's right, I'm your grandmother, Sky, Sky said proudly. So your grandmother Sky. Maya said with adoration in her eyes. She had long heard of this grandmother of hers, the fierce Amazonian of Beast Continent, the most talented beside her grandfather, a training and battle maniac, etc. Maya grew up listening to her grandmother's legends. Hee hee, Come here, my cute granddaughter. Sky waved her hands and took Maya in her lap. Now, can you tell us about the events that happened while we were away? Sky asked. Gladly, Maya said as her eyes lit up. Let's talk about Sister Leela. Sister Leela's beauty can destroy a country and cause chaos wherever she goes. According to my father, over a decade ago, Sister Leela caused havoc in the academy. What happened? Sky asked in anticipation. It started with Sister Leela being bored and seeing that a lot of pursuers were around her buzzing like flies. What do you think Sister Leela did next? What is it? Maximus asked with a frown. Sister Leela didn't directly reject or deny anyone. She directly set a ring for them to fight. Sister Leela said that anyone who can stay in the ring for a year can take her on a date. That brat. Maximus gritted his teeth. What happened afterward? Sky asked as if watching a drama. Naturally, a whole line of people came into the ring. On the first day, there were over 100,000 who fought in the ring, hoping to take the chance. Unfortunately, until now, there hasn't been even one person who can stay in the ring for a day. How is that possible? There are so many strong and talented people in the institute. Is there no one strong enough attracted to your cousin? Sky asked doubtfully. Grandmother, there are indeed a lot of strong contenders. Unfortunately, my uncles beat them all into submission before they can even go into the ring. Ha, what an ingenious method, Sky laughed. It's indeed my son. Maximus thought proudly. Chapter 264 Reunion 3, What about others? Did they also do something crazy? Sky asked in anticipation. The letter they received earlier in the abyss only talked about their daily life. It seems that Maximus's family was worried that he would be concerned if they told him something out of the ordinary. Sure, there is also Antiochia, Maya started. Oh? What happened? Antiochia can be said to be well known in the Arcane Continent. She was known as the goddess of luck and gambling. My father said that Auntie nearly bankrupted all the gambling establishments in the Arcane Continent. If not for their quick reaction of banning Auntie from playing, maybe these gambling establishments would not even exist. Maya said excitedly. Among her aunties, it can be said that besides his uncle, Lux, the richest one was her Auntie Asha. But why would Asha need to gamble? Is she short on money? Maximus asked with a smile. It can be said that Asha is the most pampered among his children. When it comes to money, Asha just needs to open her mouth, and her brother and sister would rush to give her all they have. Auntie Asha said that she needed to cultivate her luck, Maya replied in puzzlement. Luck, can that be cultivated? As a 7-year-old kid, there were still a lot of things she didn't know. Is that so? Maximus nodded. After Asha awakened her special physique, absolute luck, she really needed to accumulate her luck. Although she is naturally lucky, it has limits. Against impossible odds, her special physique can only give her a little edge. But if she could accumulate some luck and use it, everything would be at her discretion regardless of limitations. What happened after she was blacklisted from the gambling establishments? Sky asked curiously. I heard that Uncle Lux took Auntie Asha went to the Ethereum Realm 2.0 and played in the world stock market, Maya said after a bit of thought. Then what happened? Maximus asked. He read in the letter that after Lux awakened his special physique, Dimensional Treasury, Lux entered the world stock market. Although he knew that Lux was doing okay, he didn't know the specifics. I don't know much, but I heard that Auntie Asha and Uncle Lux got the attention of some Apex sovereign. What's the name? Goldfie and Vanderbilt? Maya answered unsure. I see. Although Maximus already guessed what would happen after his kids entered the world market. Lightsonville Maximus still sweated a little, hearing that they went head-on with that big shot. Fortunately, seeing that they were safe and sound, he heaved a sigh of relief. What about others? Did they also do anything interesting? Sky continued to ask. Being left in the Abyss Realm, Sky is full of curiosity about what would happen to the kids she trained in the past. Nothing is interesting, Maya said boredly. Cousin Sylvan was too low-key, if not for beating the pursuers of her sister, Leela, his existence would not even be known. As for uncles and aunties, there is also not much happening. My father continues to attract unwanted attention and is always being beaten by my mothers. Maya told the story of her father, Liam's trials and tribulations as all kinds of goddesses swarm him. If not for the solid fort of her mothers, Amara and Elysian, perhaps she would have many mothers now. Hearing the story, Maximus and Sky nearly laugh. Poor Liam, always dealing with a bunch of women. Especially, after awakening his physique through Catgo. Liam's body must be like a fragrant pastry that many women want to get a piece of. As for Uncle Max, he is always on adventures with Auntie Ella. I heard that before they came here, they were on the Beast Continent, honing their fighting skills. Her Uncle Max and Auntie Ella were simply not satisfied with virtual fights. Even the safe competition environment of the arcane continent couldn't satisfy them. Only the wild land of the beast continent can somewhat satisfy this thirst. Uncle Nathan, on the other hand, was a homebody. He was always flirting with Auntie Zoe. I heard that even Sister Leela was often ignored by the two. Maya laughs a little, remembering the complaints of her sister, Leela. His sister Leela said that after her parents gave her food and money, she was on her own. Fortunately, there were a lot of uncles for Leela to rely on. As for Uncle Sam, he has a notorious reputation for playing with girls' feelings. If not for Uncle Sam's talent, he would probably be beaten black and blue by now. For this uncle Maya can only sigh. Even her father was always affected once Uncle Sam broke someone's heart. Her mother would always nag him to not learn from the bad and return to light. As for Uncle Luke, he is always locked in his laboratory, tinkering with his machines. I don't know what's so good with machines. Over the years, I have only seen him less than 10 times. Maya said in puzzlement. Maya didn't really know what was so good about machines. For her flowers, the beach, mountains, even the deserts are more beautiful. Maybe there is something wrong in his head, Sky thought. Anyway, there is also the lazy Uncle Neo. He is also a homebody like Uncle Nathan. If not for Auntie Arya dragging him out, maybe Uncle Neo wouldn't even see the sun. As for Uncle Lux, he is always doing business. I heard Atherium Pavilion has already spread to almost half of the arcane continent. This uncle of hers was amazingly rich. He also loves his nieces so much that Maya can get whatever she wants by just opening her mouth and acting cutely. What about your aunties? Sky asked. Auntie Lily was just as usual. Besides training and alchemy, she came out from time to time to play with us. Is there anyone pestering her? Maximus asked seriously. No, most of the men were scared silly by Auntie Lily. Most of the brave men who came to her were almost always beaten until they doubted their life. Auntie said that those who can't defeat me are not worthy of me, Maya said with admiration. She likes Auntie Lily's gracefulness and elegance that she hopes to imitate her. I see, Maximus nodded. But in his mind, he disagreed with Lily a little. Those who can't defeat me are not worthy of me. With her little strength, sooner or later, there would really be someone who could defeat her. It's still more reliable to rely on him to prevent these thieves from succeeding. As for Auntie Lila, she was already widely known as the Little Thief Saint. The last time I visited her collection room, there were already over 1,000 treasures. Furthermore, this is all from stealing, not adventure, or buying, Maya said proudly. She also liked this auntie of hers for her bravery and resourcefulness. That brat. Maximus smiled with gritted teeth. What about pursuers? Is there any? There is, but the condition that Auntie Lila set is quite difficult. To officially pursue her, one needs to steal at least an item from every apex sovereign in the world. That's good. This time, Maximus was satisfied with his daughter's cleverness. Stealing from all the apex sovereigns? What a dream. Even Malgren at his peak couldn't do such a thing. On the other hand, Sister Lydia was quite peaceful. She only stayed in her garden, planting flowers and playing music. She also didn't bother with any pursuers, they were sent away by the uncles before they even got near her. Auntie Serene was also quite peaceful, although she didn't stay behind closed doors. She just read books, trained, and sometimes taught children in the Chrysalis Guild. For the pursuers, the uncles were also quite protective. As for Auntie Syra, she was quite mysterious. I heard from my father that Auntie Syra is secretly the boss of the biggest intelligence organization in the Cursed Continent. Oh? Do you know the name of the organization? It seems to be the Phantom Organization, Maya said after some thought. Hearing this, Maximus was a little stunned. This organization was the intelligence organization he established when he was still a mere count. However, as time passed, the usefulness of the organization couldn't keep up with his strength. Like the Cursed Continent, it was already filled with his microsurveillance spots. Besides the top empires that couldn't be penetrated by the current microsurveillance spots. It can be said that he almost knew every blade of grass and tree in the Cursed Continent. Although the Phantom Organization was still in operation, Maximus didn't pay much attention to it, aside from providing money, resources, and training manuals. It seems that his daughter picked it up and made it stronger. After all, although the Cursed Continent is a bit barren, becoming one of the top intelligence organizations in this land is still a challenge. What about your grandmothers? What did they do? Sky asked eagerly. My grandmother didn't do anything besides training. Even my father often sighs about this. It seems that they are eager to meet you, Grandpa, Maya said, looking at him. Indeed. Looking at his wives' lovely faces, he couldn't help but fall into a daze. They must have missed him deeply to train so desperately. Being together with him almost every second of their lives, these 30 years must have been torture. Don't worry, I won't leave you ever again, Maximus vowed in his heart. Chapter 265 returned to Abyss Realm a few months later, while assisting his family in absorbing crystal merits. Maximus took Sky and his grandchildren around the Empire. Fortunately, the range of his domain was amplified within the Empire, thanks to the amalgamation of will. The Moonlight Empire could be considered within the scope of his domain. As he traveled around, observing the changes in the Empire, he also investigated the current state of the Cursed Continent. Currently, the Cursed Continent is unprecedentedly peaceful. Even the sea beast tide, which was still ongoing, seems to be curbed at the moment. However, beneath these disguises lies a cruel trial and a war waiting to erupt like a volcano. Multiple empires formed alliances, various covert operations, secret dealings with the other 3 continents, etc. All kinds of mixed ingredients can be said to be being mixed in a pot called the Cursed Continent. What amazed Maximus the most was the Wessel Empire. This empire currently occupies almost 1/4 of the ruling power in the Cursed Continent. There were only over 1,000 surviving empires in the Cursed Continent. Others were either destroyed or merged by other empires. This means that hundreds of empires were secretly under the Wessel Empire's control. This information made Maximus frown a little. It's not that he is scared by the potential of the Wessel Empire. It's simply because this accelerates the culmination point of the era of imperial domination. Now, instead of thousands of years as he previously estimated, there are only hundreds of years or even less than 100 years before a huge war sweeps the Cursed Continent. This means Maximus needs to hurry. Otherwise, the Moonlight Empire would be swept into dust before he knew it. After all, he would rather let the Moonlight Empire perish than expose all his cards to the world. Of course, he can also take the Moonlight Empire, break its connection in the Cursed Continent, and wander in the chaotic sea. 100 years. Maximus gave himself a time frame. 100 years to reach Tier 8. If he can do it, he can ensure the safety of his family and his empire without any problems. Looks like I have to increase my efforts. Right now, his only business in the Abyss Realm is Shadow Hunter Pavilion. This is mainly to acquire Abyss sources and provide manpower, not even money. He needed a plan to convert his dimensional coins into crystal merits quickly. Sitting in his system were over 300,000 trillion dimensional coins. However, even if converted into crystal merits, the purified Abyss origin, it was not enough. He needed at least a 100 quintillion dimensional coins merits to advance to Tier 8. His current income was simply not enough to earn this in 100 years. His only chance was to sell Tier 8 books in his shop in the Myriad World Mall. However, even after decades, his progress with mastering all Tier 8 cultivation manuals, skills, spells, etc., was not even 10%. Looks like I need to concentrate my system points on this, Maximus thought. Due to a lack of urgency, previously all his system points were invested in studying various physiques, domains, and other miscellaneous professions. Now, concentrating his system points, which were over 1 trillion daily, Maximus estimated that he would soon sell Tier 8 books in about 50 years or even less. After all, after coming back to the Abyss, he could continue to collect Abyss source, further enhancing his daily system points generation. While thinking about his plan, he felt his family in the castle nearing saturation. Before they could fully advance to Tier 7, he immediately stopped. Let's return to the castle, Maximus said to Sky and his 2 grandchildren. Are they finished training? Maya asked excitedly. Yes. In the castle, seeing that they were awake, the most excited one was Martin. Now he was able to walk and run. Seeing his parents, who were only with him for a few days, he couldn't help but be excited and run to them. Mommy. Daddy. Martin. Zoe exclaimed, missing her son. Nathan just smiled, looking at the mother and son interaction. As for the rest, they just looked at the two, reminiscing about the past. Shaking his head, Maximus turned to look at his wife's affectionate gaze. How did it go? Maximus asked. We are already at the peak of the 6th tier, just a little push, and we'll advance to Tier 7. I see, Maximus nodded. Although they could advance forcefully with crystal merits, Maximus deliberately stopped it from happening. They needed to experience breakthroughs by themselves and form a domain. Otherwise, their potential would be lacking. After all, they also needed their own input and experience to advance further. Furthermore, if they advanced at the same time in such a short period, chaos would ensue. Maybe this presence here and the existence of intact crystal merits would be exposed the next day. It's still okay if his presence here was noticed. At most, people would be amazed and curious about how he could come back to the Ethereum realm independently. But if the possession of intact crystal merits is known, there would be no place for him to hide. Crystal merits is a purified Abyss origin, which is more effective than Ethereum origin. Being able to bring it back without the attention of the world's will would already touch their main interest. They would kill just to know some information about it. Thus, Maximus made sure that his family didn't show any weirdness and halted their advancement. Furthermore, they also needed to maximize their soul will and soul amplitude before advancing to have a stronger foundation. Anyway, he would need 30 years to accumulate enough mana to go back to the Abyss Realm. Just enough time for his family to fully advance. 30 years passed. Maximus remained hidden in the Empire. While his children continued to do their own business, Maximus stayed with his wives. It seems that his wives wanted to recover the years that he left. Maximus also worked super hard to produce the next generation. Unfortunately, the binding of this world is really hard to beat. Even with an unlimited amount of money, there was still no movement. Fortunately, his wife, Jane, was not in a hurry to have a child. As for Sky, she had no idea about it for the time being. For her, staying with Maximus is enough, there is no need for these trinkets. Over the years, his family and in-laws also broke to tier 7 one by one. However, they still stayed in the Ethereum realm, waiting for him. Anyway, they didn't mind if they were sent to harsher places in the Abyss realm. With Maximus's current status and connection in the Abyss realm, fetching them was no problem. In the castle, all of them gathered as they said their goodbyes to Maximus. In the room were Maximus, his wives, children, and his in-laws, Amara, Elysian, Zoe, Ella, and Arya. Over the years, Elysian officially married Liam. Liam still didn't know that Amara was a reincarnated battle god. Naturally, he also didn't know about Elysian's true identity. It seems that these two women were quite tacit and hid everything from Liam. Maximus also didn't bother to expose them, letting them play on their own. Max also officially married Ella, taking her hand and having a grand marriage. Reaching tier 7, even without his father, Max broke through the territory of the Celestine family and asked for marriage. Ella's family was also not that stubborn and agreed to the marriage. After all, Max's exploits over the years were almost as legendary as Maximus, the one they were optimistic about. Furthermore, they also learned about Maximus's exploits in the Abyss realm. With such a divine son-in-law, how could they still refuse? Unfortunately, despite formally marrying Ella, they still had no idea of producing a seedling. Max and Ella were simply busy with themselves, and they had no intention of adding a child to disturb them. There was also Neo, who was secretly a romantic bastard. After secretly proposing to the Kingsley family for Arya's hand, Neo set up one of the biggest proposals in history. Taking over the entire Kingsley domain, Neo collaborated with Arya's family and took money from his younger brother, Lux. After 10 years of preparation, a few days of romantic play ensued, just for Neo to propose in the end. For this, Maximus could only shake his head, considering it a waste of precious years. Those 10 years could have been used for more useful things, like training, making money, or even having a child or two. Unfortunately, his wives didn't agree with him and even praised Neo for his thoughtfulness and effort. "How is it? Have you prepared everything?" Maximus asked. "We may not come back here in hundreds of years, so make sure you don't forget anything. We have already prepared everything, husband," they said. For his wives, there was not much preparation, as they had no entanglements in the Ethereum realm besides their husband. For his children, besides Lux, they only had a few minor engagements that they easily settled. As for the Ethereum pavilion, managed by Lux, they were being taken care of by his subordinates. Now with everything ready, they were prepared to go to the Abyss realm with Maximus. "Since everything is ready, then just do as planned," Maximus said with a smile. Taking Sky in his arms, he gathered his energy and began to teleport to the Abyss realm. "I will meet you on the other side." Chapter 266 Shadowhunter Outpost Tour. In Shadowhunter Outpost, Maximus and Sky suddenly appeared in an underground part of the outpost. How Maximus and Sky began to adjust themselves to the atmosphere of the Abyss realm. "I wonder how the progress of the outpost is," Sky muttered as she looked around. "Let's look for the others first," Maximus said. After they left, his family should have gone to the Arcane Continent and straight to the Abyss realm. Maximus quickly called Andrew to the underground base. "Guild leader." Andrew greeted. Nodding at Andrew, Maximus looked at the person beside him. "I didn't expect you to arrive here this early. I just came here 5 years ago. It seems that you're out of seclusion," Silas greeted. Maximus already knew that Silas had arrived here earlier. He only acted surprised to hide the fact that he had been to the Ethereum realm. "How is the Abyss realm so far?" Maximus asked as they walked to the surface. "It's been alright," Silas shook his head. Coming to the Abyss realm, he had the support of the Shadowhunter Guild. All the items and information were already provided by him. How can the environment here still stump him? Even the crystal merit that he needed was readily provided to him. It can be said that coming here is no different from coming home. How about Ragnar? Did he also come here? Yes, he was with his father, fighting in the Purgatory layer. It's a pity, Do you think we can invite him to join the guild? It should be impossible, Silas said after some thought. Oh. Soon, they walked toward the surface. Different from decades ago, there were more runic lines, architecture, and arrays around. When do you think the outpost would be finished? In about 10-15 years, it should be done, Silas estimated. Coming here, he was the main organizer of the outpost construction beside Eternal Voyager. Thus he knew everything from the inside and outside of the outpost, and when would it be finished? So soon? Maximus was a little shocked. He thought that it would take at least 50 years more before the outpost would be finished. He didn't expect that it would be finished soon. It seems that having you here is indeed right, Maximus praised, patting Silas. It's nothing. Soon, a few months had passed with Maximus connections all over the abyss. His family was quickly transferred to the Shadow Hunters Guild without delay. Husband. Dad. Father-in-law. Grandpa. The group greeted happily seeing him. How is your stay in the abyss? Maximus asked in concern. There was no problem, many were quite good to us, Hazel said. That's right, Dad. I didn't expect your influence to reach even the most remote outpost in the abyss realm, Liam sighed. They only arrived here after a few months because the teleportation array was not always active. However, their father found them just after they came to the abyss realm. This is all because of money. Lux muttered. After inquiring about the method that their father used, it's nothing but money. Anyone who can find and care for them will receive a huge reward ranging from $1 billion to trillions depending on the danger of the outpost. Naturally, even desperados were like grandsons in front of them, hoping to take care of them until old age. Lux can only sigh at the power of money. Enough of that. How about I take you around the outpost? Soon, Maximus took his family around various facilities within the outpost. The surface of the outpost is divided into 4 layers, with the residence section in the center. The residence section is also divided into 3 parts. First is for Maximus and family, the second is for guild core members, and the rest is for others. It has the strongest protection mechanism, capable of withstanding multiple Apex sovereign attacks. It's also fully furnished, with all the amenities and facilities you could find in Ethereum realm. Second, he took his family to the integrated training sector, the second layer of the outpost. It is equipped with the most advanced training equipment you can get in the Ethereum realm and more. There is a real-time combat measuring machine, virtual mirror avatar, infinite gravity chamber, disaster-grade environmental simulator, etc. More importantly, it also has an abyss monster generator. By combining multiple abyss source and with a little bit of manipulation, the facility can produce a designated abyss monster up to tier 8 lord level. Besides the combat facilities, there are also healing facilities. It can heal the lightest injuries to semi-permanent injuries that the abyss monster can inflict. In this integrated facility, there is also a progress ranking system. Each milestone you finish will be rewarded and ranked. This is mostly so that Maximus can solicit high-quality guild members. After all, for them, resources are not enough, they also need a good training environment. After the training section is the entertainment section. If his family was nonchalant with the integrated training section, then they were wide-eyed here. The biggest attraction of the entertainment section is food. Nearly 1/3 of the place is about food and drinks. These foods were not merely produced by automated food-producing alchemy products. They were handcrafted products that he bought for big bucks in the Myriad World Mall. Unfortunately, it was too expensive. To eat here, one would need to pay a huge amount of shadow coins. Shadow coins are the currency used by the Shadow Hunter outpost and all the guild properties. It is also the payment that the workers in the outpost receive. It can be said that Maximus is really bold, using his own currency to break the crystal merit monopoly. In the past, many tried to do this, but because of their limited capability and service use, such currency is not much of use. Even the Ethereum Gold Chamber of Commerce, famous for monopolizing currency, failed to do so. Even if there is, it was only limited to their internal use and not suitable for outsiders. Because of this, many people were jealous of Maximus. After promoting the Shadow Coin, Maximus can arbitrarily set its value and print more money as he wanted. Of course, one wrong misstep and such currency will crash. Furthermore, with the function of crystal merits, it would never be obsolete no matter what. Besides the food, the entertainment section also had music, dancing, games, movies, etc. Unfortunately, all of it was run by puppets. There was a lack of manpower everywhere. Maximus can't waste it just for entertainment, at least right now. Finally, the last layer of the outpost is the barrier and defense section. This section is an unmanned part of the outpost, solely being controlled by Eternal Voyager. It is equipped with dozens of heavenly grade tier 9 weapons capable of fighting back-to-back with a tier 9 abyss monster. Mortal, heaven, dimensional, ultimate, it can even disintegrate tier 8 lord level abyss monsters without an abyss source. Unfortunately, each time these weapons are fired, it is equivalent to burning money. Any harvest afterward would not even be worth anything comparable to the ammunition it fired. There are also thousands of mortal grade Tier 9 weapons all around the outpost for regular defense. Unlike the heavenly grade weapons, these weapons do not consume much energy. The self-generation of the outpost's core is enough to maintain the usual consumption of these weapons. As for dimensional grade weapons, although Maximus is rich, he is not that rich. Dimensional grade weapons were already on another level. They were too expensive that Maximus could advance to Tier 8 before even being able to afford them. After visiting the defense layer, Maximus and his family came back to their residence. They didn't bother to visit the underground layer of the outpost as it was not yet finished. Moreover, it was mainly support facilities, storage, energy section, and such. Looking at their new home, his family couldn't help but sigh. From the remote island in the Cursed Continent to the most prosperous land in the Arcane Continent. And now, they were in such a grand outpost in the Abyss realm. Looking at their husband, who took them through all of it, they couldn't help but sigh in admiration. All of the things that they had right now were given by such a man like it was nothing. Thinking of it, they couldn't help but ask if their father needed something. Do I need something? Maximus was taken aback by their question. I don't need anything. As long as I have you, I will be content. Seriously, we just want to help you, Isabella said seriously. That's right, Dad. You've always given to us. We also want to help you, Lily agreed. Furthermore, we are also quite strong. We are not the ones in the past that needed your protection from everything, Lily continued. The others also looked at him seriously, waiting for his answer. Even his in-laws and grandchildren fell into silence, waiting for his answer. Looking at them, Maximus fell into deep thought. Thinking about it, his wives, children, and grandchildren had grown up. They were already Tier 7 and had awakened their special physique. In the Abyss realm, they should be in the top ranks when it comes to strength. Maximus didn't need to pamper them any longer. They also had their own thoughts and needs, he didn't need to suppress it and protect them from everything. After deep thought, he said, I need money and a huge amount of it. Chapter 267 Money-Making Scheme Money. They were a little shocked hearing that their husband needed money. The richest being in their impression, who regarded money as dung, needed money. Is this a joke? Did they have a hearing problem? What do you need money for, Dad? Lux asked. I need to advance to Tier 8 quickly. So that's it. We thought there was a problem. They heaved a sigh of relief, hearing that Maximus only needed it to advance to Tier 8 faster. Coming here, of course, they knew the use of crystal merits. Upon further thinking, their father should be in a hurry to advance to take care of something in the Etherium realm. How much do you need, father? Lux asked as if he could afford it. Just 100 quintillion, Maximus answered nonchalantly. 100 quintillion? Hearing the amount, they couldn't help but take a deep breath. How do you think you can help me earn that amount? Maximus said teasingly. This. The group paused as they fell into thought. Previously, they thought their father only needed a few quadrillion crystal merits. With their current strength, they could earn trillions monthly if they fought in the Abyss full-time. With over a dozen of them, earning a few quadrillion would only take a few years. However, hearing that it was in quintillions, they nearly despaired at the amount. Even Lux, who was confident about earning money, frowned. Do you have a time limit, Dad? Lux asked. Less than 100 years, Maximus said, not sure? That means to help their father, they needed to earn at least 10 quadrillion monthly. Calculating such a huge amount, beads of sweat began to appear on Lux's forehead as his special physique was running at full capacity. Finally, after a few minutes, Lux was able to calculate how they could earn such a huge amount. The outpost, his father's unknown source of wealth, their special physique, their professions, opportunities in the Abyss realm. Various pieces of information appeared in his mind on how he could earn such a massive amount of wealth. Of course, it was not easy. According to his calculation, they would offend many people if they proceeded on the path that he thought of. Lux could only pin his hopes on his father to take on all the obstacles. How is it? Maximus asked, seeing that Lux seemed to have thought of a plan. I got it, Lux nodded and told them the plan. I see. Maximus nodded, hearing the plan. The fault tolerance of the plan mainly depended on him. If he can take on all the dangers, then there is no problem. Nonetheless, if he didn't want to take on a considerable risk, he could lower the amount of money needed. Anyway, it depends on how much his shop in Myriad World Mall earns money. He mainly wanted his family to exercise their ability for the future. All in all, everything was in his control, so there was not much danger. What do you think? Maximus turned his head to his wives. Leave it to us, husband. It's just right for the profession we learn to generate some money. Maybe this is also an opportunity to further our profession. His wives smiled and nodded in a reassuring tone. What about you? Leave it to us, Dad. The things we learned at Origin Arcana Institutes are not just for show. Ha ha ha, how exciting it is to earn money. Soon, a few days passed, with his wives and children thinking of a way to earn money. In the specialized cooking building in their residence, entering, Maximus saw Erica frowning as different ingredients lay on the ground. How is it? Maximus asked. I don't know what to make. Erica said sadly. Originally, Erica planned to set up a restaurant to earn money. However, after consulting with his son Lux, she knew that wouldn't work. After all, she only had one body. Even if she overworked herself, she could only earn a few trillion, which is far from enough. However, earning money would be easy if she created a snack or preserved food that could be popular in the Abyss realm. What's the problem? It's the source of ingredients. The source of ingredients in the Abyss realm is too limited. The available ones are too common. If I make do with them, it wouldn't be successful. Oh, is that it? Maximus smiled, hugging her from behind. What do you mean you have a supply of ingredients? Erica's eyes lit up, turning around to look at him. Yes. As long as you. Maximus whispered some words. Are you for real? Erica asked with a blush, confirming his words. Ha ha ha, I have all the ingredients you can name, Maximus bragged. With Myriad World Mall, the supply of Abyss Realm ingredients was a piece of cake. Then we. A few days later, after solving the ingredients problem, Erica quickly returned to work with confidence. A factory was also quickly built within the stronghold in preparation for food production. As Maximus looked at his wife's progress, he couldn't help but frown. Erica, Angeline, and Irene were fine, as they studied the production profession. For the others, it was not too good. Either their profession was used for battle or was too singular and couldn't earn money. Although Maximus didn't need them working to earn money, he didn't want to discourage them from it either. In the night, as they went to bed, Maximus asked if they encountered any problems. Husband, I also want a supply of materials. Is that okay? Angeline asked coquettishly, embracing his arms. Angeline's profession was an alchemic seamstress. The business idea she envisioned was mass-producing clothes and accessories. Although there was a lot of competition. If she could get Maximus's unique special channel, coupled with her creative ideas, her business would surely be hot. Sure, just tell me what materials you need. Maximus nodded. What about me? I also want supplies. Irene looked at him pitifully. Her profession is alchemic herbalist. Unlike pioneering alchemists, it mainly deals with herbs and poison. It's a unique profession that deals with all kinds of poison, whether it's for killing or healing. She planned to create poison used to kill the abyss monster en masse. Unfortunately, the resources needed were too expensive to be worth it. Maybe she could synthesize cheaper poisons if she had more unique herbs and plants. Anything for you. Maximus then turned his attention to others. You know you don't need to earn money, Maximus said, hoping to comfort them. No, we want to help you. Rose said stubbornly. Although we only know how to fight, we can help you too, Isabella added. Rose and Isabella had nothing to do with the auxiliary profession at all. One was a berserk mage, and the other was a battle mage. They can only fight like the others if they want to earn money. Unfortunately, it was too slow to earn crystal merits that way. Their husband's puppet army was more efficient than a dozen of them combined if that happened. I can heal too. I can set up a hospital or something, Emma said tearfully. Emma really had nothing to do, she couldn't fight nor can heal. Her profession is a life warden specializing in healing all kinds of wounds or diseases. It didn't have much enhancement when it came to fighting. For healing, she was only a tier 7 life warden. Most of her husband's weird machine was more proficient than her when it came to healing. We can also set up a concert or something. Luna said embarrassingly. Why yes, I'll follow sister and play music, Lydia muttered. Ahem, I didn't mean to discourage you, Maximus said in distress. Luna and Lydia can only dance and sing for him, no one else can. Seeing his wives who wanted to prove something, he sighed. What I mean is you don't need to earn money specifically. Oh? What do you mean? Hazel asked excitedly. She was also useless like Emma, her profession was mentor. Besides teaching their children, she didn't have any teaching experience. And teaching in the Abyss realm, where most beings had more experience and power than her. She didn't think so. Now, hearing that her husband didn't specifically need money, she became excited. I mean, I don't need money, I also need resources. The Abyss source? They suddenly thought. After a few months of examining their husband's property, they saw that Maximus had a huge obsession with the Abyss source. Although it's a much-needed rare resource, their husband seemed obsessed with it. That's right, Maximus confirmed. He really needed the Abyss source, in fact, much more than crystal merits. After all, he had many ways to earn crystal merits but little channels to get Abyss Source. No matter how much he multiplied the prize, most top guilds and powerhouses were stubborn and didn't leak anything. Hearing Maximus's confirmation, his wives smiled. Great, with this, we can help you. If it comes to earning money, we may be stuck, but when it comes to fighting, no one can defeat us. Although they knew that to get an Abyss Source, they needed to fight stronger Abyss monsters or an Abyss horde, it was nothing. With the awakening of physique and a solid foundation, there was not much danger. Furthermore, as they fought, they could also try and create their own domain. After all, their domain is still the prototype of origin domain, not their own. Then leave it to me. I'll take them to find Abyss monsters. Sky said confidently. Sister Sky, we will be in your care from now on, Jane laughed as she took Sky's arms. Hee, fighting is much more fun than earning money. Chapter 268 Business progress. A few months later, Maximus finally saw his children, who had been away for months. Where have you been? Dad. All things are finished. Lila muttered happily as she clung to him. What's finished? We finished shopping. I mean working, Lila said embarrassingly. So you left me just to go shopping? Maximus asks as he acts sadly. Humphrey. Sister, don't listen to Dad. Sophistry. Asha said, clinging to him and with a pout. Dad, you play with Mother every time and don't care about what we are doing. Of course, I know what you are doing, I was just asking to confirm, Maximus said helplessly. Although he didn't dare to put micro-surveillance spots in every city to gather information. There is still the Shadow Hunter Pavilion for him to get information. In the mission task board on every Shadow Hunter Pavilion, every piece of information an individual provides will be rewarded with shadow coins, regardless of how trivial it is. It could be gossip between neighbors, rising prices, a fight between two beings, or even what an individual had eaten that day. When it comes to information, Maximus utilized the money to its maximum capacity. The Shadow Hunter Pavilion even became a major intelligence organization because of this. Humphrey. You don't love us anymore, Asha still pouted. That's right, Dad, you're so partial. Lila quickly agreed. This, Maximus just shook his head at his two clingy daughters. What about me, grandfather? Did you forget me? Leela asked, taking no for an answer. Of course not. How could I forget my lovely granddaughter? Humphrey. Cookwish brat. Asha muttered, flicking Leela's head. Anyway, how is your progress? Do you have any problems? Maximus turned to Liam and Lux. These two were fully engaged in work, asking for his permission everywhere. We already finalized it, and we have no problem so far, Liam said. These past few months, they scour and analyze every city to proceed with their plan. Of course, most of them just went on tours, indulging in eating, drinking, and shopping to their heart's content. Oh? Did you already finalize it? Maximus asked with interest. Yes, there are already over 1,000 Shadow Hunter hubs in construction in the boundary and middle layer, Liam iterated. Shadow Hunter hub is different from an outpost. It's a mini-integrated hub in the Abyss realm for others to rest. It allows beings all over the Abyss realm to go farther than their designated outpost. In the past, they were limited to only a few million kilometers around their outpost, like a caged bird. This is because of the danger in the Abyss realm and, more importantly, the Abyss aura. It can devour everything from their body to the very body. Without a place to resist this problem, they can't go far. However, after the Shadow Hunter outpost is finished, people can go beyond the limit. After traveling a few million kilometers, they can just go to a hub closest to them if they need to rest or replenish their supplies. This revolutionary idea was, of course, not done the first time. Many tried to do this, but limited by their financial ability and manpower, it was not so successful. Even if they built it, it was only for their private use to mine important resources far from their outpost. The resources and manpower needed to build a hub were simply massive for it to be worth anything. Building a hub was equivalent to burning money. After all, for the hub to work, it needed to resist the Abyss aura and defend itself from monsters. Otherwise, it would be a joke even if it had the most advanced facilities. For Maximus, this was not a problem. With multiple dimensions that had access to the Abyss realm as his source, the materials needed to build a hub are not very expensive. All in all, a hub is a mini outpost. Of course, as a mini outpost, it doesn't have its most important component, a teleportation array. A teleportation array is the most essential component of any outpost or city in the Abyss realm. Even if you only had a teleportation array in your place, it would already be a functional outpost. However, the materials needed to build an Abyss teleportation array are scarce. This is also the limitation to the expansion of the number of outposts. Even now, after countless epochs, there are not even a billion outposts in the Abyss realm, much less a city. There were only thousands of them. This is why even if Maximus can buy materials for the Abyss teleportation array, he doesn't dare. He can only resort to a mini outpost, a hub for now. What about the function of the hub? Have you thought of it? Maximus asked. Don't worry, father, I thought of this comprehensively. In the future, these hubs will be our money-making machines, Lux said confidently. So confident? Haha, the hub I planned has everything, the unique products created by our mothers, the rare resources you provided, plus many added services. For example, an arena, training facilities, entertainment facilities, plantation, etc. The most important thing is the shadow coin. Lux said excitedly. All of the other things are miscellaneous compared to shadow coins. This is a currency. Their very own currency. Just hearing the name, every cell in his body began to tingle. This is not simply money. It's a divine tool to absorb all kinds of resources. Thinking his father uses it to acquire some useless abyss source and issues missions from here and there. Lux can only shake his head at his father's lack of business sense. With this shadow coin and his father's support, he can finally realize his ambition of controlling the world through money. Of course, he's still far away from it, he is merely daydreaming now. Seeing Lux's euphoria, Maximus was sure this brat was thinking about money again. Anyway, I will leave everything to you brats, Maximus said reassuringly. Just leave me here with your mother to enjoy life. Soon, years began to pass by. Maximus' family fully settled in the Abyss realm like their own home. With various information that Maximus got from microsurveillance spots. His wives and children in a team harvested Abyss source equivalent to over 10 billion system points monthly. This is still because they were in the middle layer, lacking a high-quality Abyss source. Of course, Maximus didn't dare to send them to fight in the Purgatory layer either. It was simply too dangerous. Now, in the middle layer, most of the Abyss sources he found were 1,000,000 kilometers to trillions of kilometers away. If this distance were in the Purgatory layer, they would probably die after traveling for a few billion kilometers. If not for the unique property of their cultivation method, they could not even resist the corrosive aura of the Abyss, much less travel that far. It could be said that their team is unique. Undamaged from the Abyss aura, undefeated to Abyss monsters. Fortunately, no one knew such things. Otherwise, many people would be in doubt and interrogate them a few times. After all, only a Tier 9 Apex Sovereign can be unaffected by the Abyss aura. It would be revolutionary if others could also resist the Abyss aura on their own without using any energy. They can even treat the Abyss realm as their home and multiply until they can occupy the Abyss. The origin was truly unique in their regard. Just being immune to all kinds of energy is already like a bug. Aside from them, his wives and children with production professions began to produce their results. Erica already had over a dozen delicious foods being produced in the factory. With all kinds of unique, delicious food being sold all over the Abyss, Erica can earn trillions daily. Angeline also produced her masterpiece, a bracelet that can resist Abyss aura with limited mana, using crystal merits as energy. Although it was not a mass-produced product like she envisioned. In every auction, it was a highly sought-after item prized in trillions. In return, many became jealous and hoped to reverse-engineer the item. Unfortunately for them, after they succeeded, what greeted them was a bunch of expensive and a few unknown Abyss resources. As for Irene, she also mass-produced poison that can kill Tier 1 to Tier 3 Abyss monsters. This was a major milestone for the beings of the Etherium realm. It means that these cannon fodder Abyss monsters were no longer a problem. It was like the ants and rats in the house were gone. After all, although these Abyss monsters were nothing to them, they were bothersome. When traveling, just moving from place to place was a hell-level task. An endless number of these flies poured like water, hindering them from moving. Unfortunately, as the Abyss aura can independently produce them, they could not be exterminated. Now that there is such an effective poison, how can they not be happy? Many also tried to reverse-engineer the poison. Unfortunately, like the bracelet that can resist Abyss aura, they were destined to be disappointed. Many rare and unknown herbs were found in the poison, rendering them powerless. They could only shake their heads in distress and marvel at how Maximus could find such resources. His wives earned about 100 trillion every month with all these products. Although it was still far from their goal of earning at least 10 quadrillion every month, they were already satisfied. After all, they also had their children and grandchildren to rely on. Otherwise, what's the use of these brats they painstakingly raised for? Chapter 269 Business Progress 2. Besides his wives, his children also created something worthy of attention. First, Lily, with her profession as a material and natural alchemist, created a set of bizarre biological eyes. Their function is similar to the microsurveillance bots Maximus created. However, unlike his bots, these biological eyes are not affected by the Abyss aura. Furthermore, Regardless of the distance, as long as the biological eye has energy, it can emit signals for long-distance reconnaissance. Of course, it also has weaknesses. It is too expensive. Unlike Maximus's micro-surveillance spots, which only use atomic god metal and some miscellaneous materials. Creating one biological eye is equivalent to creating a tier 8 alchemy item. Nonetheless, it became famous after its release. Now, it is a must-have item when venturing into the Abyss realm. Even though it costs billions, it becomes a sought-after item as soon as it is released. Fortunately, this time, the top guild was able to reverse engineer and create it. However, they still face the old problem because many rare and unknown Abyss materials are needed. Creating one is very expensive. Most would rather wait and buy one from the Shadow Hunter Pavilion than create it. However, for those who can't wait, regardless of the price, manufacture it independently. There was also his daughter Lydia, a pure natural alchemist. His daughter was as lovely as usual and created a purifying tree. This tree can absorb Abyss aura and exhale pure mana. This kind of wonder was first seen in the Abyss. Although many atoms can purify the Abyss, they are all artificial and require some energy or mechanism. However, these trees' energy source is the Abyss aura itself. This has a huge implication. If this kind of tree is planted all over the Abyss, it can turn this hell into a paradise. Of course, Lydia did not entirely create this tree, she only strengthened it. This kind of tree has long since existed in the Ethereum realm, specifically the Cursed Continent. It was mutated after a long precipitation of time and the magic of the amalgamation of will. Unfortunately, its capability to absorb Abyss aura was too weak to be noticed. Lydia was merely curious about the tree and took it out in her small world to study. Coming to the Abyss after a long time of study and various experiments, the tree's ability to absorb the Abyss aura was somewhat enhanced. Unfortunately, even then, such a tree was just redundant. Even if every inch of land in the Abyss were planted with this tree, it wouldn't be able to withstand the Abyss's natural energy production. However, such a tree is not without hope. After Lydia had more knowledge, she could further enhance its capability, creating a biological weapon that could purify the Abyss. Thus, with little use, such a tree was merely a decorative plant and was not popular. Maximus didn't dissuade his daughter either. In fact, if Maximus had spare time, he would also like to study these miraculous trees. Maybe in the near future, it can be used as a main weapon in the Abyss. Not just this piece of the Abyss realm near the Ethereum realm but the whole Abyss dimension. Luke, his son, who has a passion for machines, also created something truly remarkable. He developed a transportation vehicle that the Abyss aura couldn't corrode. It was a remarkable achievement that, if known, would shock the world. With these vehicles, there is no need to stay in any outpost. One can simply rest in their vehicle when tired and get going into the depths of the Abyss. Unfortunately, to create one of these vehicles costs hundreds of trillions. Further considering the manpower needed, Maximus shelved this product for their exclusive use. Releasing this high-profile item to the masses is not feasible, as most of its core components are usually found in the depths of the Abyss. Maximus even estimated that some materials can only be found in the main Abyss dimension. Now, 3 of these vehicles are already used by his family for daily travel. Thanks to them, trillions of kilometers can be covered within just a few days, providing more Abyss sources to harvest. Besides his 3 children who created something worthwhile. The others were mainly fighting in the Abyss to get some Abyss source. Some also had their duties and goals. Like Liam and Lux, who oversaw the construction of the Shadow Hunter hubs. These 2 sons of his were so addicted to construction that their feet never touched the ground. Even Liam's 2 wives often complained because of their workaholic husband. Of course, they were merely ranting, they already knew the nature of their husband through and through. Working seems to be his natural breathing rhythm. There is also Neo and Syra, who were in charge of the entire family's source of intelligence. Syra was responsible for the expansion and reorganization of the information-gathering capacity of the Shadow Hunter Pavilion. It seems that her daughter was talented in this regard. As a result, the information-gathering capability of the pavilion has skyrocketed by a large degree. On the other hand, Neo analyzes and summarizes every piece of intelligence gathered by the Shadow Hunter Pavilion. With the awakening of Neo's physique, Heaven's calculation, such a task became a piece of cake. By now, his brain can process and analyze billions of pieces of information every second, like a human supercomputer. Because of this, the Abyss realm seems open to them. Any trouble can be solved without it even happening. All kinds of resources can be intercepted before they reach their destination. Various hidden agendas are not concealed and can be perfectly resolved. It also makes their progress smooth sailing, as if they were not in the Abyss realm. Besides them, there are also Asha and Leela, who didn't fight the Abyss monsters. These 2 spoiled brats are shopping and playing all over the cities and outposts in the Abyss realm as if it's their home. Fortunately, They haven't encountered any danger yet due to their luck and beauty. Time passed. 10 years since Maximus returned to the Abyss Realm. In a Shadow Hunter hub somewhere in the Abyss, Zack and his team of 5 are in trouble. Leader, what should we do? His teammate Sabis said in a hurry. Unknowingly, they have come so far away from their outpost that they don't have enough supplies to return. Staying here without supplies, they would be devoured by the Abyss sooner or later. It's because of you, Dylan. If not for your good idea, we would not have come here. What about me? I was just talking nonsense. Who knew we would really come here? Dylan sighed in despair. Alright, that's enough, Zack said coldly. What do you mean, leader? We were about to die, and you still tell us to shut up? Sabis said, defying his leader. That's right. If not for your command, we wouldn't be here. Sigh, is there still any hope? Zack didn't continue to speak and just looked at them coldly. After a few minutes of silence, the others finally relented and asked for his opinion. Leader, what do you think we should do? Zack. Leader, stop acting coldly and tell us what you think. Zack. Leader, come back with us. We still need you. What's the matter? I thought you forgot that I was still your leader, Zack said coldly. We're merely venting, leader. Everything is still up to you, Sabis and the others apologized. Humphrey. Leader, come on, tell us your plan. Seeing that they finally calmed down, Zack continued to speak. Do you think I would agree with Dylan's stupid idea if I didn't have a plan? Zack's answer seemed to be a life-saving straw as their despair had vanished. Near around here is a branch of the Shadow Hunter Hub. Shadow Hunter Hub? Is it public, leader? Can we get inside and exchange some supplies? They asked excitedly, hearing that there was a hub near them. Shadow Hunter Hub is a property of Shadow Hunter Pavilion. It was a public hub built over a year ago, becoming the heaven in hell for us travelers. TSK, you should read the news from time to time. You don't even know this vital piece of information. How can you live in the future? Zack advised. Got it, leader. Leader, this is your job, we just need to fight. Ha ha ha, as expected of the leader, you're quite knowledgeable. The group quickly flattered their leader, hoping to get his forgiveness. Should we get there immediately? By the way, how do we get there? Suddenly, they were stunned, not knowing where the Shadow Hunter Hub was. The Abyss is like a maze, with various crisscrossing lands constantly moving. Usually, to find an outpost, they had a one-way compass directly pointing to it. As for the Shadow Hunter Hub, their compass couldn't detect it. Just leave it to me, I already arranged everything. Zack comforted, taking out a brand new compass. This unique compass could only point toward a Shadow Hunter Hub. He bought it from the Shadow Hunter Pavilion for a few billion. These billions of crystal merits are already a few years of their income. Thinking of it, he can't help but grit his teeth, cursing the Shadow Hunter Pavilion for being a profiteer. They dare to advertise it as a free public resting place, yet a mere positioning compass is priced in billions. If not for their need for such a place, Zack would not even come near such a black shop. Chapter 270 Shadow Hunter Hub. Following the compass, they quickly found the Shadow Hunter Hub in their area. Look, leader. A mini outpost. There seem to be a lot of people too. Ha ha ha, how nice. We can finally relax after a few months in this hellish place. As the group celebrated, they quickly reached the entrance of the shelter. Seeing that they were not stopped from coming inside, their smiles widened. Great. Leader, we are finally safe. Sabis said excitedly. Although they knew there was a place for their retreat, it was still uncertain. Now that they are in the actual place, they felt the baggage on their chests lighten. Feeling the pure mana without abyssal aura, they finally felt that they were back in society. Let's buy supplies first, then find a place to rest, Zack suggested. As you said, leader, the others nodded in agreement. Walking around, all the shops seemed to bear the crest of the Shadow Hunter Guild. From every building and architecture, the place was fully marked. Finally, after a few minutes of walking, they saw the supply market. In the open-air market, bulks of resources were on display. Prices and brief descriptions of the material were also listed next to them. Shadow coins? Dylan suddenly muttered, noticing the currency. Shadow coins? Do we need that here? Sabis repeated, asking in wonder. As far as he knew, they only had a few shadow coins after exchanging the Abyss source in one of the branches of the Shadow Hunter Pavilion. If they wanted to get more shadow coins, they either had to gather rare resources or do missions like a bunch of laborers. Furthermore, looking at the prices, it was so expensive compared to the usual prices. This is a black market. No, a black hub. Are you new here? Suddenly, a man came up to them. You are? Zack questioned. Relax, I'm Ethan from Bluestone Squad. My squad mates are resting, so I figured I'd go around a little. Then I saw you looking clueless, so I asked. Is that so? Sabas and the others nodded. By the way, you seem stumped by the prices here? Ethan asked teasingly. It's 3 times the usual price. How can we not be stumped? Furthermore, shadow coins? How would we even get that? Is there a bank here? Indeed. As long as it bears the symbol of the Shadow Hunter Guild, you can expect that it was a black price. Like them, Ethan and his team were taken aback by the prices they saw here, causing their blood pressure to rise. Although such a hub would indeed increase their income and safety, it seemed for naught as this greedy shelter cut off their fortune. Fortunately, the one running this place is smart. Although it cut off most of their income, their remaining income was still considerably compared to usual. As for shadow coins, there is indeed a bank here that you can exchange for shadow coins. Can you tell us where it is? Zack asked. You can see a bank in the center of this hub. Thanks. Haha, no problem. I would also like to have more fellows here. Ethan waved his hands. Having more people in the outpost would mean less danger. Although there are a lot more resources here than usual, there are also more dangers. If there were more to share their pressure, they would gladly welcome it. After receiving the reminder from Ethan, they temporarily left the supply market to exchange some money. In the bank, there was a line of people exchanging crystal merits for shadow coins. Shadow Hunter Guild is fearless. Zack thought deeply. In the past, they only dared to exchange some shadow coins equivalent to merits in a guild. But now, they were openly exchanging currency like it's nothing. Although it was only in their territory, Zack was sure it was not easy. Indeed, a year ago, when they first openly exchanged currency, they faced attacks from all directions. Different guilds, organizations, and powerhouses came knocking on their door asking for explanations. Maximus even had to fight and show some power so they could back off a little. Unfortunately, there is no such thing as fear in the face of interest. At that time, Maximus even thought of stopping such a crazy plan. After all, the pressure he faced was not worth it just for some immediate interest. Fortunately, it seemed like luck was on his side. Rakasha, the strongest being in the Abyss, the leader of the Ethereum Council, noticed the commotion and decided to intervene. Rakasha used his authority to open the highest level assembly to discuss this topic. As many were in seclusion or were far away on their missions, the meeting was held off until now. As for the use of shadow coins, Maximus was permitted to continue until they decided otherwise in the assembly. Soon, it was Zack and his squad's turn. Welcome to the Shadow Hunter Bank. How may I help you? A puppet said emotionlessly. We want to exchange some shadow coins. Can you first tell us about it? Sure. Shadow coins are the currency used by all establishments established by the Shadow Hunter Guild in the Abyss. The exchange ratio is 1 to 100 of crystal merits. You can also exchange shadow coins for crystal merits anytime. Are there any questions? Previously, one could use shadow coins to exchange anything in the Shadow Hunter Pavilion. Is this still available using the shadow coins exchanged here? Zack asked thoughtfully. Hearing their leader's sharp question, the others looked seriously at the puppet, waiting for an answer. If shadow coins can still be used to exchange anything in the Shadow Hunter Pavilion, then they would earn big time. Thinking of the endless rare materials they could arbitrarily exchange, they couldn't help but drool. By then, their squad would be upgraded by a few levels. No, the simple answer seemed to pierce their hearts as they froze. Zack seemed to have expected it and remained expressionless. The shadow coins you can get in the Shadow Hunter Pavilion are specially marked. You can only get them by doing missions or exchanging special resources with the guild. I see. Do you have any more questions? No. Then, are you ready to exchange currency with us? Here. Zack nodded and threw a storage ring filled with crystal merits. The puppet quickly caught it and put it into a special apparatus. These puppets were only a low-level kind without any spirit property that could independently open storage rings. So a special apparatus is needed. 1,738,468,290 crystal merits. Hearing the amount, Zack's lips twitched a little. Initially, he still had over 6 billion, but because he bought the overpriced positioning compass, their squad's budget shrank considerably. Here is 17,384,682.90. Thank you for trusting our service. After exchanging some currency, they went back to the supply market. With a fire in their chests that couldn't be put out, they bought all the supplies they needed while holding back from cursing. From magic crystals, potions, food, consumable items, traveling gear, etc. Fortunately, the supplies here were quite complete, otherwise, I don't know if I can hold myself from punching someone, Dylan muttered. Damn, don't you see the rules posted on every street? Any destruction of property here requires payment. If you don't want us to go bankrupt, just hold yourself up and shut up. The squad jeered at Dylan while also holding themselves back. Perhaps because of anger, They quickly finished buying the resources they needed in just a few minutes. Of course, the reality was the efficiency of the supply market. Lux ensured that the model here omitted all the processes. You only need to choose and pay, and you're good to go. After shopping, they went to look for a residence to stay. And as they expected, it's another bloody pricing strategy. Since coming here, they felt that their pockets were constantly being targeted. Everywhere you look is temptation, everything you step on has a price. More importantly, it seems that every time they breathe, they have to pay. If not for their leader, Zack, holding them back, the 17 million they just exchanged would reach a negative number in just a night. As they relaxed at the rented residence, they came into a daze as they thought of their future. Leader, what should we do next? Sabis finally asked. We fight, earn more money, then advance, Zack said precisely, too lazy to waste some breath on his stupid squadmates. What do you mean, leader? Can you elaborate? We're too stupid to understand such coded words. Can you repeat that again, leader? Zack sighed, closed his eyes, and slowly explained. We stay here and fight in this greedy land. Here, we can earn more money than we usually do. Finally, after we have enough strength, we leave this godforsaken place. What they didn't know is that this is only the beginning. In the future, they would be lured deeper and deeper into the scheme hidden in the dark to earn more money. Chapter 271 The Ethereum Citadel. A year later, at the Shadow Hunter outpost, it's finally the time, Maximus muttered with a frown. The launch of a new currency had more implications than he thought. Who knew that he would be besieged from all sides just because of it? Isn't it just a new currency? They could also create one if they want. Looking at the notification in front of him about the upcoming assembly, he could only sigh. Taking out his token, he quickly called 3 of his sons, Liam, Neo, and Lux. As for the others, he didn't bother to notify them, it would only add needless trouble. Dad, why did you call us? Liam, who received the notification, immediately arrived. It should be because of the trouble we caused, Lux behind him muttered, seeing the notification in front of his father. Neo, who listlessly came inside, just found a seat, waiting for what his father had for him. The assembly is in 3 days, later. I want you to come with me. Taking his sons was mainly to broaden their horizons. Especially for Liam, so that in the future, when he wanted to retire, he could confidently leave everything to him. As for Neo, it was to give him some motivation to move forward. Furthermore, Neo also had every bit of information in the abyss, maybe it would be useful. For Lux, it was to beat this brat so that he would make less trouble in the future. Pushing the new currency was this brat's idea. Now, trouble kept coming like a tide, leaving him? Time to relax. Lux seemed to feel his look and smiled helplessly. Don't worry, Dad. We'll be with you, Lux muttered. Just prepare well, don't embarrass me, got it? 3 days later, Maximus and his 3 sons quietly left the outpost. What Maximus didn't know is that behind him, his wives, children, in-laws, and grandchildren saw them leaving. I hope nothing happens to you, Sky vowed. If something really happened to Maximus, Sky would surely make everyone pay for it. Even if she couldn't do it in her lifetime, she had all the time in her next life to do it. If not, then just another life. As for Amara, she just clenched her fist, looking at her husband's fading back. She swore once something happened, she would make them know why they called her the most vengeful battle goddess. The others also looked serious, each in their own thoughts. In the Ethereum Citadel, in a mobile fortress comparable to the grandness of the city of Arcana, huge structures with different elements representing each apex sovereign stood tall. In an inconspicuous teleportation array, 4 people suddenly appeared. Is this the Ethereum Citadel? Lux muttered as he excitedly looked around. The Ethereum Citadel is where the central power of the whole Ethereum realm lived. Over 1,000 powerhouses from various continents lived here. It was also the guarantee for all the beings living here. It's their last line of defense. Once it falls, then they can just close their eyes and wait for death. The Ethereum Citadel is a mobile stronghold responsible for eliminating all danger that would be detrimental to all beings living here. It mainly hunted Tier 9 abyss monsters and mutated abyss monsters, especially the mutated ones. There was once a mutated abyss monster that reached Tier 9. After destroying thousands of outposts and dozens of cities, the Ethereum Citadel moved forward as thousands of apex sovereigns swarmed over, fighting for their lives. Even then, over 100 casualties were needed to kill the mutated abyss monster. Let's go, quit dawdling. Liam yelled, seeing that their father was already walking far ahead. Lux pouted a little but continued to walk around lazily. Looking at the towering aura of wealth, he wished he had the strength to rob them all. And you too, Neo. Do you want me to drag you? Don't worry about me, brother. Neo just shook his head and walked at a turtle's pace. Liam felt his blood pressure rising, watching these two brothers of his. Seeing they didn't listen, Liam had enough. Lifting their clothes, he dragged them forcefully. "Brother, don't be indecent," Lux hurriedly said, looking at his posture. However, Liam didn't seem to hear anything and continued to drag them to his father. "Don't bother, just relax your body, and think you're getting carried by the waves." Neo squinted his eyes as he propped himself up on the ground. Sigh. "My image." Lux also gave up as he covered his eyes in despair. Maximus, who saw this, could only helplessly shake his head. "These brats, I said don't embarrass me." Fortunately, the Ethereum Citadel is also covered with a spatial array like the one in the city of Arcana. Every step they took, there was a spatial movement, covering dozens of kilometers. After a few minutes of walking, they reached the center of the stronghold. Unlike the others that had the feature of Ethereum realm architectures, the building in front of him looked like it was naturally born out in the Abyss realm. As Liam, Neo, and Lux looked at it, they couldn't help but feel sucked into an endless abyss. Fortunately, their cultivation skills came to the rescue, as they quickly came to their senses. On top of the abyss-like building, Rakasha, who saw the whole thing, couldn't help but nod in satisfaction. "I didn't expect there was such a good seedling," he muttered, looking at the three. This building, the Abyssal Apex Sanctum, is created using the finest materials they got from the periphery of the Abyss Source layer. It was crafted by the top craftsmen from all of the Ethereum realm, taking a few epochs to build it. Its only function is to blend with the Abyss, to be the Abyss. Thus, those with weak wills who took a glance at it would fall into the endless abyss, never getting out in their lifetime. Thus, seeing three kids break the effect like it was nothing, he couldn't help but be amazed. As for Maximus, who was not affected and even seemed to look at the building with interest, Rakasha just shook his head. Being able to fight, and even injure an Apex Sovereign, if Maximus didn't have this capability, then it's better not to come here. After all, the weak have no rights. This is also the only reason he decided to convene a discussion. After all, a new currency can be big or small, depending on his whims. If he didn't care about it, those guilds could take care of it on their own. If he took an interest in it, it would be like a snowball going down a mountain. He only wondered if Maximus could withstand the pressure. After all, setting up a new currency in the abyss is like setting up a country in a wasteland. It may seem useless and a waste of effort, but those with foresight will see it as a declaration of war. "I hope you don't disappoint me." Soon, Maximus and his sons were led inside as they waited for others. "Dad, you don't seem to be nervous?" Liam suddenly asked, noticing their father's expression. "What's there to be nervous about?" "At most, tear down the new currency," Maximus shrugged. "Dad, don't be too pessimistic, you can do this." Lux cheered loudly. This is his dream, and now that it's within arm's reach, Lux can't just give up. Furthermore, he trusts his omnipotent father can resist the pressure. What about just releasing all their scandals? "They should shut up by then," Neo suggested carelessly. He can deduce deep secrets that many don't know about with all kinds of information he gathered. Once this was released, these Apex Sovereigns and top guilds would be fighting on their own. By then, they could develop freely, as long as they were a little low-key. "What are you thinking? You're getting us killed." Liam knocked his brother's head at such an absurd idea. "Spreading these big-shot scandals? No matter how thick their father is, he can't protect them from the effects of such an action. As for secretly spreading it, that would be impossible. Under all divination and peeping across time and space, they would be exposed faster than they can speak." "Don't worry too much, I will still do my best regardless," Maximus said, calming them down. Maximus knew the coming discussion was not about the new currency at all. It is about what he can give and show. It is how many profits he needs to share and can keep. It will be based on how much strength he can show. As for the launch of the shadow coins or a new currency, it was already a sure thing. Why would powerhouses need to bother and convene such a troublesome gathering if not? These past few years of delay were merely a test to see how such a currency would work. If the result is lower than expected, this assembly would never even happen. Now it seems to pass their test and arouses their appetite. It's time to bite a piece of the pie. Now the test will be how much profit I can keep. Chapter 272 Powerhouse Assembly. Soon after a few hours, all those invited to the assembly arrive. A puppet came into their room, inviting them to the conference room. Under the guidance of the puppet, Maximus and his sons quickly arrive at the conference room. Suddenly, an unprecedented pressure falls onto Maximus, causing him to frown. Fully activating his domain, he tried to resist the pressure as he looked around. Hundreds of Apex Sovereigns from different guilds and organizations look at him with interest. The most famous Ethereum Gold Chamber of Commerce was the most powerful economically. Origin Arcana Institute, the breeding ground of almost all Apex Sovereigns in the world. Ethereum Embassy, the continental government of all mortal beings. Lorekeeper Guild, the holder of all knowledge and history. Chaotic Marine Guild, the holder of most seagoing ships, moving like a continent across the chaotic sea. Colossal Gladiators, an organization of battle maniacs who own and run almost all the battle arenas in the world. Quantum Transit Consortium, the biggest hand that holds all teleportation arrays in the world. Pantheon Inventors, the largest craftsman organization in the world, producing everything from the simplest daily items to the most complicated alchemical and mechanical items. Gastronomic Federation, which owns the widest land and supplies almost all the food in the world. Looking at all the super guilds and organizations before him, he couldn't help but pause a little. Looking at his sons in the back, almost crushed by pressure. He flared his domain up a notch and dispersed the pressure around the room. Pleased to meet you all, I'm Maximus Shadowcrest, Maximus introduced. At Maximus's introduction, the silence in the room continued, but the pressure was no longer present. Besides the apex sovereigns in the room, there is also a bunch of Tier 8 and Tier 7, who mostly managed to came to experience. Maximus even sees Denise, who disappeared decades ago. It seemed that she had came to the abyss earlier, so he didn't see her. Looking at Maximus, Denise was a little shocked. Decades ago, a problem suddenly cropped up within the guild, requiring her to go into the abyss. Because of the rush, she didn't have the time to say goodbye to Maximus. Looking at the man who dared to dirty her, Denise was embarrassed and joyful for a while. However, looking at the solemn room, she held herself. Alright, sit down. Let's begin the discussion, Rakasha says, breaking the silence. Maximus nodded and took his embarrassed sons to sit. Now that you are all here, let's talk about the currency that Maximus Shadowcrest introduced. Most people here found such a change disturbing and almost causing chaos. Now, can you tell me why that is so? Raksha started. Your Excellency, what this ignoble existence just did is set a precedence for chaos, like setting fire in the forest. In the future, if left untouched, such a currency that others can arbitrarily control would lead to serious problems, George, a Tier 9 Apex Sovereign and one of the leaders of the Unity Bank Alliance stated. Although it is not up to par with the likes of the Ethereum Gold Chamber of Commerce, it's still one of the top organizations. Do you have anything to say? Rakasha looks at Maximus. Your Excellency, we should immediately terminate such an existence. Bringing instability to our already precarious situation is presumptuous, George continued, not waiting for Maximus to answer. However, Rakasha ignored it and looked at Maximus. Your Excellency, I'd say this gentleman is talking nonsense. Starting a fire in a forest? What I did was adding a fire of hope, a light of change to help us in our fight in the abyss, Maximus sharply answers. However, George seemed not to accept his answer and tried using his strength to put pressure on him. Unfortunately for him, such pressure is useless. It even tempered Maximus's domain a little, making it stronger and more solid. Oh, adding a fire of hope? What do you mean? Drinks, from the Holy Elephant tribe, one of the leaders of the Gastronomic Federation, asks with interest. Truthfully, top organizations like them held no interest in such a pointless assembly. However, Rakasha still needed to be given face, so they took time to come. Drinks looked at the brat who appeared to have something to say, wanting to know his thoughts. Before answering this question, I would like to ask, what is our goal in staying here in the abyss? Maximus asks in return. To slow down and to protect the Ethereum realm from invasion, a Tier 8 powerhouse answered confidently without waiting for others to speak. Do you agree with what he said? Maximus asks as he looked around. Seeing none of them spoke in opposition, he continued. Preventing? Protecting? Is that all? His words seemed to strike a chord as they froze a little. What do you mean? One of them asked in confusion. Did anyone think about expelling or even conquering? Just the first battle and we already lost. With such a passive goal, how can we have the passion to fight? Maximus said with a mocking smile. Hearing the words, they couldn't help but fall into deep thought. However, reality is reality, not just something some words can change. Sneering at Maximus, their aura flared up and looked at him intently. Hey, so what about expelling and conquering? If we had that kind of strength, we would have done so long ago. That's right, such a ridiculous idea. Do you know how much sacrifice we need to reach here? Billions upon billions get buried here every epoch. Do we not even think about fighting back? How have we tried, but it led to more lives being lost. So many lives were lost, and you tell us such a thing as if we are weak-willed individuals who have been cowering in a little corner? Brat, you better return to where you came from and be down to earth. The crowd looked at Maximus as if wanting to eat him. What a joke. Expelling? Conquering? Hearing such a grand idea seems fresh. However, such elementary tricks and ideas were ridiculous. Why not? The sacrifice is indeed big, but so what? Do we just give up like that? Do we just leave it at that? Are you satisfied with the result? Each of his questions seems to stab them with a knife as they grit their teeth, looking at him. Is this hairless brat who has lived less than 1,000 years qualified to point at them? What do you know? You've only been here for less than 100 years, how dare you speak such big words? Hey, this time was enough. Enough for what? Enough to be promoted to executioner, the highest status after killing an abyss monster. Enough to set up an outpost that could sail in the purgatory or even the Soar's lair. Enough to set up thousands of little shelters for our compatriots to thrive. Enough to set up a storm that gives me the right to stand here. The indignant crowd immediately shuts up upon hearing the list of what Maximus did. Less than 100 years to accomplish all of that? Maximus is indeed permitted to speak such words. In the thousands or millions of years they have been here, they didn't even achieve half of what Maximus did. Speaking of this brat is indeed amazing, being able to do all this in such a short span of time. Of course, Maximus could only do it because of the system and, more importantly, the source of abyss materials in the Myriad World Mall. Otherwise, establishing an outpost, setting up shelters, becoming famous enough to be here, Maximus can only dream about it. Alright, you've already said enough, Drinks says, breaking the silence. Until now, people from top guilds and organizations didn't speak. Only those second and third rates dared to argue with Maximus. For them, Maximus was merely a rising star who hadn't grown yet, like an elementary student showing off in a sports event in front of middle school students. Although it's indeed amazing, for them who have already seen much of the world, it was nothing. Even Denise, who was with the Lorekeeper Guild, had the time to blink and flirt with Maximus from afar. Although it is said that the strength of the Lorekeeper Guild is in the hundreds or even in the 1,000th place compared to others, it was only when it came to strength. The members of this guild were a bunch of nerds who didn't like to fight. If they had time, it's better to dissect more monsters or tinker with more inventions. Still, being a top guild standing shoulder to shoulder with the giants, they had what it takes. You've said this and that, but you still haven't said what you mean by adding a hope of fire. What about expelling or conquering? According to your tone, you seem to have a plan? It seems that the currency we are discussing has something to do with it. Drinks asked one by one, seeing the crowd's silence. Chapter 273 Mysterious Dimensional Merchant. Hearing what Drinks said, the crowd went silent and looked at Maximus with inquiry. If Maximus really had a plan to help them in their fight in the abyss, then everything would be different. Earlier, they thought of pressuring Maximus first to stop him from having a hand in the new currency. They didn't want a brat of lower strength to be at the same height as them. After kicking out Maximus, they would form an alliance and manage this new unified currency. Truthfully, they were sick of the Ethereum world's will, taking cuts from everywhere. Besides, the cut from condensing abyss origin, absorbing crystal merits for promotion, and transportation of every material and cargo from the Ethereum realm. The Ethereum world still cut taxes on doing business, more specifically the currency, crystal merits. Crystal merits dissipate over time. Without the preservation of the Ethereum world's will, it will dissipate in just a few days. However, as the Ethereum world's will preserves it, it also took out some as a service fee. Although it's barely 0.1%, which was negligible for many. This was a significant amount for them, who earned trillions at every turn. Most individuals didn't notice this, but for such a humongous organization, it looks like money is leaking. In the past, many of them tried to introduce a currency for circulation. If successful, they can quickly consume excess crystal merits, thereby promoting many individuals in advance. First, they tested magic crystals, the most used currency in Ethereum realm. Unfortunately, it's not cost-effective. Transporting such currency from Ethereum realm is more expensive than the loss they got from the natural dissipation of crystal merits. Second, they tried creating a currency, like metal, paper, alchemy-based, mechanical-based, etc. Unfortunately, it also failed. These things are either too expensive to make or too easy to imitate. They also thought of hunting those who dared to imitate the currencies. However, the damn culprit was among them. How would they dare to prohibit that? Isn't that nonsense? They can only produce more money and earn more before everything ended. As for digital currency, it can't work in this environment. Without all-time connections between outposts and cities, who can trust them? Today, their balance is in billions. The next day, it would be in thousands. Even if you complain, who's to say you didn't spend it? Who can guarantee the bank or the individual is in the right? A contract? If they had money to give a contract to every individual, then why would they still bother to set up a new currency? All in all, their scheme of putting up a new currency is a bust. No one could solve it, even with all the knowledge and powerful individuals in the Ethereum realm. This is where the shadow coins come in line. It's cheap and impossible to imitate. Shadow coins are only made from materials commonly found in the Ethereum realm and the Abyss realm. If only compared to materials, then gold and silver coins were more expensive to make. Yet, after months and years of trial and error, they failed to imitate such a currency. They were already able to create a 1-to-1 ratio of the currency down to its very law and origin, yet they still failed. The unique frequency that the shadow coins had couldn't be reproduced. Those who are a little more careful can spot it instantly. This is also why they were so frenzied, opposing Maximus in every way. After bringing him down, they can obtain the unique money forging technique. By then, they can create their currency and solve all their problems. They didn't know Maximus depended on his system to create this currency. Using his domain and connection to the system, Maximus was able to harmonize the shadow coin to the same frequency as the origin of his system. As a remnant of a Tier 12 treasure, how can they even dream of imitating it? Taking a deep breath, Maximus thought of his following words. Is anyone curious about how I quickly built an outpost? Or how I got here? Maximus started. What do you mean? They questioned. Of course, they sure heck are curious. Many of the Apex sovereigns in the room have long become suspicious of Maximus since the release of the shadow coins. From Maximus's unknown source of wealth and materials, even his strength is mysterious. However, after rigorous investigation, all of this seemed like thin air. There is no point where it appears like a puff of smoke suddenly appearing. I have come into contact with another dimension, Maximus said lightly. However, his words were not light at all. All of them stood up as the pressure in the room shot up to another level. Almost all those with weaker strength than an Apex sovereign were unconscious. What dimension are you in contact with? Rakasha said coldly. This was not a joking matter. This is an intervention of another dimension. They know for a fact that their home is simply a pebble in the sea when it comes to the outside. Just a slightly stronger dimension can crush them like it's nothing. I could not tell you that before Maximus finished speaking, the pressure increased again. This time, his strength can no longer hold it. Multiple items in his body begin to work, resisting the pressure. Ahem, worry not, I signed a dimensional origin contract. They would never reveal our dimensional coordinates as long as I keep my mouth shut, Maximus hurriedly said. The individuals in the room also have little knowledge about outside dimensions. After all, they often sent various souls to explore the way, aka the virtual world. Naturally, they know what a dimensional origin contract is. A dimensional origin contract is the highest level contract between different dimensions. Its enforcing power could even bring an entire dimension to oblivion after disobeying the terms of the contract. Knowing this, they also calmed down a little. Looking around, they saw the individuals they bought knocked out cold. After despising their weak strength, they hurriedly healed them as they returned to sit. Rakasha also calmed down, looking at him seriously, asking for more information. What I came into contact with is a top-tier dimensional merchant, Maximus declared. As they also hope to monopolize the business in our world, they dare not to expose it. As for harm, they were one of the top organizations out there. They didn't want to accumulate karma just for some petty profit, Maximus lied without a bit of fluctuation. He already thought about what to do when he came here. Maximus could even say that he prepared a plan before even coming to the Abyss Realm. No matter how low-key he is, his system would be exposed sooner or later. It's just a matter of time. He just accelerated the time by releasing the shadow coins. However, such a plan was needed. To collect enough money or crystal merits, he needed to artificially expose the system. Of course, he needed some cover, and a dimensional merchant was just appropriate. After advancing to Tier 8, he could then spread the myriad system all in the guise of the same merchant. So all the material and money were exchanged by you to this unknown dimensional merchant? Yes, my wealth, the source of materials, even my training manual was gotten from them, Maximus answered without missing a beat. Hearing this, the crowd went into an uproar once again. Even his sons couldn't help but nod. All the weird actions of their father were all connected by now. Their massive source of wealth and training resources must be exchanged with this dimensional merchant. As for the training manuals, Liam, Neo, and Lux believe their father only got inspiration from them. Especially for the origin, they wouldn't believe that their father just bought it, even if they were beaten to death. Training with the origin, they can feel that it was deeply connected with their father. There was no other hint of impurities hinting that others intervened with it. They guessed it was their father's natural talent, being able to create such an amazing cultivation manual. After all, even through all of this revelation, they still believe their father 100%. After a few minutes of silence, processing the information Maximus revealed, they finally asked Maximus a pressing question. Can we also trade with this dimensional merchant? No, Maximus said straightforwardly. You mean to be a third party and trade with us and them using shadow coins? Rakasha said after piecing together what Maximus said. This should be what Maximus meant when he said adding hope of fire with the help of the new currency. All the arguments earlier were to preheat the revelations later on. I can't do anything about it, they only want to contact me and no one else. Maximus shook his head helplessly. However, the individuals in the room were smart, they didn't believe a word that Maximus had just said. What does it mean that they only wanted to contact you? A hairless brat with such a gnat-like strength? It likely means that you wanted to monopolize this business channel. What a sly little fox. They cursed in silence. Chapter 274 Result of Assembly. Can you tell us more specifically about the Dimensional Merchant? Like the range of products they sell? How frequently do they contact and trade with you? What about the mode of transportation? How do they deliver the product to you? More importantly, how do you conduct transactions? What is the method of payment? Rakasha asks one by one. The others also listen intently. They wanted to know more about this mysterious dimensional merchant. What if they could directly bypass this brat and trade with such a patron themselves? For specific information, I can't tell you, according to the contract. Maximus shook his head. TSK they quickly clicked their tongue, hearing his answer. But for the products they sell, I can still share one or two. Telling them too much information at one time will increase the possibility of his system being exposed, which he doesn't want. Then, can you tell us about it? Rakasha asks, understanding Maximus's situation. As for the possibility of Maximus lying, it's not that important. As long as they get the key information, they can go back and investigate it later. Truthfully, I don't know the range of what they can or can't sell. Aside from seemingly having everything available in our world, they also have unique products from different dimensions. The crowd in the room frowned, processing what Maximus had said. Maximus basically said nothing but also everything. Meaning they can only probe further if they want to know more. Oh, I also heard that they sell tier 10 resources and products. Maximus shrugged as if he just remembered it. Hearing that the dimensional merchant Maximus is in contact with is selling tier 10 products, the room turned silent, like a void. Tier 10 realm. The thing that countless powerhouse dreamed day and night. The thing that kept them fighting for countless epochs. Hearing that they were in contact with at least a tier 10 civilization, they couldn't help but feel fear and excitement at the same time. Is this confirmed? Rakasha asked seriously. I'm not sure, but very highly likely. Maximus didn't deny nor confirm. The information he provided should be enough to catch fish. Anything more would harm him and his plan for the future. A few months later, in the Shadow Hunter outpost, Maximus was in his residence, meditating as if waiting for something. A few months had passed since the high-level assembly, and the process was easier than he thought. After a few days of discussion, they came to terms with Maximus. Firstly, the shadow coins would be solely owned by him. Maximus didn't need to pay any tax or hidden fees. The methods of making the currency were also kept by himself. However, Maximus needed to ensure not to abuse this right. Otherwise, they would personally take action and rehabilitate him. Secondly, it was about the trading rights for the unknown dimensional merchant. Each top guild could freely trade with him as an intermediary. This was the problem causing the assembly to last for a few days. After Maximus listed what could be bought and the prices, the crowd went wild and taught him how to be a decent human being. At the start, the price he listed was at the Ethereum realm price standard. But those old foxes seemed like a bunch of enlightened sages. They didn't believe anything Maximus had said and told him to state the actual price. It came to the point where they even openly threatened Maximus. Although they didn't know if Maximus had the backing of the unknown dimensional merchant, they didn't care. In the face of profits, anything is negligible. Even Rakasha, who had always been impartial, didn't side with him. After hearing that they were trading tier 10 items, his heart went on fire, and he wanted to acquire one. Although they couldn't advance to tier 10 because of the constraints of their world. Buying a tier 10 weapon or two would still be a massive boost to their strength. What about the Abyss? Heck, they might even devour this piece of shit and advance the Ethereum realm to tier 10 dimension. Finally, after a few days of back and forth, Maximus had to grit his teeth and lower the price, thus reducing his income. Initially, he could earn at least 10 to 100 times the price difference. As a result, he could only earn about twice or thrice the price difference. Fortunately, there were still rare items that he could price arbitrarily. The third thing they discussed was the expansion of outposts and shelters in the Abyss realm. With more outposts and shelters, they could deploy those uncountable tier 6 individuals rotting in the Ethereum realm. In the past, due to the lack of a safe place in the Abyss, this could not be implemented. After all, just the tier 7 powerhouses already overcrowded their space. Now, with the dimensional merchant, they didn't worry about the source of material and could build more outposts and shelters unscrupulously. Regardless of cost, they decided to push the Abyss horizontally and, in turn, earn more profits. As for the lack of fighting power of these tier 6 individuals, this is not a problem. A larger number means more power. If 100 Tier 6 individuals can't compare to a Tier 7, what about 1,000? What about 10,000? What about 100,000? What about 1,000,000? One has to know that the ratio of Tier 6 to Tier 7 powerhouses is like a drop of water to an ocean. An ant can drown an elephant, much less a bunch of powerful individuals. For this, Maximus didn't say much. Anyway, he was not the one spending money, even he could earn much more. Now, the shadow coins, or should he say Ethereum coins, were already being widely promoted. Since they already had a new currency, why would they still use the depreciating crystal merits? Unfortunately, even with the guarantee of top guilds and organizations, the spread of Ethereum coins is slow. After all those past trials had already taken a toll on them. What if, in the future, such a currency fell? By then, they wouldn't even know where to cry. As for the name change, it was the suggestion of the Ethereum Council. After all, if a currency represented an individual, then where would they put their face? Isn't his admitting they were not as good as the other party? Didn't that mean that the Ethereum Council didn't have control anymore? Maximus agreed to this without much thought. After all, shadow coins were indeed too personalized. While he was in deep thought, a knock came on the door. Guild leader, a group of individuals wanted to see you, Andrew stated. Oh? The first prey is here? Maximus muttered silently. Lead them to the audience chamber, Maximus instructed. Audience chamber, Maximus sat in a chair, eager to see who would be the first brave one to take the bait. These few months, no one was brave enough to trade with him. Although Maximus's source was tempting, it was full of unknowns. They didn't know if they would be cheated out of money. So, most of them adopted a wait-and-see attitude. After all, to trade with Maximus, one had to pay first, and the total transaction must reach 100 quadrillion crystal merits. This was a substantial amount. Although they were top guilds or organizations with a significant flow of money, they didn't dare to spend that much at a time. Maximus was also helpless in this regard. He set this limit to avoid being too busy. If it were only trillions of crystal merits at a time. With so many guilds and organizations out there, he would be exhausted just transporting and exchanging the products. More importantly, these trillions were nothing to him. With thousands of shelters, famous products, and Ethereum coins, Maximus could earn 2 to 3 quadrillion every month doing nothing. This amounted to tens of trillions every day. Why waste time earning a few extra trillion? Of course, mainly because he didn't want to expose his system too much. Frequent transactions meant frequent exposure. Furthermore, just thinking about it, earning tens of quadrillions with just a wave of his hand was quite good. As for paying first, it was natural. Maximus only had less than 100 quadrillion in his system. If he traded with goods on the spot, it would be troublesome. What if the transaction reached hundreds of quadrillions or even quintillions? Maximus could only delay the transaction, leading to more problems. Didn't that imply that the dimensional merchant wasn't that strong? Or perhaps there was a technical problem imposing a limit? Either way, many issues would arise, jeopardizing his credibility. Maximus could only sigh and be thankful that someone finally had the guts to initiate a transaction. After this, many should clear their doubts and begin trading with him. By then, saving 100 quintillion for his advancement would be a piece of cake. He could even reserve one for his family, ensuring they would never be separated when he returned to the Ethereum realm. This fish was indeed his lucky star. He wondered if he should offer some discount to this courageous customer. As he was thinking, who's the stupid fish that took the first bait? The door slammed open as a beautiful angel flew into his embrace. Maximus. Chapter 275 Maximus x Denise. Maximus muttered, looking blankly at the woman in his arms. What? Don't you miss me? Denise winked. Because her mother dragged her after the assembly. She didn't have time to talk to Maximus. To meet Maximus, Denise had to stand up and crazily advertise their relationship with those old fogies. I miss you very much. Maximus pinched her cheeks. This little chick dared to eat him yet left hastily without reminding him. Isadora Celestine, one of the leaders of the Lore Keeper Guild. Nice to meet you, Maximus Shadowcrest, a kind-looking lady greeted him. It's my pleasure, Maximus smiled politely, still hugging Denise in his arms. I see that my daughter took a liking to you, Isadora teased a little. Mother. Denise yelled shyly. I like her too, Maximus smiled, tightening his hug with Denise. Hee, your family is really greedy, stealing my daughter and granddaughter, Isadora said, looking at him meaningfully. First, her granddaughter Ella, and now even this brat she raised to be the successor of the guild went awry. Thank you for your compliment, Maximus didn't shy away and thanked shamelessly. What about stealing other daughters and granddaughters? Isn't this a natural thing? Holding the fragrant woman in his arms. Maximus can only say that the Celestine family is a group of great beauties. What a shameless brat, Isadora sighed in defeat. By the way, why are you here? Maximus asked as he invited them to sit, finally breaking his hug with Denise. We want to buy something from that dimensional merchant behind you, Isadora said. Oh? Do you have a list? Maximus asked directly. Here, take a look if it's available, Isabella said, giving him the list. Looking at it, Maximus noticed that it was mostly materials used to build a mobile stronghold. By the looks of it, the Lorekeeper Guild is eager to build one of their own. After calculating the cost, the required materials amounted to approximately 130 quadrillion, which means he can earn at least 80-90 quadrillion. However, seeing that it was Denise's mother who was conducting the transaction, Maximus decided to give them a bit of a discount, bringing the cost to only over 100 quadrillion. There should be no problem, that's good, Isadora sighed in relief. The guild had long wanted to construct a mobile fortress but was unable to start due to the shortage of materials. Those old fogies in her guild had long been yearning for one so they could study deeper into the abyss. The materials they can study while stationary are severely limited, causing most of their research to stall. Are there other things you want to trade? Is the dimensional merchant behind you exchanging knowledge? Isadora asked hopefully. This is important to them, as wisdom seekers, they were very eager for new knowledge. Yes, but each book of knowledge can only be bound by one person. If you want 2 or more people to study the same knowledge, you need to buy more copies of the same knowledge. That's good. Very good. Isadora muttered excitedly. This is good news. It's like hearing a parallel world offering a completely new catalog of anime. Just as they were getting bored with their world culture, a new one popped up. How can Isadora not be ecstatic? Even the group of apprentices behind were so ecstatic that they nearly jumped in joy. Could you provide me with the prices of each book of knowledge? It's almost the same price as the Ethereum realm price standard but a little cheaper, Maximus said truthfully. For knowledge, he didn't want to profit much. Although knowledge is indeed priceless, that he can arbitrarily raise the price as he wants. Maximus wanted to contribute to his world, at least not be too greedy in setting the price. Good, good, very good. Isadora smiled like she won the lottery. She even forgot her bit of prejudice against Maximus and his son despite them harming her daughter and granddaughter. Now, she can't wait to empty their guild treasury and offer it to Maximus. This is 300 quadrillion. Besides the money for the materials. You can use the rest to buy 10 copies of each piece of knowledge and their corresponding research apparatus and materials. Isadora eagerly emptied her storage ring and even added her hidden money. Maximus was a little speechless as he looked at Isadora. What's wrong? Isadora asked, seeing Maximus didn't accept the money. The process? Maximus reminded. In the assembly, he asked them to pay with Ethereum coins when conducting a transaction. Meaning they first had to exchange currency and then trade with him. Are you sick? It's too troublesome. One of Isadora's apprentices, who had been in the meeting, couldn't help but complain. After all, they would pay Maximus regardless, so why would there be this step? Isn't this a brain-damaged operation? Ahem, it's for the ceremonials. Maximus reasoned in embarrassment. This process is really nonsense, but Maximus can do anything with it. He wanted to cultivate the belief in Ethereum coins as a currency. His system mainly absorbs belief regardless of the material. Like the virtual currency in his empire, if Maximus converted it to his system currency, he could earn billions of dimensional coins monthly without using real resources. By now, the value of Ethereum coins is only about a millionth of crystal merits, which is 0.000001 dimensional coins for every Ethereum coin. But if he can fully cultivate its belief, it can reach a 1-to-1 or even 1-to-100 value with dimensional coins. More importantly, if they trade using the Ethereum coins, he can save at least 100 billion for every 100 quadrillion worth of transactions. All in all, trading with Ethereum coins is a must. Even Maximus had to be embarrassed about it. Denise saw his adamant look and just rolled her eyes. However, knowing what Maximus wanted, Denise tried to smooth out the conflict. Mother, just do as he said, it won't waste much time anyway. Alright, do I exchange the Ethereum coins with you, or do I still need to go to a bank? Isadora compromised, seeing her traitorous daughter. No, just with me, Maximus smiled. Taking the 300 quadrillion crystal merits, he quickly retrieved 3 trillion Ethereum coins from his storage dimension. Here, Maximus said happily. As they watched his incomprehensible actions, their mouths twitched with complaints in their minds. Can I trade now? Isadora said impatiently. Even if her enthusiasm for new knowledge was doused with cold water, thinking that Maximus was a bit unreliable. What if Maximus became greedy and ran off with her guild's money? Isadora even thought of having her daughter distance herself from such a lunatic. But seeing her daughter's love-struck look, she could only shake her head. Yes, you can get the items after a month, Maximus said confidently, taking back the Ethereum coins he had just given. Just a month? Isadora was a little shocked. She thought that she would have to wait for a few more years. Who knew that it was only a few months? Then I look forward to it, Isadora said, quickly calming down. The days passed as Denise decided to stay with him. Even under the relentless persuasion of her mother, Denise was stubborn and wanted to be with him. Not seeing him for a few decades deepened Denise's affection for him to an uncontrollable degree. With no other choice, Isadora could only leave her daughter in Maximus' care. Soon, Denise quickly integrated with his family. However, with great affection, Denise didn't join others in fighting but decided to stick with him. Day and night, it seemed that Denise transformed into a love demon, not leaving his side. While Maximus was suffering in happiness, the Lorekeeper Guild was in suspense as they nervously waited for their package. The other guilds and organizations also watched eagerly, wondering if they could successfully conduct a transaction. Soon, a month had passed. On the patio, Maximus and Denise were flirting happily. "Maximus, when would you marry me?" Denise asked, looking deeply into his eyes. "I want it now, but your family is a bit traditional." Maximus sighed. Denise's mother, Isadora, deeply forbids them from special activities that Maximus suffered greatly. Isadora wanted Maximus to return to the Ethereum realm and officially marry Denise before anything could happen. A warning from an Apex Sovereign is simply frightening, especially if it was his future mother-in-law. Maximus can only be a turtle and suffer, Denise festering this past month. Now, he understands his son, Max, suffering. Just thinking of a succubus seducing you day and night, but you can't do anything. It must have been tough. Fortunately, he still had his wives, where he could vent his frustrations. My mother is really strict, we can only wait. Denise laughed a little and teased Maximus, touching him everywhere. Stop, Maximus held her hands in frustration. A little bit more, and he would unleash his inner demons, disregarding the advice of her future mother-in-law. Just touching it shouldn't be forbidden, Denise said with a hot breath behind his ears. Really? Maximus' body perks up as he asks attentively. Don't you want to? Denise said, licking her lips. It's just touching, so it should be all right. Maximus said like an innocent child who was ready for mischief. Then let me show you the way. Chapter 276 Completing transaction. A few hours later Maximus was covered in red spots, his eyes dazed. It seemed that a sage possessed him as many truths popped into his mind. Looking at the demoness who caused his current situation, Maximus couldn't help but smile proudly. Using the hands like the gods, Denise lay flat on top of his body, reminiscing about her defeat. You're so fierce, Denise muttered, twirling her fingers on his chest. This is just 1/10 of my power, Maximus said domineeringly. I wonder how tough you would be at full power, Denise muttered, seemingly not satisfied. We can only wait for your stubborn parents. Maximus sighed. By the way, the materials and knowledge bought by your guild are already here. Do you want to call them over? Let them wait, I'm still not satisfied. A day later. In the Shadowhunter outpost. A group of guests quietly arrived. Looking at dozens of Apex Sovereigns before him, Maximus couldn't help but sweat a little. This is different from the assembly, where he can confidently fight. Fortunately, most of his family was outside, so he calmed down a little. Please come in, Maximus greeted and led them to the lounge. I heard from my daughter that my guild's package arrived. Is that true? Isadora couldn't help but ask after sitting. The others from other guilds and organizations also looked intently, waiting for the answer. It's here, Maximus smiled and handed her multiple storage rings. Isadora didn't say anything as she checked the package. As minutes of silence passed by, the oppression in the room was getting higher and higher. Without the same quality as the Ethereum sanctuary, pieces of cracks began to appear in the room. Maximus could only urge his future mother-in-law to hurry and end the suspense. Lady Isadora, how is it? Is it complete? Ha ha ha. Not bad. Not bad. Isadora laughed heartily. Isadora, come show us if it's real. An Apex Sovereign from another guild asked. No. I'll take this to the guild first. Goodbye, Isadora said as she suddenly teleported back to her guild. The others wanted to interfere, but the Apex Sovereign level escort that Isadora brought quickly prevented it. Seeing that Isadora safely teleported back, they heaved a sigh of relief. See you again, Isadora's guildmate told his fellow powerhouse. And you too, you have a bright future. He said ambiguously, looking at Maximus. Thank you. I look forward to our transaction again. Soon, they also teleported back. Seeing that the Lorekeeper Guild members were gone, the room returned to silence. These gentlemen, do you also want to initiate a transaction with me? Maximus asked with a smile. No, we merely want to admire the scenery of Shadowhunter Outpost. It seems that the rumors are true. We also just tagged along. We mainly want to see the legendary beauty of Lady Isadora. Soon, various reasons popped up in their mouths as they quickly teleported away in embarrassment. Initially, they wanted to see if Isadora really got her package. They didn't expect that she would be so cunning and didn't let them confirm anything. They were not some big guilds that had so much money flow. If they conducted a transaction with Maximus costing hundreds of quadrillions, they would basically be bankrupt if something went wrong. As for Isadora's surprise and ecstatic expression, they were worried that they were just being baited. After seeing Isadora's daughter stick to Maximus like glue, their relationship is definitely not simple. Soon, the room became empty as Maximus' lips curled up. "You'll come back to me very soon." Lorekeeper Guild Abyss Headquarters. "How is it, Isadora? Did you get the goods?" Nana, Isadora's friend, asked. "Here. It seems that we hit the jackpot." Isadora nodded happily, giving Nana the storage rings. "Oh?" With a curious expression, Nana poured the contents of the storage ring. "Wow. Is that Litbit skin? This? A rare titan remains? Are my eyes fooling me? A real dragon remains?" A bunch of old knowledge seekers quickly surrounded the precious specimens and materials that had long been extinct in the Etherium realm. As for the materials for the mobile stronghold, it was enjoying its cool wind as no one looked at it. "How about the book?" an old man asked, looking intently at Nana. "Here." Nana rolled her eyes and tossed the storage ring. "Be careful," the old man said in a hurry and gently caught the storage ring. With the urging of his colleagues, the old man quickly poured out the books. Just looking at the titles, their eyes bulged in excitement as they hurriedly opened them to confirm if the contents were authentic. "Don't be in a hurry, a book can only be bound to each person, there are only 10 copies of each book here," Isadora reminded them before they opened the books. Oh, with a pause, they carefully read the titles, opening the books that aligned with their specialties. Seeing they calmed down a little, Nana took Isadora's arm to ask for some juicy news. "Hey, I heard that your daughter got kidnapped by some man," Nana said teasingly. "Humphrey. That bastard is a waste of my effort," Isadora complained, not hiding the smile on her lips. "Your smile is so obvious," Nana poked, signaling Isadora to tell the truth. In the runic laboratory, 3 old men looked ecstatic as if discovering a new continent. Cleto, a runic master, scrutinized the new runic language proposed in the book. Runic master is a specialized profession that delves into the innate language of the world. It is the biggest contributor to innovations, leading to the progress of the world. Runic language can be used in various fields, including alchemy, mechanics, arrays, and even planting. Its wide range of applications makes it the most important profession in the world. Unfortunately, due to the world's bottleneck and a lack of new discoveries, a runic master has become a stagnant profession. Although popular, it can turn as much as alchemy or mechanics. Runic masters mainly rely on their new discoveries to drive profits. Currently, the 3 old men in the world are the last devotees of the runic language. As for the others, they have already switched to different professions. Discovering a new runic language, they felt their blood boil again as if they were about to set a revolution in the world. However, looking at such a complicated rune, they still didn't know if it was real. "How is it, old Cleto?" Fast nervously. "It's a bit hard." Cleto frowned after trying to write the runic language. After he wrote the runic language in the void, it quickly became blurred and disappeared, making him doubt if the book in his hands was real. "Ha ha ha ha." Suddenly, a laugh broke out as they snapped out of their daze. "What happened to you, old shrimp?" Cleto asked with a bit of expectation. "Ha ha ha, old fish, old turtle, I succeeded." Clev, the old shrimp, laughed as if he owned the world. "What? You succeed?" Cleto dashed, looking at the condensed new runic language. "I see the material." Cleto understood, looking at the configured ink on the table. TSK, I didn't expect that. It's simply because of materials." Fair rubbed his beard, looking at the unknown materials that came with the book. "It looks like we need to study these material compositions before we proceed." In the array laboratory, boom. A crisscrossing maze overlapped in the void as a huge explosion ensued. "Damn. Is this still possible?" Wenmo cursed in excitement. He had just tried the new array combination in the book. Although it caused an explosion because he failed to imitate the exact blueprint, it was already showing remarkable results. Boom. Another failure. However, instead of sadness, the gleam in Wenmo's eyes intensified. "After I thoroughly master this world will witness a world-shaking change." In the biological laboratory, a group of apex sovereigns and their group of apprentices looked in admiration at the extinct and unique creatures displayed before them. TSK, so this is the real Titan and Dragon. These ancient creatures that ruled the prehistory times of the Etherium realm were once again present in their eyes. Although it's a mere specimen, the pressure they emanate is truly worthy of ancient creatures. I wonder if we can bring them back to their former glory? One muttered in a daze. Ha ha ha, just imagine riding a real dragon, that must be a unique romance. I'm more curious about the taste. Shall we ask the teacher for a bit? Vincent, a chubby student, asked greedily. Idiot. They are important research materials, Vincent's classmate slapped his head. I'm just suggesting, how about it, teacher? Should we have a bite? Vincent insisted. What are you always thinking? We should first culture them so we can have enough, Vincent's mentor, Julian, almost agreed but held back and thought rationally. That's right. Why didn't I think of that? If we can culture these dragons, we can have an unlimited buffet. Vincent seemed to be infused with blood, eager to study. Let's go. I wonder how braised dragon tastes. Grilled dragon is also fine. Julian muttered endlessly, thinking of various recipes. Chapter 277 Abyss Realm Progress in the Shadowhunter Outpost. The successful transaction of the Lorekeeper Guild quickly reached the ears of top power in the Abyss Realm. With shock and excitement, they quickly emptied their money and flew to the Shadowhunter Outpost. Maximus, along with his sons, greeted Apex sovereigns one after another. From the most essential supplies to rare materials, money kept flowing into Maximus' hands. As the days pass, many arrogant and fierce top power came to threaten him. The deterrent of the dimensional merchant was nothing. After all, hundreds of quadrillion were gotten only after a life-and-death battle. How could they be willing to hand it to Maximus, who was weaker than them? Unfortunately, as soon as they exuded a murderous aura, a death scythe appeared on their neck. 1,000 ordinary Tier 9 monocannons, dozens of heaven-level Tier 9 elemental cannons, and dimensional void artillery. With the control of Eternal Voyager, it seems that their life is hanging by a thread. Especially the unknown weapon hidden in the dark, it seems it could one-shot them to death. With flattering expressions, they quickly apologized to Maximus and proceeded to order as if nothing happened. After seeing this, Maximus felt satisfied and grateful for his quick thinking, purchasing a dimensional weapon. This dimensional weapon cost him over 10 quintillion, which was the money of those who first initiated a transaction with him. It could be said that Maximus gambled all his money on this. If there is no follow-up order, he wouldn't have the money to plug in the orders he received. Fortunately, after a few weeks, Maximus accumulated over 30 quintillion worth of transactions. With these, he could earn over 20 quintillion, minus the 10 quintillion he spent on the dimensional weapon. If this continues, he will soon accumulate the 100 quintillion needed to advance to Tier 8. Unfortunately, this was only temporary. 30 quintillion crystal merits were almost the limit that the top powers could freely spend. Any more, and the situation in the Abyss Realm would be in disarray. After all, crystal merits were not only used for advancement and currency but also as an energy supply in many special devices and architecture. Paying with magic crystals would be even more impossible. The toll to transport magic crystals was very expensive, making it impractical for transactions unless in an emergency. Maximus could only hurry and return to the Ethereum realm, earning money should be easy by then. However, the danger and pressure he needed to withstand would be higher in return. In the Abyss realm, there was only one top apex sovereign, Rakasha, which already made him nervous. In the Ethereum realm, there are tens of top apex sovereigns. Knowing that he had a connection with other dimensions, they would surely not sit still. Akasha didn't dare to touch him because of the already precarious situation of the Abyss realm. However, in the Ethereum realm, they had no such scruples. Even the dimensional weapon that could one-shot an apex sovereign was useless. After all, even the sharpest blade is useless if it cannot hit. Fortunately, after he returned to the Ethereum realm he would be already Tier 8, which gave him the strength to protect himself. A few months later, in the Shadow Crest residence, Maximus was busy counting money when his son, Lux, suddenly barged in. "Dad." Lux greeted flatteringly. "What do you want?" Didn't I tell you already?" Knowing his father's connection with the dimensional merchant, Lux's excitement these past few months couldn't be contained. Furthermore, looking at the quintillions of crystal merits being traded every now and then, Lux's heart nearly burst out. With a plan in his mind, Lux asked his father for help expanding the Shadowhunter hub and the categories sold at the pavilion. "Have you thought about the manpower?" Maximus asked lazily. Maximus had no problem expanding the categories and supplies the Shadowhunter pavilion could sell. But expanding the number of Shadowhunter hubs? They still had no such capabilities. Just the manpower alone was already lacking. Thousands of Shadowhunter hubs were already understaffed, let alone adding more. Furthermore, looking at the transactions these days, Maximus estimated that more outposts would pop up. By then, a small shelter would be indispensable as it lacked the security and variety of an outpost. "We can just set up an autonomous outpost," Lux quickly answered. "Oh? A look of interest appeared on his face. Continue. Setting up an autonomous shelter the size of the Shadow Hunter hub is certainly not possible. At that rate, without stronger protection, it would be destroyed by the abyss monster tide in an instant. However, if we set up a mini shelter cabin of a few hundred meters, it should be possible, Lux explained as his eyes lit up. Huh? Maximus was suddenly enlightened by his son's plan. A shelter cabin the size of a few hundred meters was too small, like dust in the sea in the abyss realm. Although it could still attract abyss monsters, with a little concealment, it should be able to survive on its own. Furthermore, because of its small size, even with high-class concealment and durable materials, it would be cheap to build. After estimating the cost of building a shelter cabin, it should be around 1 trillion dimensional coins or less. Just a quintillion could build 1,000,000 shelter cabins. Even if they lost some, they could earn blood because of the quantity. Furthermore, with more and more outposts popping up, such a shelter cabin could be a relay station becoming more profitable. Your mind seems to generate wonderful ideas when it comes to money, Maximus praised. Although he earned a lot by trading items in the Myriad World Mall, he didn't mind more income. It's not only that, Dad. After we build more of such a shelter cabin. Lux stated his ideas one by one. Maximus just nodded one by one, discussing the feasibility of his plan. How is it, Dad? Are you willing to part with some money? Lux asked knowingly. Although Lux didn't know how much his father earned as an intermediary, he was sure it was a lot. Is a quintillion enough? So much? Lux thought his father would only give him a few dozen quadrillion or even 100 quadrillion. Who knew that it would reach a quintillion? Lux far underestimated his father's blackness. His father's pocket would surely be more bottomless if he was willing to invest this much. Is it too much? Maximus teased. No, this should be just adequate. Lux hurriedly shook his head, fearing his father would take back such a huge amount of money. Then, I'll leave everything to you. Just tell me what you need, and I'll buy it for you. Furthermore, if you need help, be sure to ask your brothers and sisters, Maximus advised, patting him. Soon, 5 years have passed. As Maximus completed transactions with the top powers, more and more rare resources continued to flow in the Abyss realm. With abundant materials, the Abyss realm began to undergo a world-shaking change. First, because there was a lack of crystal merits due to Maximus' monopoly, there was a shortage of currency. The previous lackluster performance of Ethereum coins began to pick up. Now, almost a quintillion Ethereum coins were in circulation, which is 100 quintillion in crystal merits in his pocket. Of course, it's not pure profit. He earned less than 100 quadrillion with 100 quintillion crystal merits in exchange for Ethereum coins. The Ethereum coins those guilds and organizations earned were traded with him for resources, which is like putting money from one pocket to another. The good news is that the value of Ethereum coins when converted in his system, reached 0.00001 of crystal merits. This is already 10 times the value than before. The second change in the Abyss realm is the number of outposts. Over 100,000 outposts were simultaneously being built in the boundary layer. In the central layer, over 1,000 outposts were under construction. As for the purgatory layer, no additional outposts were being constructed. There was no lack of resources in the purgatory layer, only strength. The outpost there was already enough. Nevertheless, construction was still ongoing in the purgatory layer. Top powers used rare materials and stronghold cores exchanged from him to construct mobile strongholds. The third change was the fighting will of the beings in the Ethereum realm. With the increased demand for crystal merits, the world went into a frenzy. Every abyss monster encountered would be killed if possible. Every material that could be found would be dug to the roots. The timid and cautious fighting style of the past was gone. For money and resources, the fear and oppression that was rooted in them were gone. The apex sovereigns also began to move. Now, at the edge of the purgatory layer, massive explosions could be heard from time to time. How could they still stay silent with the prospect of buying tier 10 weapons? This is the chance to reach eternity beyond dimension. In the past, they could barely see their chance, so they numbly walked through with little hope. Now, the light is in front of them, they just need to run towards success. Chapter 278 Slavery to work outside the Shadow Hunter outpost. Maximus was with Silas and Andrew as they watched the stronghold slowly rise from the ground. Creak, the hard ground began to crack as if a huge monster were coming out. Rumble, finally, the stronghold began to float. It's worked. Andrew muttered excitedly. Almost a century of work, and they had made such a massive city fly up. It seems that there is no problem. Silas also nodded in satisfaction. After coming to the Abyss realm, he had also worked around this stronghold. Seeing it rise from the ground was like seeing the child he carried finally emerge. Good work, you two, Maximus praised, patting the two. Looking at his mobile home, Maximus couldn't be more satisfied. Just the stronghold alone, without furnishings like weapons, auxiliary tools, special architectures, etc., had already cost him over a quintillion. As for the stronghold defense and weapon system, it was 2 quintillion. The training facilities were 2 quintillions. The whole stronghold costs over 15 quintillion if all of it is included. Over the 5 years that he was trading resources in the Myriad World Mall, he had only earned about 25 quintillion. After the blowout in the beginning, earning him over 20 quintillion. In the following years, the business was hectic as he only earned 5 quintillion. The accumulation of the top powers in the Abyss realm should have been exhausted after the first transaction. More importantly, they still hadn't finished the resources they bought from him. The outpost was still being built, and the knowledge was still being studied. The Apex Sovereigns still didn't have enough money to buy their desired weapon. With nothing to spend on, his earnings slowed down. Maximus estimated his income would blow up after the Tier 6 individuals arrived in the Abyss realm. As for the Abyss Source, he already had the equivalent of 5 trillion system points daily. The frenzy of beings of the Ethereum realm made the Abyss Source more available. 5 trillion system points made the creation of the Tier 8 origin manual even faster. Now, just a year or two, he could successfully conclude his study of Tier 8 skills, cultivation techniques, and such. Moreover, he can finally sell Tier 8 knowledge in his shop in the Myriad World Mall. By then, money would flow faster to him, making his 10 quadrillions yearly income skyrocket to an unknown magnitude. Just imagining this doused his excitement for the newly built stronghold. By the way, how is the poaching of the people in the stronghold? Maximus asked. Those 10 million construction workers would be the core point of his voyage into the depths of the abyss. Thus, even if he offended others by doing so, Maximus didn't care. It should be happening now. Andrew smiled mysteriously. In the Shadowhunter outpost, 10 million people hired by the Shadowhunter Guild jumped in celebration as they saw the stronghold rise from the ground. The decades of unrelenting efforts came to fruition. They can finally rest peacefully without thinking of what to do the next day. One of them in particular, Calvin, sighed. I can finally leave this damn Black Guild. Calvin screamed inwardly. After decades without a rest, the seemingly eternal work was finally finished. Planning to rest, he hurriedly returned to his residence. As for celebrating or whatsoever, it's not as important as rest. After all, this Black Guild forced them to work all year round, with only a day of rest. Although there was no violence involved to let them work all day long. It was more lethal than violence, it was money. That damn money that corrupted their hearts and forced them to work. Looking at their growing balance, how could they still rest? That damn money was like a curse, making them a puppet to work. Fortunately, all that was finished. Looking at his residence, it was really damn luxurious. Kelvin muttered. This was the first time he carefully looked at his residence, where he rested for a few minutes he had for the day. Although Shadowhunter Guild is black, Kelvin still had to praise their generosity. This is the abyss where every inch of land is like gold. Yet looking at his residence, which was more luxurious than what he had in the Ethereum realm, Kelvin could only sigh. It's really good to have money. As he closed his eyes on his comfortable bed, Kelvin couldn't help but think of joining the guild. However, as soon as he woke up the following day, beads of sweat began to form on his forehead as he dreamt of working for eternity like a puppet. Damn, I'll collect my salary and leave this place quickly. Kelvin muttered in anger. In the Shadowhunter Guild headquarters, as Kelvin lined up to receive his last salary, he couldn't help but notice the weird atmosphere in the room. Each of them appeared resigned to their fate with a complex expression. As doubts began to appear in his mind, it was finally his turn. Kelvin Garrett, worked for 78 years, total salary, 489,183,237,293 Krytos merits, do you receive? Yes or no? Looking at his total salary, the smile on his lips couldn't be contained. 489 billion. This was a massive amount of wealth for him, who only needed a trillion to advance to Tier 8. Even if he worked conscientiously for thousands of years, he might not be able to earn that amount. As he clicked yes, a pop-up appeared. Optional salary doubler clause. Huh, double? Curious, Kelvin slowly read about it, but as time passed, the smile on his face faded. This Black Guild wants me to work to death. Kelvin cursed under his breath. The clause invites him to formally join the Shadowhunter Guild and enjoy all of its privileges. More importantly, his total salary would be doubled. He can double his salary to nearly a trillion with just a click. However, imagining endless work about to pound him, his greedy finger hurriedly stopped. Now he understood, looking at the weird atmosphere in the room. It should be that they were also struggling with this. What are you hesitating about? Suddenly, a voice broke out in silence. Philippe? Kelvin muttered, looking at the one who spoke. This guy was a lackey of the Shadow Hunter Guild. Kelvin heard that even on the rest day, Philippe was working, truly a brainwashed hard-working person. Are you still hesitating until now? Seeing the silence, Philippe became more confident. Look at the money in front of you. After moving your finger a few inches, it's yours. The crowd frowned and fell into thought with Philippe's words. Just one click, and most of them can reach tier 8. Unfortunately, with the clause, they needed to stay here for 1,000 years and continue serving the guild. However, thinking of their tormenting days without a light of life, they hesitated. Don't you want money? Philippe urged. We want money. They screamed inwardly. However, they wanted freedom more. It seems that most of you are not satisfied with the treatment of the guild. A formal Shadow Hunter Guild member spoke up. He was an old member, so he understood their feelings very much. Any beings, even if they were paid generously, would sooner or later be tired of the slavery to working. However, feeling his strength grow step by step without stopping, all his misconceptions vanished. So what if he's a slave to working? Isn't training the same? Hours, days, and years of comprehension and meditation just to train and advance. How is it different than working with the Shadow Hunter Guild? At least you can choose what to do, whether to craft, fight, or even invent things. As for advancement, the rewards for these works are enough for you to advance by leaps and bounds. Thinking of his life previously, which was hopeless as wait for death and exhaustion of his lifespan. Now, with hope, he was about to advance to tier 8, having billions of years more of life. Looking at the crowd in front of him, who were on the bridge of faith, he couldn't help but intervene and give them a little support. Are you worried that your life would not be worth living after you join the guild? He asked. The crowd unconsciously nodded. Then do you want death or life? The crowd panicked a little, thinking that you wanted to threaten them to join this black guild. What I mean is, after you've collected your money, where would you go? Are you confident you can earn the rest of the crystal merits and still keep your life? Thousands of years. This is a long time with many possibilities, he said as he sighed. Many didn't know the difficulties of those at the bottom, but he had been there. In the Ethereum realm, just for a few magic crystals, he was willing to be beaten half to death. Just for resources, he would risk his life and swim into hellfire to fight with others. Just for a top cultivation manual, he would be willing to scheme with his friends and loved ones to get a glimpse of it. Many things were sacrificed, many things were lost, yet he achieved nothing. Now, as long as they work conscientiously, everything they want will be in their hands. Now, you only have a few seconds to decide your fate, he said as a countdown appeared in front of them. Chapter 279 Abyss Monarch. Tick tick tick. Looking at the countdown before them, they felt a sword hanging over their heads. If they join the Shadow Hunter Guild, their future will be secure. No need to think anymore, they just needed to work hard. Not joining the guild meant they could get away with their money. Following that, they needed to work for the rest of the crystal merits for their advancement. They had to cross 9 circles of hell to have a chance to be promoted to tier 8. Thousands of years of impending uncertainty, fighting life and death battles just to succeed. Tick. As the countdown fell to 0, their hearts seemed to stop as they unconsciously tapped to join the guild. Pack. Looking at the 100% click rate, you couldn't help but clap in excitement. This is a massive guild contribution points. TSK, fooling newcomers is indeed profitable, you thought inwardly. Looking at the gloomy crowd without excitement, you couldn't help but cheer them. Alright. Don't be too gloomy, the stronghold is already finished, so there should not be much work. He explained. Truthfully, the Shadow Hunter Guild is not really black. It's up to you to work hard. If you want to earn more, then you have to put in more work. If you want less, then you can be lazy. If you're a genius or have some unique talent, then you can have both. Like the stage set before him, as a master of psychology, the pressure this newcomer faced was in his plan. The solicitation of one of their own, his persuasion, and finally, the heart-wrenching countdown. Using his specialty, he already fooled many newcomers for the guild, thus earning him many guild contribution points. Looking at these cute newcomers, he couldn't help but shoo them quickly and welcome the next batch. Alright, stand up and rest, we will go to the purgatory layer. Next, you need to be ready. As for your payment, you can get it at the bank. Kelvin walked out of the guild headquarters like a dead man with no purpose. He was still reminiscing about whether his choice was right or wrong. Walking to the bank, he quickly cashed his salary and returned to his residence. Inside, looking at the mountain pile of crystal merits, the gloominess from before was replaced with a smile. Lying on the hard rock crystal, he felt like he was dreaming. This is his hard work for decades. This pile of stones that can give him billions of years more life. This is a drug that can keep many fighting, even to death. So what if I work hard? Kelvin screamed inwardly. Soon, a few days passed, and a heaven-defying operation unfolded. Under various tricks and temptations, a weird scene was staged. Of the 10 million individuals sent by various guilds and organizations, only a few thousand remained. This operation went unnoticed until the remaining 1,000 reported what happened to their guilds. In an unknown place, the guilds and organizations that sent manpower to Maximus were in a gathering. Damn. That unscrupulous, evil-hearted man is indeed hateful, one of them couldn't help but complain, using all the bad words he could think of. Hundreds of thousands of manpower just vanished in an instant, who wouldn't be angry? Various industries under their care were already in shambles due to the lack of manpower. Previously, they could still rely on splurging with money to fill this hole. They thought of sacrificing a bit for a huge profit in the future. Who knew that they shot themselves in the foot and earned nothing? How could they still plug their industry with money, knowing it would never be filled? Isn't that a fool's errand? As for the resources they would get with the departure of Maximus, how could they still have the energy to do that without manpower? This Maximus is indeed insidious. One just shook their head with a sigh. They were only a bunch of second-rate and third-rate organizations. Their backers were only 1 or 2 apex sovereigns who had recently advanced. It was nothing in front of Maximus, who dared to fight with the top powers in the Abyss realm. Furthermore, what Maximus did was legitimate, he didn't use violence or anything of the sort. Maximus only used an atomic bomb called money. If they wanted, they could also perform such a mind-boggling operation and part with some money. Unfortunately, they didn't have it, as that evil being corrupted them from it. Now, their warehouse is filled with all kinds of rare resources, waiting for manpower to use and build some money-making ventures. Sadly, the manpower they were waiting for never returned. Thinking of it, they couldn't help but grit their teeth, wanting to launch a war with the Shadow Hunter Guild. "Do you think we have a chance?" one of them asked knowingly. Damn, that evil being have a dimensional merchant backer. Thinking of the dimensional weapon that can seal their throat, the idea that was just budding extinguished. They thought that the dimensional merchant provided the heaven-defying weapon as a guarantee to protect Maximus. So there is nothing we can do? We can just swallow our loss. They could only sigh in helplessness. In the Shadow Hunter outpost, after a month of preparation, the stronghold was finally ready to fly to the Purgatory Lair. Eternal Voyager set sail. Maximus muttered. Eternal Voyager, as ordered, host, stealth activating. Soon, the stronghold barrier dimmed as the stealth capabilities activated. Deactivating outside support facilities, various contraptions and aesthetics on the side of the stronghold curled up. Energy activation, the stronghold core began to work in overdrive, absorbing the abyss aura and converting it into its energy. Magic crystals on the side also began to dissipate, providing more energy. Checking for vulnerabilities. None. Transmission in process. Please select a direction. A rough map appeared in front of him, marking each layer and dangerous areas. Target. Purgatory Layer. In the depths of the source layer, a majestic abyss architecture stood tall, like a natural world formation. Below were countless elite and lord-level abyss beings, training and interacting like a civilization. Commander. $% and 29 disappeared. A lowly elite-level abyss monster reported to his commander, a lord-level abyss monster. $% and 29 disappeared? Was it destroyed? The lord-level abyss monster muttered. However, it seems that the elite-level abyss monster didn't have enough intelligence and just stood in a daze. Seeing his subordinate standing stupidly, the lord-level abyss monster hurled in anger and blew it up. Useless. Tapping on a weird quartz, the lord-level abyss monster quickly borrowed a bit of power from the abyss and checked $% and 29 before it disappeared. Weird. The lord-level abyss monster scratched its head in irritation. $% and 29 seemed to disappear out of thin air without being destroyed by the abyss. TSK, what bothersome beings? The lord-level abyss monster complained as he couldn't think of a solution. With no other choice, the lord abyss monster flew up to the top of the majestic castle, the home of the monarchs. In the monarch's castle, 4 monarch-level abyss beings were sitting in a circle, discussing someone. How is it? Did you find that vermin? Nyxelos, one of the abyss monarchs who possessed the power of Nether, asked. No, that vermin was too cunning. After destroying one of our army camps, he will quickly hide. Drekthar, the monarch of earth and fire, couldn't help but complain. What they were talking about was Malgrin, the vermin that appeared countless epochs ago. Initially, they were on an easy mission devouring a Tier 9 dimension when suddenly a lunatic came to them. Killing and destroying, that vermin called Malgrin went on a rampage as soon as he arrived in the abyss. At first, they didn't care about this. So what if Malgrin went on a rampage and destroyed a part of the abyss? Just a little energy from the void was enough to recover it. Who knew they were hugely mistaken? That vermin seemed to be bored with destroying alone. He went to look for some high-quality prey, damaging their interests. This was their army to devour a Tier 9 dimension. They couldn't just sit and let it be killed. With fury, one of the 5 monarchs, Shadrach, went to find and kill this anomaly. Unfortunately, it seems that they severely underestimated that lunatic. After sleeping for a few million years, they hoped to receive good news. However, what they received terrified them. Shadrach, the monarch of Frost, died without escaping. How could a lowly being with puny tier 9 strength kill one of them? Mobilizing their ship, the Abyss Realm, they learned that this vermin they didn't bother with at the start was an all-out genius. Possessing an ultimate physique and ultimate technique, even 2 monarchs were no match for him. Fortunately, there were 4 of them remaining. Killing such a vermin should be easy. Who knew that this vermin was quite slick at hiding? Even before they set up an ambush, this vermin seemed to have a terrifying 6th sense of the future and escaped ahead of time. Even if they mobilize the whole Abyss Realm, they can't trap or even stall this vermin for them to kill. Until now, countless epochs later, exhausting countless methods, they still had no progress. They can only hope to swallow that damn tier 9 dimension sooner to show this vermin some color. Chapter 280 Transdimensional Organization. How about the army? Are they ready? Nyxelos asked. No, just about 30%, that damn vermin seem to know all our plans, Drekthur said, gritting his teeth. TSK, we can only wait and patiently consume these parasites. Zolthar, the monarch of corruption, clicked his tongue in anger. The parasites they were talking about were the beings of the Etherium realm, eroding their ship. Because they couldn't go to any other place besides the source layer, they couldn't wipe out these parasites. If they went to a part of the abyss with a lower amount of abyss energy, their strength would be correspondingly lower. Such a thing was not a problem, as a monarch killing a few tier 9 individuals is just a flick of their finger. Unfortunately, there was an anomaly called Malgren. That vermin had an ultimate physique that scared them, huddling in a corner. As a bearer of an ultimate physique, Malgren is not reliant on a dimension's energy, instead, he gets energy from the void. If it took 4 of them to defeat Malgren with their current strength, fighting Malgren in a place other than the source layer would be a suicide. As for the army, its purpose is to wipe out the parasites, aka the inhabitants of the Etherium realm. Unfortunately, over the years, they couldn't form a decent-sized army, as Malgren disintegrated it before it fully formed. They can only do their best to limit the growth and living environment, sending scattered abyss armies from time to time, which is the Abyss Tide. While they were talking about an alternative plan to exterminate Malgren, a Lord Abyss monster came in. Monarchs of the Abyss, this humble one has some news to convey, the Lord Abyss monster said articulately while trembling. Oh? Did you get the sighting of the vermin? Valdreth, the monarch of space, asked. This monarch, a stronghold just disappeared under our radar without any signs, the Lord Abyss monster said. Disappeared? A look of puzzlement appeared on their faces. What's the coordinates? Valdreth asked, manipulating the ley lines of the abyss. $% and 29. Hearing the coordinates, he manipulated the space and time of the abyss as a screen appeared in front of them, recording what happened in the past. They watched as the flying stronghold slowly disappeared in front of their eyes. Such an advanced abyss core? Nyxelos frowned. The stronghold core that the beings of the Etherium realm called is an abyss core. It can also be called an artificial world origin or a mobile battery. Across their ship, there were countless abyss cores to power various parts of the abyss. Like the production of abyss monsters, abyss resources, abyss aura, more importantly devouring of the void debris. The abyss core is a bit different than the abyss source. Abyss source is an unprocessed raw world origin fragments that they devoured on the way. The reason it's unprocessed is because of that hateful vermin. How can they meticulously process it if they can't even get close to the raw world origin fragments? They can only crudely process it to produce abyss monsters to somewhat alleviate the parasite infestation. Where did this parasite get such an advanced abyss core? Zolthar repeated. Although such an abyss core is not as advanced as the driving force of the abyss realm they were in, it was still phenomenal. In the main abyss dimension, such an abyss core is a top class that many Lord Abyss monsters or even some monarchs would fight over. Is it outside intervention? Nyxelos asked. How is that possible? We didn't sense any intrusion. They immediately denied. What about that hateful transdimensional platform system? Nyxelos reminded. Damn. That transdimensional organization. The 3 monarchs cursed in fury, remembering this organization. This hateful organization, more greedy than them, was probably the most loathful enemy of the abyss. Because of this organization, more dimensions were united than ever, hindering the abyss from swallowing dimensions one after another. The exchange of resources and information made the endless abyss helpless. The abyss even started resorting to tearing part of itself to explore the way and help devour weaker dimensions. Yet, it could only hold off as it was slowly being slaughtered. Can we still survive here? Should we retreat? Drekthur asked in fear. Once there was a transdimensional platform system in the midst, It meant there was endless trouble coming. Although it is said that the abyss is infinite. When beings from all dimensions help each other, even the abyss becomes a helpless lamb waiting to be slaughtered. It's too late. We can only hope that the transdimensional platform system is a wild one, and the one who holds it is greedy, Nyxelos wished. Once the coordinates of their place are exposed, they are truly finished. Then what are we waiting for, to die? Drekthir said in panic. Stupid. Nyxelos muttered, punching Drekthir. Chat, brother? I'm just asking, Drekthir said in a trembling tone. Although they were brothers, which had come from the same source, Drekthir and the others were still fearful of the powerful Nyxelos. Humphrey. Just shut up, and don't embarrass me. Nyxelos looked at Drekthir as if wanting to kill him. So what should we do? Zolthar asked, shifting the topic. Swallow the tier 9 dimension ahead, then ask for reinforcement, Nyxelos answered. But we don't have enough credits to have the main abyss notice us. Isn't there a bearer of an ultimate physique here? Such a good specimen for making an ultimate abyss monarch. Nyxelos said, looking thoughtfully into the abyss. 10 years later, in the Purgatory Layer, Eternal Voyager, host, we have arrived at the Purgatory Layer, huh? So soon? Maximus muttered, opening his eyes as he exited his seclusion. Did you manage to crack the ley line of the abyss? Maximus estimated that it would take about 30 years to reach the Purgatory Layer. It seems that after Eternal Voyager analyzed a bit of the abyss ley line formation, their journey shortened. Eternal Voyager, about 9.2846% of the ley lines of the abyss realm were analyzed, host, good. Maximus nodded in satisfaction. After Eternal Voyager began to travel to the Purgatory Layer, she noticed the complicated ley line formation of the abyss realm. It seemed that the abyss was artificially built like a big ship. As a top ship's spirit, Eternal Voyager's curiosity was aroused. If Eternal Voyager can fully study this knowledge, her growth in the future will be unimpeded. Maximus was also amazed by this discovery but not too surprised. If the abyss can autonomously look for dimensions to swallow, then it's certainly not simple. Maximus even concluded that the real controller of the abyss was in the source layer. The only doubt was that the ruler of the abyss never bothered with them, which is a bit weird. By the way, can you sense the position of the abyss sources? Eternal Voyager, I can barely sense a few million kilometers, host. However, I estimated that after my analysis reaches 10%, the range would reach trillion kilometers. That's good enough. Scan for the abyss source and the corresponding danger, Maximus said urgently. Eternal Voyager, right away, host. During these 10 years, nothing noteworthy happened. With the teleportation array in the stronghold, they can still travel through the abyss realm. The outpost is still under construction as he provided a stable source of materials. As for the shelter cabin, it is also being built. Because Lux wanted to monopolize the business in one go, millions of shelter cabins were simultaneously being built. He hoped to open it in conjunction with the opening of the new outpost. There were also the 10 million poached members who joined the guild. In these years, they have already absorbed their harvest and advanced to tier 8 one after another. Now, the Shadow Hunter Guild has already reached the top powers in terms of manpower. The only bad news among these is that he still hadn't created the tier 8 chapter of the Origin. This thing had been bothering him that he was mostly in seclusion these past few years. A decade ago, he thought that it would only take him a year or so to create it. However, even until now, he was not even half done. As the Origin reached ultimate mastery, it seemed that the challenge of creating the follow-up chapter was multiplied. Instead of just dumping system points until he mastered all the required knowledge, he needed enlightenment. As for how to get enlightenment, Maximus was clueless. He can only dump system points one after another, studying what he mastered over and over again. Fortunately, this thoughtless method seems to work, as he saw some enlightenment. However, the system points he had were too little to make wonders, that's why he needed more. As for selling the tier 8 knowledge he mastered in his shop in the Myriad World Mall, Maximus didn't do it for now. As he dumped system points to master the knowledge in his mind over and over again. The mastery he had over the knowledge seemed to approach ultimate mastery infinitely. He figured that if he sold it after he created Origin, he could sell the knowledge for much more. In this way, he would not waste the extra system points he invested. Anyway, even if he had money now, he could not advance without the corresponding chapter of Origin. It's better to wait and earn more. Chapter 281 The Strongest Being Soon, a few months had passed. Eternal Voyager scoured the Purgatory Layer, searching for Abyss Source. In these few months, Eternal Voyager found thousands of Tier 4 and 5 Abyss Source. There were also hundreds of Tier 6 Abyss Sources. However, for Tier 7, they still had yet to find any. It seems that even in the Purgatory Layer, there is not much Abyss Source. All in all, these Abyss Sources added about 10 billion daily system points, which is simply not enough. Fortunately, As the stronghold reached the source layer, the abyss source became more abundant. As for the rare materials they came across, they were violently looted. With 10 million beings under his command, a resource lode can be excavated in an instant. Conservation was unnecessary, the resource lode was directly dug to the roots. Such a violent approach prevented the resource node from regenerating. Maximus didn't care about this, although it was a waste, he didn't have time for conservation. Such practice was normal on this kind of land where you would not know if you would still be alive the next day. Only the resources near an outpost can be mined with conservation in mind. After all, the continuous flow of resources is much more profitable and safe. In the boundary of the source layer, a disheveled man with a bare upper body was resting as he drank some wine. Gulp tsk, this wine really hits the spot. The man, Malgren, muttered. I should steal more from that flying fortress this time. The Eternal Ruin outpost, traveling from the boundary of the source layer, was Malgren's target. In the past epoch, his daily supplies, like food, drink, and clothes, were stolen from these strongholds. However, Malgren didn't dare to meet them personally to avoid putting them in danger. Once the Abyss Monarchs had known that Malgren had a connection to this stronghold, such a perfect resource point would be destroyed. Where would he get his supplies then? In the past, when he attempted to meet with his old buddies, they nearly died coming back. They would probably have perished if not for his forceful maneuver and the will of the Etherium Realm World's will. As for going to lower layers where the Abyss Monarch dared not venture, Malgren couldn't go there either. With the complete control of the Monarch over the Abyss Realm, they could forcibly destroy that part of the Abyss and exile him from it. Although it would significantly damage the Abyss Realm, given the Monarch's hatred for him, it was highly possible. Once outside that void, although Malgren can forcibly survive, he can't find his way to return. Without the strength of Tier 10, traveling in the void can only be achieved by a Tier 10 ship or some other means. While he couldn't do anything to the four monarchs together, they couldn't do anything to him either. Malgren was still as free as a bird, fighting when he wanted and resting when he wanted. Over countless epochs, Malgren didn't know how many Abyss monsters he had killed, but it certainly weakened the Abyss Realm a little. Otherwise, how could the fragile creatures of the Etherium Realm stay and even thrive in the Abyss? If not for the short time, Malgren was even confident enough to destroy the Abyss himself. Unfortunately, his home dimension would be devoured sooner or later if he didn't do anything. By then, even with an ultimate physique, he would perish like a tree ripped from its roots. Malgren could only whittle the patience of the Abyss Monarch, hoping to separate them even for a short time. With his over-the-limit Tier 9 strength, killing an Abyss Monarch should not take long. Deciding to celebrate his victory, he spread his spiritual consciousness to find the Eternal Ruin stronghold. Millions of light years of spiritual consciousness began to spread within the Abyss. Such an insane range was normal for him as he neared Tier 10. If not for the suppression of the Abyss, he could even scan the whole Abyss like his own little house. Another stronghold? Malgren muttered in puzzlement. A few million light years away was another mobile stronghold. It's not that he had not seen other mobile strongholds braving the purgatory layer. It's because the stronghold gave him a weird feeling. If it were not for the familiar aura that was emitted by the beings of the Etherium realm, Malgren would ignore this stronghold like an inconspicuous rock. It seemed that the Abyss couldn't detect the stronghold. Malgren muttered in amazement. Malgren saw that the little eyes of the Abyss passed around the stronghold like it was an air. Interesting. In Shadowhunter's stronghold, Malgren teleported quietly into the stronghold. It seems I found a new spot. Malgren thought excitedly. He noticed the law of casually connected to him, and the Abyss seemed to be cut off or rather dimmed. In the past, when he interacted with the being of the Etherium realm, the law of casually tracking him seemed to magnify and cause a chain reaction. With such huge fluctuation, the little eyes of the Abyss can easily find him. Now, even after openly showing his body, nothing happened. It seemed the Abyss can't really see this place? Malgren thought excitedly. Doesn't that mean he is free to wander around here like normal? Ha ha ha, such an interesting place. Malgren laughed out loud, startling the beings around. You are? Kelvin asked, seeing a newcomer who suddenly appeared in the stronghold. After joining the guild, Kelvin succumbed to the reality of life. Getting his salary and borrowing money, Kelvin advanced to Tier 8. Such a leap in strength changed his inherent impression of the guild. In the past, he loathed those repeated and mind-numbing tasks. Now, he just felt money raining, waiting for him to pick up. Furthermore, besides occasional maintenance, they no longer need to work on repetitive tasks. They only needed to fight or mine resources load, which is much more enjoyable. Seeing a barbaric man who seemed just out of a wasteland, Kelvin couldn't help but ask. He had heard stories that some Abyss monsters could disguise themselves and secretly infiltrate various outposts, so he was quite vigilant. However, remembering that not even one Abyss monster had attacked them this past decade, He relaxed a little. Oh, a little one could talk to me? Malgren wondered in surprise. Although he held his murderous aura to the limit, it's not something a normal Tier 8 can withstand, and talk to him like nothing. With a quick scan, he noticed that the elemental law of metal that the man before him mastered seemed to be merged with all the laws of the Etherium realm. A genius? Malgren concluded. However, after he scanned the others, the results were the same. How in the world are there millions of geniuses here? Malgren felt the amalgamation of complete elements permeating every individual in the outpost. This usually only happens when one has a complete cultivation manual or a heaven-defying understanding to forcibly create one. In the Etherium realm, Malgren was confident that there should not be a few thousand who had this ability. Yet here, millions were scattered like vegetables on the roadside. Did the Etherium realm change this much while I was away? Malgren wondered. Mr. Kelvin asks again, seeing the barbarian in front of him in a daze. Ahem, I'm a friend of the owner here, Malgren lied without blinking an eye. Do you have any proof? Kelvin asked, not believing what he said. Such a stupid-looking barbarian shouldn't be a friend of the guild leader. Is this enough? Malgren took out a shadow crest emblem. This is enough, Kelvin said respectfully, with his heart pounding in fear. Apologies for my misdemeanor. Fortunately, he didn't act recklessly and asked respectfully. It's not a problem. Malgren waved his hand, not minding the little interrogation. As my apology, why don't I take you around? Kelvin suggested. This was equivalent to a gold pie falling into the sky. Kelvin just needed to make a good impression, and just a tap of his guild leader's finger would make him rich. Lead the way, Malgren said gently as he waved his hand and cleaned himself. On the other side of the stronghold, Sam showed his new girlfriend around when he suddenly felt his family emblem disappear. What happened, dear? The woman asked coquettishly. My family emblem suddenly vanished? Sam said with a frown. Maybe you forgot it at your house, the woman reasoned. Impossible. Sam shook his head in denial. Then, should you tell your father about it? Sam nodded seriously. Although missing the family emblem was not a problem. If it suddenly disappeared without his knowledge, then that's a problem. You wait here, I'll go to my father. Sam ruthlessly left the girl in the street and flew toward their family residence. Hey, what a ruthless man. The woman pouted, seeing Sam leave her alone. Although she had heard that this man was a scumbag through and through, she still wanted to try her luck and see if she could climb the ladder. Unfortunately, seeing that scumbag's careless attitude, it seemed that he didn't have any luck. Looking at the prosperous street in front of her and considering the abundant Etherium coins given by Sam, she decided to forget it and let herself unwind for a while. Let's have some fun, let's see if that scumbag will give me more money later. Chapter 282. The strongest being two in the Shadow Crest residence, Maximus quietly meditated, remastering various knowledge as he tried to conceive the Tier 8 chapter origin. Suddenly, a knock on the door disturbed him. Come in. Dad. Sam greeted. What happened, tired of playing around? Maximus teased. This bastard son of his only knew how to fight and play the hearts of ladies. He hadn't even internalized the motto of the family and gave birth to an heir. Over the past decades, Maximus didn't know how many women were brought to this stronghold by his bastard son. Maximus even noticed that some of them were spies. Fortunately, Sam was super choosy. Basically, a girl could only last a few days to a month. A little. Sam unconsciously nodded, forgetting why he came. He was getting tired of women. It seemed that all of them were the same, except for the skin. They were all after his money and handsome face, no one was after his humor and skills. Sometimes he was even jealous of his brothers who found their destiny early on. How about I let you meet some daughters of some apex sovereign? Maximus suggested. With his connection and current worth, it should be easy to find someone who can interest his son. No, that would not be without a challenge. How can I still be a man if I rely on my father? Sam quickly shook his head. Aren't you relying on me now? Maximus was speechless. This son of his was really narcissistic. His handsomeness, skills, money, all he could show off was from him, his father. Now he dared to say that he didn't need to rely on him to be a man? Isn't that contradictory? That's different, Sam still denied. Although he relied on his father for everything. For the girl that he would be with him for eternity, he still wanted to be the one to choose. Fine. Anyway, why are you here? That, my family emblem suddenly disappeared. Are you sure? I'm sure. Hearing that, Maximus frowned. Expanding his domain, he noticed a different aura on Sam. Eternal Voyager, check to see if there is any anomaly in the stronghold. Eternal Voyager, right away, host, scanning, anomalies found. None, permission to use reserve energy for deep scan, permission. Deep scanning, anomalies found, An individual with unknown strength was currently on board the stronghold. Warning. 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 Fatal threat detected. Permission to use dimensional weapon. Warnings began to blare, making Maximus frown. Hold off first, show me the live feed of the anomaly. A little earlier, Kelvin began to take Malgren around the stronghold. Mister, I still don't know your name? Kelvin asked before proceeding. Just call me Mag, Malgren thought and replied. Mr. Mag, what would you like to see first? Of course, food. I'm starving. Then, let's go right away, Kelvin nodded and called a special transportation vehicle. Although he didn't know why a friend of the guild leader was hungry, Kelvin still did his thing. Arriving at the food section, Malgren smelled the tempting aroma. Where would you want to eat? Mr. Kelvin didn't finish speaking as he saw Mr. Mag arrive at the Shadow Crest home restaurant. As he watched Mr. Mag enter the restaurant, sweat began to form on his face. Mr. Mag, wait. Kelvin hurriedly chased. What? Malgren frowned, seeing someone stop him. That, Mr. Mag, I don't have any money to treat you to this place, Kelvin said truthfully. Although he wanted to please one of the guild leader's friends, he didn't want to go bankrupt. The restaurant in front of him is not something people like him can afford. He heard that the chef and the owner of this place were one of the guild leader's wives. Just knowing this, how could the dishes inside be normal? What treat? I can afford my own food. Malgren waved his hand in disinterest. What a joke. Is he short on money? In the countless epochs, he had been fighting in the abyss. The crystal merits on him were enough to fill several small worlds. If not for worrying the abyss would reabsorb the crystal merits, he would even throw it like a worthless stone. Then that's fine. Kelvin nodded reluctantly. Thinking that as a friend of the guild leader, this man should not be short of money. Maybe even the food would be free. Going inside they were greeted with unpretentious luxury. It was too cozy, not like a normal restaurant. There were only a few tables for customers to sit through. Malgren and Kelvin quickly found a seat and waited to order. Soon a puppet head came to them. Hello, welcome to Shadow Crest Home Restaurant. What would you like to eat? The puppet greeted, taking out a menu. Give me one of everything from the menu, Malgren waved his hand, not looking at the menu. What about you? What do you want? My treat. Kelvin was already frozen, looking at the prices on the menu. Dragon mushroom caps. Price 100 million Ethereum coins. Minotaur medallions beef. Price 70 million Ethereum coins. Blink Forest risotto. Price 50 million Ethereum coins. Elixir of Immortality sorbet. Price 120 million Ethereum coins. Frost Giant Elixir wine. Price 150 million Ethereum coins. Just looking at it, Kelvin was already numb. He could only afford such food if he saved for decades. Hurry up, I'm hungry, Malgren urged with a frown. If not for wanting a company for the first time, he would already kill this brat for delaying him. Just give me the celestial dream cake, Kelvin finally muttered. It was already the cheapest he could find, costing 30 million Ethereum coins. Is that all? You're a small eater, Malgren mocked. I have already eaten, Kelvin reasoned. Although it was a treat, he still had to eat what he could afford. Soon after, a few minutes later, the food arrived. Finally, the food is here, Malgren licked his lips, seeing the puppet beginning to deliver the food. Looking at the high-tier food on his plate, Malgren began devouring it. Mouthful after mouthful, food after food. It seems that Malgren had a bottomless stomach. Kelvin could only silently savor the dessert in his hand as he looked at the monster in front of him. One had to know the food served in front of them was at least tier 8 food. The huge amount of energy contained in it made it impossible to quickly digest, yet the man before him ate it like it was nothing. Soon after a quarter hour of endless eating, Malgren finally burped in satisfaction. "Ha, what a treat," Malgren muttered as he squinted his eyes. "Excuse me, can you call the chef? I want to offer my appreciation," Malgren yelled at the empty shop. Curious, Erica came out to see who had the bottomless stomach and ate her whole menu. "Mister? It's you. What a pretty young lad, your food is too delicious and homely," Malgren praised sincerely. Eating the food reminded him of the meals he had with his old buddies in their earlier years. "Thank you," Erica smiled, seeing a customer satisfied. She had only set up this restaurant because she was bored. She didn't expect to meet this interesting customer. "Do you need anything?" "No, I just want to express my appreciation," Malgren shook his head. "How much is the food we ate?" 173 billion Ethereum coins, mister, Erica said after a quick calculation. Ethereum coins? Malgren was puzzled for a while. Is it the new currency? It seems that the abyss is really changing day by day. Just a few hundred years ago, they still used crystal merits, and now it's Ethereum coins. It's indeed a new currency. You can just pay us 17.3 trillion crystal merits, Erica nodded and stated the price in crystal merits. Although she didn't know which cave this man popped up from, not knowing the trend of times, he was certainly not simple. Just eating all the courses on her menu was already not normal. Even a tier 9 apex sovereign would be bloated if he ate that much. However, looking at the man in front of him, it seems that the food barely satiated his stomach. "Oh, here, keep the change." Malgren nodded and threw out his smallest storage ring. Receiving the storage ring, Erica quickly took a look inside. What she saw were piles of crystal merits that nearly burst the storage ring. Just by estimate, it should be a few 100 trillion crystal merits. "It's too much," Erica said, not accepting such a huge amount. She didn't want to owe some unknown man something. "It's okay, just take it, it's too bothersome to count." "No, I insist." Erica still shook her head. "Oh, then while you count, serve me another foo." Before Malgren finished speaking, a man suddenly appeared in front of him. "Never mind, take out your strongest wine, I'd like to talk to this gentleman," Malgren said with interest. "No need, I have the wine here," Maximus said coldly. Chapter 283 Sextillion crystal merits. "Come, sit," Malgren invited. Taking out a wine he brewed, Maximus sat across the legendary Malgren. "Good wine," Malgren praised, smelling the aroma. Maximus just nodded and looked at Kelvin. Malgren's existence can't be known. At least, it can't be known that he had stayed in the Shadow Hunter outpost. "Guild leader, I remembered I still have something important to do." Calvin, noticing the atmosphere in the room was not right, quickly excused himself. "You should get on quickly." Seeing Calvin leave, Maximus finally turned his attention to Malgren. "Pleased to meet you, the strongest one, Malgren," Maximus greeted with respect. Although he was still a little angry seeing Malgren flirt with his wife, he knew it was only his delusion. As the strongest being in the Ethereum realm, what is a mere woman to Malgren? Maybe the food his wife made really satisfied this monster. "Ha ha ha, it seems that the leader of this stronghold is quite unique," Malgren said with interest. Since Malgren came to the stronghold, he already noticed Maximus was different. Possessing an ultimate physique, of course, he can easily detect one. Although he was a little shocked at first, it didn't hinder his hunger, so he ate first. What Malgren didn't expect was that Maximus would come right at him. "I say, what brought a legendary being here?" Maximus asked. Based on the data he read through Tintin, the last sighting of Malgren was at least 1,000 epochs ago. That devastating encounter brought destruction to at least thousands of outposts near the area. If not for knowing that the Shadow Hunter outpost is still hidden in the eyes of the abyss, Maximus would probably have blasted this bomb out of his place without a second thought. "It's just your stronghold is quite a nice vacation spot, my little fans couldn't see me here. It seems that even you have concerns about the abyss." "Ha. If not for the baggage, the Ethereum realm, I could finish the abyss myself," Malgren reasoned. "Anyway, enough of that, open the wine." Malgren shifted the topic, salivating at the smell of wine. Maximus didn't ask more and poured wine for Malgren. Erica also arrived, bringing some snacks. "Husband, here's the food." "Thanks." TSK, your wife is a really good cook," Malgren said with envy. "Why don't you get one?" Maximus asks in puzzlement. According to history, it seems that Malgren didn't have any women in interest. Even just a casual indulgence was not present. Of course, history may have been made up to glorify Malgren. "They're too weak for my taste. I want some food or wine. I can just buy one." Malgren still hadn't met his destiny, or he may never met one. For him, women are just distractions that will hinder his advancement. Moreover, what is a woman for? Pleasure? Isn't fighting someone more pleasurable and blood-inducing? Sometimes, he can't understand the need for this bedside bloodline inheritance. Maybe in the future, he could create one when there is no one to fight him. "Oh. By the way, can you tell me something about the abyss?" Since the legendary being is in front of him, how could he not ask? "You should have already noticed the abyss is a ship." "Yes. As a ship, it has captains, an abyss monarch, and there are 5 of them." "Are they strong?" Maximus asked, seeing the seriousness in Malgren's face. So far, he had already fought all kinds of abyss monsters, from cannon fodder to Lord Ones. Unfortunately, aside from the mutated and the higher-tier abyss monster, all the others were too weak for him to be a challenge. "They're quite strong, all right. After all, 1 could fight him for a while, 2 could stall him, 3 could tie him, and 4 could defeat him. If it's not strong, then what is it? Anyway, they are the strongest beings that Malgren encountered." Soon, Malgren and Maximus drank as they talked about everything in the abyss. From the little things to the most secretive ones. Maximus just became an observer as he noticed Malgren seemed to be venting. After countless epochs of wandering and fighting alone, Even the most battle-hardened creature would accumulate some stress. Although it did not affect Malgren, he still needed someone to vent it through. By the way, I noticed a few materials that are not from our dimension or this place, Malgren finally asked. It's from a trans-dimensional system, Maximus said truthfully. From a being of Malgren's caliber, a lie can easily be seen through. It's better to come clean than lie to this monster who can kill him at any time he wanted. Although Maximus can't feel any dominating aura now, it's like a slumbering beast waiting to erupt. Maximus didn't want to trigger it, so he was quite measured from the start. A trans-dimensional system. Here. Maximus took out a copy of the Myriad World Mall and bound it to Malgren. Myriad World Mall system, begin merging? Is this it? Malgren muttered, looking curiously at the bulge of incomprehensible laws. With curiosity, Malgren allowed it to merge with himself. Merging, Myriad World Mall activated. Soon, a rush of information about the Myriad World Mall began to pour into his mind. Malgren's breathing became heavy. This is amazing. Malgren was not excited by the mere exchange function of the trans-dimensional system. Malgren was excited about the meaning behind it. Dimensional organizations. Dimensional powerhouses. Too many strong opponents for him to fight. The world outside is more beautiful than I anticipated, Malgren said, wishing to rush out immediately and challenge the world outside. Indeed, the Ethereum realm is a mere speck of dust compared to the world out there. Ha, isn't this more interesting? Malgren laughed loudly. Who wanted an easy challenge? He would rather die fighting than die out of boredom. To be honest, the Abyss realm, the challenge of the Abyss monarchs, was beginning to bore him. It was too easy, with a lack of variety. Should we update this trans-dimensional system? Malgren asked. What he meant was exposing their dimensional coordinates and allowing the whole trans-dimensional platform to be complete. Like a mirror messenger to the whole internet. No, I plan to wait until the Ethereum realm reaches tier 10. Why is that? Isn't it more beneficial to have a complete trans-dimensional system? I have my reasons. Maximus insisted. He hadn't yet found a solution to hide the fact that the dimensional library was connected to him. Before proceeding, he was waiting until he thoroughly studied the trans-dimensional system or his family and power system. Since you're so frank, then I can wait. Malgren didn't ask more and decided to trust Maximus. Thank you. Maximus clenched his fist. Giving a copy of the Myriad World Mall to Malgren was a complete gamble. He couldn't stop it if something happened. However, with 99% certainty, according to what he knew about Malgren, he decided to go all out. As for why go through all this trouble, he wanted to have Malgren as a friend. It's not for emotion, reverence, or anything, it's simply for interest. Malgren had all he needed now, whether it was Abyss source or crystal merits, he had it all. After Malgren calmed down, he quickly browsed the Myriad World Mall. From tier 0 to tier 10 items, he quickly shelled all the fighting knowledge that piqued his interest. As the bearer of the ultimate combat physique, he was hungry for some new battle insight. By the way, I owe you a favor, tell me what you want, Malgren suddenly thought. Although he could play dumb and not acknowledge Maximus's favor. As the strongest being in the Ethereum realm, he still had some pride. I just wanted some money and, more importantly, some Abyss source, Maximus said frankly. For the type of Malgren, speaking straightforwardly is the best course of action. Money is easy, but why do you want an Abyss source? You already have the ultimate physique, Malgren said in puzzlement. Having an ultimate physique meant that his elemental affinity, understanding, perception, and such would also be at the ultimate level. As for upgrading weapons or whatsoever, with the Myriad World Mall, Maximus can just buy it. I have my reasons. Maximus didn't disclose the reason. Oh, whatever. Here's the money. Malgren lazily chose one of the small worlds in his possession and threw it at Maximus. Looking at the small world, Maximus quickly spread his consciousness inside. The small world was just an empty space, like his storage dimension, which didn't arouse his interest. However, piles after piles of crystal merits nearly blinded his eyes. After a rough count, there should be more or less a sextillion of Maximus's crystal merits in it. So much. Maximus muttered in shock. Ha, if you live fighting like me, this is only natural, Malgren said proudly. This is nearly 100th his money, how can it be little? This is the blood and sweat of the Abyss realm that he squeezed for epochs. If the Ethereum realm were to absorb his current worth, it could even advance a few %. Unfortunately, for the poor Ethereum realm, the one who had the money is him, a bearer of the ultimate physique. Isolating the influence of the world's will was a piece of cake. So from the beginning to the end, the Ethereum didn't get anything from him. Chapter 284 Tier 7, 99.99%. As for the Abyss source, Malgren took out a special ring filled with isolation runes and micro-arrays. Did you create this? Maximus asked in amazement. Abyss source is highly sensitive to energy, so it is better to use it immediately or, in his case, isolate it. Besides his storage dimension, this was the first time Maximus had seen a storage space capable of isolating Abyss source. I was too bored, Malgren nonchalantly replied. Fighting wasn't the only thing he could do. After living for an extended period of time, he mastered a lot of knowledge in his free time. While he might not excel in mastery compared to others, Malgren was confident that no one could beat him in terms of variety. Is that so? Maximus nodded in agreement. Even him, when he was bored, he could also create some wonderful things. Soon, Maximus put his consciousness inside the storage ring. Maximus cringed for a while as he sensed a dense abyss or amalgamation inside. Different from the dazzling mountains of crystal merits. Inside the storage ring were like mountains of cockroaches flying everywhere. However, thinking that it would be his system treasure trove, the smile on his face widened. With just a rough scan, Maximus estimated that there should be at least 100 trillion worth of system points here. Of course, there is also high-quality abyss source whose value he didn't know, so it should be more. Maximus quickly put it in his storage dimension and looked at Malgren. Thank you, he said sincerely. Don't bother, it's nothing, Malgren waved his hands. Compared to the extraordinary glimpses of the outside world he just saw, mere monetary possessions were nothing. With the myriad world mall, Malgren was even more confident that he could defeat the monarchs on his own. Just buying a few tier 10 weapons, he could pummel those abyss monarchs to the ground. Unfortunately, he wasn't that boring. Cheating and killing the fun didn't interest him. Malgren would first study these new insights he bought and then test them on those monarchs, which would be more thrilling. Soon, Malgren and Maximus continued drinking and talking, discussing the current state of the Ethereum realm to the present. They also talked about the consequences of the appearance of the transdimensional system. Although it seemed quite hidden, Malgren told Maximus that the Abyss Monarchs should have noticed its existence by now. By knowing the transdimensional system inside and out and acquiring knowledge about the Abyss, they concluded that the Abyss should change drastically soon. It's not just that the creatures of the Ethereum realm would come en masse into the Abyss because of more outposts. It's about the Abyss becoming more desperate. Before the reinforcement from an outside dimension arrives, the Abyss should want to swallow the Ethereum realm as quickly as possible. The estimate of about an epoch before the Abyss realm reaches the Ethereum realm would be shortened to only a few thousand years. Of course, there is another instance: the Abyss Monarchs could quickly get reinforcements from their main dimension. In that case, they would have no choice but to quickly expose their dimension to get outside reinforcement. To this, Maximus only hoped that it would not happen. If it did, he could only delete his shop account in the Myriad World Mall before anyone traced it back to him. A few days later, in Maximus's residence, Maximus was meditating as he counted his harvest from Malgren. First is the crystal merits, which are 992,870,375,265,538,120,000, nearly a sextillion. This solved almost all his money problems and more. Maximus only needed 100 quintillions to advance, while his family and in-laws only needed about 3 quintillions in total. In the end, he would still have 880 quintillion at his disposal. Such a massive amount of money left Maximus in a daze. Having money and not knowing where to spend it is such a trouble. Second, there is the Abyss source. Looking at the dense amalgamation of the Abyss aura, Maximus hurriedly let the system absorb it. 1.3 quadrillion. Maximus looked again, thinking that his eyes were blurry. However, after double-checking, it was still a quadrillion. How is this possible? In his estimate, there should only be a few hundred trillion worth of energy. Now, looking at the quadrillion system points in his panel, Maximus was in a daze for a while. Scouring his storage dimension, he saw a unique Abyss source among the pile. Monarch's Abyss source fragment, a part of Abyss source made from a complete Tier 9 world's origin, this a Monarch Abyss source. Maximus didn't expect that Malgren would give him even such a precious Abyss source. This is made from a Tier 9 world's origin, for God's sake. Even the Ethereum realm was only made from this. Although this Abyss source was only a fragment, it was still precious. If someone could offer this to the Ethereum realm's world will, the Ethereum realm would probably regard him as a divine son, the son of the world. Calming down, he thought about where to find the remaining fragments of the Monarch Abyss source. Since it's a Monarch Abyss source, the other fragment should be on another monarch, Maximus concluded excitedly. Unfortunately, I'm still too weak. If not for his weak strength, he would probably rush to the Abyss source layer now and fight the monarchs until only one of them was standing. This monarch's Abyss source fragment could give him quadrillion system points. Such a huge amount nearly blinded his eyes. This is different from money, which he can't immediately spend. System points are his life, no matter how many, it would not be too much. However, it seems that I can't recharge it with my energy. Maximus muttered in helplessness. There is only one way to recharge the Abyss Source, and that is through energy. Whether it's kinetic energy, elemental energy, law energy, source energy, etc. Maximus mainly provided mana to recharge his Abyss Source. With unlimited mana, Maximus never had to worry about the lack of energy. However, looking at the bottomless monarch's Abyss Source, a problem was presented to him. His mana seemed like a faucet trying to fill a sea. Although it's not that exaggerated. Maximus estimated it would take him over 3 years to fill this monarch Abyss Source. His hope of squandering system points was dashed before it even began. According to his current tier, he can only produce 10 million worth of energy every second. He can only recharge a single Abyss Source at a maximum of 864 billion daily. This means even those tier 8 Abyss Sources worth trillions couldn't be fully charged within a day. Wait, it seems that I could still strengthen myself. Maximus suddenly noticed a blind spot. Maximus hurriedly opened his system panel. Maximus Shadow Crest, Tier 7, 0.00416% Mana Compatibility, Rank 9 Dimensional Source, Ultimate, Soul Amplitude, 1 trillion, 100%, Soul Will, 1 trillion, 100%, Domain Mastery, 99%, it seems that I can still strengthen myself. Since Maximus advanced to Tier 7, he hardly trained. First, it was so inefficient and boring. Second, why bother with meditation when he could just absorb crystal merits to advance? However, Maximus had came to inertial thinking that he needed to collect 100 quintillion crystals and complete the Tier 8 chapter Origin before he could advance. Maximus didn't think of upgrading his strength first and then advancing later. All this time, Maximus was fighting as an early Tier 7 powerhouse. If not for insufficient energy, he would not even think about this. After all this time, there was no problem with his strength, or he never needed to use all his strength at all. Even in his fight with the Shadow God, Maximus used the power of items instead of his strength. It seems that I was stupid and arrogant. Maximus mocked himself a little. Thinking about it, he hurriedly took mountains of crystal merits and began advancing. A few months later, Maximus exhaled, opening his eyes. Maximus Shadow Crest, Tier 7, 99.99% Mana Compatibility, Rank 9 Dimensional Source, Ultimate, Soul Amplitude, 1 trillion, 100%, Soul Will, 1 trillion, 100%, Domain Mastery, 99%, close. Maximus shook his head. It seems that I really need the Tier 8 chapter of Origin to advance. Maximus felt his power explode after absorbing about 100 quintillion crystal merits for a few months. 10 times more power. Maximus clenched his fist, making the void around him crack. I don't know if my mana generation is also 10 times. Without further ado, he took out the Monarch Crystal and poured his mana. After a while, Maximus concluded that his mana generation was indeed 10 times greater. Now, he can generate about 8 trillion mana daily, capable of fully recharging those Tier 8 Abyss Sources. As for the Monarch Abyss Source, it would still take him over 4 months. Now that I have enough system points, it's time to advance Origin. Chapter 285 Domain Singularity 3 years later. Shadow Hunter Outpost, in a secluded room, Maximus slowly opened his eyes and breathed out. So powerful. Maximus murmured. 3 years of seclusion. Over 10 quadrillion system points. He finally created Chapter 8 of Origin. I didn't expect it took me this long. It took him over 100 years just to upgrade Origin from Tier 7 to Tier 8. Maximus could only guess how long it would take to upgrade it to Tier 9. Now I can advance. According to the Tier 8 chapter of Origin, he was only lacking 2 things before advancing. First is his elemental affinity, it needed to be at least rank 8. Second is his domain, it needed to be fully condensed. For elemental affinity, Maximus opened his system panel and took a look. Life points, 12 trillion potential points, 153 billion unassigned points, 1.6 quadrillion 1115 natural elements, rank 8, 2 trillion to 1 quadrillion, 3 supreme elements, rank 7, 0 out of 1 quadrillion, barely enough. Maximus thought he still needed to accumulate points. Fortunately, the system points he had left were enough. -1 quadrillion, 3 supreme elements, rank 8, 0 out of 100 quadrillion, upgrading his supreme element affinity. Maximus suddenly felt a rush of elemental energy. Chaos, destruction, and fate. Various epiphanies about the supreme element began to emerge in his mind. A few days later, Maximus fully digested the surge of epiphanies. Now, just the domain. Origin gave him the ultimate domain that can peer and copy the origin of things. Now it's up to him to conceive an ultimate domain on his own. Usually, one only needed to merge one's physique with the origin domain. Like Sky, merging her immortality physique so she can become immortal in her domain. However, for his path, Maximus would not only merge his special physique but all the copied special physiques and domains. Although it would be harder that way, it would undoubtedly be stronger. This should be easy. Before, he had already begun to merge his domain. However, because of various things, he stopped. Let's start. Maximus cheered himself. Maximus had already informed his family and guild about his seclusion. According to his estimate, it would take him 10 to 100 years to advance to Tier 8. As for selling Tier 8 knowledge in the Dimensional Library in the Myriad World Mall, Maximus didn't bother. What's important right now is strength. Furthermore, he still had over 800 quintillions. There was no hurry to make money. Soon, Maximus began to complete his domain. With his special physique as a foundation, various copied physiques and domains began to merge. Maximus thought that it would be hard. Unexpectedly, the dimensional source was like a primer. It took all the copied physiques and domains like a sponge. Days and months began to pass by as billions and trillions of system points were thrown away like nothing. The state of his domain also became purer and purer. From scattered and unorganized power structures, his domain began to concentrate at a single point. A year later, in the secluded room, cracks began to appear in various places. Even under the support of the Tier 10 array, the room seemed like a fragile piece of paper. The main culprit for this is the tiny dot invisible to the naked eye. With a size smaller than an atom, its pulse wave nearly reached the intensity of a Tier 10 attack. Thud thud thud. Maximus, who was in the middle of the room, was oblivious to all the chaos. His mind was concentrated on compressing his domain with all that he had. All the mana that his body could muster. All the system points that he could absorb. All the treasure in his possession. Maximus even used the crystal merits that he was not willing to spend. 100 trillion. 200 trillion. 400 trillion. 600 trillion. 700 trillion. Boom. Finally, after what seemed like an eternity, his domain reached singularity and began to transform. An explosion invisible to the naked eye caused a stir in the chaotic abyss. In Ethereum's sanctuary, various apex sovereigns suddenly felt a chill pass by them. Raksha quickly gathered all the powerhouses in the sanctuary to discuss what happened. What do you think happened? Rakasha started. It should be a change in the abyss, one of them concluded. All these years, it seemed that the abyss had been mute towards what they were doing. Outpost after outpost was being built without much hindrance. Most of them concluded that it should be that the abyss is accumulating power. Now it seems that their guess is right. No. This should be a sign of someone advancing to Tier 9, a powerhouse, sensitive to energy, said. But why is the intensity so weak? They couldn't help but ask doubtfully. It should be hidden by an array or something. One of them, who was also sensitive to energy, confirmed. Is that so? No matter how weak an energy is, it would always be reminiscent of Ethereum realm energy, so it certainly isn't the abyss. Seeing that many experts confirmed it was not the abyss, they sighed in relief. However, thinking that another apex sovereign appeared before them, they couldn't help but feel complicated. Just a few thousand years ago, an apex sovereign was born, now there is another. It seems that the era where the likes of us would be like dogs and cats is near. I wonder who it is this time? They thought in wonder. In Shadow Hunter Outpost, in the Battle Axe Bar, opened by Malgren, while the others were oblivious, still busy drinking on their own. Malgren, who was originally drinking, woke up electrified as he looked at the center of the stronghold. I didn't expect that you'd reach this far. Malgren muttered in amazement. Maximus's breakthrough, or what it seemed like, was stronger than anything he had ever felt. Even his enlightenment, creating and mastering the ultimate combat technique, paled in comparison. Maybe the advancement of his special physique to Tier 10 was barely comparable to this. This is worth a celebration. Malgren reasoned as he took out a Tier 10 wine that he was initially reluctant to drink. Cheers to you, Maximus. In the depths of the abyss, the four monarchs of the abyss trembled, sensing a terrifying pulse. Looking at each other, an insane thought simultaneously appeared in their minds. A bearer of an ultimate physique. Damn, another one. The wave of pulse they felt was completely different from that of the vermin. Even if they were killed, they wouldn't dare to mix the two. Meaning, there were at least two bearers of ultimate physique in their ship. What a stroke of luck. Is there no end to this? What's the use of fighting? We can just lie down and wait to die. Just one vermin, and we are already on the verge of death, now there is another one. Did the darkness of abyss abandon us? Drekthr, Zolther, and Valdrekth nearly cried at the impermanence of the world. However, weirdly, Nyxelos, instead of panicking, smiled widely as if he won the jackpot. What's wrong, brother? Did you become crazy? They asked, noticing Nyxelos's weirdness. Idiots. Nyxelos couldn't help but complain. What do you think would happen to us when there are two bearers of ultimate physique? Die? Drexler murmured. Truly an idiot. Could it be that we beg so we can become their subordinates? Zolther guessed. Another idiot. Brother, stop talking in circles, tell us quickly, Valdrek asked, not trying to guess. TSK, now let me change my question. What would happen if 2 gold mines were found in your house? Suddenly, a click seemed to sound in their minds. If a gold mine was found under your house, it would not cause much commotion. However, if there are 2, the government would come knocking with guns and cannons regardless of all the obstacles. The gold mine did not arouse much interest, but what's hidden under it? A tier 9 dimension giving birth to at least 2 ultimate physiques. What kind of dimensional joke is this? Originally, a tier 9 dimension can only give birth to 1 or 2 dimensional physiques. Yet now you tell me that there are 2 ultimate physiques in it? Brother. The main abyss. Drexler hurriedly muttered, hoping to get credit. That's right, it seems that your head is beginning to work. Initially, even after knowing that there is a bearer of ultimate physique here, the main abyss dimension is reluctant to give support. Knowing that a sighting of the transdimensional system was found here, the main abyss domain was prepared to abandon us. Nyxelos sighed in sadness. In the past, after knowing this, Nyxelos was in despair. Although he didn't show it to his stupid brothers, Nyxelos was in tatters, carefully treading, hoping to come out alive. He didn't even dare to agitate the beings of the Etherium realm for fear of scaring them to call for reinforcement. Step by step, Nyxelos held his breath, waiting for a chance. Now, it seems that the darkness of Abyss was still on his side. Just wait for us. Chapter 286 Tier 8, Path of Trinity. In the secluded room, Maximus carefully felt the change within him, oblivious to all the commotion he caused outside. What a powerful domain. A domain can never become obsolete. It can be said that it is the main tool for a powerhouse to utilize their strength. However, due to the short range of most domains, it is seldom used in battle after reaching the apex. At Tier 7, Maximus's domain range is just a few thousand kilometers. If he fought at close range, Maximus could be considered invincible. However, those apex sovereigns, once they are serious, rarely get close to their opponents. Once you reach that realm, millions of kilometers are the bare minimum range of battle. After reaching Tier 10, the range of battle may even reach light-year distances. Of course, if you are like Melgren, who likes to fight using fists, then it's fine. However, without a domain, your opponent can easily escape. Just like when he fought with the shadow god, Nyx. If Raksha didn't stop the fight, Maximus could only run for his life as Nyx whittled away his energy and life. Of course, there was no such problem because he had unlimited mana. However, it was as fatal as a chicken on a chopping board for others. Now, here is why Maximus marveled at his newly condensed domain. Unlike other domains that are in conjunction with the strength of the individual, his domain is ever expanding regardless of strength. Maximus can even reach millions of light years of range, the same as Tier 10, without his strength advancing. With the dimensional source physique, Maximus didn't need to worry about the energy to expand and maintain his domain. Every part of his domain can pull energy from the void to maintain its form. If Maximus wanted, he could also use magic crystals, crystal merits, etc., to hasten the expansion of the domain. Of course, this would never happen unless he had too much money to spend. Besides the infinite expansion of the domain, various capabilities of his domain were also upgraded. Originally, it could only copy domains or physiques. Now, Maximus can create anything he wants. With the foundation he had, mastering and merging millions of physiques and domains. As long as he had an idea, he could immediately create anything he thought of. There is also the sensitivity of his domain. Originally, it could only detect and interfere with the power of law. Now, even the essence of law was within its coverage. Basically, an apex sovereign's attack would be nearly invalid in front of him. Of course, if they fought regardless of life and death, Maximus still needed to run for his life. After all, sometimes even water is afraid of fire. 100,000 kilometers. Just when Maximus was in thought, his domain unknowingly reached 100,000 kilometers. In this range, Maximus was like an omnipotent god. He could create something out of nothing. Judge everyone's life and death. Grant unlimited power and lifespan. Anything. This power. If Maximus's will had not been tempered enough, he would have already been sunk in this power. Looking at the creatures in his domain, so fragile and so oblivious. They didn't even know that their very life was in his hands. This is also one of the functions of his domain. His domain is invisible for those who didn't deliberately use the essence of law. This means without knowing the information about his domain, Maximus can be as unscrupulous as he wanted. After all, most of the apex sovereigns would rather sleep naked than waste their precious essence of law. Wanting to experiment, He began to find the strongest being in the Shadow Hunter outpost. Huh? Where is Melgren? Maximus knew Melgren had stayed in his outpost, yet he didn't see any shadow of him. Let's see, the battle axe bar. As he converged his domain on the place, he suddenly felt his domain dissolved. As expected of the strongest being of the Etherium realm, Maximus just praised after failing to detect Melgren. According to him, Melgren should have reached or touched the surface of the origin of law, the power only a tier 10 being can possess. From tier 8, one begins to master the manifestation of law or power of law. From tier 9, one begins to master the essence of law. For tier 10, one begins to master the origin of law. This is also the highest the law can be mastered. After one reaches tier 11, one is already above the law. As for tier 12, Maximus didn't know. Even under his scouring for various books in Myriad World Mall, the information he got for the tier 12 realm was limited. After checking and experimenting with his domain, Maximus got ready to advance. It's time to upgrade the hardware. With software, knowledge, elemental affinity, and domain upgraded, he felt his body could barely keep up. Although his knowledge already reached the pinnacle of tier 8, without corresponding power, it's useless. Furthermore, although his domain can infinitely expand, it's still up to him to control it. Gearing up to advance, Maximus took out all his crystal merits. Previously, he thought he only needed 100 quintillion crystal merits to advance. Unfortunately, he was gravely mistaken. Just to reach 99.999% of advancement, it already took him over 100 quintillion. Now, to fill that 0.00000.1, Maximus didn't know how many crystal merits he needed. Fortunately, there is Melgren to give him money. Otherwise, it would take ages just to condense his domain completely. Let's start. Time passed as piles and piles of mountain-like crystal merits disappeared like crazy. Maximus's domain began to merge with every cell of his body. His cells filled with his body and soul began to agitate, wanting to banish the other foreign thing from its house. However, his domain, which is already fully condensed, was like a gangster with nukes. The domain easily entered every part of his cell, trying to merge the blood and spirit with it. Unfortunately, Maximus, the landlord, wouldn't let something like that happen. Although, for many, merging the blood and spirit with the domain is a good thing, it was a loss for him. There are 4 known ways to advance to tier 8. 1 is merging the domain and spirit with blood. This is a way of knights, making their bodies stronger and invulnerable to all laws. 2 is merging the domain and blood with spirit. This is the way of magicians, making their spirit more affluent to the control of law. 3 is merging blood and spirit with the domain. This is the way of those who practice both the ways of knight and mage. Possessing a strong and useful domain, they want their blood and spirit to be branded with it, making it stronger. Usually, this is the strongest and the path most powerhouses take, but for him, it's a loss. His domain was already so overpowered that merging his blood and spirit into it was useless. What he wanted was the 4th method, the Trinity of Power. This method is said to be the weakest yet the most versatile path of all. It's the weakest because you would not get much boost from your advancement. The most versatile because you can have all the enhancements and perks of the 3 paths. For Maximus, who had other ways to enhance his strength, such a method is perfect. Furthermore, it's the path he came into that points to the origin the most. Deciding his path, Maximus began to consciously help his blood and spirit fight back against his domain. With his control, even the domineering gangster with nukes began to look like a baby with a toy gun. As time passed, the tame domain peacefully began to talk with his blood and spirit. 10 years later, Maximus slowly opened his eyes, peacefully breaking through. If it were not for the time spent, one would think that Maximus had just fallen asleep and then woken up. Tier 8. After over 100 years, he finally reached tier 8. Feeling his dormant power, he couldn't help but smile. After advancing, he felt invincible. All the problems that he thought of seemed to be insignificant. I wonder how powerful I am right now. Theory is, after all, theory, without corresponding experience, it would always be on paper. Should I test my power in the abyss? Maximus thought excitedly. In his current state, Maximus was sure to escape even if the 4 abyss monarchs ambushed him. As for traps or whatsoever, they were useless. Under his domain, unless it reaches the origin of law, it's useless. Furthermore, after all these years, the range of his domain reached over 300 million kilometers. Although it was negligible compared to the perception range of those tier 9 apex sovereign and abyss monarchs. It's all perception. What he had is domain. In his domain, he can converge his energy into nothing, rendering all detection useless. As long as he leaves the sight of his opponent for a while, he can run or hide as he wants. But first let me see what happened in the past decade. Chapter 287 Abyss Civilization. In his domain, he saw that his family was still in seclusion. still breaking through. Over a decade ago, after he finished creating the 8th chapter of Origin, he quickly transferred it to his family, coupled with 50 quintillion crystal merits. This way, they wouldn't waste time waiting for him. After he advanced to Tier 8, he would return to the Ethereum realm to take care of his empire. Maximus didn't want to leave his family in such a dangerous world, so they needed to advance quickly. By now, it seemed that they were still in the process of fully condensing their domain. Although they just needed to merge their special physique with their domain. It would not be easy without knowing their special physique inside and out. Investigating further, he quietly read memories of his guild members and the gathered intelligence in the past year. It seems that nothing much happened. Maximus heaved a sigh of relief. Because he entered seclusion, the Shadow Hunter outpost stopped at the Purgatory layer. Although Eternal Voyager still continuously looked for resources and Abyss source, there was not much danger. There is also his job as an intermediary for the said dimensional merchant. Before he entered seclusion, Maximus had already informed the top guilds and organizations that he would be gone for a while. Thus, before he entered seclusion, they had already bought what they could. Although, he lost quintillions with his absence. Feeling his power, it was worth it. There is no problem here. Seeing that there was no problem, Maximus got ready to test his newfound power. In the fringe area of the source layer, after a few days of non-stop teleportation, Maximus reached his place. So this is the source layer. Besides the denser abyss aura, Maximus noticed a hint of architecture suggesting a civilization's presence. If the beings of the Ethereum realm saw this, they would undoubtedly be in shock. The thoughtless bloodthirsty abyss monster they were fighting relentlessly still had the mind to create a civilization? It's like knowing that a group of animals in the forest build their own city. However, having already been informed about the abyss civilization, Maximus was not shocked. What's weird about a great dimension like an abyss having its civilization? Even an ant can have a colony, much less the almighty abyss. Inside these architectures, Maximus was looking for prey. A Tier 8 Lord Abyss monster containing a Tier 8 abyss source. Since he was testing his power, why not turn resources simultaneously? Tier 8 abyss monsters, even ordinary ones, are worth over 1 trillion when converted to system points. After reaching Tier 8, his mana generation multiplied by 10 times. The Monarch Abyss source fragment, which would usually take him over 4 months to fill, can now be filled in over 10 days. Plus, other abyss sources could produce over 300 trillion daily system points. Maximus can now accumulate about 12 quadrillion system points monthly. Such an amount should be sufficient, especially considering he could only get a few trillion system points daily just a few years ago. However, after reaching Tier 8, his need for system points increased. Now, what he needs to study is Tier 9 knowledge. Such a monumental task, even a few hundred more quadrillions points daily are not enough. Thus, little by little, Maximus still hopes to collect abyss source as much as possible. Finally, after roaming for a while, Maximus found an intact camp that seemed like an abyss army camp. Inside was a group of elite abyss monsters containing at least a fragment of abyss source, giving them a hint of intelligence. This should be an army camp, Malgren told. Maximus muttered excitedly. According to his knowledge, an army camp like this should have a general who at least had an elite-level abyss source. That was over 10 trillion worth of system points. Having found his target, Maximus carefully spread his domain in place, studying the location of their traps. Because Malgren frequently attacked these kinds of army camps, the abyss monsters became smart and set many kinds of traps. Unfortunately, it was useless, only stopping Malgren for a few seconds. However, such a time was enough for them to convey the news to their monarch. If not, Malgren could continue to destroy an army camp near the place, causing further damage. What a tricky place, Maximus clicked his tongue in amazement. If other Apex sovereigns unknowingly landed on these traps, they would either be disabled or die there and then. Fortunately, Maximus had his almost omnipotent domain. With just a few manipulations, such traps became ineffective without triggering any alarms. Now it's time to fight. Stretching his arms, a palm-shaped energy was formed in his domain, slapping the Abyss Army camp to pieces. Boom. Without the hidden defensive traps, the Abyss Army camp was like a fragile piece of paper. Oh? Maximus muttered in surprise. He looked at the remaining Abyss monsters, neither attacking nor running but frantically manipulating the void. It seemed to want to send the news to the Abyss monarchs regardless of life and death. You Abyss creatures are really loyal. Maximus smiled, not in a hurry to attack. You are not the vermin. The Abyss monster muttered in shock. Without hesitation, it immediately conveyed another message to the Abyss monarchs. Are you done? Maximus smiled. Wanting to test his full strength, a Tier 8 Abyss monster is certainly not enough. Letting this guy deliver the message is just appropriate. How dare you, since your usefulness is done, don't talk too much. Maximus condensed a ray of energy, shattering the tier 8 abyss monster into dust. TSK, you're too tender, wanting to delay me. The abyss monarch was coming, he didn't have time for these cannon fodders. Sucking all the abyss source in place, he smiled at his harvest. Although he only got an ordinary tier 8 abyss source and a few abyss source fragments, it's enough. But it seems I'm too strong. Thinking of wiping out a tier 8 abyss monster in one strike made him marvel at his current strength. Although such an attack consumed all the energy in his body, it was still too strong. An apex sovereign would probably have to pay a huge price to one-shot a tier 8 abyss monster like this. For him, it only took a fraction of a second to recover his energy. However, without the unlimited power of law, I can only use mana. Maximus sighed in helplessness. To have unlimited power of law, he would have to upgrade his physique to tier 10. Looking at his panel, he still had a long way to go. Maximus Shadow Crest, tier 8, 0% mana compatibility, rank 9-dimensional source, 0 out of 1 sextillion, soul amplitude, 1 trillion, 0.1%, soul will, 1 trillion, 0.1%, domain, origin domain power of law, 0%, a sextillion system points. To have the unlimited power of law, he would need to accumulate system points for epics. This may be a short time for those apex sovereigns who already lived for epics. But for him, who is less than 1,000 years old, such a long time was vague and looked like a dream. While he was in deep thought, he suddenly felt an intense energy coming toward him. It's here. Whoosh. So you are the other bearer of the ultimate physique, Drekthra greeted with murderous intent. Huh? Only tier 8? Drekthra muttered in surprise. They thought that the bearer of the ultimate physique had broken through to tier 9, so they sensed his physique. However, by the look of it, their guess was wrong. Could it be the special physique advanced to tier 10? No, the intensity was too low. Could it be because of advancing to tier 8? Drekthra was shocked with his guess. If it was true, then this being was more frightening than he thought. However, you're only tier 8 now, Drekthra licked his lips in interest. There is only one? Maximus frowned, seeing only one of the abyss monarchs was in front of him. The others should be in ambush, which made him alert. I, alone, am enough. Drekthra bluffed. In reality, the other 3 were hiding somewhere, watching the battle. It's just that Maximus's perception is so short that he didn't see them. Are you sure? Maximus muttered and quickly attacked. Repeating his old trick, he condensed his energy at one point and attacked the abyss monarch. Interesting. Looking at the ray of energy filled with all kinds of elements, he only stretched his hands. Thump. The dull sound made Maximus frown. What a powerful abyss monarch. Lightsnville, his attack didn't even cause a scratch to the abyss monarch, which amazed him. Is this all you've got? Did you get an auxiliary physique or something? Drekthra muttered in puzzlement. Initially, he thought this bearer of the ultimate physique would be more powerful than Vermin because he caused a commotion just by advancing to tier 8. However, looking at the attack that can only be used for massage, he frowned. Did I guess wrongly? Feeling underestimated, the look in his eyes became serious. It seems that I need to get serious. Chapter 288 Lack of energy. Seeing that his attack didn't even cause a scratch, Maximus was not discouraged. His attack was only a test and didn't contain a hint of law, it was only pure mana. Let's try this. Maximus gathered 1% of his power of law and methodically mixed it with his domain. Explode. Suddenly, the atmosphere around Drekthra compressed and exploded. Boom. Thud. Drekthra fell down like a broken kite that had suddenly lost its string. Interesting. Drekthra slowly got up and patted the dust on his body. A mere power of law could even affect the origin of law? What a monster. Facing the earlier attack, Drekthra thought it would be only a bit stronger, but he was gravely mistaken. After a weird power of law latched onto him, all the energy around him and his body immediately converged and exploded. What's scarier is that even the origin of law hidden in his body almost exploded. If it were not for his alertness, immediately retracting the origin of law, he would have exploded there and then. A power of law capable of affecting the origin of law? What kind of insanity is this? Is this the power of an ultimate physique? Just a little trick, Maximus replied in pity. He thought he could at least heavily injure Drekthra with the attack. Who knew it would only cause some scratches? As for his bit of power of law capable of affecting even the origin of law, it's a little trick he just learned from Malgren. When Malgren dissolved his domain, Maximus felt a little resistance. Although it's nothing compared to the absolute power of the origin of law, it's enough. Since the Abyss Monarch in front of him was only tier 9. Even if he could use the origin of law, he couldn't fully control it. It's like knowing how to use a bomb but not knowing how to create it. With Maximus knowing that his power of law can interfere with the origin of law, he just needed to trigger the bomb, making the origin of law chaotic until it exploded. Unfortunately, his little experiment failed, as Drechthra forcefully retracted his origin of law. However, as long as it works, it's good. Maximus repeated the trick and attacked Drechthra. Again? Drechthra smiled at Maximus's foolishness and retracted his energy. Boom. The same trick wouldn't more before Drechthra could finish speaking. Maximus silently teleported onto his back, clenching his fist. Bam! A fist filled with a tenth of his power of law squarely hit Drechthra's body, sending him flying. Thud. Cough cough, damn, my brothers must be laughing at me. Drechthra muttered in shame, minding his embarrassment more than his injury. Standing his ground, Drechthra looked at Maximus with a thicker killing intent. A bearer of an ultimate physique is indeed not to be underestimated. Although he was mocking Maximus, Drechthra was not in the slightest bit careless. However, even after Maximus teleported onto his back, he couldn't sense a thing. If not for the attack, he wouldn't even know that teleported Maximus on his back. Thank you for your compliment, Maximus replied with a smile. However, in his heart was a sigh. Looking at the fully intact Drechthra, it seems that even 10% of his power of law can't do much damage. As for using all of his power of law, Maximus wouldn't dare. He was only here to test his strength, not to fight to the death. If his power of law was exhausted, he would be at the mercy of these abyss monarchs. Playtime is over. Suddenly, another voice sounded from the void. The seemingly simple sentence made Maximus chill to the core. Without thinking, he mobilized all his remaining power of law, all space barrier breaking items, and teleported out in an instant. Boom. A moment after Maximus teleported, a few light years of barrier made of origin of law appeared. The thick barrier even made the abyss creak for a while, on the verge of breaking. Seeing the attack didn't work, Valdreth and Ulthar frowned. Don't sweat it too much. If a bearer of the ultimate physique is that easy to capture, then we would be helpless. Nyxelos seemed to expect everything and calmed them down. However, thinking that they wasted a huge amount of origin of law, they still felt unhappy. This is all a necessary investment. Knowing what they were thinking, Nyxelos comforted again. If the essence of law can be cultivated just by compressing the power of law, then cultivating the origin of law is like picking the best-looking seedling among the essence of law before condensing it. Of the essence of law, they can only have about 0.001 useful part that can be condensed to the origin of law. Such an inefficiency meant that the barrier they just propped up was equivalent to millions of epochs of time wasted. However, knowing that their life was on the line, they immediately calmed down. The fight between Drechthra and Maximus and the barrier they set up was just a probe. After knowing that there are at least 2 bearers of ultimate physique in their place, the main abyss dimension was ready to send reinforcements. However, before that, they needed to send evidence of their claim. After all, the main abyss dimension can't just rely on some words before investing a huge amount of resources and manpower. The fight and Maximus's escape just now were all recorded with a special device. After that, they just needed to send it, so the experts of the main abyss dimension could analyze the footage, proving their claim. I hope everything works. Nyxelos thought hopefully. Main abyss dimension, in a laboratory, billions of gigantic eyes roamed around as they analyzed every particle and atom in the footage sent to them. Soon after months of investigation, various results came out. Send the information to the commander. The billions of gigantic eyes frantically compiled the information they got and sent it to their monarch. In a blood-red moon, resembling an eye, a seductive woman with beautiful scarlet red eyes licked her lips in interest as she read the information sent by her subordinate. Interesting, the long-lost physique, dimensional source. Ha ha ha. After waiting for countless epochs, it's time for the abyss to rise again. The mere laugh caused vibrations throughout the abyss. The abyss creature near the Scarlet Moon trembled as they wondered what was up with their monarch, the Scarlet Eyes Witch. In the Shadow Hunter outpost, in the manor, Maximus heaved a sigh of relief, finally recovering his spent power of law. So dangerous. Maximus muttered nervously. A few months ago, if not for his decisiveness, he would have probably disappeared by now. Although he can revive himself, it would probably take epochs before he could. By then, he didn't know what crazy things his family would have done, or if they may still be alive. I shouldn't do such a dangerous thing again. Maximus warned himself. He was really arrogant testing his power on the Abyss Monarch. He didn't even have the time to develop his power of law, it was still in its initial state. Maximus was mainly relying on his domain to output, limiting his attack. Yet he dared to test his power as if he were invincible. TSK, let this be a lesson. Maximus warned himself again. However, the power of law is really troublesome. Maximus must admit that the power of law is strong. Even in its initial state, it could take him millions of light years away with a single teleportation. However, because it's limited, it made him a one-shot wonder. In these past few months, besides recovering his power of law, Maximus was thinking of a way to hasten his power of law recovery. Although with unlimited mana, he can recover faster than others, it's not much use in battle. What he wanted was to fight freely without any energy restriction. Fortunately, it seems that his accumulation is massive enough that he thought of a solution. It's the amalgamation of will. All these years, after having Abyss Source as the source of his system points, the amalgamation of will didn't have much use. Besides providing a few trillion system points, it didn't help much. However, it was still one of the most omnipotent energy he had come across. But because of his lack of knowledge and control over it, it didn't exert its use. If he can master this energy thoroughly, maybe it can even replace his power of law as his main energy. Looking at the points he needed, a hint of determination crossed his eyes. Amalgamation of will, initial, 15 trillion out of 100 quadrillion, 3.1 quintillion. If the progression of system points needed to upgrade amalgamation of will to transcendence mastery is the same, then he only needed 3.1 quintillion points. With 12 quadrillion system points every month, he only needed over 21 years. Such a short time, Maximus was willing to wait. At that time, he can finally see if the amalgamation of will is really as omnipotent as he thought. I hope it doesn't disappoint me. Chapter 289 Unrivaled Will. Thinking of the massive amount of system points he needed, he could only shake his head. Now, even his money is almost depleted. He had thought that he could achieve financial freedom after accumulating almost a sextillion crystal merits. Who knew that just condensing his domain would cost 700 quintillion crystal merits? Furthermore, there were also about 200 quintillions for his advancement and another 50 quintillions for his family. All in all, the 990 quintillion he had shrank to a mere 40 quintillion. Now that he reached Tier 8, a mere 40 quintillion was simply not enough. Like the ultimate treasure, Tier 9 books and knowledge, training resources, weapons, etc. 40 quintillion is simply a pocket change for the money he needed. Looks like it's time to sell those Tier 8 books. Although he hadn't sold those Tier 8 knowledge in recent years, he was not idle. He had already bought the Tier 8 printer to print various knowledge into books. Now, in his ever-expanding storage dimension, a galaxy with a printer as its sun began to rotate. His storage dimension was truly turning into the dimension of knowledge comparable to the river of knowledge that flows through all the dimensions. System, list all the available books in the shop. It's time to earn the money, Maximus commanded. Although his system didn't have any spirit, it was still pretty intelligent. His shop, the storage dimension, and real-time monitoring of his body were all on its task. His system managing the dimensional library in the Myriad World Mall prevented others of weaker tiers from peeping. As a Tier 12 treasure remnant, anyone under it was not worthy of peeping on it. However, to be on the safe side, Maximus wanted to separate the dimensional library from him. Although he didn't know if those Tier 12 beings would be interested in him, it's better to be careful than regret later. As for the storage dimension, printing and sorting were under its management. After all, he can't let all those precious equipment and resources collide with each other. It needed to be categorized efficiently, which is just appropriate for the system to manage. Regarding his body's real-time monitoring, it's a preventive measure. Although he is confident in his own strength. Who knows if there is someone who can curse him or something. It's better to be safe than sorry. Soon, his system listed all the available knowledge already printed in the dimensional library. I wonder how much money I can earn this time. In the immortal dimension, in the cultivation capital of the dimension, a young man was in a slump, thinking of his dark future. Sigh, when will this end? In the immortal dimension, one of the most powerful Tier 12 dimensions in the Omniverse, competition is never ending. All those who fall would descend into mediocrity, losing the chance to live an immortal life. For Atlas, he didn't care if he lived long or not, but he loathed living a life of mediocrity. He would rather die than accept it. However, from the beginning of his birth until now, all kinds of results have shown that he is average. His physique, talent, comprehension, luck, and such are all average. Perhaps he can even be the median for others to compare in all of the immortal dimension. Fortunately, he was gifted with an incredible talent that the whole dimension, or perhaps even himself, was unaware of. It's the will. The will to never give up. The will to never stop. The will to never accept what he is not satisfied with. Atlas was prepared to do anything to achieve his goals. Huh? The dimensional library updated? Atlas said in surprise. This dimensional shop can be said to be his go-to. Even with his mediocrity, he can still find something that can make him advance. Even so, average is still average. No matter what he did, it's average. It seems that he was cursed by it. Even the heaven-defined cultivation manual in the library was of no use to him. Let's see if there is something new this time. Browsing from top to bottom, he looked at those powerful manuals. Reading those incredible introductions, Atlas could only look in envy. Unfortunately, I'm barely Tier 3. Huh, what is this? Unconsciously scrolling, he saw an unranked book. Like fate guiding him, he unconsciously tapped on the book. Unrivaled will, unranked, the most dominating condensation method, compressing every particle of your being to condense the most powerful body. Lightsonville caution, it hurts like hell, pain level 100 quintillion. Looking at the simple description, Atlas's eyes lit up. As for the caution that it's painful, who the hell cares? But in reality, a pain level of 10 can already kill a mortal. As for a 100 quintillion pain level, it could probably kill a tier 9 being. Even Maximus, who created this, just made it for fun. After chatting with Malgren bragged that nothing in this world could make him frown. Eager to make this arrogant person scream like a girl, Maximus accidentally created it. Initially, it was just a prank. However, when Malgren tried the manual, although he didn't scream like a girl as Maximus intended, they saw an amazing phenomenon. The more painful something is, the faster the training. It seems like the origin of the universe wanted to pity these fearless individuals for their efforts. Furthermore, this kind of speed is regardless of all the obstacles. A mortal, a robot, a plant, water, and such can train with this manual. However, the pain inflicted is also regardless of all. Any treasure, medicine, special physique, etc., can't be used to ease the pain. Such an amazing manual. Maximus felt that it could even reach the ultimate dimensional level if it were not for its pain. Feeling pity for such an amazing manual to be buried with him, he sold it in the Myriad World Mall. To avoid being connected by Malgren in the future, he edited and upgraded the manual. First, the pain threshold was increased to 100 quintillion. If not for his limited ability, he would even increase the pain a notch. After all, although he didn't want the manual to be buried, he also didn't want others to find it easily. Second is the difficulty of the manual. It's more stupid proof than stupid proof. Even a rock with a brain can comprehend it in a few days. Anyway, as long as one had a spirit, one could comprehend the manual. After buying the manual, Atlas studied it for a few days. This is quite easy. Atlas felt enlightened, not believing that he could study a manual in just a few days. Even the foolproof manual he bought previously in the Dimensional Library took him a few decades to barely understand. Let's see if I really mastered it. Sitting cross-legged, he started to circulate the energy inside him as told in the manual. As soon as he started, he felt like he was being bitten by ants all over his body. The second passed, and he felt his body being hammered all around. Another second, and he felt he was being boiled in lava. As each second passed, the pain level skyrocketed multiple times. 100,000 pain level. 200,000 pain level. 400,000 pain level. 800,000 pain level. 1 million pain level. As soon as the million reached, even with his amazing will, Atlas felt his body was no longer his body. His thoughts also couldn't help but wonder. Should I give up? Anyway, it's not bad to live a life of mediocrity. With my amazing will, I can probably reach immortality. Why do I need to struggle so much? I should stop, otherwise, I will really die. I should stop. I have had enough of this pain. I should stop. It hurts so much. It freaking hurts. No. No more. As Atlas's will started to collapse, the pain level also reached a billion. Even then, without reaching the 100 quintillion set in the manual, no energy or advancement happened. All of this made Atlas's will, which was already cracking, almost burst into pieces. As Atlas felt his life passed by, a thought couldn't help but pop up in his mind. I'm dying. This time, he was going to die. Just because of his will, even with all the pain, his body is still functioning. Now that his will is collapsing, his body is also beginning to collapse. Is this what I wanted? Is all my effort worth it? No. Atlas roared unconsciously. I don't want to die. I want to live. To hell with this pain. To hell with everything. There is nothing in this world that can stop me. No matter who it is. No matter what it is. It can't stop me. Come, pain. It's not enough. I want more. I want more. I want more. Atlas continues roar, kept his collapsing body alive. As the pain increased, instead of complaining about it, Atlas felt alive. Huh. Pain is but a fleeting feeling. Atlas muttered as the pain reached its peak. Chapter 290 Transdimensional Organization Investigation in the Void. A dimension-sized fortress was quietly floating. It's one of the headquarters of the Transdimensional Organization, one of the most powerful forces in the Omniverse. Your Excellency, we still can't track the origin of the Dimensional Library, a subordinate reported. This is expected. Without the intervention of the Almighty, everything is for naught. Quasar, the leader of the headquarters, nodded nonchalantly. As the Dimensional Library sold a large amount of books that contained transcendence insights, the Transdimensional Organization placed it on its radar. However, Even under relentless investigation from Tier 9, Tier 10, and now Tier 11 powerhouse, no results were found. However, they still managed to find a piece of important information. It was the Dimensional Library's method to create those transcendence knowledge insights. It should be a product created by the Space and Time Bureau, also one of the most powerful forces in the Omniverse. However, unlike them, this force operated in a low-key manner. If not for their leader, which matched the Almighty, no one would even know of their existence. Quasar had heard that this organization was the one keeping the Omniverse intact. Using an artificial Tier 12 treasure, they were able to do it quite easily. A Tier 12 treasure capable of creating transcendence insight was not surprising. This should be the unique treasure of the Dimensional Library used to generate transcendent insights. However, Quasar didn't understand why an individual from the Space-Time Bureau was blatantly selling those transcendent insights. Space-Time Bureau normally didn't interact with other dimensions. Moreover, if they did so, it would be to return a dimension to its balance, and you wouldn't even know it if not for various coincidences. Was there some conspiracy? Could something be eroding their omniverse, making it necessary to spread these transcendent insights? Various guesses popped up in his mind that he couldn't help but worry about. However, after sending the message to the Almighty, he didn't receive any reply. With the strength of the Almighty, this should be deemed as unimportant, so everything should be fine. I hope there is really nothing wrong. A few months later, in Shadowhunter Outpost, Maximus was looking at his income with excitement. After a few months, his balance went up to 100 quintillion again. This means that in these few months, he earned 60 quintillion. From 10 quadrillion every year to tens of quintillions every month. The leap at which he earned money was quite satisfying. However, Maximus knew this was only because many bought the follow-up chapter of their cultivation. After a few years, when almost all of them bought what they needed, and his income would return to slump again. At that time, Maximus would be satisfied if he could earn 10 quintillion yearly. However, this is enough. For the ultimate treasure, he still hadn't found anyone selling. At Tier 8, all ultimate treasures are no longer available. Maximus still needed to wait until the Myriad World Mall updated and had an auction function. He should be able to find what he needed by then. Now, I only need to wait for my family to advance to Tier 8 and master Amalgamation of Will. His harvest with the Abyss is enough. The Abyss source he needed can be slowly collected by his guild and Eternal Voyager. The crystal merits were also not needed. Earlier, he only needed it because he could use it to advance to Tier 8 quickly. Although he can still use it to advance to Tier 9. The amount needed is not something a Tier 9 Abyss dimension can produce in a short time. As for the income he could possibly earn as a middleman, there is no need to worry about that. His main customer is those top forces. Since their money is stored in the Ethereum realm, instead of earning less, he could earn more. More importantly, something was wrong with his empire. After his seclusion, he reviewed the news about the Ethereum realm. It seems that the all-out war was already beginning to boil. Maximus guessed that someone must have artificially interfered with the war. According to his estimate, there should still be a few decades before the start of an all-out war. Thus, hearing that the war was starting could only mean an outside intervention. TSK, fortunately, my empire is still safe. Maximus heaved a sigh of relief. Reading the news, he was very nervous for a while. However, it seems that the backhand he laid in the empire is still of use. Just the millions of Tier 8 puppets have already made the empire's defense very solid. Even the instigator of the all-out war, the Wessel Empire, couldn't help but back out seeing this. After all, their emperor was the only one who could fight such an army. Instead of wasting their lives in that hellhole, it's better to conquer other empires. In this way, they could train and accumulate more resources. Once they had enough power, they could then attack the Moonlight Empire. Knowing his empire was safe, Maximus relaxed for a while. He wanted to fully master the Amalgamation of Will first before returning. During these months, as he allocated points to the Amalgamation of Will, he noticed that it was artificially created. This meant that there was a hidden force behind this seemingly omnipotent energy, secretly manipulating the Cursed Continent. Upon learning this, Maximus became disappointed for a while. The upper limit of the Amalgamation of Will isn't as high as he thought. After all, how can something created by an individual have a high upper limit? Unless the one who created it had some awesome ultimate physique or something similar. The upper limit of the Amalgamation of Will can, at most, reach Tier 10. Wanting to master the Amalgamation of Will before returning to the Ethereum realm was a preventive measure. Who knew what this black hand behind the scenes planned? Maybe it planned to exchange bodies with the winner of the era of imperial domination? Or maybe the winner would become the Black Hand slave? Although he didn't consume any Amalgamation of Will to strengthen himself, he was still bound by it as an emperor. Studying the Amalgamation of Will to transcendent mastery can not only free him from the limitations of the power of law. It can also give him overall control of the seemingly omnipotent energy within him. It's only 21 years, maybe his family has not advanced by then. His empire also has various protections that he had set. It should be able to survive on its own for a few hundred years. Soon, 3 years had passed, and the construction of various outposts was completed. Millions of additional outposts made the original desolate abyss lively as billions and trillions of Tier 6 powerhouses joined in. In one of the outposts, various Shadow Hunter Guild members began to appear. Huh? So, this is the abyss? TSK, I didn't expect we could come here at only Tier 6. Hahaha, this is all thanks to the guild leader. As the most talented individual in the Ethereum realm, this is easy. The guild leader is really awesome. I heard that he connected with a merchant from another dimension, making all this possible. As they bragged, the surrounding individuals couldn't help but be curious and ask. Who's so awesome? Are you sure it's your guild leader? Of course, it's our guild leader. See this emblem? One of them showed the Shadow Hunter Guild emblem. Shadow Hunter Guild. That supernova guild that reached the top in less than 1,000 years? Damn, I didn't expect to meet people from that guild here. I heard that you can join the guild unconditionally. Could we still join now? Unfortunately, no. The Shadow Hunter Guild had long since put restrictions once it reached 10 billion members, one of them said helplessly, with a proud look. They were the first batch members of the guild, how couldn't they be proud? Unfortunately, the guild can't continue to support idlers forever, so it set a restriction. Even an elimination system made them promptly decide to go to the dangerous abyss. Here, opportunities are endless with the backing of the guild. As long as they are fearless, they should get good results. By the way, did you say your guild leader is the reason we could come here? Is it true? For them, coming to the abyss was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Compared to those long-lived Tier 7 individuals who had a lot of scruples. For Tier 6 individuals like them, who were all over the Ethereum realm, they didn't care about the danger of the abyss. They only cared about its endless benefits. They only had such a short life, why not gamble it and see if they could advance? Life is but a small price to pay for eternal life. They were ready to put everything on the line, much less their worthless little lives. Hearing that, they knew the reason they were able to come here. They couldn't help but be curious and ask. Chapter 291 continues advancement. Do you know why we, weak individuals, can come here in the abyss? Because there are more outposts in the abyss and a lack of manpower? One of them guessed. That's right. In the past, there were too few outposts, so it would have been a waste of space to have us here. But now, because there are over 100,000 additional outposts, there is a lack of manpower. These outposts can't gather resources themselves. Even with all kinds of puppets and automated arrays, manpower is still needed. Having these Tier 6 individuals who had nothing to do in the Ethereum realm work here is perfect? Don't tell me that your guild leader is the one responsible for the 100,000 additional outposts. Although they had heard their bragging about their guild leader earlier, they chose to ignore it. After all, no matter how great an individual is it greater than those peak apex sovereigns? Will it be stronger than Phelan, the Dean of Darkness, Redius, the God of Gods, or Alabaster, the Overlord of Beasts? There is even Malgren, the strongest being born in the history of the Ethereum realm. Even these great people can't do anything to change the status quo in the abyss. So how can a rising supernova that still hadn't reached its peak have such strength? Hee, that's right, the Shadow Hunter Guild member couldn't help but raise their chest proudly. My guild leader has connections to a top-dimensional merchant, making all this possible. Dimensional merchant? Your guild leader has a connection with other dimensions? They muttered in shock at the news. So far, they have only seen outside dimensions in virtual worlds or books. Hearing that someone is connected with top forces outside their dimension, they couldn't help but be amazed. At the same time, they also understand that it isn't that their guild leader, Maximus, was stronger than those peak sovereigns. He was simply lucky to stumble with such a friendly force. Nonetheless, they knew luck was nothing without enough strength, so they were still amazed. After boasting more about their guild leader's greatness, they proceeded with their task. First, they needed to report to their guild to get assistance. As Tier 6 individuals, without support, they were as helpless as lambs in this abyss. Fortunately, there were support points set up by top forces to assist these helpless individuals. For them, the Shadow Hunter Guild even personally prepared a starter kit that was different from others. Entering one of the guild branches, they confirmed their entry into the abyss. This is the starter pack given by the guild, a puppet said, handing them storage rings. Let's see what the guild has for us. First is the teleportation talisman for emergencies. This is a newly configured standard necessity for these newcomers. In the past, such a teleportation talisman was impossible because of the distance between various outposts. To teleport from one place to another, a whole teleportation array is needed. Now, with the addition of outposts, outpost hubs, and shelter cabins close to each other, a teleportation talisman is possible. The second item, also a standard starter pack, a map. With the spread of micro-surveillance spots in the boundary and central layer, a real-time map is possible. As part of his guild, the Shadow Hunter Guild was given the most detailed map possible. For others, it was only a rough map showing the outposts, shelters, and dangerous areas. If it weren't for the insistence and a little treat from the top forces in the abyss, Maximus wouldn't even give them access to this map. Of course, as a profiteer, these maps had a subscription fee. As for the third and last item, it is, of course, Ethereum coins. As a rich guild, it can't let its members come outside empty-handed. Each was given 1,000,000 Ethereum coins, enough for them to spend for a while. What a rich starter pack! They exclaimed happily. Earlier, they heard that others had only gotten a teleportation item, a map, and some protection items worth a few thousand Ethereum coins. Most didn't even have a starter pack and had to pay for them on loan. Thinking of the greatness of their guild, they vowed not to disappoint the guild's expectations. 10 years later, as the years passed, casualties kept coming. Even with the support of top forces, including teleportation talismans and a map, the weak remained weak. The strength of Tier 6 individuals proved insufficient to withstand the intensity of those abyss monsters. However, as time passed, they also grew accustomed to it, reducing the casualties. Furthermore, the abyss seems to be consolidating its strength, resulting in fewer abyss waves than in the past. Maximus and Malgren have been pondering this issue for a while. After an investigation, bad news came out. According to Malgren, it should be because of Maximus. The unknown advancement of Maximus, his ultimate physique, was accidentally discovered. With those abyss monarchs' cunningness and fear of death, they should be frantically seeking reinforcement. They should be consolidating their strength to gather energy for the dimensional teleportation array. Fortunately, the energy required for such a massive task is enormous. They estimated that it would take the abyss at least 100 years to gather enough energy. That is, if they only intended to open a small dimensional teleportation array. Coupled with the people of the Ethereum realm harvesting various resources in the abyss like locusts, the efficiency of the abyss gathering energy should be further slowed down. Maximus can only hope it to be as long as possible. Now, he was still studying the amalgamation of will. He still didn't have the time to study his system. Fortunately, after a bit of tinkering, he confirmed that it was possible to study the system. To be precise, it's the Myriad World Mall. The Myriad World Mall is just a subsystem of the transdimensional platform system, barely a Tier 11 item. Myriad World Mall, initial, 0 out of 100 quintillion. Looking at the system points he needed, it might seem significant. However, because he only needed to master it to proficiency, he only needed 100 quintillion system points. Making his shop incognito is simple and only requires a little manipulation. Maximus only needed to understand the whole program of the Myriad World Mall system. With a bit of tinkering, he was good to go. As for studying his system, the family and power system, it is impossible. The system's creator seems to put various inscriptions on it, making it impossible to study. Unless he forcefully took it apart and studied it on his own, there is nothing he can do. However, even so, once Maximus has enough strength, he will forcibly tear this system apart. As long as he aimed at the top, this would always be a hidden bomb waiting to explode. Even if he lose his system in the process, he wouldn't have any regrets. At that time, he should be able to do everything he wants. The power of the system should be almost obsolete at that point. Even now, his system doesn't function as it was supposed to. The life and potential points he would have gotten for having wives and children were too little to make a difference. In the past, it was his only source of system points. Now, he has a more stable and renewable source of system points. Like the amalgamation of will, abyss source, even high-level energy like the power of law can be converted to system points. In the future, once he has unlimited power of law, it would be another source of his system points. 5 years later, in the cultivation room, a surge of aura swept the outpost. The initially dense aura in the Shadow Hunter outpost was being depleted rapidly. Huh? Broke through? Maximus immediately noticed the commotion happening. With the scan of his domain, he noticed Liam's wife, Amara, beginning to break through. It's indeed a former Apex sovereign, Maximus muttered in amazement. Eternal Voyager, consume the stored energy and put it in cultivation room 31. Eternal Voyager, as ordered, host. Eternal Voyager immediately consumed the magic crystal and crystal merits store and pumped it into cultivation room number 31. The originally depleting mana in the outpost also stabilized. From now on, as long as someone is breaking through within the outpost, don't worry about consuming the stored energy, Maximus ordered. Eternal Voyager, I'll take note, host. Soon, a few months passed, and another wave of energy began to sweep within the outpost. It's Elysian this time. As a new god, Elysian needed to fully control her god's authority to advance to a high god. Usually, it would take an epoch for one to fully control their god's authority. However, Elysian had origin to polish her foundation, which was forcibly raised by her authority. Maximus also gave her quintillion of crystal merits as energy. Within only a few decades, all of these resources made it possible for a god to fully control her authority. Of course, the help of Liam, making Elysian fully experience her god's authority, made it possible. Otherwise, no matter how solid her foundation or how many crystal merits she had, it would be impossible to fully control her god's authority of love. By now, Elysian should be the strongest beside him. However, this was still in debate as his wives and children didn't advance yet. Chapter 292 continues advancement to a year past. Suddenly a massive energy wave swept through the outpost. Maximus quickly noticed that disturbance and looked at the cultivation rooms. Finally, it's their turn. He felt his wives and children breaking through. After a few decades, they finally advanced to Tier 8. He could finally meet them after all these years. Although he could see them all the time. But, as it's said, the greatest distance in the world is even if I'm in front of you, you don't know it. Without further ado, Maximus teleported outside the cultivation room, waiting for them. Looking at the surging energy, a smile appeared on his face. So strong as expected of my family. Spreading his domain, he helped them control the rampant energy, making it easier to absorb. Soon after a few days, the energy wave calmed down. Opening their eyes, they tried to control their rampant energy as they exited the cultivation room. Outside, they saw Maximus smiling at them. Congratulations. Husband. Dad. Grandfather. His wives, children, their wives, and his grandchildren simultaneously broke through. With the same foundation and training manual. It's quite natural that they broke through at the same time. Huh? What about Sky? Maximus frowned and found Sky still in meditation. It looked like condensing the domain with an ultimate physique will take some time. Knowing what happened, he heaved a sigh of relief. After a bit of reminiscing, he took his family to have a feast. The whole Shadow Hunter outpost also joined the celebration, making it very lively. With the addition of hundreds of millions of Tier 6 guild members, the outpost finally had some liveliness. After the celebration, Maximus had a heart-to-heart talk with his wives. Looking at them, the smile on his face couldn't be suppressed. You've become more handsome, husband, Erica said, looking at his face. Is this due to the leap of life? Hazel concluded. No, it should be because we miss our husband. Luna joked. However, the others couldn't help but agree with Luna's statement. With their husband in seclusion and theirs, they didn't meet each other for decades. Although, as their strength and lifespan increased, their perception of time accelerated. Their love for each other didn't diminish. Every second, every minute they couldn't see each other was like a parting of 1,000 years. Ha ha ha, don't worry too much, we will be together for eternity, parting for a few years is not much, Maximus comforted. However, in his mind, he didn't believe what he said. His family was his fuel, the driving force of all his actions. If not for them, everything he had done would be meaningless. After all, who wanted to spend time in loneliness? Training? Cultivation? Entertainment? Although these can indeed dilute some emotion, it's not forever. On the contrary, the further you suppress your emotion, the more it will burst through. Of course, there are exceptions to everything. Like Malgren, his emotion is all for battle. As long as he fights, even for eternity, he won't be bored. However, his wives, hearing that they would be together for eternity, couldn't help but smile. Although they couldn't imagine such a long time. They didn't even know if they could achieve that kind of strength. Hearing Maximus confidently say they would be together for eternity made them feel that their hard work and training were worthwhile. By the way, when would we return to the Ethereum realm? Isabella asked. The others also looked at him, waiting for his answer. Although they didn't have any issues in the abyss. The weather in the Ethereum realm is still better. Looking at the dark sky all the time made them somewhat gloomy. Furthermore, because of the environment, they needed to fight from time to time to keep their touch. In 5 years, or when Sky breaks through, so soon. They thought that they would need to stay here for a few decades to stabilize the guild and their properties. Who knew they would return quickly? The Moonlight Empire is facing some dangers, so we need to go back quickly. Maximus then began to explain the ins and outs of the matter. Initially, they were worried about their family staying in the Moonlight Empire. However, upon hearing that millions of Tier 8 puppets were in the Empire, they quickly heaved a sigh of relief. Millions of Tier 8 puppets in that backward continent were like a nuclear warhead that could wipe out everything. Without the presence of Tier 9 powerhouses, these puppets are invincible. Of course, those rulers of the Empire who reach Tier 8 can't be measured with common sense. However, Seeing their husband's nonchalant expression, there should be no problem for a while. Enough of that, let's get to the main business. Maximus said knowingly. He. Soon, the days and months passed, and everything returned to normal. After the breakthrough of his wives and children, they went back to their old businesses. Either scouring resources in the abyss, shopping, playing, earning money, doing construction, etc. Maximus thought that this would go on until they returned to the Ethereum realm. However, looking at his son in front of him, it seems that there are still breaks and bumps on the way. Did you already know it, Dad? Liam asked calmly. Then why didn't you tell me? Liam asked, looking at him intently. Does it make a difference? Isn't everything all right now? But I still feel stupid and not worthy of any trust. Liam sighed and sat down. After Liam advanced to tier 8, he noticed something different from his wives. They were more majestic and indifferent than before. He thought it was only because they became stronger. Who knew, after a deeper probing, he came to discover that they were either a god or a reborn goddess. It may be nothing to others. However, the feeling of not being trusted, even by those who were in the same bed as him, hurt him a little. After asking, even his daughters seemed to know her mother's secrets. Knowing he was left behind, Liam felt failure as a husband and father. Well, you're really stupid. Maximus teased. As for Liam not being worthy of trust, he didn't say anything about it. Liam is probably his most trustworthy son. It's just that he is usually dense when it comes to emotions. Liam, who was hoping for his father's comfort, just became sadder hearing his father's words. Instead of sulking here, why don't you go and punish your wives? Maximus said knowingly. Punish? How could I punish them? They're much stronger than me, Liam sighed, not hearing the deep meaning behind his words. TSK. You're hopeless. I'm not talking about violence. How can you hurt your wives? Maximus said, knocking Liam's head. Then what punishment should I do? Talk to them harshly? Liam said, still not getting it. Sigh. Alright, I can't do anything with that stupid head of yours. What's wrong with having a wife more powerful than you? Didn't you gain more, like having a powerful backing? Furthermore, isn't it normal to keep secrets? Even I have secrets. A secret is there to protect you or the one having it. Previously, you were too weak to even know the details of who you are with. This doesn't mean that you're untrustworthy, it simply means that you are weak. Now, instead of sulking here, you should train more, Maximus said, kicking Liam outside. Also, remember to add another one, so Maya wouldn't be lonely. Soon after receiving advice from his father, Liam calmed down. However, it seems that Liam was enlightened and understood a bit of his words. As a punishment for keeping secrets, Liam became more confident and lived like an emperor. Choosing rooms, choosing positions as long as Liam could think of it, Amara and Elysian would happily comply. But as they said, one should be content when enough is enough. After a few months of indulgence, the two women who were obedient just a while ago turned into angry tigresses. Liam, who was weak in strength, was so helpless that he nearly cried. Fortunately, the two goddesses still gave him rewards from time to time. Maximus also began to relax. Using the accumulated system points, he studied the amalgamation of will once a week. With time passing, the amalgamation of will became like his hand, doing whatever he wanted. Just after reaching perfect level mastery, the amalgamation of will could replenish his power of law in an instant. Although his power of law is still not unlimited like his mana. It was enough that he could fight as hardily as he wanted, without worrying about a lack of energy. This instantly made up his weak points, making him closer to invisibility. As the years passed, his mastery toward the amalgamation of will reached closer and closer to transcendence. The light of excitement in his eyes also became brighter and brighter. He felt that after reaching transcendence mastery, the amalgamation of will would sublimate like never before. A height that was never reached before. Maximus wondered what kind of amazing changes the amalgamation of will would undergo. Chapter 293 Amalgamation of Will, Transcendence 5 years later, after his family had broken through. Maximus slowly opened his eyes, having finally mastered the amalgamation of will to transcendence. Amalgamation of will, transcendence max, it seems that my hunch is right. As he got closer and closer to transcendence mastery, he felt something different from the amalgamation of will. Now, after fully mastering it, he immediately felt the difference. First, the originally uncontrollable low-level energy became closer to the origin of chaos. It became like the faith mastered by the high gods, that is closer to the origin of creation. These two supreme laws are the reproductive force of the omniverse. In terms of power, there is not much difference between the two. However, in terms of utility, they are like macro and micro. The origin of creation is a lot more focused on an entity or a single unit when it comes to creation. On the other hand, The origin of chaos encompasses the fundamental principle of things. Like the gods, they can easily strengthen their believers using the power of faith, without changing anything fundamental like talent and such. On the other hand, although the amalgamation of will can't indirectly make someone advance, it could slowly improve someone's talent, making them stronger in the long run. Faith mastered by new gods and high gods differ in power. If the faith mastered by the new god is the power of law, then the faith mastered by the high god is the essence of law. Meaning, after Maximus mastered the amalgamation of will, it reached the power of the essence of law. Now, using the power of the amalgamation of will, Maximus can fight those apex sovereigns back to back without losing. This is just in terms of energy, coupled with his domain, Maximus could be said to be invincible. No wonder Maximus heard that those who ruled the whole cursed continent in the past, despite being only tier 8, could be in the same rank as those apex sovereigns. I don't have to worry about the creator of amalgamation of will anymore. As soon as Maximus mastered the amalgamation of will to transcendence, he felt some strings being cut off. Maximus felt complete control of the amalgamation of will coming to him. Furthermore, it's not limited to the cursed continent where people believe in his rule. Amalgamation of will comes from those whom you influence, not like faith limited only to beliefs. So, his guild, those using Ethereum coins, those he influenced provided will to varying degrees. His guild, deeply loyal to him, provided him with about 30 trillion worth of amalgamation of will. Stronger power provides more energy, so getting about 30 trillion worth of energy with him is no surprise. What's surprising is that those using Ethereum coins, despite providing minimal will, contributed at least 10 trillion worth of amalgamation of will. This is still despite Ethereum coins not being widely accepted in the abyss. During these decades, the spread of Ethereum coins continued to slow down. The use of crystal merits was deeply rooted, and many barely exchanged them except when they needed something. They would rather hoard crystal merits than those somewhat worthless Ethereum coins. The use of Ethereum coins began to speed up with the arrival of those tier 6 individuals. After all, they had no concept of crystal merits. Seeing that all the shops and establishments in the abyss used Ethereum coins, they were not so against it. Furthermore, Maximus also set up many loaning packs for these newcomers, further spreading the use of Ethereum coins. Maximus also earned a little bit of amalgamation of will to those who benefited from him. Especially in the abyss, the various outposts, hubs, and mini-cabins, which were all somehow connected to him, benefited many. Although what he got was not even a trillion worth of amalgamation of will, Maximus was already satisfied. All in all, the amalgamation of will he earned every day directly shot up from 4-5 trillion to almost 50 trillion. Mastering the amalgamation of will through transcendence was probably the biggest benefit Maximus got. He was no longer limited to the cursed continent. All the places, people, and things that had his influence could be a magnet attracting amalgamation of will. After all, Maximus couldn't conquer everything and make it his territory. Sometimes in the future, even if he reached invincibility in the Ethereum realm, he couldn't have all those beings surrender to him. Even Malgren, who went berserk countless epochs ago and nearly wiped out the creatures of the Ethereum realm, didn't become a ruler or something. Sure, the powerhouses there were scared of him, but when it came to interests, they would still fight regardless of life and death. Thinking of the benefits of the amalgamation of will, Maximus decided not to restrict the growth of his guild. Amalgamation of will is not only his source of system points, it's also directly related to his combat power. Just the ability to instantly recover his power of law was already worth it. More importantly, the amalgamation of will is on par with the essence of law, giving him a sharper edge. In the past, Maximus limited the growth of the guild after it reached tens of billions because he couldn't accept the cost. Although they also provided their worth, Maximus didn't have many things to do. Like the sea hunting ship, it only needed hundreds of millions of individuals to operate at full efficiency. Anymore, and it will be an overflow of manpower. The guild only had dozens of sea hunting ships, so billions of members were too much. For construction, besides the beginning phase, there is not much work afterward. It's all maintenance and additional modification, which is not too much work. As for fighting, there was not too much fight. In the abyss, Eternal Voyager checks for any danger before landing to collect resources. There are also tier 8 puppets who can take on any enemy. In the Ethereum realm, it's also very peaceful and doesn't require much fighting. The sea beast wave in the cursed continent already stopped decades ago. So the guild didn't need to send support any longer. Furthermore, with the millions of tier 8 puppets, what fighter would he still need? For high-tier fights, like guild wars or apex sovereigns coming to him, Maximus's power was enough. Even if it's not enough, there is a dimensional weapon always ready for backup. All in all, the guild is pretty much useless except for management and earning money. However, now after fully mastering the amalgamation of will, The belief produced by a loyal guild member is much needed. However, Maximus still planned to lower the corresponding benefits to lower the expenses. With the popularity of his guild, there should be no problem with this. However, Sky still hasn't finished the breakthrough. Maximus frowned. Although he knew how difficult it was to condense a domain with an ultimate physique, Maximus was still worried. In his domains, he saw Sky sometimes frowning in difficulty. Moreover, based on her fluctuation of aura, there is not much progress. I can only help you, Maximus muttered. Time is getting tighter and tighter. Maximus needed to return to the Etherium realm quickly, or else his empire would be gone. I can only hope the amalgamation of will can help. The dense amalgamation of weird energy spread in his domain converged and gathered around Sky. These dense amalgamations of energy, worth hundreds of trillions of system points, worked like a miracle as pulses of waves suddenly emerged from Sky. Boom. 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 Sky's frown suddenly relaxed as she felt her physique beginning to merge her domain and soul. She felt her physique suddenly become like a furious dragon, willing to devour anything. Sky's way is the way of the body, merging her soul and domain into her body. Initially, her physique was like an anorexic patient, unwilling to consume anything. However, with the addition of the amalgamation of will, her physique became like a hungry ghost frantically merging her soul and domain on its own. Soon, a few months passed. Sky slowly opened her eyes as she adapted to her newly obtained strength. I didn't think it was possible in this life, Sky said in surprise. In all her previous lifetimes, although she could still advance to tier 8, it was not perfect. Unwilling to be mediocre, she fought until she died, waiting for another try. To have the strongest foundation of her dream. She wanted to merge her physique with her soul and domain. However, because of her frequent reincarnation, her soul was quite filthy. Even her domain, which she condensed after all her lifetime experiences, was quite tasteless, that her physique wouldn't even look at it. Fortunately, it seems that her life this time turned around. First, she met Maximus, which gave color to her life and somehow purified her soul, giving her a purpose. Then, with the Ultimate Cultivation Manual, Origin, the domain she condensed was finally somewhat bearable. Still, because her physique had long been sick, it couldn't adapt to change, making her breakthrough quite difficult. Just, what happened? Chapter 294 Preparation to return. Just as Sky began to question what had suddenly happened, she saw Maximus looking at her with a smile. Congratulations on your advancement, Maximus. Sky jumped in surprise. How is your strength? I'm much stronger now. Sky waved her fist, eager to fight. Haha, you're indeed stronger. Maximus felt the teeming energy inside Sky and was a little shocked. Compared to his ever-expanding domain and his invulnerable soul and body, the energy that Sky possessed was immortal. According to the simulation of his domain, Sky's body and soul, although not invulnerable, were immortal. No matter the damage or cause, they would always regenerate in their perfect form. Her attacks, whether physical or imbued with energy, were also immortal and could never be cured or repaired. It was like an attack at the level of casualty. Of course, this was not invincibility. Sky only possesses the power of law, which is the lowest level of law. Higher levels of energy, like the essence of law and the origin of law, can easily invalidate these unique features. However, at the same tier, no one could match Sky. No matter how talented they were, unless they possessed a higher form of energy, they would be no match. It might look quite tasteless as Sky was already invincible at the same tier. However, these kinds of features are quite suited for Sky as she likes all kinds of crazy training. Like Maximus, Sky's tasteless advancement feature was the cause of their low-level physique. Although it's at the ultimate level, it has limited effects at the high tier. How long have I been in seclusion? It's been long enough, Maximus said, gently hugging her. Then do you miss me? Sky asked, blinking her eyes. I miss you every day, Maximus said, kissing her neck. You? Sky blushed in embarrassment. What's wrong? Don't you miss me? Ah, I miss you too, Sky said, looking into his eyes. Then. Soon, a few months passed, and everything settled down. Maximus also got ready as they were about to return to the Etherium realm. He called all his family members, including his wives, children, in-laws, and grandchildren. They all stopped what they were doing and attended the family discussion. Have you already prepared everything you need? We will return to the Etherium realm in a few years, Maximus started. Dad, can I stay here? Lux suddenly asked. Maximus didn't answer and just looked at him. Dad, doing business in the Etherium realm is a bit lackluster. Furthermore, I'm doing very well with my business now, Lux explained. Indeed, doing business in the Etherium realm was like playing house. There is no technical content at all. Success relied on either having a wide range of connections or super strength. The Ethereum realm, especially the arcane continent, was already divided among various forces. No matter how good or successful one was, there wasn't much to gain. Lux had had enough of that place. Even with his dimensional physique and knowledge. If it weren't for the help of his father, he wouldn't have had a chance in that realm. However, in the abyss, everything was in chaos, and every place presented an opportunity. With the right manipulation, he could earn big and achieve his ambitions. Even without his father's help, Lux was confident he could make it big in this chaotic environment. Then you can stay here, Maximus finally nodded at Lux's insistence. Lux really had nothing to do in the Ethereum realm. It was better to stay here and train further. What about the others? Who else wants to stay here? Maximus asked, seeing the others looking at him, unsure of what to say. Dad, I want to stay here with Ella, Max said nervously. Reason? Maximus inquired. The Ethereum realm is too peaceful and lacks challenges, Max said straightforwardly. Approved, Maximus didn't hesitate and quickly approved. And me? Lila stood up, seeing that her brother had succeeded in persuading their father. Lila? The others looked in shock at Lila. Why? It's too dangerous here, Maximus said, not wanting Lila to stay. His daughter was different from his sons. They were like his padded jacket, he didn't want them to get hurt. It's much more fun here, Lila pouted, observing her father's strong reaction. So? Maximus still didn't agree. Me too, Dad. I want to stay here, seeing that Lila had not achieved a positive result, Syra spoke up. Why? Maximus sighed in frustration. Syra was usually silent, but when she wanted something, she was quite stubborn. Why did his daughters want to leave him one by one? His heart couldn't take it. I want to train myself, Syra said straightforwardly. The Ethereum realm is really too peaceful like heaven. It's full of rules and regulations that protect everyone. It's only a good place for learning, not for development. Is there anyone else? Maximus neither agreed nor denied but asked the others. I want to be with my sister, Lydia said in a small voice. Lila and Lydia had long been inseparable, like twins. So it wasn't surprising that even the gentle and peace-seeking Lydia wanted to stay in this dark place. Me too, Dad, my wives need to train for a while, Liam, the wife-slave, said helplessly. Oh. Any more? I want to stay too, Dad, so I can watch over my sisters, Lily said after a bit of thinking. As a big sister, although Lily didn't want to stay in this dark place, she couldn't just let her sisters be alone. So, Max, Ella, Lila, Syra, Lydia, Liam, Amara, Elysian, and Lila. Us too, grandfather. Martin and I want to stay. Sylvan hurriedly said. Sylvan and Martin possessed a battle-type physique and needed to constantly fight to unleash their potential. Furthermore, they were influenced by their uncle Max and were quite warlike. So, Sylvan and Martin too, Maximus nodded. Maximus had already accepted the fact that his children didn't want to be with him. Looking at their faces, as if begging to let them stay, Maximus sighed. All right, you can stay. Yay. Thank you, Dad. You're the best. You're the most handsome father ever, Dad. But, Maximus suddenly said, making them nervous. You must make your safety your first priority. I don't want to hear any news of you getting hurt. Otherwise. Maximus didn't continue, but they understood. They would either be forcefully dragged by their father back home, or their father would take revenge and vent his anger on their enemies who hurt them. Either way, they understood what their father said was all for their own good. Although he was a little controlling at times, they could feel that they were loved and being cared for. Don't worry, Dad, we will take care of ourselves, Lily said, standing up to hug him for reassurance. That's right, don't worry about us. Lila, Lydia, and Syra joined their sister and comforted their father. Maximus hugged back, a little comforted. It was still his daughters who knew how to take care of his old father's feelings. As for the boys, they already had their wives and no longer cared for the old him. After settling who was staying and who was returning, Maximus began to assign them tasks. Liam would be in charge of all the things that needed to be managed, whether it was in the guild, the stronghold, business, etc. Lux would also help him but would mainly take care of money-related matters. Max's only task was to protect. Whenever his siblings, nephews, and others were being bullied, he only needed to respond. As for the girls, they were given free rein. Maximus only requested that they be safe and happy. After all, Maximus could only pamper his daughters, not hurt them. As for his in-laws and grandchildren, Maximus also didn't assign them anything and just advised them to be safe. His in-laws, Amara and Elysian, were already as strong as an apex sovereign, so he didn't need to worry. Ella also had her grandmother as her backing. Whoever hurt the granddaughter of one of the top forces in the world would surely suffer without him doing anything. As for his grandchildren, with their uncles and aunts watching over them, they should be safe. After settling everything in his family, Maximus went to Malgrin. In the Battle Axe bar, Maximus booked the entire bar, hoping to talk to Malgrin. "What took you, a busy man, here?" Malgrin asked with a smile. Besides their first meeting, Maximus never went to him if there was nothing important. "I'm about to return to the Ethereum realm," Maximus said straightforwardly. "Oh?" Malgrin got interested and took out a precious tier 10 wine that he was reluctant to drink. As for tier 11? Even if he could afford that, he wouldn't be able to drink it. Just the tier 10 wine was already so strong that it could punch him in the face. What's more for a tier 11 wine? Still, thinking of that taste, he couldn't help but drool. "I remember that you are from the Cursed Continent. Is it about the play that little nerd set?" Chapter 295 Valeros, the Battle Sage Little Nerd? Maximus became curious upon hearing the name Malgrin had mentioned. Although he already knew that there was a hidden powerhouse in the Cursed Continent, he didn't know who. All the histories he read were, after all, not entirely thorough and quite varied. "Ha ha, it's Valeros, the brain of the former Nexus continent," Malgrin laughed as he reminisced. Valeros was really a nerd in Malgrin's opinion. Besides studying new knowledge and experimenting, Valeros didn't fight much. If the Nexus was not a battle continent, maybe Valeros wouldn't even bother to fight. "So it is." Maximus nodded in understanding. It seems that his guess was right. The only one in the history of the Nexus continent capable of creating the amalgamation of will is Valeros, the battle sage. "But play? What are you talking about?" "It's the one you are fighting for, the era of imperial domination," Malgrin said, looking at the amalgamation of will that was on Maximus. Through the years Malgrin had spent in the abyss, he had not been so outdated. Listening to those strongholds had let him know all the major trends. It's because it's been a while since he last returned to civilization that he was surprised at the change Maximus caused. Malgrin had heard about the amalgamation of will a long time ago. He even met with some of the holy emperors who ruled over the Cursed Continent at some time. Meeting them, Malgrin can only say that Valeros picked some good experimental subjects. "Did you mean Sage Valeros did this because of a conspiracy?" "It's not that deep, it should just be a little experiment," Malgrin said, sharing his guess. Malgrin knew Valeros well. The amalgamation of will, the main subject of his experiment, should be to create the strongest being capable of defeating him. This little brat had been obsessed with defeating him since they came to know each other. As the strongest being in the Ethereum realm, Valeros took it as a challenge to create something stronger and beat him. Unfortunately for him, the amalgamation of will is not kind of big deal. At the highest, it only reached the same power as the essence of law. Although it had some capabilities as the origin of law, its chaotic energy is nigh impossible to solve. This caused those who mastered it to fall into a bottleneck, never advancing to tier 9. Malgrin can only hope Maximus can make the impossible and reach the apex. He wanted to see if Valeros could finally create something that could defeat him. Experiment? Hearing Malgrin's guess, Maximus's lips twitched. An energy comparable to the essence of law was a mere experiment? It's like someone invented an energy comparable to electricity that could revolutionize the world. Maybe if it were not for the limit of the Ethereum realm, Valeros could even create an energy comparable to the origin of law. Did Sage Valeros have a unique physique or something? Maximus asked. No, ha, that's the best part. That little nerd's physique is only a mortal one. I heard that his physique is something useless, like he didn't need to sleep or something. A mortal physique? Maximus muttered in shock. What's the concept of having a mortal physique and becoming one of the strongest individuals in history? Basically, only the gods, who relied on absorbing God's authority, can advance to tier 9 even with a mortal physique. In history, only a few advanced to tier 9 with a mortal physique because of some treasure. However, without a doubt, they were the weakest apex sovereigns ever. That's right, all the genius and strength of Valeros come from his own, Malgrin said in admiration. Through all his subordinates, Valeros is the one he admired the most. With his otherworldly comprehension, Valeros achieved something that he wouldn't even dare to imagine. Sometimes he even wondered if Valeros was from another dimension in disguise to conduct experiments in the Ethereum realm. It's indeed admirable. Maximus muttered sincerely. For an individual who achieved this greatness relying just on his own, Maximus was full of respect. After all, despite his current achievements, it all depends on his system. Still, Maximus thinks there is something weird with Valeros. If Valeros possessed a powerful physique or some special treasure, Maximus wouldn't be shocked by Valeros' achievement. However, possessing raw comprehension, regardless of physique or any treasure? Maximus thought it was impossible. There should be a reason for Valeros' unreasonable comprehension. Shaking his head, he thought back on the topic. If Valeros was only experimenting, he shouldn't intervene much in the era of imperial domination. Thinking of this, he sighed in relief. This had always been the variable he had been worried about. Now that it was out of the equation, he was more confident in his follow-up actions. By the way, I am here to talk about the follow-up plan here in the Abyss, Maximus said, finally remembering what he came for. Since Maximus still didn't want to expose his coordinates, they couldn't receive help from other dimensions. With the arrival of the enemies from the Abyss, they were in danger. According to the plan, they would delay the accumulation of energy of the Abyss for the activation of dimensional teleportation. As for specifics, Malgren didn't tell him but said that he would tell after he returned to the Etherium realm. Since you're from the former Nexus continent, then everything is easy. To stir up the Abyss, I need a backup. The powerhouse in the past? Yes, having them here would make things easier. Malgren sighed in reminiscence. How great it would be to have his former friends here and fight with him. They would be back to the old times, stirring things up. I know what to do, Maximus reassured. Malgren should mean those apex sovereigns who sacrifice themselves to buy the Etherium realm time from the immediate invasion of the Abyss. Malgren should be aware of the power of the amalgamation of will. To revive those heroes immediately, he just needed to stimulate their dormant battle will using the amalgamation of will. Malgren didn't think of this in the past, because there was no need. His strength is enough to stir up chaos in the Abyss. However, now that they were short in time, Malgren needed some backup. Of course, maybe, Malgren was just bored and wanted some playmates. Then, I will leave everything to you. Malgren said and handed over all the crystal merits in his possession. Despite his extravagance, in the Myriad World Mall, Malgren still had a few sextillion crystal merits. To have his former comrades back to their peak, this should be enough. Unlike Maximus, who needed almost a sextillion crystal merits to advance to tier 8. His comrades were only a normal powerhouse. A few hundred quintillion crystal merits should be enough for them to regain a bit of their combat power. After they arrive in the Abyss, regaining their peak power should be easy. Leave it to me. After settling things with Malgren, Maximus went to his guild and called Silas and Andrew. You called, guild leader? Andrew asked. Silas, on the other hand, just nodded to him. I'm returning to the Etherium realm, I'll leave everything to you here, Maximus said. He hoped they would help their son, Liam, manage the guild here. After all, his son is a bit green and may not be able to handle all the work. So soon? Andrew was a little shocked. He thought Maximus would stay here for a while longer. However, it seems that his guild leader had something important to do. It's the Empire, the war there was already beginning to be intense, Maximus explained. Is that so? Andrew nodded in understanding. For him, the Moonlight Empire is already part of the guild. Hearing that it was in danger, it was only appropriate for the guild leader to go back. Do you have any questions? No, Andrew answered. Maximus has always been a hands-on keeper, so Andrew was already used to it. As for Silas, he just shook his head. His routine had long been established. Whether Maximus was here or not, it would not change. That's good. A few years later. In the Etherium Sanctuary, Dimensional Teleportation Array. Maximus was with his family as they prepared to return to the Etherium realm. Around them were also individuals who had advanced to tier 8 and wanted to go back to their homes. They didn't want to stay here any longer. Although the profits in the Abyss are rich, it's not bearable for many. Furthermore, after advancing, they needed a quiet place for seclusion to master the power of law. Have you got everything? Maximus asked if they had forgotten something. No, we have everything. They didn't have much baggage except for some supplies, so packing was quite easy. As for missing those who stayed here, they already said goodbye. According to Maximus, they would return here shortly after. Maximus just needed to settle everything in the Etherium realm for a while and they would return. In another place, Rakasha, who was quietly meditating, noticed Maximus in the dimensional teleportation array. Already returning? Rakasha muttered in interest. Rakasha thought Maximus would settle here and accumulate for a while. Who knew he was so eager to return? He wondered what chaos Maximus would cause in the Etherium realm. Having a connection with a powerful dimension, the Etherium realm would surely undergo massive changes. TSK, how exciting. Chapter 296. Thousands of Apex Sovereigns in the Etherium realm, Arcane Continent, City of Arcana, after the dimensional teleportation array and the sensation of being pulled by the world will. Maximus carefully looked at the new environment. However, before he could admire the change, his body couldn't help but tense. Even though he didn't feel any killing intent, he felt multiple Apex Sovereigns blatantly staring at his body. This Maximus calmed down and looked around. Seeing his family unaffected, he heaved a sigh of relief. These Apex Sovereigns must be looking at him because of his connection to the Dimensional Merchant. As soon as he guessed that, those apex sovereigns directly teleported in front of him. Maximus' shadow crest, they muttered, looking at him carefully. After a rough look, there should be at least 1,000 Tier 9 powerhouses in front of him. If it weren't for his confidence in his strength, he would probably be trembling by now. So, this is the foundation of the Ethereum realm. In the Abyss Assembly years ago, he only saw a few hundred apex sovereigns and thought nothing of it. However, seeing over 1,000 apex sovereigns from different parts of the world, Maximus couldn't help but marvel at the Ethereum realm foundation. Furthermore, without the suppression of the Abyss acting on these apex sovereigns, their aura felt more frightening and full, as if the whole world was in their palm. No need to be tense, these individuals were just eager to meet you. Phelan smiled and unconsciously protected him. Maximus' connection with another dimension wasn't a significant concern for Phelan. Maximus was a student of his academy first and foremost. Second, most importantly, Maximus was a being of the Ethereum realm, fighting for the same world. Phelan didn't covet Maximus' property but was merely curious and vigilant regarding the so-called dimensional merchant. Thank you, Dean, Maximus smiled, seeing his backer. Although he also had an essence of law to protect himself, he could only protect himself. Maximus was not sure if he could protect his family in front of this army of apex sovereigns. Could we leave here first? Knowing what they wanted, Maximus was also eager to do business. However, seeing the crowd, the place they were in was not suitable for talking business. I nearly forgot, let's go to the Tower of Arcana, Phelan smiled, waving his hand. At the top of the Tower of Arcana, Maximus, his family, and the 1,000 apex sovereigns quietly teleported. Should you return first? Before looking at those apex sovereigns, he asked about his wives. Let us return first, they nodded in understanding, hearing the meaning of his words. Maximus was about to scam these apex sovereigns. What would happen next may put them in danger. They may even be threatened at some point if the negotiation goes awry. Then see you later. Maximus used the amalgamation of will and directly teleported them to the Moonlight Empire. Although he knew that City Arcana was safer, there were more variables. At least in the Moonlight Empire, his family could still have time to escape once something happened. It can be said that Maximus was more thorough in considering all the risks. Looking at Maximus's operation, the apex sovereigns in the room didn't seem impatient, instead, they were in shock. Such strong control of the amalgamation of will. They already knew everything about Maximus, from his birth, every being he knew, all the places he had been through, etc. Thus, seeing him use the amalgamation of will, they were not surprised. What shocked them was his amazing control. They had only seen this level of control from those holy emperors who ruled the Cursed Continent in the past. Moreover, seeing Maximus's ease, it seemed that his control over the amalgamation of will was much deeper. Ahem, shall we start? Maximus asked, seeing them look at him blankly. It's quite effective, Maximus thought, looking there and dazed. Using the amalgamation of will was a show of power, making the follower of negotiation later. Good, Phelan nodded and began to introduce the people around. Most of them were from the top forces of the world who already got the news from the Abyss early on. However, due to dimensional restrictions, they couldn't transport a large amount of cash. Hearing that Maximus was returning to the Ethereum realm, they quickly put down what they were doing and came to the Arcane Continent. There were also various individuals who had heard about Maximus and were curious. If possible, they also wanted to exchange one or two weapons. As for the top powerhouses of the Ethereum realm, besides Phelan, there was no one. For those who were already at the peak, no matter what external things they had, it was useless. Without the world advancing to Tier 10, everything would be for naught. As for things that could artificially advance a dimension, Rakasha already asked Maximus about this. Unfortunately, besides the Abyss Source, which is a world origin fragment, and Crystal Merits, which is the origin of the Abyss, nothing else would work. If there is, it couldn't just be bought in a prototype transdimensional system. After all, things could make a dimension advance was a monopolized resource, that every dimension coveted. After knowing all the individuals in the room, Maximus began to introduce the status quo of the dimensional merchant, telling them what they were selling and so on. Soon after a bit of internal discussion, most of those from top forces handed him a list and some money. With a scan of his spiritual consciousness, Maximus estimated there were hundreds of septillion low-level magic crystals handed to him. This was equivalent to hundreds of quintillion crystal merits. With at least a 50% intermediary fee, Maximus earned significantly in this transaction. After satisfying all the requests of those powerhouses, Maximus and Phelan were alone in the room. Dean? Maximus asked, seeing that Phelan seemed to have something to tell him. How is Malgren? Phelan asked. Maximus was not too shocked hearing Phelan knew that he was in contact with Malgren. With Maximus's interaction with Malgren over these years, he was already somehow infected with his aura. This thing stuck to him like glue, that he couldn't remove it even with the help of the amalgamation of will. He could only temporarily hide it using his domain. However, as the top powerhouse of the world, Phelan saw through it effortlessly. Like Malgren, Phelan and the other two, Alabaster and Redius, touched the edge of the origin of law. This is also why they needed to suppress themselves all the time, using only their clones for any activities. Possessing a trace of the origin of law. The Etherium Realm's world will saw them as the most tasteful delicacy, wanting to devour them all the time. They even thought of going to the abyss so as not to suppress themselves all the time. However, the Etherium Realm's world wouldn't let them go. Besides Rakasha, who can freely go into the abyss despite also possessing a hint of the origin of law. The trio can only be stuck here, wishing to tear the Etherium Realm for its shamelessness. Unfortunately, it's their home, without which they wouldn't even exist. They can only hope to advance the Etherium Realm quickly and be freed from this quagmire. Excellency Malgren is doing great. After I created a stronghold that couldn't be detected by the abyss, Excellency Malgren can finally interact with society. That's good. Phelan muttered with a smile. For this old friend who always bullied them, Phelan was still happy. For the trio, Malgren was like a big brother who may bully them but stands up at critical times to protect them. Like countless epochs ago, when the abyss was about to invade them. Malgren sacrificed his close friends and comrades without a second thought just to give the Etherium Realm some time. He also rushed forward into the abyss without fear, using his own body to delay the abyss for a longer time. Hearing that Malgren was finally taking a break from all the fight, Phelan was genuinely happy. Maximus then began to tell what Malgren had been doing since he went to the stronghold. Like the establishment of Battle Axe Bar, which is Malgren's main entertainment. As for the dangers of the abyss, Maximus didn't delve into the details. Otherwise, Phelan might detect something in his words and question him about it. Finally, after reminiscing and talking about all kinds of things, Maximus was ready to go back. Wait. What's the matter, Dean? Maximus asked in puzzlement. You should be careful, Phelan warned. Although he didn't covet Maximus's wealth, it cannot be said that the others were also unmoved. Even if they knew that Maximus had the backing of the dimensional merchant, most of them had no fear. When it comes to profits, there is no such thing as fear. Furthermore, to rise from a bunch of mortals to an apex sovereign, they didn't lack any courage. Earlier, seeing Maximus receive septillion magic crystals, some of them had a change of heart. Noticing these, Phelan tried to warn his student. As for the rest, it's up to faith. He was merely a clone, he couldn't fight the whole world just because of a student. He could only hope this student live up to his talent and pass all the coming tribulations. I know, Maximus nodded seriously. For those who coveted his wealth, they better be ready to face the consequences. Chapter 297 The Wessel Empire in Curse Continent, Moonlight Empire. Using the amalgamation of will, Maximus quickly teleported from the city of Arcana to his empire. Your Majesty. Doran greeted as if aware of his return. You're here. Where are the others? They are in the kitchen, preparing a feast for your return, Doran said. Earlier, Doran was shocked to see Maximus' family teleport in front of him. Doran had studied everything about the abyss. He knew that it would usually take a few hundred to 1,000 years, even for the talented individual to reach tier 8. Thus, seeing the entire Shadowcrest family appear in front of him left him in shock. This was not like the shortcut Maximus had performed in the past when he returned to the Etherium realm using a special method. Doran personally felt a mighty power that only tier 8 beings possess. If it were not for the unique crest that only the royal family possesses, Doran might have thought they were enemies in disguise trying to attack and disturb the empire. After all, using the amalgamation of will, all kinds of weird attacks had been done to the empire, and disguising as a royal family was nothing new. There was even one time when a spy was disguised as him. Even the Empire Array failed to detect any anomalies. At that time the Empire fell into confusion, as people didn't know who to believe. Fortunately, Doran cultivates using origin. After easily defeating the spy, and having the general examine the fake Doran, everything went back to normal. After that, to prevent spies from confusing the Empire, those in higher and more important positions were given something that couldn't be easily copied. They also closed the Empire's teleportation array, isolating it from the outside world. I see. Could you tell me about the Empire? Maximus asked, taking his time while his family prepared the food. Although he had already read the news in the Abyss, it would be better to know the current state of the Empire in person. The Empire is still stable with all the backup plans His Majesty set up at the beginning, Doran confidently said. Despite being attacked frequently by all kinds of weird methods, the Empire still stood tall. All the citizens in the Empire could still eat, sleep, work, study as they were supposed to do. Is that so? Maximus raised an eyebrow as he investigated the Empire using his domain. With a range of billions of kilometers, the Moonlight Empire and its bordering sea were presented in front of him. The aura of the Empire is a little thin. He thought it was just because he was used to the dense aura, and felt the Empire's thin aura was normal. However, upon closer inspection, the Empire's aura was unusually thinner. This is still because the Empire had a Tier 7 Empire's array. If not, maybe the Empire would be back to its barren form in the past. It should be the doing of the ruler of the Wessel Empire, Doran said helplessly. Although the Empire was still safe, they could only be passive, hiding within the Empire. The Wessel Empire could do whatever they wanted, as long as they didn't step into the range of the Tier 8 puppets. It's the amalgamation of will, Maximus muttered. He felt it was quite a clever application that only those who had expert mastery in the amalgamation of will could achieve. It seems that this ruler still has something up his sleeve, Maximus muttered in amazement. To accelerate the imperial domination to this degree, it couldn't only be with the interference of an outside force. The ruler of the Wessel Empire himself is quite talented. Taking Doran with him, Maximus teleported to the edge of the Empire. Triangle Island, Maximus and Doran quietly appeared on the island. Huh? It seems that the people here are a little pale. Maximus muttered with a frown. He teleported to the edge of the Empire so that his domain could spread further, allowing him to investigate the nearby land. However, upon seeing the pale faces of the people on the island, he couldn't help but frown. Your Majesty, this is caused by the lack of magical nutrition, Doran explained. This had been a lingering problem for a few years since the Wessel Empire attacked the Moonlight Empire. The ruler of the Wessel Empire, Khan, seemed to put the Moonlight Empire under a curse. Although it's seemingly harmless, it's a poison that will erode the Empire in the long run. It's been hundreds of years since the establishment of the Moonlight Empire. The population had also grown from a few million to hundreds of trillions. Furthermore, under Maximus's unlimited investment, all the people possessed amazing strength. From soldiers to the lowest beggar, everyone was at least a knight or a mage. Even newborns had the strength of an apprentice. This prosperity can only be found in the most prosperous cities in the Arcane Continent. However, with the thinning of the aura and the invisible curse, mortals began to be born, and people started regressing in strength. The curse seemed to drain them of any magical energy. From plants, land, water, people, anything that possesses magic energy will be drained of it. It's estimated that after thousands of years, without any replenishment, the Moonlight Empire would turn into a barren land devoid of any living. I see. Maximus nodded upon seeing this. Just now, at the edge of the Empire, Maximus felt a dense group of amalgamation of will, that was slowly sucking away all the energy in the Empire. What a daring fellow! Maximus muttered in anger. Absorb and closing the dense amalgamation of will outside the Empire in his domain, he directly absorbs it as his own. It's mine. No, it's for the Empire. Maximus thought with a smile. Soon the amalgamation of will he just absorbed melted into the Empire, giving it a surge of vitality. What happened? Is your Majesty back? Looking at the mana surging and flowing into their bodies. Their thin and pale bodies seemed to be invigorated as they felt their strength quietly returning. Suddenly, a person, no a god, the ruler of Moonlight Empire popped into their mind. Ha ha ha. Your Majesty is indeed back. A man exclaimed, reading the news on his token. What? Your Majesty is back. The crowd didn't even care about the flowing mana in their bodies and took out their tokens. A shop clerk, tip, I found the goddess of luck, Asha, shopping in the mall. Could it be your Majesty is back? The top pinned post was so eye-catching that everyone who opened their token saw this. Coupled with the surging mana in their body, the crowd concluded that their Majesty was indeed back. Your Majesty is back. The crowd couldn't help but laugh in celebration. Although they didn't suffer much in the raging war, the stress they accumulated is still present. Lightsnville, however, with their Majesty's presence, it seems that all the fatigue and tiredness in their bodies vanish instantly. Your Majesty? Mother, can you tell me about what kind of person your Majesty is? A 2-year-old child couldn't help but ask her mother. Ha ha ha, then let me tell you. Maximus, seeing that everything went back to normal, a smile appeared on his face. Your Majesty, Doran muttered excitedly upon feeling the surging energy. In a few minutes, the problem that was plaguing the Empire was solved just like that. No worries, Maximus patted his shoulder. With his current strength, such a problem was nothing. Oh, Doran also calmed down and silently watched his Majesty on the side. As for Maximus, he continued to observe the surrounding amalgamation of will that he couldn't absorb. Only the curse that sucked the will of his citizens was what he could absorb. The amalgamation of will had different frequencies for different people, like mana. No matter, How much his mastery on one, he couldn't absorb the mana of others and used it on his own. Of course, using a special method, one could easily absorb mana. However, the amalgamation of will is a powerful energy that reaches that of the essence of law. Without a higher tier method, absorbing other frequencies amalgamation of will is impossible. So fast. Upon further investigation, the denseness of the remaining energy is only possible after conquering over half of the cursed continent. However, how long has it been since the start of the all-out war? 100 years? 1,000 years? It hasn't even reached 30 years, yet over half of the cursed continent was already conquered by the Wessel Empire. Is there no one resisting the Wessel Empire? Maximus turned to Doran and asked. None, Your Majesty. The Wessel Empire is too strong. Decades ago, when the Wessel Empire started its aggression, a few top empires allied and retaliated to curb its development. However, in just a few days, those allied empires vanished from the map. Chapter 298. Completing the transaction. They died so quickly? Maximus was a little shocked. The top empires were not that simple. After surviving 4 epochs, passing multiple era of imperial domination, they shouldn't be easy to kill. With various trump cards, even an apex sovereign would eat a pot once they become desperate. To kill them so quickly, it seems that the ruler of the Wessel Empire was stronger than he thought. However, couldn't they just escape? How could they die? As a top empire, they should have teleportation or aid directly to the Arcane Continent. The Arcane Continent is called a veritable heaven for a reason. It's the safest place anybody can set foot in. As long as you have money, not even an apex sovereign can easily kill you. They did escape, but it's useless. Andrew shook his head as he sighed. Emperor Khan seems to kill people invisibly, no matter the distance or protection. Even the close relatives of those top empires died without a trace. It should be the amalgamation of will, Maximus concluded after a bit of thought. Amalgamation of will is a bundle of the will of every individual. As long as you have enough control and concentration, you can kill anyone as long as they are in the same dimension. After the Wessel Empire conquered the others, Khan could freely seize the amalgamation of will of that empire. After that, killing others is as easy as cutting a string. No wonder the protection of the Arcane Continent is useless. No wonder no one dared to resist the rule of the Wessel Empire. Without any emperor advancing to tier 8, or having a higher master of the amalgamation of will, other empires can only escape or wait for death under the rule of the Wessel Empire. This also caused the rule of the Wessel Empire to spread so fast that they already conquered half of the cursed continent. If it were not for the process of digestion, maybe the whole cursed continent would surrender then and there. After all, will is not something that can be cultivated in a day's time. It needs recognition and belief, more importantly, time. This is getting interesting. Maximus smiled. He thought of letting the Wessel Empire conquer everything, then he could just snatch it after all the hard work. No need to slowly cultivate the recognition and belief of people. The winner is the king. People will only recognize who wins, not the lose. Especially in these times of chaos, whoever is stronger is the king. After seeing that everything is fine, he took Doran back to the castle. Let's go eat. Wessel Empire, on the throne, Ashika was silently meditating, observing the situation of his territory. From people's lives, the environment, possible crises, enemies, etc. Khan ensured that everything was progressing in a good direction as he cultivated a pure amalgamation of will. He was already at tier 8, and to have a chance to advance to tier 9, he needed the purest amalgamation of will possible. This is the hardest hurdle that he needed to pass, for everything to be worth it. Fortunately, he had the Overlord domain that can micro-control anything in his territory. From the will, thoughts, behavior, talent, anything that an individual has. As long as he had enough energy, he could silently change it all, creating the purest amalgamation of will in the history. Khan suddenly raised his eyebrow as he noticed movement in his amalgamation of will. It was absorbed so cleanly. Khan muttered in amazement. Although he could also absorb other amalgamations of will, he first needed to divert the belief of the majority of people to him. However, the amalgamation of will he placed on the Moonlight Empire was absorbed so cleanly without resistance. If not for its disappearance, Khan wouldn't even know it happened. Is this a perfect mastery or beyond? He only had an expert mastery in amalgamation of will, and could barely grasp what was happening. Seeing a level of control beyond him, Khan couldn't help but admire and worry at the same time. Just when he was wondering who was responsible for it, a subordinate knocked on the door. "Come in. Your Majesty," the subordinate greeted with a bow. "What's the problem?" "It's the Emperor of the Moonlight Empire, he is back," the subordinate said solemnly. The Wessel Empire's spies were all over the cursed continent. As the main enemy of the Wessel Empire, the spies in the Moonlight Empire would be more. A minute ago, a surge of energy swept through the Empire, alerting all the spies. After investigation, they were shocked to know that the Emperor of the Moonlight Empire had returned. I see, go back. Although there was no change in his face, Khan's worries deepened. The return of the Emperor of the Moonlight Empire could only mean one thing: he advanced to Tier 8. After seeing his subordinate leave, Khan anxiously tapped on his chair. Taking out a token, he contacted someone. "It's time to fulfill your promise," Khan said solemnly. "Don't worry, everything is in place," the other end said confidently. "I can only hope," Khan muttered and put down the call. He knew a lot of this emperor. Possessing unknown physique. The strongest talent of the era. Being connected with a dimensional merchant. Many label, that even made his confidence waver. "Now everything is in place, I don't want some variable to disrupt it," Khan muttered coldly. Soon, the days and months passed by. Maximus and his family began to settle down in the Empire and wait. With confidence in his strength, Maximus waited until the time was ripe so he could just pick the peach. In the meantime, he began to study the myriad world mall. Hundreds of trillion system points were poured every day, that Maximus was too busy to care about the ongoing war. Maximus still had his priorities straight. The abyss was on the verge of explosion. Although they estimated that it would still be at least 100 years before the abyss gathered enough energy. Everything was uncertain. Maximus wanted to take all his time so he could cope up even if there was an emergency. A year later, Maximus quietly teleported to the city of Arcana to finish his transaction with the Apex Sovereigns. Unlike in the Abyss, where he delivered what they ordered in a month. In the Ethereum realm, he stretched the time to a year. This is to give him more time to sort and make it harder for others to detect any anomalies. "Maximus," Phelan greeted. "Dean." Maximus responded with a bow. "They are all here, come." Phelan waved his hand and took Maximus inside the Tower of Arcana. "You're finally here. I wonder if he really had everything we wanted? It couldn't be a scam, is it?" "Haha, he really dares." The crowd just laughed, not thinking Maximus would really default on the transaction. "Don't worry, I have all you wanted," Maximus smiled wryly. Soon, Maximus handed out mountains of state rings. The Apex Sovereigns began cautiously authenticated the products, making sure that everything is real. This went on for a few months until they confirmed that all of it was genuine. "Haha, thank you, brat. With this, the Ethereum realm will go further," an Apex Sovereign said excitedly. Indeed, with these materials, the number of beings advancing would skyrocket. TSK, the only thing is that it's too expensive." A high god from the Divine Continent couldn't help but complain. Unlike the Apex Sovereigns from Arcana and Beast continents, they were not as rich in magic crystals. All they needed was faith. How could they care about mortal things like currency? "This is because you're too xenophobic. You should do more business in the Arcane continent if you want money," an Apex Sovereign from the Arcane continent mocked. For them, money is an indispensable thing. Just the tax they got from their territory were probably more than some of these gods' property. "Don't corrupt us with your so-called money," a high god refuted with a frown. After trading with Maximus, almost all the magic crystals in their possession were spent. Being called poor explicitly touched their sore spot that they look at the one who spoke with anger. "Haha, if you don't have money, then shut up," a man from the Beast continent jeered. Although they didn't have as much money as the powerhouses in the Arcane continent, they were not that poor either. They could still buy 1 or 2 Tier 9 weapons as they wanted. Enough seeing that a fight might happen, Phelan stepped up. "You should go on your way after you've confirmed your purchase." "As you command, Great Venerable." Seeing a big man step up, they quickly shut up soon. Those who didn't have money left, as the others handed Maximus another list. After Maximus finished his transaction, he turned to Phelan and thanked him. "No problem, this is all for the Ethereum realm." Phelan couldn't just let thousands of Apex Sovereigns gather without any supervisor. Who knew what these crazy people could do? "Then goodbye, Dean." As Maximus teleported back, he suddenly felt a pulling force. What with no power to parry, his teleportation diverted as he was sucked into an unknown place. Chapter 299 Chopping Gods. Maximus breathed heavily as he tried to stabilize himself. "Where am I?" Looking around, he only saw distorted time-space. "Reverse time dilation?" he muttered with a frown. He could feel the space moving slower than the outside. Flying out, he felt a barrier further slowing him down. Delaying me for what? Couldn't it be the Empire? The only thing pressing him for time is the Empire. The further he is delayed, the more danger his empire, or rather his family, will face. Who is it? After thinking about various repercussions, he couldn't help but feel angry. TSK, what a sharp fellow. A voice couldn't help but admire Maximus for concluding all their plans with just a rough look. A god? Or gods? Maximus frowned, seeing thousands of gods surrounding him. Fortunately, It's only a bunch of new gods who didn't have control of their authority. The only thing that poses some threat is the three high gods. It's you, the god of shadow, Nyx. Maximus muttered, seeing someone he knew. There is also the god of thieves and the god of gambling that slowly followed Nyx. Ha ha ha, it's indeed me. If you're that smart, you should know why I'm here, Nyx teased in amusement. It's the treasure again? Maximus muttered. Since he was ambushed by the god of shadow, he had been trying to find the cause of the problem. After a deep investigation, Nyx should misunderstood his transmigration, thinking that it was the birth of treasure. Ha ha ha, that's right. I didn't expect that the treasure was a contact device of the dimensional merchant, Nyx concluded as he laughed. All of Maximus' achievements, wealth, talents, and such, finally came into place. As soon as he heard that Maximus had a connection with the dimensional merchant, he thought of this thing. Oh? Hearing what he said, Maximus could only admire Nyx for his cleverness. A contact device of the dimensional merchant? Isn't that exactly what the Myriad World Mall is? Although it's a little off mark, it's close enough. Smart people really exist everywhere, they could even conclude this. A contact device for the dimensional merchant? So that's what he had been using to take money from us? The gods at the scene couldn't help but be shocked by the revelation. Although Maximus didn't confirm anything. Based on his expression, there should not be much deviation from what Nyx said. Then that means we can conduct the transaction ourselves once we get it? With no intermediary, I wonder how much we can save. Ha ha ha, those idiots from the Arcane and Beast continents would soon beg just to use our source. Imagining their future riches, the crowd fell into a frenzy as they looked at Maximus with greed. Is that all? This is just your guess, are you sure you want to fight with me for this bit of profit? Maximus frowned and warned. He felt with each tick of the clock, a day had passed. The longer he stayed here, the more worried he became. A guess is enough, what more do we need? A god mocked, belittling Maximus. What you need is more brains. Boom! Maximus concentrated a dense group of amalgamation of will in his domain, instantly killing a god. After a few seconds, seeing their fellow didn't come back to life, their eyes bulged in shock. What? How is this possible? No matter the injury or fatalities, as long as their god's authority was intact, they were immortal. With their god's authority kept in the divine continent, they thought they could harass Maximus and delay him all they wanted. However, seeing that one of them fell in just one shot, they couldn't help but be nervous. Could it be an item from outside dimensions? They didn't believe that Maximus was capable of such an attack that could disrupt the innate ability of God's authority. Thinking of Maximus' connection with the dimensional merchant, they thought that the attack just now was a preventive measure given to him. Humphrey. Seeing his deterrent work, Maximus smiled as his killing intent surged like a tide. Can you let me out now? I don't want unnecessary bloodshed. The gods at the scene couldn't help but tremble as they looked at the god of shadow, the organizer of the event. Humphrey. It's just a cheap trick, Nyx said, calming the crowd down. However, deep inside him was fear. Nyx underestimated Maximus' control of the amalgamation of will. Seeing him kill one of their own like nothing, Nyx's body couldn't help but tighten. Calm down, it should be the amalgamation of will, Nyx explained as he felt an energy comparable to the essence of law. That's it. The crowd calmed down. They knew something about the amalgamation of will. The past holy emperors of the Cursed Continent even used this to be on par with the other three continents. An overwhelming power that can pull up one person to the height of a continent is certainly not simple. We just need to delay him for a few minutes, Nyx said. They were in a reverse time dilation domain produced by a one-time initiate treasure. This treasure can even trap a peak apex sovereign from the ancients. Much less Maximus, a fledgling who didn't even reach tier 9. After some time, after the Moonlight Empire was destroyed, Maximus wouldn't be able to use the amalgamation of will anymore. A few minutes? Hey, you wish. Maximus sneered. They didn't know that he mastered the amalgamation of will to transcendence. The limitation of the amalgamation of will did not apply to him anymore. As long as someone believes him, as long as his influence is still there, the amalgamation of will that should belong to him, should still come to him. Just give up and give us the contact device. Nyx smiled, like fooling a child of a candy. Nyx had already planned everything. No matter how Maximus struggled, everything would be in vain. Humphrey, I'll just kill everyone here, and get out myself. Death boom, an indiscriminate attack targeted a crowd, sending them flying without any resistance. Cough cough cough, so strong. Even though they saw Maximus attacking, they couldn't do anything about it. Fortunately, there were many of them, so they somehow resisted the attack. Not getting me out of here? Ha ha ha, it's useless. Seeing they were still delaying time, Maximus couldn't help but be anxious. Thinking of his family, Maximus felt a fire burning in his chest. Since you're this persistent, then die. This time he didn't target the weak gods anymore. His deterrence didn't seem to work with these thick-headed gods. Since that is the case, then kill the mastermind. Space Cut Maximus teleported to the back of Nyx and attacked after sealing the space. Not so close. Nyx saw his intention and parried, regardless of the energy spent. This was already a do-or-die situation. Nyx would either earn riches after defeating Maximus or die with his head cut off. Ice field. Before Nyx moved, he had his domain frozen, halting Nyx's movement. This Nyx panicked immediately, feeling his essence of law blocked. As the space blade came closer and closer, Nyx felt his life flash before him. Move. Suddenly, a friend, the god of thieves, fired a beam of energy sending him flying, dodging the attack. A pest. Maximus said as his eyes seemed to burn with fire. Maximus teleported behind Nyx again and repeated his tricks. However, Nyx anticipated it in advance, easily dodging the attack. While dodging, Nyx looked at the god of thief, Flinch, with grateful eyes. "You owe me one," Flinch smiled helplessly. Maximus, who saw his attack failed, paused a little. These high gods still had a bit of combat skill. If this continued, they could kite him until his empire was destroyed. Thinking of these possibilities, he turned his attention to the new gods. Since he can't kill the mastermind, then kill the subordinates. Die. As Maximus turned his head to them, they couldn't help but tremble. "Help!" a god shouted as he felt his head slowly slide off. Whoosh bam thud. The gods did their best to parry and dodge Maximus' attack. However, Maximus continued to rampage, killing gods like chopping vegetables. "God of Shadow, do something!" a god couldn't help but urge. They didn't care anymore if the god of Shadow was a high god or something. They just wanted to escape this hellhole as quickly as possible. Nyx, seeing this, just frowned but didn't do anything. It's not that he didn't want to help, the 2 attacks earlier already scared the heck out of him. All his attention was now on survival. He didn't have the energy to pay attention to dispensable new gods. Furthermore, as Maximus attacked, Nyx felt the amalgamation of will around Maximus quickly consumed. Damn. The god of Shadow doesn't care about us. Escape. A god finally couldn't help but escape. Escape. The others also followed. However, as they got closer to the border of the reverse time dilation domain, their movements slowed down like entering a new time zone. Idiots. Nyx muttered with a frown. There is no escaping this time domain. Unless the time is used or it's destroyed with an overwhelming strength, it's useless. Just die. Don't even think about it. Chapter 300. The Death of God of Shadow. Seeing that they couldn't escape, they ran to the back of the god of Shadow and the 2 high gods. Seeing this, Maximus didn't care and continued to attack. The 3 high gods, the god of Shadow, the god of thieves, and the god of gambling, didn't care either. They even hoped Maximus would attack faster so he could consume his amalgamation of will more quickly. These new gods were just indispensable things. As long as their god's authority was not destroyed, a new god could be born quickly. A few thousand gods dying was not much to achieve their goal. Hey, seeing the 3 high gods not caring and consciously protecting themselves, Maximus just sneered. What they didn't know was that Maximus was not consuming much of the amalgamation of will at all. The time here is slower than the outside. If every tick of time is a day, then for every tick of time Maximus would also recover a massive amount of amalgamation of will. What are you doing? Cooperate more, if you didn't want to die. The god of gambling, Starsea, yelled seeing the unorganized attack. The thousands of new gods hearing was like a buzz pounding their chest. They were already doing their best, stalling for time, giving it their all so they could live. Yet you high and mighty gods who just sat back dared to order us. Despair and anger began to well within their hearts. Seeing Maximus slowly chop them like vegetables, and the uncaring attitudes of the high gods made them crazy. If you don't help us, then let's die together. A god said in despair and attacked the high gods. Boom, presumptuous. Nyx said as he deflected the attack. Although it didn't damage him, it was insulting. An ally he brought dared to attack him? Isn't his brain dead operation? Ha ha ha, good. Maximus laughed, seeing this as a new idea emerged in his mind. Continue to attack these unfeeling high gods. In return, I vow not to kill you. Maximus said, even proclaiming a vow. He didn't care about the lives of these gods. He only wanted to get out of here, and that's it. Hearing Maximus, a new hope seemed to emerge within these new gods. Attacking a high god? A taboo that they didn't even dare to think of in the past seemed to be their only hope right now. The divine continent has a very strict hierarchy, from commoners, priests, and divine believers, to gods, the new gods, the high gods, and the one supreme god. Each of these ranks is an insurmountable barrier that few dared to transgress. Looking at the 3 high gods that brought them here and promised them benefits, their eyes couldn't help but redden. What benefits? What future wealth? They were just here to be a cannon fodder for these high gods' greed. In just a few minutes of Maximus's rampage, hundreds of gods were killed without redemption. Now the devil is telling them to point their swords to the other side, and they would be saved. Salvation was in front of them, they just needed to move their bodies. Attack. The god who attacked the god of shadow earlier started the crescendo. Boom boom boom, although his attack didn't cause any damage whatsoever. Seeing the devil really stopped attacking, he felt his life ascend to a new height, giving him endless power. You really won't attack? They muttered in disbelief. Why would I attack my allies? Maximus reassured. Don't believe in his nonsense. The god of thieves, flinch, shouted. However, before he finished speaking, an attack came right at his face. Bam damn. Flinch didn't care anymore and retaliated, looking at the god who attacked him. It's you. Die. Finding his target, Flinch didn't care about unity whatsoever and attacked. Not so close. Maximus smiled and parried the attack for the god. Don't worry, I have your back. You can confidently attack these high gods, I will protect you. Maximus smiled with magnanimity like a ray of hope. Is that true? Although many didn't believe it, others fully believed it and began to attack the high gods regardless. Thud bam sling ha ha ha, good, good, good. Continue. Maximus cheered. Huh? What is this? As the gods attacked, a dense amalgamation of will descended upon him like crazy. This portion of amalgamation of will was already catching up to what his guild could produce. After examining where it came from, a shock appeared on his face. These new gods? Do these gods still believe in him, the devil, in their hearts? Fear is indeed the fastest source of belief, Maximus couldn't help but sigh. Fortunately, he already has transcendent mastery of the amalgamation of will. Otherwise, he would be eroded by these impurities there and then. The amalgamation of will given by these gods is different. Besides being higher in quality, it's also much more chaotic. These gods are entities of their authority, thus the will they have also corresponds to the will of it. Basically, the faith that they should receive was cut off and was converted to the amalgamation of will and sent to him. Imagining trillions of millions of their believers, sending him their belief, he couldn't help but genuinely smile. Looks like I need to keep my promise, Maximus licked his lips. The amalgamation of will given by these gods is too much, that he was reluctant to kill them. As for his vow earlier, it's all a hoax. With his current capability, the enforcing power of the Ethereum realm is nothing. Of course, it's also because of his wordplay. Continue to attack these unfeeling high gods? First of all, even a god has feelings. Second, as long as they stop attacking, does that mean he could kill them? Such a loophole in the vow is, of course, not easy to exploit. The Ethereum realm world's will is not that stupid to fall for these word games. However, with enough strength, the Ethereum realm world's will would turn a blind eye, consciously looking for a loophole itself. After all, to enforce the rule, it needed to spend energy. The higher the being that it would enforce the rule, the higher the energy needed to spend. With the threat of the abyss, the Ethereum realm world's will was like a menopause lady that would save every penny it could. Thus, if it could, it would do its best to evade its responsibility. As compensation, I'll do my best to assist you. Maximus muttered as his killing intent was directed toward the god of shadow. As long as he can kill this god, he is already satisfied. Seeing Nyx surrounded, Maximus took his chance and attacked from a blind spot. With the attack occurring at the same frequency as the gods, Nyx was oblivious. However, just as the attack was about to hit, a high god interfered, deflecting his attack. The god of gambling, Maximus muttered through gritted teeth. These three gods are really loyal to each other. Two of his most lethal attacks were interrupted one after another. Nyx also noticed the commotion and looked at him. Humphrey, you wish. Nyx mocked, simultaneously taking a grateful look at Baetaris. This is really getting more and more troublesome, Maximus frowned. Given time, he was sure to kill anyone here. But as the seconds ticked by, he felt his flesh being cut off. From being trapped here to now, about 5 minutes had passed, meaning a year had passed outside. Since the god of shadow laid everything before trapping him. Then a year is enough for the Wessel Empire to do something. Think. Maximus fell into a deep thought, thinking of a solution. With instinct, he continued to attack the high gods. At the same time making sure to protect the fledgling new gods. The time ticked by. 6 minutes. 7 minutes. 9 minutes. I got it, Maximus muttered excitedly as he looked at Nyx as if he were already dead. Slowly, he guided the attack of the gods, making them stronger and more precise. The three high gods, who were originally quite leisurely, began to frown. The attack became fiercer and fiercer, to the point that they were beginning to be injured. How is this possible? Baetaris muttered in shock. The new gods that they didn't take in their eyes, begin to injure them. The indispensable trash, which was initially cannon fodder, began to look like one body, conducting an orchestra. "It's Maximus," Nyx said with a frown. Nyx found that every time Maximus moved energy around him, the gods would attack them. Furthermore, it was very precise and united, leaving them only able to parry, not dodge. "What is this?" Flinch asked, noticing weird energy begin to gather around them, slowing down their movements. As they were attacked, he felt the space become slower and slower, and the energy around him becoming thinner and thinner. "I didn't expect you to master the amalgamation of will to this degree." As the attack became fiercer and fiercer, Nyx felt becoming deeper and deeper into the swamp. "Hee, now taste what it feels like to be besieged," Maximus mocked. Earlier, he was surrounded by thousands of gods, now the positions were reversed. They became the grasshoppers on a rope, waiting to be killed. Hearing this, their faces changed as they thought of escaping. However, just as they moved, their body froze, deprived of any energy. "It's time to finish this." Maximus smiled, seeing his plan was a success. The amalgamation of will finally built up, disrupting all their conceptual function. After getting used to using the gods as his puppets for attack, Maximus was ready to give it his all. Gathering all the hundreds of quintillion units of the amalgamation of will, a massive pulse of energy began to erupt, sending shivers to all the individuals in the reverse time dilation domain. What kind of power is this? Although the attack was still being gathered, each pulse of energy felt like drums beating on their chests. Nyx's face also grew ugly as he looked at Flinch and Baetaris. "It seems that I'm going to die." Nyx smiled dryly, looking at his two friends. "Are these your last words?" Maximus mocked as he concentrated all his energy to control all the energy around him. This attack, costing hundreds of quadrillion units of amalgamation of will, was not something that could be fired at will. If the amalgamation of will was a bullet, then he was a gun. As he was only tier 8 gun, he could only fire millions of bullets at once. However, using the bodies of thousands of gods, a pseudo-tier 9 beings, all his ammunition found an annihilation chamber to fit into. Die. A white beam shot out under the conjunction attack of the gods, hitting Nyx and the others without respite. The space seemed to freeze as all kinds of energy began to malfunction, furthering the despair for the three high gods. "I failed, huh?" Nyx muttered as he burned his god's authority, trying to provide a life-saving straw for his two friends. Although reluctant, Flinch and Baetaris saw Nyx's intention and grasped the thin string of life presented in front of them. "See you in the next life," Nyx muttered one last time. Chapter 301 Exit the reserve time barrier. Crack crack crack. After striking the God of Shadow, the attack blasted through the reverse time barrier, causing it to crack. Under the force that could wipe out even a fully fledged tier 9 being, even an innate tier 9 treasure gave up. Shatter finally out. Maximus sighed, looking at the bright sky. Around him were the thousands of remaining new gods, looking at him with fear as if awaiting their judgment. It seems the two managed to escape. Maximus frowned, observing two energy streams escaping from him. Earlier, although he saw what was Nyx doing, he couldn't do anything. He was already occupied controlling the amalgamation of will not to aim at him. Any other manipulation was out of him. Nyx should have burned his god's authority, enabling him to control a bit of the origin of law, allowing him to move briefly. As for saving his friends, even he was a little shocked. However, he understood it wasn't entirely because Nyx was good with his friends, but because he had no other choice. Burning God's authority was equivalent to, or even worse, than death. Once it was burned, it was gone forever. The previous power one possessed would also vanish, leaving one immortal devoid of any chance of advancement. The God's authority would also be split into fragments, or even vanish into existence. Humphrey. "I'll take care of it later," Maximus thought, kicking the two gods out of his mind as he considered the state of his family and the empire. Finally, he turned his attention to the thousands of nervous gods, pondering what to do with them. "Ahem, Your Excellency, you promised not to kill us, right?" one of them nervously asked. "Indeed, I promised not to kill you," Maximus replied slowly. "Then can we go?" they asked with a slightly begging tone. No, the words seemed to come from hell, freezing and burning their bodies simultaneously. What would you want us to do, Your Excellency?" "Let me think." Maximus teased a little. The air suddenly froze silent as they held their breath. "All right, you can go back." Maximus finally relented, giving up on using them to provide more amalgamation of will. It was still too early to provoke one of the ancient apex sovereigns, the god of gods. Once he snatched the faith of these gods, maybe the next day, the Redius, the supreme god, would beat him to pieces. This battle made him also aware of his weakness. Although he could fight apex sovereigns without worry, that was it. He could neither hurt them nor kill them. Even with Transcendence Mastery, his body was too limited in the amount of amalgamation of will he could spend. No wonder the Holy Emperor in the past could only fight with some fledgling apex sovereigns and could barely tie them. It's not that the amalgamation of will wasn't strong, but their tier 8 bodies couldn't fully control its power. Meanwhile, upon hearing Maximus let them go, they heaved a sigh of relief. "Thank you for your pardon, Your Excellency," the god said and quickly bolted out. They didn't want to stay here any longer. Who knew if the devil suddenly changed his mind? "Go," Maximus waved his hand, looking around to estimate how much time had passed. 21 minutes, in other words, 3.5 years. Maximus's smile turned gloomy as he looked in the direction of the cursed continent. There better be nothing bad happen to my family, otherwise. 3.5 years ago, in Shadow City, at the Shadow Crest Imperial Castle, Denise was with his sisters preparing for her wedding. Returning to the Ethereum realm, Maximus had promised to marry her. Unfortunately, due to various delays, it was only happening now. "Sister Hazel, what do you think of these clothes?" Denise asked as she twirled around. It's good, but it's not suitable for a wedding," Hazel replied, looking at the sexy lingerie Denise had put on. Denise nodded with a blush, thinking of the wildness Maximus had dripping similar clothes. "What about the food, Sister Erica?" "I've already prepared all the ingredients," Erica said with a smile. As the months passed, they prepared all the things needed for the wedding. The whole empire was also in a festive atmosphere. Besides the wedding, they would also celebrate their emperor's return, which is a double happiness. Maximus should be about to return, Denise muttered, looking into the distance. The others were also excited and ready to start the party. However, what greeted them was Doran coming to them in a hurry with a frown. "What happened?" Isabella asked. After Isabella graduated from the Origin Arcana Institute, Maximus appointed her as the Field Marshal of the Moonlight Empire's army. Although Johnson and Smith were experienced generals, their systematic knowledge was severely lacking. Isabella's profession as a battle mage was made for war. Thus having Isabella as a general was quite apparent, and no one questioned it. "We are under attack," Doran replied. "What?" Denise exclaimed, turning her smile into gloom. Maximus and she were about to be married, yet there was such a presumptuous existence trying to attack them. Could these be sent by her enemy trying to disrupt her mood? "Calm down. With the tier 8 puppets around, there should be no worries," Isabella said, patting Denise. "Oh." Denise smiled dryly. If not for the others trying to calm her down, she would have called her father to flatten those who tried to attack them. "Indeed, it is. However, the ones attacking us are also tier 8 puppets," Doran said with worry, not minding the gloominess of the soon-to-be bride. Although, Doran knew that His Majesty's family was more important than the Empire. In trivial matters that don't concern life and death, Doran still puts the Empire as a priority. He had just received a warning from the Empire Array that they were under attack by millions of tier 8 puppets. Although there is still no apparent problem now, Doran still hurriedly conveyed the news he received. "How is that possible? How could the Wessel Empire afford that many puppets?" Isabella asks in puzzlement. Although, the Wessel Empire is known as the richest empire before the Imperial War, millions of puppets are still a lot. "Do you have any samples of the puppets attacking us?" Luke asked curiously. As a mechanic, if he had samples of the puppets, he might track their origin. "Yes, this was brought by one of the soldiers," Doran said, taking out a puppet from his storage ring. Luke quickly took apart the puppet like a jigsaw puzzle and analyzed all of its materials. "I see," Luke nodded after a few minutes. "What did you find?" "The material is about 90% made from common resources," Luke muttered in amazement. "TSK, what an ingenious product. With common materials as a building foundation, no wonder the Wessel Empire could afford millions of puppets to fight us. Unfortunately, there seemed to be a weird binding element that I didn't know of." Luke sighed in frustration. If he could know about this weird binding element, then he could also mass-produce his puppet army. After all, even though they were rich, Luke didn't want to waste money on his fantasies. However, imagining millions of puppets under his command, he couldn't help but drool. "Let me see if I can help," Sam patted Luke's shoulder and took a look at the weird energy. "Huh? Isn't this Faith?" Sam muttered. "Found out so quickly?" Luke said in amazement. Although Sam also dabbled with mechanics, he was mostly out playing with women. Seeing Sam easily identify the weird energy, Luke couldn't help but doubt if this was really his brother. "Ha ha ha, don't underestimate me. I dated some pseudo-gods in the abyss," Sam bragged. Playing with women had not been in vain. With the status of his father and his talent, he had dated some pretty awesome women. One of them was a pseudo-god who had a fragment of a god's authority. Coincidentally, his father had something from other dimensions to complete such a fragment of god's authority. But who was his father? A money grabber who would suck you of your wealth. That goddess was also a poor little cat who didn't have enough money. Hearing that Sam was an all-out womanizer, the goddess tried her luck. Seducing Sam, the goddess asked Sam if she could talk to his father to give her a discount. Sam, being a saint, gladly agreed to her request and played for a little bit. Sam could only say that a goddess is indeed a bit different. Until now, the goddess still has some lingering taste in his mouth. As for Faith, it was just a passing encounter that he encountered through all their delightful encounters. "Alright, wipe off the drool from your face first," Luke said, rolling his eyes as he snapped Sam out of his daze. Ahem. Sam coughs a little, noticing the weird gazes of the girls in the room. Still, Sam's embarrassment lightened the atmosphere in the room a little bit. "So, Faith, is it? Do you know more about Faith?" Luke hurriedly shifted the topic. Faith originates from the beliefs of people, like the amalgamation of will. However, instead of chaotic effects, faith can be manipulated as precisely as possible. So in short, these are made by the gods themselves, not a byproduct of the so-called faith? Luke asked. That's right. Only gods can control such precise faith that could mass-produce puppets. The gods. The divine continent. So this is our enemy. Isabella concluded. But isn't it an unspoken rule that the outside continent is prohibited from interfering with the cursed continent? Especially now that it is the era of imperial domination. The others in the room ask in puzzlement. Although I don't know why it's prohibited or who's the one implementing it. I guess only top powerhouses are prohibited from coming into the cursed continent. As for resources like puppets, training materials, etc., it depends on the connection and luck of the ruler, Isabella concluded. This also made others nod in understanding. If this is still prohibited, then their father is a cheater through and through. The others only had connections with others inside the Etherium realm, yet their father could blatantly buy from other dimensions. It can be said that this unspoken rule was fully exploited by their father. Alright, don't worry too much, your father is about to be back. A mere puppet is nothing to be afraid of. Chapter 302. The final war. Soon a month passed, and the originally leisurely mood turned into worry. Maximus still hasn't returned? Denise muttered with concern. She no longer cared about the wedding. Now, Denise only wished Maximus could come back quickly. There is still no news. Erica replied with worry. What about the Arcane Continent? Have you contacted the relevant departments? Denise asked in panic. We already have, but now new was found. However, we were informed that Maximus' contact signal suddenly disappeared exactly a month ago, Erica replied. The same time the puppets attacked us? Denise exclaimed. Suddenly, a light dawned upon them. For this month, millions of puppets had still been grinding against the defensive barrier of the Empire. Although these tier 8 puppets were no match for the Empire's forces, their sheer number still put pressure on them. Remembering that the Wessel Empire dared to attack them a month ago without fear. It seemed that they knew something would happen to Maximus at that time. Maybe they were one of those who orchestrated Maximus' disappearance. Should we go? Let's destroy that shit empire and demand to know where Maximus is. Denise clenched her fist, ready for battle. No, it's too dangerous. It may even be a trap. Isabella quickly held her back. Lights the what? What if it's a trap? Unless there's an apex sovereign, we're invincible. Denise said confidently. Indeed, with origin, just their tier 8 strength could already crush others, making them invincible in their realm. Don't be too hasty. An emperor fighting for the throne of the cursed continent wouldn't be easy, Isabella warned. Although she was also confident in her strength. She felt something was amiss with the Wessel Empire. That's right. Furthermore, husband warned us that in these times, we should prioritize our safety, Hazel gently advised. Are you not worried at all? Denise asked angrily, feeling that they didn't care about Maximus's safety. We are also worried, but we believe in our husband. Hazel said, hiding her clenched fist. The months passed, and their worries deepened. Maximus was still out of reach. Even after contacting the relevant departments of the Origin Arcana Institute, no results were found. The puppets defending the Empire also began to suffer casualties. Although it was personally modified by Maximus to be virtually indestructible. The endless puppets still caused wear and tear, leading to its destruction. In a training chamber, Ha finally consolidated. Sky opened her eyes, feeling her solid foundation. Sky had only advanced to tier 8 with the help of the amalgamation of will. Although her strength was real, it was still shaky like a pulled-up seedling. Sky didn't have time to consolidate his foundation earlier because they had to return to the Etherium realm. Thus, after returning, she hurriedly went into seclusion, hoping to consolidate her strength. I wonder if Maximus is outside, she thought with a smile. Each time she went out into seclusion, Maximus would always be waiting, greeting her with a smile. Opening the door, her smile stiffened, not seeing a shadow of Maximus. Maybe he is busy. Sky reasoned as she looked around. Seeing the gloomy atmosphere, a bad premonition appeared in her mind. It can't be. Sky flew around the castle, searching for the familiar Mana's signature. Sky. You're out of seclusion. Congratulations. Enough of that, where is Maximus? Sky asked gloomily, noticing the fatigue in their eyes. That. The room was silent as they didn't know what to say. What happened? Sky asked again. Maximus is missing. What? Missing? Did Maximus leave without notice? As for Maximus being attacked, it didn't cross her mind. With Maximus' strength, they would have already received news if he had been attacked. As for being killed, that was impossible. We don't know either. After going to the Arcane Continent, Maximus lost contact. Then did you seek help elsewhere? We asked the Dean of the Origin Arcana Institute. But all we got is that this should be Maximus' trial, and we shouldn't interfere. Humphrey. That old man must know something. Sky said, thinking of going to the Arcane Continent to confront the old man. Is there anything? I also had my father come and help, but he didn't find anything. Denise muttered sadly. After not receiving any news about Maximus, Denise hurriedly sought help from her father. As an Apex sovereign, it should have been easy to find some news. However, after investigating what happened, it seemed that Maximus vanished into thin air after teleporting out of the continent. Her father concluded that Maximus was either accidentally expelled from the Etherium realm or trapped by some natural barrier. Either way, it could only depend on Maximus whether he could go back or not. This coincided with what the Dean said, that Maximus was undergoing his trial. Don't worry, Maximus should be fine, Sky comforted. We know, nothing will ever happen to him. Soon, Sky ventured into the Arcane Continent to uncover the mystery of Maximus' disappearance. Erica and the others persuaded her that there might be some trap. But Sky was adamant and didn't care about it. After investigating, Sky didn't find any clues. The remnant energy functions only showed that Maximus had indeed teleported out of the continent before he disappeared. As for the destination, there was no way to trace it. Sky also asked the Dean. However, what she got was silence. It seemed that the top powers knew something and acquiesced to it. Fortunately, the Dean hinted that Maximus was safe. Otherwise, she would show them her newly gained power. After living in different dimensions in her lifetimes, Sky knew some trick that could even reach the border of the origin of law. Although it would cost her life, it should be enough to destroy a continent. Finding no clues in the Arcane Continent, Sky went to the Shadow Hunter Guild and borrowed a Tier 9 ship and some manpower. After advancing to Tier 8, Sky felt some unknown connection with Maximus. She didn't know if it was the origin or something else. Regardless, Sky hoped to use this trace to find Maximus. Meanwhile, in the Curse Continent, a huge fluctuation of energy waves ravaged the continent as if announcing some news. World-destroying tsunamis and earthquakes also appeared like a doomsday. What happened? Is it the end of the world? The crowd panicked, trying to stabilize themselves. In the Moonlight Empire, all people froze and stopped what they were doing to stabilize themselves in the ongoing disaster. Not good, it seems that the Empire is merging. A Tier 7 powerhouse muttered, observing the phenomenon. Fortunately, all the buildings and architecture were high-end so it didn't get destroyed by the massive movement of the land. Even important attractions and scenery were not damaged, as the disaster only caused the waving of trees and grass. With the protection of the Empire's array, there was not much damage to the Empire. Merging? How can it merge? The crowd shouted in confusion. I don't know, I just have a wider perception than normal, so I saw the Empire merging, the man said in embarrassment. During this time, although Maximus was somewhat passive, waiting for the Wessel Empire to make a move, he didn't let the people in the Empire stagnate. Using the amalgamation of will, those on the verge of advancing easily advanced. Those who were talented became geniuses. Those who put in hard work were guaranteed to receive their due rewards. Basically, as long as you put in the effort or had a bit of talent, advancing was a matter of course. With this move, powerhouses in the Moonlight Empire appeared en masse. Being Tier 6 was quite common, and Tier 7 powerhouses began to emerge. As for the generals like Johnson and Smith, or the Chief Minister, Doran, they were already at Tier 8. By the time Maximus returned to the Empire, they had already reached Tier 7. With the help of crystal merits and especially the amalgamation of will, they easily condensed their domain and advanced to Tier 8. Maximus is not so demanding on their foundation like his family, so advancing is quite easy. As the panic ensued, one of the knowledgeable historians in the crowd finally pieced the information together. It's the final war. The historian shouted. What final war? The crowd asked in confusion. It's when there are only two empires remaining on the Cursed Continent. All the territories of the said empires would merge, giving a perfect platform for war. The historian trembled as he explained. So, the phenomenon just now was really the whole Moonlight Empire merging? It is. In the Shadow Crest Imperial Castle, the commotion also reached the castle as all the ministers jittered, not knowing how to solve the problem. Their emperor still had not returned, and now problems kept piling in, making them panic a little. Fortunately, their strict training over the years made them instantly calm down. Quickly instruct all the official branches and calm the citizens, Doran instructed. What's more important right now is to calm down. Further chaos would only lead the empire to ruin. Hurry up and move. After instructing his subordinates with specifics, Doran went into the royal family residence to seek their opinions. I've met the field marshal. Doran solemnly greeted upon seeing Isabella training. I already know what happened. Prepare the soldiers. Since it has come to this, then we have no choice. Isabella said with a thick killing intent. Isabella knew the history well. Now that there are only 2 empires remaining, it's time to finally decide the winner. This event also gave her a glimpse of what truly happened to her husband. Less than a year after Maximus disappeared, the Wesel Empire quickly conquered all the remaining empires beside them. How could this be possible? It could only be with the help of an outside party. Specifically, the gods who trapped Maximus. Humphrey. Let's see if this emperor has a bit of the demeanor my husband had. Chapter 303 Puppet War. As the days passed, the Moonlight Empire began working like a machine, preparing for war. All work was suspended as citizens concentrated all their time on war preparation. The original farmers accepted the officials' arrangements and planted war crops. The construction workers beautifying the empire went into the border to set up the first defense line. People working in various logistics allied together to help the army organize and transport war supplies. Even idle people who were mainly training joined the temporary army. If they couldn't, they joined various logistics and support positions. The Moonlight Academy also stopped all its other activities as it experimented with weapons of war. From bioweapons that could wipe out an army to mass destruction weapons that could destroy anything. Some geniuses also joined the army, whether commanding or fighting. As for the graduate students of the Moonlight Academy, most of them came back to their homeland hoping to support the war. Although they had heard of the notoriousness of the Wesel Empire and knew the possibility of dying, they still disregarded their comfortable lives in the Arcana continent and returned. The Moonlight Empire had nurtured them from ignorant beings to what they were now. They didn't want their home to be destroyed simply because they were scared of death. All merchants also hurriedly donated their resources to the empire as a contribution to the war. Unfortunately, the Moonlight Empire was not desperate enough to accept others' charity. If they accepted it, it might even dampen the confidence they had in the war. Still, the merchants insisted, as they didn't want anything bad to happen in the empire. Businessmen put interest first and foremost. Usually, their first response to this kind of scenario was to run and retreat to the Arcane continent. However, they didn't want their foundation to get swept in the war just because they didn't help. More importantly, they had great confidence in the Moonlight Empire to win the war. If all it took was to donate these measly materials to obtain the goodwill of the empire, then they would gladly do it without second hesitation. Finally, at the insistence of the merchants, the empire's officials accepted the materials at a discounted price. In the tallest watchtower at the border of the Moonlight Empire, "Brother, will you let me control these puppets first?" Sam asked Luke coquettishly. Under the heated preparation of the empire, the puppets' war outside the barrier reached a high-end pitch. In the beginning, the enemy only attacked using millions of puppets. But, as time continued, it reached tens of millions, then hundreds of millions. Now, over 1 billion puppets were outside the barrier, grinding the Moonlight Empire's puppets to death. In the watchtower, Luke and Sam looked outside, planning to intervene in the fight by manually controlling the puppets. "Are you sure?" Luke asked with reluctance. He also wanted to control his father's puppet army. Looking at the millions of puppets standing strong even after being besieged by billions of puppets, Luke could only say that his father's puppet army was indeed a group beast. His idea of forming a cheap puppet army was also wavering. After all, what's the use of numbers if they couldn't even defeat a few puppets of the same value? Luke even despised the Divine Continent for making such paper tigers for display. "Brother, how about this? If I lose 100,000 puppets, the overall control would be handed over to you," Sam proposed confidently. "Sure, just 100,000? Do you want to add more?" Luke agreed immediately, even suggesting to increase Sam's fault tolerance. Although his father's puppet army was indeed awesome, over 1 billion puppets were no joke. Even as they talked, hundreds of puppets kept getting destroyed. If this kept on, it's only a matter of time before these billions of puppets breach the empire. They were only here to delay this and give the empire more time to prepare. "Ha ha ha, this is enough, brother." Sam snickered secretly as if knowing something about the puppets that Luke didn't know. "Oh, here's the main control device." Luke handed him the main control of the puppets. It had been given to him by his eighth mother, Isabella, after they expressed their desire to help the puppet army. Mechanics not only studied the field of creating things but also dabbled in how to fully exert their creation's full potential. Most adept mechanics were even more proficient in battle than others since they knew the ins and outs of their weapons. After receiving the main control device, Sam set up an exquisite control panel and inserted the device. "You're using a Chrono X quantum controller?" Luke exclaimed in shock upon seeing the controller. This Tier 9 device controller was akin to a cheat package. According to the description he had seen in the past, it contained almost all combat techniques and formations in all dimensions. It was like an automatic control device where you could just sit back and choose a movie clip you wanted. "Ha ha ha, I bought this from father earlier," Sam replied proudly. "Where did you get the money? Did you borrow it from Lux?" Luke asked doubtfully. He was already a mechanic earning mountains of money, yet still, he couldn't afford a Tier 9 item or resources. However, here was Sam, a womanizer bought a Tier 9 device like a toy. "No, this is my secret." Sam didn't disclose. Many thought that playing with women meant spending money after money. But after getting really good at it, Sam earned more and more money along the way. It's not that Sam got money from the women. Rather, Sam learned the unique ways of the world, thus earning money in the process. It reached the point where he could even afford Tier 9 items if he saved a little bit. Sam could only say that being handsome still had its benefits. "Alright, enough of that, you already lost some puppets, hurry up and move," Luke urged upon seeing the perverted smile on his face. Oh, Sam hurriedly put the device controller in his head as his view changed. Sam felt like he had become a god as he could see every angle of every puppet under his control. "Let's see. Delta, analyze the battlefield for me," Sam commanded the device controller. Analyzing, host puppet army status, number, 2,895,135 type, hybrid combat type puppets estimated strength, peak Tier 8 realm combat system, transcend overall rating, 95.5% remarks. An average combat puppet with a perfect combat system. I don't know where father got these combat puppets. Furthermore, how awesome is the combat system that it elevated an average combat robot to a near-perfect one. Although curious, Sam continued to let Delta scan and analyze his enemy. Enemy puppet army status, number, 1,362,452,790 type, cannon fodder, mass-produced puppet estimated strength, early Tier 8 realm combat system, basic overall rating. 30.2% remarks, a cheap cannon fodder puppet that can overwhelm an elite army. TSK, these puppets are too many. Over a billion puppets versus millions of puppets. If not for the overwhelming combat ability of his father's combat puppets, the Moonlight Empire would probably have been breached a long time ago. Delta, analyze our winning percentage as it is. Analyzing, winning percentage, 7.3829%, how about with your help? Winning percentage, 31.2618%, even with a Tier 9 controller, the chance of winning is so small. Although the Chrono X quantum controller is said to contain almost all the techniques and formations for puppet or mechanical battle, success still depends on those who control it. After all, no matter how many bullets you have, the enemy only needs one to kill you. It doesn't matter, let's start this party. Sam began to analyze the battlefield, thinking of his first command. Delta, cross-counter formation. Also, shrink the battlefield. Sam smiled slyly. Roger. Soon, the puppet army shrank their formation, not taking the initiative to attack. The enemy puppets paused for a moment and continued to attack, oblivious to the traps ahead. Hey, as expected. Delta, divide the army into 3 and stagger their attacking time as I tell you. Roger. Soon, the puppet army was divided into 3, with the front line defending and countering the enemy puppets. However, because of the division, the puppet army suffered tens of casualties in just a few minutes as the formation formed. Now, here comes the finale. Delta, proceed with Z99 overload mode. Warning. This command will make the puppets scrapped with only 1% repairability. Proceed with the command. Overload mode is one of the combat techniques programmed in the Chrono X quantum controller. It's a taboo technique that leverages all parts of the puppet and the dimensional laws to explode with extreme power. In exchange, all parts of the puppet would be destroyed beyond repair. Thinking of this, Sam just smiled. Proceed. Suddenly, the front line of puppets seemed to explode internally as it emitted overwhelming heat. The battlefield, the sea, also steamed, making the view cloudy with almost zero visibility. How is their combat power compared to earlier? 2 times? 3 times? 5 times. Warning, overload mode will only last 5 minutes. Hee, that's enough. Attack. Chapter 304. The first victory at Sam's command, the front pile of puppet army attacked. Possessing at least 5 times more power, the puppet army bulldozes toward the enemy puppets like killing gods. The enemy puppets seem like vulnerable paper as the puppet army destroyed everything in its path. In just a minute over 1 million enemy puppets were destroyed. Seeing this, Luke, beside Sam, instead of being happy, turned ugly. Sam, what are you doing? Are you insane? Although the puppet army destroyed tens of millions of enemy puppets in just a few minutes, their arms, heads, bodies seemed to bend or cave in as sparks went out. Even the atomic god metal, which was virtually indestructible, easily melted under the heat. Wait a minute, let me see it through. Sam muttered under the control device. What? Before Luke could finish what he was saying, the 4-minute mark passed. Now the puppet army was barely holding on. The puppet's arms and legs exploded into pieces as it barely floated. Even then, they still looked like a god of war, using their head and body to bulldoze through the enemy. Delta, bring them back near the Empire's barrier and perform chrono-emergency repair. Roger. Note, chrono-emergency repair only has a 1.3333% chance of success. Do you proceed? As long as there is a chance. Soon the puppets returned to the border of the Empire before the 5-minute mark was finished. The second pile also dutifully defended and counterattacked, protecting the puppet on the back. Although the killing is not fast, it's quite stable. This made Luke heave a sigh of relief. They were not here to defeat the enemy puppets but to buy time. Sam's move was simply an insane suicidal attack. Alright, it's my turn. You already destroyed nearly 1 million puppets, Luke said coldly. What do you mean, brother? Do they look destroyed to you? Sam pointed at the puppets on the border. Then what do you call that? Luke pointed as his lips twitched. As the 5-minute mark passed, the puppets lay in the sea, barely intact. If it were not for the light flickering from time to time, Luke would have even thought they were scraps of the sea. Just wait and see. Sam clenched his fists as if waiting for a miracle. What are you talk? Suddenly Luke's eyes bulged as he saw the puppets miraculously regenerate as if time were being reversed. Slowly, a storm of golden dust surrounded the puppets, making them return to their original form. It worked. Sam jumped in excitement. What happened? Ha ha ha, Delta, tell my stupid brother. Mysterious energy found, analyzing, name, unknown type, will energy rank, peak tier 9 remark, a will type energy with a hint of origin of chaos, under the action of this unknown energy and the atomic god metal in the atmosphere, the repair success rate shot through 98%, is it the amalgamation of will? Luke suddenly thought. As for the atomic god metal, Luke knew the microsurveillance bot his father created, and that it was mainly built by atomic god metal. The puppet and the microsurveillance bot should be the same material, so it helped the puppet recover. Bingo. But how did you know this would happen? Are you gambling the fate of the empire that father painstakingly built? Luke asked angrily. Although it worked, it was still a major gamble. They didn't have control of the amalgamation of will whatsoever. Sam could only rely on the instinctive reaction of the amalgamation of will for his plan to work. If this failed, a third of the Empire's puppet army would be destroyed just like that. At that time, buying time would be a fool's errand. No, of course, I wouldn't gamble our safety. Sam rolled his eyes. Then what? The amalgamation of will is the gathering of the will of the people naturally. If enough wish it, they can guide the amalgamation of will as they want, Sam explained, showing him a video clip. This. Luke looked at the billions of people praying devoutly. Although he didn't know what they were saying, Luke now understood why Sam's crazy gamble worked. If the majority of people wanted something to happen, naturally the amalgamation of will would unconsciously respond to it. How is it? Sam teased. Delta, continue overload mode, and stagger the attack until the back pile recovers, Sam ordered. Roger. Soon the puppets continued to rampage, killing millions of puppets every minute. Luke also lost interest as he watched the diminishing enemy puppets in front of him. Could we actually win this? Luke muttered in amazement. He thought it was a hopeless battle, requiring them only to buy enough time. Who knew that Sam's crazy gamble worked, that even over 1 billion puppets were no match for them? So this is power. What he was more amazed by is the amalgamation of will. Its capability to bring a miracle that he never thought of. A power that can defy all logic. A power that can crush sheer numbers into oblivion. Thinking of his father who possessed the power of amalgamation of will, Luke felt enlightened. It seems that I was wrong. All this time he had been pursuing external power. The power of puppets, the power of weapons, anything that can make him powerful. However, now, he understood external power was merely a front. A disguise that can bluff the enemy. In front of real power, Any tricks were nothing. Looks like it's time to strengthen myself, Luke thought. Meanwhile, as the enemy puppets were being ravaged in the Wessel Empire's hidden basement, a group of divine believers stood in front of a monitor controlling millions of puppets in their jurisdiction. B313 group has been destroyed. Z190 group has sustained 76% damage. T937 group has been destroyed. Y172 group has sustained 97% damage. Notification after notification began to pop up about the destruction of puppets. At first, they thought nothing of it. They knew how insane the strength of the Moonlight Empire puppets was. Destroying millions or tens of millions of puppets in a short time was nothing if they disregarded casualties. However, as minutes passed, over 100 million puppets were destroyed unknowingly. What happened? The commander, Antonio, asked. The god of puppets was one of the god of shadow friends planning to steal Maximus's supposed treasure. However, unlike the confident god of shadow directly attacking Maximus, the god of puppets was known to be timid. It was even said that the god of puppets' location was a mystery. The god of puppets' divine kingdom was merely an empty shell, a factory to produce puppets. 0105 Even during the attack on the Moonlight Empire. Shell, a factory to produce puppets. Even during the attack on the Moonlight Empire, the god of puppets didn't appear but merely sent his believers and some handcrafted puppets. This time, the main organizer of the attack was a Tier 8 divine believer of the puppet god, Antonio. Hearing the commander ask about the problem, they quickly moved and summarized what they found. Commander, it seems the Moonlight Empire's puppets have gone berserk, a person said, showing a clip to Antonio. Huh? Antonio frowned. Although he already knew the Moonlight Empire's puppets were crazily strong, he was still shocked that they could ravage the god of puppets' army like this. However, seeing that they were getting also damaged by the minute, he couldn't help but nod. This should be an overload mechanism, destroying the enemy at the cost of itself. However, what's the matter? After sustaining this much damage, there shouldn't be many enemies left. Why are we still losing the army? Antonio asked, seeing the enemy was still strong and plenty. He already investigated that the Moonlight Empire only had about 3 million puppets. After all this time there should be only over 2 million. Now that they had gone insane, damaging the enemy at the cost of itself, there should be not many puppets left. Commander, you'll understand in a minute. Soon, the camera angle shifted as the raging puppet army retreated. There, Antonio's eyes bulged as he saw a miracle he was familiar with. The god's resurrection. In the past, he was lucky enough to witness his god performing this miracle. After playing a simulated war, the god of puppets grew tired and resurrected the damaged puppets with a wave of his hands. Seeing it again with his own eyes, he couldn't help but be shocked. How is this possible? Antonio quickly zoomed the video, looking for clues. Fortunately, their surveillance system was quite advanced and could even capture different energy signatures. Amalgamation of will. Antonio's face grew ugly. It seems that he severely underestimated this backward continent. He thought that 1 billion puppets would be enough to overwhelm some empire. Who knew that the legendary amalgamation of will could still achieve this? Retreat the puppet army, Antonio ordered. Unless they solved this issue of the amalgamation of will, further action would be a waste. In the Moonlight Empire, Sam and Luke were a little shocked seeing the enemy retreat. Sigh, it's a pity. Sam muttered. They only killed about 150 billion, far from wholly eliminating the enemy. Don't be too greedy, this is plenty enough, Luke said, knocking his head. Oh. A few days later. At the news of the enemy retreating, the whole empire jumped in celebration. I didn't expect the enemy to retreat all of a sudden. Maybe the enemy became scared. The crowd jeered, mocking the Wessel Empire for timidity. No, I heard it was because of someone, a man with glasses muttered. What do you know? The crowd looked at him doubtfully. They were too busy preparing for war that they barely knew what was happening outside. If it were not to boost morale, they wouldn't even know this news. Humphrey. I'm from the Frontier Construction Army. My commander-chief saw with his own eyes that it was with the help of Prince Sam and Prince Luke that the enemy retreated, the man said proudly as if he saw the whole thing. Oh? Is it really the two princes? They asked doubtfully. As far as they knew, neither of these princes was material for battle or war. Although they admitted that all of the royal family were a bunch of geniuses, they were different types of geniuses. Prince Luke was a genius mechanic, second only to the emperor. Prince Luke was even known as the mechanic prodigy, sending waves of revolutionary mechanical items throughout the empire. From agriculture to daily items, Prince Luke had his mark. As for Prince Sam, they could only shake their heads. Prince Sam could be said to be the most naughty prince. Besides a few contributions here and there, like the improvement of brothels, the popularization of a few dating spots, the creation of a unique dating and marriage system, etc. The news that they frequently heard was which young lady he had harmed this month. Humphrey. You don't have to believe me, just have faith in the royal family. Indeed, although they gossiped about the royal family in their leisure, their faith and belief in the royal family, especially their emperor, is unwavering. Prince Luke was a mechanic prodigy, so winning the battle was only natural. As for Prince Sam, although he is naughty, thinking of their partner who was perfectly chosen by the system the prince created, it shouldn't be hard for Prince Sam to suggest some unique idea to easily win the war. Thinking of this, they continued to celebrate their first victory over the enemy, shouting the two princes' names. Prince Luke. Prince Sam. Prince Luke. Prince Sam. Prince Luke. Prince Sam. Chapter 305 Unknown Memories. A month later, in the throne room of the Wessel Empire. Why did you come to see me? Khan, the Emperor of the Wessel Empire, slowly spoke as he opened his eyes. Greetings your majesty, the divine emissary of the god of puppets, Antonio greeted. Oh, it's you, Antonio. How is your progress in invading the Moonlight Empire? Khan asked, seemingly indifferent about the Moonlight Empire. There are some problems, your majesty, Antonio said, trembling. The pressure Khan exerted, though not as strong as his gods, carried the same holiness. Perhaps it could even be said that the emperor before him was more majestic than his god. Continue, Khan commanded. It's the amalgamation of will, your majesty. The Moonlight Empire was able to use it to defeat our puppet army, Antonio explained wryly. Over the past month, Antonio has tried various strategies to bypass the amalgamation of will. He even contacted his god for help, but unfortunately, it seems his god was busy with something else. Try after try, tricks after tricks, from over 1 billion puppets, there were now only about 500 million remaining. Fortunately, though he couldn't contact his god, acquiring puppets was still possible. Antonio just needed to inform the divine priest if he needed more puppets. However, without solving the fundamental problem, acquiring more puppets would just be a waste of resources. So you want me to help you counter this amalgamation of will? Khan asked with a slight smile. Why yes, your majesty. Antonio bowed respectfully. Interesting. At first, these arrogant believers of gods didn't take him seriously. They only wanted to use him for their benefit, never taking his advice or commands seriously. Now, however, looking at them trembling at his feet, begging him for help, Khan couldn't help but smile a little. Fine. But, Khan said, causing the air to freeze as Antonio awaited his next words. I want you to remove all those trash in my empire. The churches? Antonio asked for confirmation. Yes. Your majesty, it is not in my jurisdiction to remove those churches, Antonio said dryly. Antonio was only responsible for battle. Spreading his god's greatness was in the jurisdiction of the divine priests. Furthermore, it was not only their god who had set churches within the Wessel Empire. There were also the gods of Shadow, god of thieves, and god of gambling who had set up churches within the Wessel Empire. This was one of the conditions they asked for helping Khan conquer the Cursed Continent. Although it was said that outside powers were forbidden to intervene in the ruling of the Cursed Continent, it was merely a myth after all. Furthermore, they only built up some churches. These churches' main function was a mere resource point, barely spreading belief. They operated much like the other top forces in the Arcana continent, such as the Ethereum Gold Chamber of Commerce, the Ethereum Embassy, Colossal Gladiators, Quantum Transit Consortium, Pantheon Inventors, etc. Although they settled in the Cursed Continent, they were neutral and were only in it for resources. If such forces could set up a branch of their organization in the Cursed Continent and thrive, why couldn't they? Hearing Antonio's reply, Khan frowned. I don't care. If you don't remove them, I will remove them myself, Khan said coldly. Having conquered almost all of the Cursed Continent, aside from the Moonlight Empire, Khan felt his power grow by leaps and bounds. His control over the amalgamation of will also advanced to almost perfect mastery. By now, Khan was not scared of fighting any gods. As long as they came here, Khan could teach them to be respectful to the future Holy Emperor. Feeling the power emanate from the Emperor before him, Antonio felt his body froze as fear began to consume him. Fortunately, with the protection of his god's divine grace, Antonio could still speak. Why, your majesty, I couldn't promise to take out other gods' churches, but I promise you won't see my god's churches in a day, Antonio quickly promised. Oh? Khan was a little surprised at how easy it was to convince a believer of God. Should they rather die than tarnish the name of their god? However, looking at Antonio's trembling knees, as his eyes were full of fear, Khan suddenly lost interest. I promise it in the name of God of Puppets, your majesty. Antonio replied, heaving a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he answered quickly, otherwise, he would have died there and then. The pressure he felt was no joke. It felt like he was under divine judgment, and any wrong move would get him killed. Then do it quickly. As for the amalgamation of will in the Moonlight Empire, you don't have to worry, Khan said confidently. Without that man, Khan was confident he could crush the Moonlight Empire single-handedly. Khan didn't attack these times because he was absorbing the harvest he had from conquering almost all of the Cursed Continent. Furthermore, he wanted to see what these gods could do to the Moonlight Empire. Or whether the Moonlight Empire still had hidden trump cards or something. However, it seems that the method of these gods was too weak that it couldn't even pass the first barrier. Just mere puppets, had them crawling back to him asking for help. If not for wanting to keep his reputation intact, he would have long kicked these gods out of his empire. Then I'll take my leave, Your Majesty. Antonio said joyfully as if receiving his pardon. As soon as Antonio left, a frown appeared on his face. Ugh, he groaned under his breath. A hammer seemed to strike his head, pushing a bunch of unrecognizable memories. Hammer after hammer, he felt his head turning into a mush. If it weren't for his strong will, he would probably be in a coma right now. Soon after a few minutes, the headache vanished, as a puzzled expression appeared on his face. What are these memories? In one of the army camps of the Moonlight Empire, it had been a few months since the Empire had been attacked by the puppets. The people in the Empire had also nearly forgotten they were at war. Do you think the Wessel Empire gave up? A trainee soldier who had voluntarily enlisted in the army asked jokingly. The trainee soldiers in the tent couldn't help but nod, thinking so. As the enemy puppets decreased in number with each attack, their confidence was also boosted to the top, thinking that the Wessel Empire was nothing special. Attention, a soldier shouted coldly, suddenly interrupting their conversation. Chief Instructor, you're here. The trainee soldiers quickly stood up and greeted their instructor. At ease. Because of your lack of attitude and spirit, I've decided to increase the training intensity today by threefold. No, Instructor, we were just joking. Yeah, we are very diligent and brave, ready for war. Instructor, my leg still hurts from yesterday. Enough chit-chat. I'll see you on the ground in 5 minutes or else. No. Such an increase in training intensity happened all around the training camp, which was the opposite of their expectation. The Wessel Empire was not attacking them now. Didn't this mean they were winning? Just the Emperor's puppet army was enough for the enemy to swallow. So why would they need to train so hard? Should they celebrate or lighten their training a little? Unfortunately, their demon instructors didn't take such nonsense. A war is not finished until there is a winner. Even then, to keep the Empire safe and sound, they still needed to continue training. Furthermore, the more peaceful it is, the more wild the storm would be coming. They needed to keep their toes on the ground if they didn't want to die a worthless death. At night, after a whole day of grueling training, they could barely keep their eyes open. Thinking of their instructor who had put them through hell and even rubbed them in it, they couldn't help but curse a little. What they didn't know was that the main culprit of their suffering was lazily sleeping in the castle. Neo, wake up, it's time to eat. 5 more minutes, Neo muttered unconsciously. No, it's time to eat. Neo didn't respond and pulled Arya into his embrace. You know, you can't fool me like this, Arya said with a blush. Neo still didn't respond, instead hugged her tighter. You. Seeing her husband's handsome yet lazy face, she couldn't help but pinch his cheeks. Fine, you can sleep 5 more minutes, Arya relented. Neo had been working non-stop every day that he barely slept. The war seemed to affect even Neo's lazy temperament, causing him to work hard to contribute. War is not just about fighting with brute force, it is also a battle of information. The reason why the Empire was so united and peaceful was mainly because of her husband's contribution. Any chaos that was about to happen was predicted by her husband like a god. The traitors planted by the Wessel Empire were like naked men, easily plucked by her husband's invisible hand. There is also Sam and Luke, who easily whittled down the enemy puppets. Every time the enemy attacked, they would fall into a quagmire, never getting out. All the new tricks the enemy had were like an open book that Sam and Luke easily exploited, further damaging the enemy. It can be said that her husband, Neo, was like oil in the machine. It made the Empire smooth and silky like it had never been. Alright, 5 minutes are up. It's time to work. Ugh. 5 more minutes. Chapter 306 and Billion Puppet. A few months later, exactly a year after Maximus disappeared. On the border of the Moonlight Empire, Sam and Luke leisurely sat down, waiting for the enemy. Hey brother, do you think the Wessel Empire will attack us for real this time? Sam asked, nearly closing his eyes out of boredom. After their first clash, the Wessel Empire just sent some miscellaneous fish to test the bottom line of the Empire. Unfortunately, the puppet army was like an unbreakable wall. No matter the type and number of enemies, it's invincible. This is what Neo divined, so it should be real. A few months ago, Neo conveyed explosive news: the Moonlight Empire would be breached within a few months, which is now. Such insane news sent them into a brief panic. The Moonlight Empire, guarded by millions of Tier 8 puppets and an empire's array, was considered impenetrable. Yet, Neo claimed the empire would be breached in a few months. However, thinking of their brother's special physique and condensed domain, there shouldn't be much error. In the past, Neo could only calculate if he had enough information. However, after fully awakening Divine's calculation and condensed his domain, Neo was able to leverage his power of law to tear down and see the future that he wanted. The laws of the Ethereum realm became Neo's friend, sending him news to process. With the news of the imminent danger of the Moonlight Empire, the army training, war preparation, army, war supplies, etc., were all multiplied to a varying degree. The Empire's readiness was boosted to the degree that they were ready to fight wherever and whenever. Hearing his brother's words, Sam just looked ahead boredly. He had dealt a lookout for him by spreading the puppets, so keeping the vigilance was easy. Anyway, how about we suddenly, before Sam finished speaking, his device controller rang, signaling the highest degree of warning. 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 Enemy invasion coming. Analyzing strength. Enemy puppet army status. Number: 10,462,422,700. Type: cannon fodder. Mass-produced puppet. Estimated strength: early Tier 8 realm combat system. Basic overall rating: 88%. Remarks: a number that can crush anything, so many. Sam muttered in shock. However, Sam laughed in confidence. Thinking of the amalgamation of will that could make the puppet army immortal, a mere 10 billion was nothing. Although he wasn't sure of winning, grinding these numbers down should be easy. This time it shouldn't be simple, Luke reminded. Thinking of Neo's warning, the attack this time shouldn't be just a simple increase in number. Don't worry, brother. We will see soon if they really aren't simple. Delta, back to the old formation, Sam ordered quickly. Furthermore, initiate Intelligent Assist Mode. Intelligent Assist Mode, aka Cheating Mode, involved using the Chrono X quantum controller to assist in the fight. Coupled with the amalgamation of will, 10 billion puppets were merely a number. With his order, the puppets went into position, waiting for the enemy to arrive. Attack. As soon as the enemy arrived within range, the puppets began to activate overload and attack. This time their killing efficiency was greater with Intelligent Assist Mode and a larger number of enemies. After a minute, the puppets were able to kill over 10 million puppets. TSK, a new record. Sam muttered with a smile. However, as the second and third minute elapsed, he felt something was wrong. Not good. Retreat. Delta, full back retreat. Sam ordered worriedly. The enemy this time is weird. They seem suicidal, not caring about their lives. They should know that his puppet army could regenerate. A head-on battle would just be a senseless strategy, no matter the number. The right strategy should be to drag the puppets around, minimize casualties, and use their overwhelming number to outmaneuver them. With that strategy, although Sam is confident to kill 2 to 3 billion puppets, the Empire would surely be breached, as Neo divined. But to have another strategy that goes against logic means they have a greater trump card up their sleeves. In the enemy camp, seeing the Moonlight Empire puppet army retreat, Antonio couldn't help but click his tongue. Caught on so quickly. Antonio planned to have at least all the enemy puppets activate overload mode. After that, he would ask the Emperor of the Wessel Empire to deactivate the enemy's amalgamation of will. Without those insanely strong puppets, taking the Moonlight Empire down would be easier. However, seeing that the enemy caught on quickly, he could only disregard this plan. Humphrey, anyway, you were destined to die today no matter what. These months they were mainly preparing, from the puppets, logistics, and manpower. This time, not only were there over 10 billion puppets, but there were also various powerhouses from other gods. The gods seemed to want to finish the job quickly and destroy the Moonlight Empire. As for the Wessel Empire, they were still taking a wait-and-see attitude. Antonio didn't know if this was something the gods negotiated or something else. Thinking about it, he quickly shook the thought out of his mind. He only needed to do his job, and believe that his god arranged for everything else. Antonio quickly called the Emperor of the Wessel Empire, who agreed to help disable the buff of the Moonlight Empire. Seeing the sky suddenly change, a smile appeared on his face. It's time to die. Attack. Seeing the enemy attack forward, Sam sweated a little. Relax, just buy time and wait for reinforcement, Luke comforted. After he saw the enemy, he immediately called for reinforcement. They should be about to arrive after a few minutes. As for the army, they were only at Tier 7 at most. They were not suitable for sea battle. Their battle would begin when the enemies were on the land, where their full potential would be used. Sam nodded, hearing that he only needed to buy time. However, just as he was waiting for the puppet army to recover from overload and regroup with others, a shock appeared in his eyes. How is this possible? The amalgamation of will is blocked? Looking at the dense amalgamation of will that suddenly stopped moving, Sam and Luke were stunned. Couldn't it be the Wessel Empire? The conclusion made their faces wrinkled as they faced the overwhelming number of puppets coming to them. I can't hold this much longer, brother. Sam smiled wryly. Without the regeneration ability of the puppets, he can only hold off for about a few minutes. Now there are only about 2/3 of the puppets remaining. About 2 million puppets versus over 10 billion puppets? Is this still called a fight? As for the reinforcement Luke called for, it should only be a few in number. Then retreat inside the barrier, Luke decided. Wasting the puppets just to buy a few minutes is a dumb move. Since the Wessel Empire wants to end this now, then let's end this now. The Moonlight Empire has long been impatient waiting for this fated battle. That's good. Sam also understood and made the puppets retreat. Meanwhile, inside the Moonlight Empire barrier, Isabella and the others quickly received the news about Sam and Luke's retreat. Take back the Berserker Legion, General Rose, there is no need to fight for now. Berserker Legion is a 1,000-group army composed of Tier 8 Berserk Knights. It's the most violent legion of the Empire, that is about to reinforce Sam and Luke. Yes, Field Marshal. Rose, who was about to reach the border, replied. Now is wartime, the system of command should be followed as much as possible. Rose was appointed by Maximus as a general as soon as they returned. Different from Isabella, although Rose's profession was also for war, it's more battle-specific. A berserker's job is to rampage and boost the army morale. They were the blood that would pump the excitement of the army whether in victory or defeat. Johnson, inform the army about the news. It's time for battle. After being informed that billions of puppets were headed their way, instead of fear they were filled with excitement. The enemy is finally here. My sword is hungry and thirsty. Humphrey. These enemies better be worth my training. The crowd roared, venting their anger. These few months were like hell. Training until they could no longer stand. Training until their bodies fell apart. Training until they lost their minds. They endured all of it, waiting for this fated enemy that they would crush into pieces. Looking at the high morale of the army, Isabel smiled. Soldiers of the Moonlight Empire, the time has come. The enemy in front of us, the devil that caused the chaos to the continent. Pull up your swords. Gather your will. And with every ounce of your strength, we shall emerge victorious. Victory to the Moonlight Empire. Isabella shouted. Victory to the Moonlight Empire. Victory to the Moonlight Empire. Victory to the Moonlight Empire. As the cheer went on, the Empire barrier slowly opened, revealing their enemy. 10 billion puppets, how exciting. Ha ha ha, come. 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 Let the feast begin. Attack. Chapter 307. Captain Kirk. In the army front line, hundreds of millions of ships floated, waiting for the enemy. Johnson, how is the preparation? Isabella asked. It's ready. We are only waiting for the Field Marshal's instruction, Johnson replied, bowing. Johnson is the general of the Navy. These hundreds of thousands of ships happen to be the first line of defense of the Empire. After the barrier collapse, they were the first regiment to resist the enemy. Then as soon as they're in range, engage fire. Yes, Field Marshal. Soon the whole Navy became alert, looking at the menacing puppet flying through them. The Navy had about 100 billion personnel. Of them, only about 1 million reached Tier 7. About 10 billion was Tier 6, and the rest was Tier 5. Despite the support of an almost endless supply of resources, the amalgamation of will, and the crystal merits, the war was too rushed to give time to advance. Just a year of preparation was not enough to change the status quo. Thus, looking at the menacing Tier 8 puppet marching towards them, they couldn't help but tremble. Will we be alright? A Tier 6 Navy personnel couldn't help but mutter. Humphrey, a mere puppet is nothing to be feared. Kirk, the Tier 7 ship captain, muttered confidently. Although the enemy is Tier 8, it is but a mere puppet. Puppets don't contain the power of law, thus no matter how strong they are, there is a limit. Although most of them are only at Tier 5, they didn't come unprepared. Fully recharge the arcane cannon, don't make mistakes or we'll die. Kirk ordered his crew. Yes, sir. The arcane cannon was a Tier 8 weapon bought by the Field Marshal from the Arcane Continent. It was a weapon of war, a weapon to defeat the strong with the weak. It could concentrate the mana from every individual, condensing it to destroy the enemy. Each ship contained at least one arcane cannon. With hundreds of thousands of personnel on board charging the cannon, a mere Tier 8 puppet is nothing. Soon after a few minutes, they could finally see the enemy puppets with their naked eye. It's here. The dread they felt suddenly became stronger as they felt suffocated. Fortunately, the ship had some protective functions so they could still move. Mark the target and fire at my command. General Johnson ordered. Unfortunately, they were too scared to move. Fortunately, There was at least one Tier 7 on board on each of the ships, so the chain of command still responded. Kirk quickly manipulated the arcane cannon on the ship and aimed at the target. Fire! Johnson commanded. Boom! A huge explosion arose as hundreds of thousands of ships shot synchronously. As the smoke settled, they saw the enemy puppets destroyed, falling into the sea. It seemed the enemy also didn't expect such fierce firepower as it subconsciously paused. Humphrey! This is what you get for attacking the Moonlight Empire, Johnson muttered confidently. Although, based on his estimate, they only killed millions of puppets. That was enough. This was only a shot. After a few more rounds these puppets would surely melt down. Ready! Johnson yelled again. Johnson took his time to attack while the enemy still didn't recover. In the enemy outpost, Antonio had his mouth agape, looking at the fierce firepower of the Moonlight Empire. A Tier 8 arcane cannon? Damn, is the Moonlight Empire a cornucopia or something? The arcane cannon is a weapon of war, which is a banned item. It's a weapon that can break through the barrier of realms with just numbers. Naturally, such a weapon is not cheap. Now, seeing hundreds of millions of them in the enemy's possession, he could only wonder where they got such things. Boom. Hearing the second shot, Antonio knew he didn't have time to dilly-dally and quickly thought of a countermeasure. Scatter the puppets. Antonio ordered. Yes, Commander. Boom. This time, the shot didn't cause many casualties. This could work. Antonio muttered with excitement. Now, continue to scatter and harass the enemy. Yes, Commander. Humphrey. Let's see if we have more puppets or if you have more mana. How close? Kirk continued firing the arcane cannon as his subordinates continued to be sluggish. It seems the pressure of a Tier 8 puppet was still tremendous to these Tier 6 to Tier 5 individuals. However, thinking that this is war, and any mistake would lead to death, Kirk couldn't help but be angry. Kirk felt that the training and bonds they built in the past year were useless. What are you doing? Kirk shouted with killing intent. Stand up. Are you letting me, the captain, do all the work? Do you want to go back to the stronghold to further hone your spirit? His yelling seemed to be effective as they looked at him, suddenly remembering their hellish training. No, Captain, we were merely mesmerized by the puppets. That's right, we trembling in excitement, we're finally able to fight with the captain. Furthermore, the arcane cannon was really legendary, we didn't expect the like of us could destroy Tier 8 puppets like this. Alright, enough chit-chat, fill the arcane cannon energy tanks. I want to be able to fire tens of consecutive shots right away. If it's not enough, I'll take you back to the stronghold to train until you wish you were dead instead. Kirk threatened. Hearing this, they trembled and hurriedly moved like their life depended on it. Regardless of exhaustion, they quickly inputted their mana into the arcane cannon energy tank. After their mana was exhausted, they took out mana potion to quickly recover. Soon a few hours passed as the stalemate continued. However, a new problem cropped up in the army. Although they had unlimited mana potions to use, their will was limited. Every time their mana was emptied and recovered, the fatigue in their minds continued to pile up, making them more sluggish. This problem shouldn't happen because of the effect of the amalgamation of will. However, it seemed that the enemy also blocked this, putting them at a disadvantage. The time is also too short to be able to immediately provide a solution. Thus, even though Kirk tried to boost their morale again and again, it was not so effective. As time went by, the few-second interval between shots reached a minute. Not good. Kirk smiled wryly. Even though he helped recharge the arcane cannon until he exhausted his mind, it still took a minute before they could fire a shot. Looking at the enemy that was getting nearer and nearer to them, his face turned pale. Soon Tier 8 puppets managed to pass their dense array of firepower and came on different ships. Kirk was too unlucky as one puppet managed to land on his ship. Keep the cannon active, leave it to me. Although Kirk was filled with fear, Kirk still gritted his teeth, lunging forward to face the enemy. Clang! His sword struck the puppet, sending a crisp sound, barely scratching it. The puppet didn't even feel the damage and lunged at him with a sword-like arm. Kirk seemed to sense his death and narrowly dodged the attack. Not giving up, he struck the puppet again, sending a crisp sound. Clang! Dodge after dodge, hit after hit. After a minute of battle, Kirk's will was about to be extinguished. The enemy didn't even sustain damage, sending Kirk to despair. Unfortunately, the puppet only has basic combat abilities, mainly relying on its specs to fight him. Otherwise, with such speed and strength, Kirk would have long been dead. Charging complete. Captain, should we fire at your enemy? His subordinates said worriedly. No. Fire in front. I can handle this. Firing at the puppet before him would be suicide. It's not that the arcane cannon couldn't be controlled and could also hit him. It's that, with the deficiency of firepower at the front line, more puppets may break through the dense firepower array and attack the ships. Now, He can barely drag the puppet around him. One more move and it would mean his death. At his command, his subordinates continued to fire in front. Meanwhile, Kirk continued to use his life to fight the puppet in front of him. Huckling. Clang. Clang. Every drop of blood on Kirk's body seemed to be drained, as his body flowed with a river of blood. Even the healer on the ship supporting him couldn't keep up as new wounds kept appearing on his body. Slash. With a lapse of judgment, his arm was severed, flying into the air. Ugh. Kirk groaned. Damn. Feeling the pain, Kirk couldn't help but curse. Die for me. Kirk lunged and attacked the puppet in fury. Clang. However, it seemed that the gap in the realm was too great. No matter how skilled he was, if he couldn't even damage the enemy, then it was useless. However, it seemed that the saying the stone could be broken even with a drop of water didn't betray him. The spot that he hit all this time had broken some of the puppet's skin, revealing its interior. Huh. Just a little more. Clang. Clang. Repeated attacks opened the crack more and more, finally showing the core of the puppet. It's now. With all his will and energy, he stabs his sword with all his might. Crack. His sword stabbed right into the spot, severing the core of the puppet. Thud. Without a core, the puppet fell down like a pile of trash. Huff. 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 Kirk knelt down as he felt drained, holding his bloodied chest. The puppet didn't seem to fear death as it exchanged life with him at the last moment. As his vision got blurry, he saw another puppet reaching their ship. This time, it's not one but three. And no. Kirk shouted under his breath. However, it seemed that he was too drained. As he urged his body to move, the wound on his chest further ruptured. The healers behind him also became frantic, healing him with all their might. Hurry. Heal. Heal the captain. Damn captain. Don't die on us. The god of death was already coming for them. Yet looking at their captain who could barely open his eyes, despair filled their hearts. Our run. Kirk said one last time as he lost consciousness. Chapter 308 First Casualties. With pain coursing through his body, Kirk slowly opened his eyes. Where am I? Looking around, all he saw was a white room filled with various magical apparatus. With his limited knowledge, it should be medical-related technologies. You're at the medical camp, a woman approached him. And you are? I'm from the medical corps under General Emma, Haley. The woman introduced herself emotionlessly. Kirk didn't know much about other divisions, so he just nodded and didn't say much. By the way, when can get out of here? Kirk asked, still feeling the pain in his body. Fortunately, his arms seemed to be reattached, which made him relieved. You can get out of here after a few days of rest. So soon? We are short of caliber of your tier, so you don't have the luxury of fully recovering, Haley muttered, jotting down all kinds of notes. Suddenly, Kirk remembered the puppet that had come onto his ship before he lost consciousness. What about the others? Your crew? They should be safe and sound. Really? Kirk exclaimed in excitement. All those men were brought up by him for a year. He still remembered all their tears and laughter from all the training they did. If they died because of him, Kirk didn't know how he would face his life next. You're pretty strong for your appearance. Thanks to you holding on for a few minutes, the rescue came in time, Haley said. Kirk heaved a sigh of relief after learning that his crew was safe. Can you tell me what happened after I lost consciousness? That is. Haley began, recounting what happened after Kirk lost consciousness. It's been a few days since that all-out war had started. Due to the malfunction of the amalgamation of will and lack of firepower, the enemy breached the delegated fire zone and invaded the ships. Fortunately, General Rose and the Thousand Army, Berserker Legion, quickly came to the rescue. This Thousand Army was made by a group of full-fledged Tier 8 powerhouse, boosted by the crystal merits to advance. They also possess a complete set of Tier 8 equipment that would make others look poor. Every enemy they locked onto would be destroyed like a piece of paper in front of a shredder. However, with tens of thousands of ships being invaded and millions of puppets that managed to breach the defense, 1,000 powerful beings were still a little short to save everyone. Due to these, the first casualties occurred. Over 100 ships and its soldiers were annihilated. It is also thanks to Kirk and other skilled captains that there were few casualties. If Kirk and the others had not been powerful enough to hold off for a few minutes, the Berserker Legion wouldn't have enough time, causing more casualties. As for the remaining puppet that Sam and Luke controlled, they were in the front line holding off billions of puppets. If it were not for their contribution, the ships wouldn't even have enough time to fire the arcane cannons. After all, even though it took just a few seconds to fire one, there were only hundreds of thousands of ships and less than 1 million arcane cannons. Against a backdrop of over 10 billion Tier 8 puppets. Such a disparity in strength and number couldn't be even called a fight. Fortunately, after a few days and thousands of ships being destroyed, they began to fight back. First, Luke created a puppet repair center that could repair a puppet that had gone 50% overload mode. Since Luke saw the amazing repairability of the amalgamation of will, he began imitating it. After a few months of hard work, he managed to extend the repair to 50% overall damage. However, this is enough for Sam to have an edge. Without worrying about the damages, Sam could use overload mode again, killing everything like a god of war. Although not as strong as 100% overload, it still gave the army a tiny breathing room to take advantage. Moreover, the problem of the lack of mental energy because of frequent exhaustion and regeneration of mana was solved. Now the arcane cannons could fire at its maximum capacity, which is 2 to 3 seconds per shot. As for the solution that solved the mental energy problem, it was but a simple food. Under the leadership of Erica, the general of the culinary corps, they managed to create a divine elixir soup that could miraculously regenerate will and mental energy. All of this raised the overall strength of the Empire had risen by a notch, but the enemy puppets suffered a disaster. From over 10 billion puppets, it shrank down to about 8 billion in just a few days. Hearing the good news, Kirk couldn't help but smile. "So it's only a matter of time until we win then?" Kirk said happily. "Don't dream too much, the enemy is just the puppets." "So?" Kirk asked ignorantly. "Billions of Tier 8 puppets should be the strongest force of the Wessel Empire. After defeating it, then conquering the Wessel Empire should just be a matter of time." "How did you become a captain with such a stupid mind?" Haley asked blankly. "Humphrey. I'm the most skilled swordsman in our camp," Kirk said confidently. "Ranking up isn't just about knowledge, it's also about strength and potential. Also, I'm not stupid," Kirk defended. "Oh, then why didn't you know other believers of gods and the Wessel Empire still hadn't moved? Billions of puppets was just a mere front exhausting our strength and trump cards before they fully drew their bows." Hearing what Haley said, Kirk's mood couldn't help but dampen. "Is the enemy that strong?" Kirk said blankly, clenching his fist. The enemy had only used the puppets, yet the Empire could barely cope. Kirk's originally vigorous spirit, the confidence in the Moonlight Empire, couldn't help but waver. Haley seemed to notice this and flicked his head. "Idiot, do you think we are out of options if the enemy attacks in full force?" "Isn't it?" Kirk said. Although there was not only the Navy as the defense barrier of the Empire, it was the strongest. With the highest quality of troops and arcane cannon, he dared to say that the Navy was the strongest army of the Empire. As for the infantry, who had over 1 trillion troops, that was just a ragtag group formed by civilians. Most of them were Tier 3 to 4, which didn't even reach their weakest members. Against those Tier 8 puppets, just the pressure alone would send them into a comatose state. "Humphrey, really ignorant," Haley muttered. "What? I'm a captain. I know more about the army than some medics, so what can't I know? Are you belittling me?" Haley said angrily, poking his wounds. "Arg. What are you doing? It hurts." "So you know it hurts? Without us, you would be a corpse right now, you know." "Ahem, that I'm sorry." Kirk quickly noticed his mistake and apologized. "It's good you know," Haley muttered, exiting the room. Looking at her back, the worry in his heart didn't dissipate. Without the legendary Emperor, the light of the Moonlight Empire, Kirk felt no confidence in winning or whatsoever. Huh. Smack. Slapping himself, Kirk felt a little better. "It doesn't matter if we are against the odds. I will still do my best, until my dying breath." Meanwhile, in the enemy camp, Antonio was in a hot spot as the puppets in his control kept dying. It seemed that the Moonlight Empire was his nemesis, continually disturbing his plans. While in deep thought, his subordinate arrived before him. "Is it done?" Antonio asked, without any formalities. He was already at his wit's end, formalities could go to trash for what he cared for. "The Emperor still hasn't responded." His subordinate shook his head. "What? Still nothing?" The Emperor of the Wessel Empire seemed to have gone rogue. Besides disabling the amalgamation of will of the Moonlight Empire, he could no longer be contacted. "What about the believers of those 3 gods? Are they still alive?" Antonio asked angrily. No response. "What?" Antonio shouted angrily. He could still bear it if the Emperor didn't respond to him because of his strength. But the believers of the God of Shadow, the God of Thieves, and the God of Gambling dared to ignore him? Wasn't this treating them, the believers of the God of Puppets, as cannon fodder? "Humphrey. If they don't care, then I won't. Let the puppets retreat. We can't do all the hard work while they sit back and relax," Antonio instructed. "But Commander, that would be enough. Hasn't the name of our God been sullied enough? Treating us as consumables, ignoring us like we are lower than them. If this continues, where would the divine grace of our God be?" Hearing this, the others were enlightened and suddenly became angry. They thought that they were just doing ordinary work. Now, hearing that others put the name of their God beneath others made them furious. Those who dare to disrespect their god should be killed. Chapter 309 Chaotic Vessel Empire Commander, should we redirect the troops and attack the other 3 churches? One of them said coldly. Since they dared to disrespect their god, they should be prepared to be killed. Are you stupid? Antonio nearly had a heart attack hearing his subordinates. Although he hated to admit it, they were weaker than the other 3 churches combined. Once he started a siege against them, the very next day his body would be floating in the sea. I just said make the puppets retreat. As for the rest, just wait. Antonio said coldly. Yes, Commander. In the border of the Ethereum Empire. As soon as the puppets retreated, a hint of puzzlement appeared on the soldiers' faces. What happened? Could it be that the enemy is scared? After a bit of shock, they suddenly remembered how helpless the enemy was in front of them. Over 10 billion puppets were reduced to about 8 billion in just a few days. If this continued for a few more weeks, the enemy may be reduced to rubble. Thus, it's no surprise that the enemy retreated. However, thinking of the casualties that they sustained in the beginning, they couldn't help but be angry. Why are they retreating? I haven't had enough. TSK, what cowardly enemies. Come back. Daddy isn't finished yet. The food is still being cooked, yet you're already leaving. Damn, what a bunch of eunuchs. Billions upon billions of soldiers yelled, venting their frustration at the enemy. All the suffering they received these days couldn't be vented if they didn't tear the enemy into pieces. If not for the military discipline, they would probably chase the enemy without command. In the military outpost, what do you think, Field Marshal? Johnson quickly asked for Isabella's opinion. Let them rest, they deserve it. Isabella said after thinking. Should we just leave the enemy be? Johnson muttered reluctantly. He wanted to pursue the enemy, sealing victory. Or at least let the enemy know that the Moonlight Empire isn't somewhere you can just come and go. Humphrey. How could we let the enemy go so easily? Isabella said with a hint of murderous intent. Then what, just do what I told you. It is the time for the special divisions to do their job. So it is. In the Wessel Empire, a few days later. After the news of billions of puppets retreating, there was a buzz in the Empire. What happened? Why did the puppets retreat? Do any of you have any news? In a plaza, people couldn't help but discuss the ongoing war. Despite the peaceful and prosperous front of the Wessel Empire, all of it would vanish once the enemy won. Originally they were confident, thinking that over 10 billion Tier 8 puppets attacked the Moonlight Empire. However, upon hearing the news that even such a power retreated, their morale wavered. Many people even started to lose their confidence in the Empire and prepared to escape. Humphrey. It's because of the gods. What about them? It's because these gods treated us as caged cattle and didn't want us to intervene in the war. The soldiers of the Wessel Empire of the past was now a mere decoration sitting around. Drub, a former soldier, spoke. From a glorious soldier, now he muddles away in some corner. He still couldn't accept that His Majesty disregarded them like used paper. After the arrival of the gods, all the supposed to be merits, achievements, and titles that he dreamed of vanished just like that. Now, although he still had the strength he previously had, all the glory and honor were gone. Hearing what he said, the people in the park were enlightened. Indeed, since the gods appeared, the soldiers of the Empire became a decoration. From conquering other territories, social security, law enforcement, etc., all that was supposed to be done by the Empire's soldiers was gone. The churches of the gods seemed to control the Empire at the neck, not letting the struggle. How could the gods control us? We should take back our rights. The Emperor and his people should be the leader of the Wessel Empire, not some outside force. We are the people of His Majesty, we should only follow him. Humphrey. We must banish these blood-sucking worms. Banish these blood-sucking worms. Banish these blood-sucking worms. Banish these blood-sucking worms. Khan, who was up above the throne, just watched all of this commotion with a cold smile on his lips. However, the Moonlight Empire is really not simple. Although Khan didn't help the god in the quest to conquer the Moonlight Empire, he watched and analyzed everything that was happening. From every detail to every hidden strength. Khan wanted to ensure everything was in place before he moved. As for the riots and the boycotting of the believers of gods, Khan even wished it was bigger so that these maggots could be expelled from the Empire without much effort. Khan was confident in his strength and didn't need the gods to add chaos to his plate. Suddenly, a mind-throbbing pain appeared in his head. Arg. Jay, just what is this? Khan held his head in agony. For a few months now, this hellish pain, as if something were squeezing his brain, had been recurring. After that, unknown memories, too distant to grasp, began to surface. Knowledge, life experiences, thoughts, ideas, epic upon epic of information lodged in his mind every day. Too much information was loaded every day that he had no time to process it. Until now, these chaotic memories were still unknown to him, leaving him bewildered. This was also the reason why, despite being confident in his strength, Khan didn't dare to confront the Moonlight Empire. He didn't know when these unfamiliar memories would appear. Maybe while he was in battle, a surge of memories suddenly appeared, leaving him in a vulnerable state. Khan would leave something like this in front of his enemies. He would rather take it slow than take this kind of risk. As the pain subsided, calm returned to his face. Just what are these memories? Amidst the chaos in the Wessel Empire, Antonio sat lazily, admiring his work. Humphrey. This is what you get for dumping all the work to me. Although most of the criticism was directed at him for being an ineffective commander, Antonio didn't care. Since this muddy water wanted to pull him down, he didn't mind dragging a few others with him. Go spread more about the glorious deeds of the three churches. Are you sure, Commander? His subordinate asked, trembling. Although they believed the god of puppets would protect them, fighting three churches at the same time would be suicide. Humphrey. We're just telling the truth. If they can't even accept this, then they should leave this continent as soon as possible. Soon, another rumor about the three churches began to spread. So these three churches didn't even help in the war? They're just sitting around, sucking our blood, yet they do nothing? These gods are really disgusting. A crowd gathered, discussing the recent rumors. Besides asking us for donations and fooling us into believing in some god, they didn't even contribute anything to the war. A disheveled man sneered, fanning the flames. Are they really that shameless? So it had only been the Church of Puppets who had been fighting? Yes, furthermore, didn't you know that all these people had been paid by His Majesty? So they're workers of His Majesty. A bunch of shameless pigs who get the money but don't work. That's right. The disheveled man smiled. In truth, all of this was to lower the standing of these churches. He and the other former soldiers had set up an organization wishing to throw away these gods away from their empire. All the recent rumors belittling the gods were spread by them discreetly. There also seemed to be other organizations doing the same, which made their work easier. As for all he said, that the gods didn't contribute to war, being a worker of His Majesty, or getting paid, it's all a lie. Although he didn't know the rest. One thing he knew is that these gods invested massive resources in the Wessel Empire. This is also the reason the Wessel Empire ruled over almost all of the cursed continent in just a few years. This milestone of conquering a continent in just a few years was built upon mountains and mountains of resources. If they're not helping, then what are the massive resources for? Donation? Working for His Majesty? They could even drown the Wessel Empire with resources. Getting paid without working? What do they need it for, if they're richer than the Empire? Looking at the chaos that was happening, he just smiled and disappeared into the crowd. As the criticism continued to pile up, the three churches had enough. What's happening these days? Why do these people keep attacking us? They're the ones who didn't do anything, yet they couldn't just be thankful. Humphrey. This is really a cursed place. Illuminating it with the light of God is downgrading. What a bunch of ungrateful wolves. The divine priests of the three churches murmured in dissatisfaction upon hearing all the bad news against them. What do we do now? Hans, the divine priest of the god of thieves, asked. Of course, we conquer the Moonlight Empire and end this once and for all, Lut, the divine priest of the god of shadow, said. What about these people? Popo, the divine priest of the god of gambling, asked. Humphrey. A mortal life is after all just a few hundred years. Once everything is settled, we can restart the plan. Indeed, history is after all in the hands of the victor. Chapter 310 Ambush the enemy camp. By the way, have you investigated who spread these rumors? Lut asked. I don't know, I don't pay attention, Hans said, embarrassed. How would he have time to investigate those lowlifes? If not for the worsening of the rumors, he wouldn't even know about it. Hans was quite busy setting up the churches that he didn't have time for these. I also don't know, Bapu said calmly. He was busy setting up gambling stations, how could he have time? Anyway, as long as they have money, their reputation can go to trash. You two aren't doing your jobs properly, Lut shook his head in disapproval. The three churches, the Church of Shadow, the Church of Thieves, the Church of Gambling are in alliance. Hearing that they didn't even send spies to investigate made him feel like he was surrounded by stupid teammates. No wonder the bad rumors about them spread like wildfire. Then do you know? The two asked sarcastically. If Lut himself knew, then this wouldn't happen. I have. Unlike you two, even if I'm busy with something, I put spies around the Wessel Empire. Lut didn't prevent the spread of rumors on purpose. He had been sent by the God of Shadow for one thing, that is to end the war quickly. Unfortunately, despite his persuasion, the Church of Thieves and the Church of Gambling didn't want to end the war quickly. Oh, then quickly tell us, do you know the instigator? It's mainly the nobles, soldiers, and more importantly, the Church of Puppets. What? That bastard who joined halfway? Originally there were only 3 of them who helped the Wessel Empire conquer the whole cursed continent. However, halfway through, it seemed that the gods had come into agreement and allowed the god of puppets to join the fray. If you put all of your strength into helping the Wessel Empire, then there is no need for the god of puppets to join. Lute muttered internally. Speaking of which, their retreat from the enemy seemed to be the fuse for all of this. Hans concluded after a bit of thought. What a bunch of heretics. Don't they know that this is blasphemy to the gods? Hans and Popo cursed one after another, hearing that their own people from the same continent were the ones to backstab them. Alright, it's already a done deed. We are also at fault for not helping them anyway. Lute calmed them down, thinking rationally. It's not the time for them to fight. What they needed to do was solve the root problem, the Moonlight Empire. You don't care? Popo asked in puzzlement. Lute was not the most devout believer of the god of shadow. He heard that Lute could not even accept the slightest hint to his god, that he would punish them in the most painful way. Yet now, he was alright after others blasphemed the god of shadow? We have more important things to do than to fight amongst ourselves, Lute said blankly. Being a devout believer didn't mean being stupid. Lute still knew his priorities. Otherwise, he wouldn't be a divine priest but a mere believer. Alright, then what do we do? Contact the believers of the god of puppet. It's time to end this war. A few days later, on Grim Island, the main stronghold against the Moonlight Empire. Is this the mighty army of the god of puppets? Papa muttered admiringly, gazing at the billions of puppets stationed there. Just the aura they unconsciously exuded made his scalp numb. Even the hundreds of thousands of believers they bought nearly trembled at the sight of it. Otherwise, why would our god agree to have another god being at the table? Lute replied nonchalantly. This was also the reason he didn't want conflict with the believers of the god of puppets. Unless his god employed a tier 9 believer to assist, they would be crushed by the enemy like nothing. The puppets were natural sweepers, that would defeat anyone in war. Although puppets didn't possess the power of law, their number can grind them to death. Unless one were to escape, they were invincible. Thus in a war where one had a choice, the puppets had a natural advantage. Numbers truly worked wonders once you had enough. It's indeed us who are unreasonable, Hans said, fear evident in his voice. Upon their arrival, they met up with the divine priest of the Church of Puppets. I'm Mononov, pleased to meet the 3 divine priests, Mononov greeted courteously. No, the honor is ours, the 3 responded in kind. By the way, who is this? Papa inquired, noticing a man beside them. This is the commander of the puppet army, Antonio, Mononov introduced. Unlike the other 3 churches, where the divine priest ruled about the battle forces. Excluding the forces directly under their god, all the combatants were like their subordinates. In the Church of Puppet, however, the responsibilities of the divine priest are only about management and production. The general on the other hand is the one who handles all combat-related things. Like Antonio, the highest commander of their campaign in the Cursed Continent. He had the highest authority over the billions of puppets, that even he a divine priest had no control over it. However, when it came to salary, acquisition of material and such, Mononov was still the one responsible. Thus, unlike the other 3 churches, Mononov and Antonio's position is equal. Nice to meet you, Antonio smiled sarcastically, still holding a grudge against them. Ha ha ha, so it's the famed commander. We apologize for our previous inactions, leading to losses to the god of puppets. I hope the commander can forgive us. The 3 divine priests bowed sincerely, or at least that's what Antonio felt. Observing their courtesy, Antonio softened and accepted their apologies. He didn't really want to fight with these 3, seeing they were sincere enough. How dare Antonio still hold a grudge against them? How could I hold grudges against the divine priests? It's my incompetence that led to our losses, Antonio replied as if nothing had happened. Is that so? Then we thank for the commander's forgiveness. After a few more pleasantries, the atmosphere relaxed. Even the believers in the back ready for battle heaved a sigh of relief. Since everything has been made up, shall we talk inside? Monograt invited. That would be a Hans suddenly, before Lute finished speaking, an enemy bomb came flying towards them. Boom. A huge explosion occurs, destroying almost all of Grim Island. As the smoke faded, hundreds of thousands of believers flew up, searching for the target. No need to look, up here. You. The field marshal of the Moonlight Empire. How dare you come here? The divine priests and generals of various churches shouted in shock. They didn't expect the enemy they were about to discuss to appear in front of them. Humphrey. You can't attack, but we can't. Isabella snorted. Behind her are over 10,000 elite soldiers, picked from the most talented people in the Moonlight Empire. They were the Imperial Moon Army, directly under Isabella. Outrageous. With your numbers, you dared to attack us? Just the comparison, excluding the puppets, they outnumber them over 10 times. Yet a woman dares to point her knife at them? Hey, why don't you shut up and see? Formation. Isabella commanded. Without waiting for the enemy to react, the elites behind Isabella moved, manipulating their mana and power of law at a specific frequency. Soon a cosmic behemoth begins to form, overshadowing the sky. Roar. A roar appeared as the vibration of energy around suddenly became chaotic. What kind of formation is this? Is this a heavenly army formation? The monster in front of them made them feel like they were facing a pseudo-god. The pressure was so big that they suddenly stopped moving, as if the fear froze their body. Hey, attack! Like a stampeding beast, the cosmic behemoth trampled upon the hundreds of thousands of believers frozen in fear. Humphrey. We're not that easy. Formation. The church's various generals and commanders quickly reacted, trying to form their own formation. Unfortunately, they reacted too late, as the cosmic behemoth already locked their movement. Arg. What a monster. Damn it, move. Don't let it hit you. Seeing thousands of people died in one attack, the divine priests couldn't help but panic. These people were the elites of the elites. Unlike the puppets, countless resources were spent just for them to advance to tier 8. With anger and distress, they couldn't help clenching their fist, wanting to fight. Unfortunately, they are neither soldiers nor generals, they have no fighting ability. All their power and abilities were concentrated on manipulating people. They can only ensure their life, not others. Suddenly, they remember the billions of puppets around the previous island. Looking around, they're still stationary and not moving. What happened? Where is Antonio? Let these damn puppets move. Mononov, where is your subordinate? Could it be that he died in the explosion earlier? Hans and Popo asked angrily, thinking that this was Antonio's revenge. Didn't he just forgive them? Why allow these needless casualties? I don't know, Mononov panicked, looking around. Antonio had the highest authority with the puppets. Without him, they couldn't move the puppets even an inch. As for the backup commander, after looking around he also couldn't be found. What do you mean you don't know? I really don't know, Mononov continued to shake his head. Did you check on it? Lute asked coldly, still calm despite the situation. Yes. How is the life signal? Is he still alive? I don't know. What do you mean you don't know? Damn it, look at the divine connection. Are you a divine priest or what? Lute asked angrily. He was really surrounded by stupid teammates. Even at a time like this, they still forgot their abilities and what they should do. Oh. That's right. Mononov quickly felt the thread of divine connection Antonio had with his god. However, after a few seconds, he didn't find anything. Gone? Mononov panicked. Dead? The other three also noticed Mononov's expression and panicked. You noticed too late. Nathan smiled, holding the bloody head of Antonio. You. Chapter 311 The Silent Butcher. The Silent Butcher. The divine priests shouted in fear. The divine priests had long investigated all the powerhouses in the Moonlight Empire. One of the most notable enemies they noticed was Nathan. Nathan was quite famous in the Arcane Continent for his silent killings. During one of the virtual trials, Nathan massacred all the participants without even the audience noticing. If not for Nathan, the only remaining participant, the audience wouldn't even know who did the killings. As they said, fear not the fast or powerful knife, but the hidden one. Looking at Nathan, who was slowly walking towards them, they couldn't help but tremble. Not begging? Nathan muttered emotionlessly. Humphrey. A divine priest shall never kneel. They said forcefully. Although they feared death, the awe they had for their god still prevailed. As divine priests, they represented their god. Them kneeling was equivalent to their god's image being trampled upon. Then you can die suddenly. Nathan disappeared in front of their eyes. The divine priests froze, looking around cautiously. Protect us. Popo called his subordinates. Unfortunately, they were still being killed by the cosmic behemoth made by the heavenly formation of the Imperial Moon Army. Suddenly, Popo's head flew, sending the others into despair. Popo. Hans yelled. Then, another head belonging to Hans flew. Fuck. Mononov cursed in despair. No matter how alert they were, it seemed that their deaths were already written, and they couldn't do anything about it. All their skills, defense, even their will were frozen. Even the protective treasure given to them by their god seemed to be ineffective. Soon, another head flew, making the only remaining divine priest, Lute. It's the end. Nathan muttered coldly. However, as his knife was about to strike, the space seemed to twist, sending his attack into the void. Oh? You survived? Nathan muttered in interest. Since he awakened his physique, no one has ever survived his knife. His special physique is called the Heavenly Death Mark. A heavenly physique that touches the law of death. No matter how strong they are, once they are marked, they are sure to die. It's like a bomb was planted in their head, and he only needed to detonate it. That is why no matter how thick their defense is or even if they possess certain immortality, it was all for naught once their head was separated from their body. Meanwhile, Lute sweated, barely escaping his certain death. "You can't kill me," Lute said coldly, still maintaining the demeanor of a divine priest. It seemed that the protection amulet given by his god was of good quality. By his estimate, this silent butcher shouldn't be able to kill him for a while. He just needed to wait until reinforcements came. After all, this is the territory of the Wessel Empire. That arrogant Emperor Khan would move even if he didn't want to. As for his subordinates, looking at them being massacred and escaping from the cosmic behemoth, he had already given them up. "I can't kill you?" Nathan smirked as if hearing a funny joke. "Let's see how many lives you have." Although Lute tried to dodge the attacks, it was useless. Nathan seemed to know the future, anticipating all his movement. Worst of all, unless Nathan willed it, Lute couldn't even see him. Now he could only silently feel the knife, relying on the Tier 9 protection amulet to barely keep his life afloat. Nathan was also like a patient sculptor. No matter how tough the wood was, he would carve it to what he desired. As time passed, there were only less than 10,000 believers remaining. Lute also felt his protection amulet beginning to crack. Looking at the sky, Lute wished to see that arrogant emperor more than his god. At the bridge between his life and death, Lute subconsciously chose to believe in a person other than his god. "Hurry!" Lute muttered with all his heart. As if answering his prayers, the sky suddenly changed, as if welcoming a supreme existence. Not good. "Retreat." Feeling the danger, Isabella quickly called her troops. Nathan also stopped and looked at Lute coldly. "I'll take your life later." With a pull from Isabella, they quickly disappeared and teleported to the Moonlight Empire. In the Moonlight Empire, what a huge pressure! Isabella muttered fearfully. Just feeling the aura of the coming enemy, Isabella felt unprecedented power that only a Tier 9 Apex Sovereign possesses. "Is he really that strong, 8th Mother?" Nathan asked curiously. He wanted to hack Emperor Khan to see how thick his skin was. "He's strong. Probably only Sky could barely match him," Isabella nodded in confirmation. Isabella's special physique is called the Heavenly Imperial Generalissimo. A physique that lets her become stronger with the conjunction of the quality and quantity of her army. Besides, it also grants her the ability to see through everything. As they say, to win a war, you need to know yourself and the enemy. All talents, potentials, strengths, and such can be easily seen by her. Such a unique physique and ability were also the reasons Maximus granted her the title of Field Marshal, the highest rank in the army, second only to the Emperor. What about that? How is that Emperor in comparison with Maximus? The two aren't even in the same dimension. How could they be comparable? Isabella rolled her eyes at Nathan's stupid question. Maximus can kill a Tier 9 Apex Sovereign like killing chickens. Although Emperor Khan should be able to fight and defeat a few Tier 9 Apex Sovereigns at the same time, that was it. Killing and defeating are, after all, different. Defeating an enemy only needs one to be slightly stronger than the opponent. Killing, on the other hand, needs one to overpower the opponent. Hearing Isabella disregard the enemy's strength like garbage, Nathan laughed. "Ha ha ha, indeed, compared to Dad, everyone is trash." On the ruined island of the Wessel Empire, Khan coldly looked around at the devastated land and the remaining people alive. What daring fellows! Attacking the Empire where he could come and go wherever he wanted in an instant. Moreover, being able to escape unscathed was a massive achievement. It seems that they were able to guess that something was wrong with me, Khan concluded. Just earlier, another surge of memory was inputted into his mind, delaying him from rescuing the believers of the gods. They even knew the exact time. What a formidable empire. Khan wondered which among those top prodigies was able to conclude his symptoms, leading to such a precise attack. Neo was too low-key, aka too lazy, that people didn't even know his abilities. Many thought that Neo was just a lazy second-generation son who only knew how to eat and sleep. What they didn't know is that he was also an accomplished diviner comparable to those at the top. Soon, the remaining divine priest flew toward him. "I greet the Emperor." Lute bowed. "Oh? You're still alive?" Khan teased. "I'm lucky to have been saved by your majesty," Lute said flatteringly. "It's no problem. By the way, your loss this time is huge. The loss of the gods this time is heavy. 3 divine priests and hundreds of thousands of Tier 8 believers just died in a few minutes. Even a god would need a lot of resources to recoup these losses. Indeed, if it hadn't been for your majesty, we wouldn't even be alive today. Just a few seconds longer, and Lute would have died. Fortunately, Emperor Khan arrived just in time. As for the other believers, Lute didn't care, they were just disposable pawns. What do you plan to do now? Although the puppets were untouched, the general controlling them was dead. As for the believers of the gods, There were only less than 10,000 remaining. This. We plan to report to the gods before deciding. On behalf of the Almighty God of Shadow, I can only say sorry to your majesty for delaying the war. You shouldn't be able to contact your god. Khan said, sending Lute into confusion. What happened? Did your majesty know something? It's been over a year since the shadow god last answered his prayer. He thought his god was just in seclusion, so he didn't answer. However, listening to Emperor Khan, there should be other reasons. You do not need to worry. It's the business of the gods. How about this? I'll revive the people here and you continue to attack the Moonlight Empire, Khan said calmly. He can't have the war delayed any longer. 3 years is already the maximum. Any longer than that, Khan felt something may happen. Although it's only a premonition, it's better to trust it than let some problem crop up later. However, Khan's calm words sent shock to Lute. Revive? Is it the amalgamation of will? In his cognition, only a god could make a person come back from the dead. Even those mighty apex sovereigns, to revive someone, needed to pay a huge price and satisfy all kinds of conditions. You'll see. Khan smiled lightly. During this time he had been receiving the unknown memories, his mastery of the amalgamation of will reached perfection. Reviving people who just died under the territory of his empire was just a piece of cake. He didn't need to satisfy all kinds of conditions, just the amalgamation of will is enough. Thinking of this, he raised a hand as if sending a divine decree. Rise. Chapter 312 The Almighty Emperor Rise. Suddenly, rain, storms, and all kinds of natural phenomena appeared on the ruined island. Time seemed to reverse as the destroyed island attracted each other like a magnet, forming a complete piece. The trees, rocks, and mountains soon formed again, regaining their former beauty. The stronghold that had just been destroyed returned to its pristine condition as if it were newly built. The believers who were still alive felt their bodies rejuvenated to their peak. Their old injuries, ailments, anything that prevented them from achieving their full potential disappeared like a miracle. Finally, those who died in the rampage of the cosmic behemoth rose from the death, defying the laws of the world. Their bodies were pieced together like a puzzle, as their souls and spirits were snatched from the void and put into the newly formed bodies. Huh? I can move? I'm still alive? I'm not dreaming? I'm still alive. Wow, I'm still alive. Praise the God. Thank you for giving me another life. Praise the Almighty God for giving us another chance to see your glory. Praise the omnipotent God for letting me see this beautiful world again. Noticing that they could move, see, hear, and feel, the crowd cheered as their faith in their God skyrocketed. This time, they really felt the power of God. Taking and giving life with ease, like a snap of fingers. No, it's not the gods who granted you another life. Suddenly, a yell brought them back to reality. Looking at the one who dared to shout such presumptuous words, denying the power of gods, they couldn't help but be shocked. Divine Priest. Divine Priest Lute. You're still alive. The believers of the God of Shadow shouted in happiness upon seeing their Divine Priest still alive. So it's the Divine Priest of the Shadow God. Why does the Divine Priest say it's not the gods who granted us additional life? Has the Divine Priest deviated from divine beliefs and turned into the path of the devil? They couldn't believe that a Divine Priest himself was the one who disregarded the power of God. It's like hearing a priest who once praised God's omnipotence and goodness suddenly say that God is stupid and evil. Although I hate to admit it, it's His Majesty who granted us additional life. Lute said wryly. His Majesty? The Emperor of the Wessel Empire? They suddenly looked at the man above, watching them playfully as if observing a show. Impossible. How could a mere mortal resurrect us from death? Only the gods could do this. Unlike the knowledgeable divine priests. These believers were ignorant, blindly believing that only their God was almighty and no one else. Although the Emperor of the Wessel Empire was indeed stronger, showing power beyond mortal, they believed it was still a far cry from the God they believed in. Looking at the stubborn fellows, Lute couldn't help but feel a headache. He also just wanted to attribute their resurrection to the miracle of the gods. But seeing the Emperor of the Wessel Empire silently looking at them, Lute felt that if he didn't solve this, they would die here and now. For a man who could snatch them from death, throwing them back was just as easy. Finally, after a few minutes of soft and tough persuasion, the believers somehow believed that the Emperor was the one who resurrected them from death. However, as they looked for their divine priest, doubts emerged. Where is our divine priest? Lute also reacted and noticed the other three were not present. Not finding the answer, they unconsciously looked at the Emperor of the Wessel Empire. Don't you want to see proof? Just wait. Khan lightly smiled. The divine priest and some others died strangely. It seemed that their fate was cut off, and even their soul and spirit was shattered. Fortunately, it had only been a few minutes. The shattered fragments of their soul and spirit were still not assimilated by the world. Otherwise, even if he poured all his power into resurrecting them, there would be nothing he could do. Just resurrecting them, Khan needed over 1,000 times more energy than usual. If the time elapsed longer, maybe even the amalgamation of will produced by all of the Wessel Empire would not be enough. If not for wanting to prove his power and boost morale, he wouldn't even waste his energy to resurrect these divine priests. Soon, the people killed by Nathan came back from death, still showing apparent fear on their faces. I'm alive. Ha, what a monster. Even after coming to terms with the fact that they were still alive, the fear they had for Nathan was still imprinted. It seemed that they would die again as long as Nathan saw them. Finally, with some comfort and persuasion, they managed to calm down. The other believers also fully believed that the Emperor of the Wessel Empire was the one who revived them. Looking at their savior, the admiration in their eyes overflowed as their belief in their gods wavered. We thank your majesty for your grace. We hope you forgive us for our ignorance, not knowing the height of the sky. Hundreds of people bowed, showing their sincerity. As they say, life is the greatest gift. For the one who gave them their second life, all they can offer is their utmost sincerity. To them, the Emperor of the Wessel Empire is like their second parent, their second god, who gave them a chance to see this world again. It's my responsibility to ensure the life of my mighty warriors so they can continue fighting, Khan softly said. We will do our best to fight for your majesty. They shouted. This is their duty, to fight. Thus, hearing the Emperor acknowledge their bravery, they couldn't help but feel recognized. Good. Now it's time to fight back. Destroy the enemy that once killed you. Take back their land, and take what is rightfully ours. But your majesty, the enemy's strength. Lute said silently. Right now, the enemy massively overpowers them. First, the puppets were suppressed by the Moonlight Empire army, that they barely able to fight back. As for them, the believers of the three gods, the massacre that just happened proved how fragile they were. Without the Emperor of the Wessel Empire's help, attacking the Moonlight Empire would be suicide. Don't worry, this time I have your back. Khan smiled slightly. After reaching perfect mastery of the amalgamation of will, his control over it could already change the wind of war to his discretion. The revival of the believers just now was only one of its capabilities. An overwhelming enemy in the face of his immortal army was nothing to fear. 3 months passed by, and the Wessel Empire finished sorting out its internal problems. After almost half a year of chaos, they were ready to march to the Moonlight Empire again. It's been over a year and a half since Maximus disappeared. The premonition Khan had was getting stronger and stronger. Khan even disregarded his contempt for the gods and fully cooperated with them like in the beginning. Whatever they needed, whatever they wanted, all kinds of conditions were approved to accelerate the process of war. The only thing different was the respect and admiration of those believers. They seemed fully integrated into the Wessel Empire, with the Emperor in their utmost hearts. Khan also noticed this and just smiled. Having an instant army that was his own was too good to be true. Sometime in the future, if these people truly wanted to be with him, Khan wouldn't mind disregarding the face of those gods and fully take these believers as his people. As for the citizens of the Wessel Empire, Khan was also helpless. The all-out war started too early. With hundreds of trillions of people, not even a few thousand in his empire reached Tier 7. Tier 7 was barely enough to interfere with the war right now. Unless he had the quantity of the Moonlight Empire, which had hundreds of thousands, if not millions. These people of his who reached Tier 7 couldn't be used in the war. The amalgamation could only get them this far in a short period of time. As for using quantity-type weapons of war like the arcane cannons of the Moonlight Empire, Khan was also helpless. He was not as rich and resourceful as Maximus. His connections were limited, such that even if he had money, no one would sell him a thing. Thinking of the Moonlight Empire, which had thousands of Tier 8 powerhouses and millions of people who reached Tier 7, Khan couldn't help but feel a bit jealous. Fortunately, he had these stupid and cute believers of the gods under him. Hundreds of thousands of Tier 8 powerhouses and billions of Tier 8 puppets. With the cooperation of the amalgamation of will, the Moonlight Empire would surely be finished this time. As for their trump cards and whatnot, they were all fragile under his immortal army. Hey, let's see how long you can last this time. Chapter 313 Immortal Army Marches in the military outpost. Isabella was conducting a meeting with various officials and generals of the Empire. Are you sure, Neo? Yes, the Emperor of the Wessel Empire should move this time. The enemy should also fully utilize the amalgamation of will. As for its abilities, you should already know, Neo said lazily. Perhaps even if the world were destroyed in front of him, Neo would only think it's bothersome. Unless his family were in the face of death, only then Neo's face would change. Neo already made multiple calculations about it. No matter how many calculations he made, the fate of the death in his family never appeared. This war would only affect the Empire at most. As for their fate, whether it's victory or death, Neo didn't care. He and his family had already done their best. If it still gets destroyed, that's only because the Empire his father created is weak and fragile. However, others who heard what Neo had said had different expressions. There was gloominess, a bit of confidence, and a hint of expectation. For the generals and officials born in the Empire, this is their home. They had no other choice but victory. Losing was not an option. As for Maximus' wives, as much as possible, they wanted the Moonlight Empire to win the war. This is the place their husband had set up with blood and sweat. They didn't want it to get destroyed just because he was not here. Finally, after a bit of contemplation, Isabella looked around. First, test the strength of the enemy. If there is not much change, then we continue as it is. If there is a change, retreat immediately. We can't have more losses than it is. Isabella had to admit that even with all kinds of trump cards, the Moonlight Empire had no chance of winning. It's not the puppets, the believers of gods, or even the unknown reinforcement of the enemy. No matter how strong they were, they couldn't possibly reach the realm of Tier 9 Apex Sovereign. With the trump card Maximus prepared, killing those who didn't reach Apex would be nothing. However, after seeing the Emperor of the Wessel Empire, Isabella's confidence in winning is shattered. The enemy is not something they can fight head-on. Even 1 or 2 Apex Sovereigns aren't enough for that kind of anomaly. Without Maximus, the only thing they can do now is to preserve. Preserve until he can return. On the border of the Moonlight Empire, hundreds of thousands of ships were still on high alert, scanning for the slightest hint of the enemy. Although it's been almost half a year since the last clash between the two empires, they still vividly remembered all the tragedies and casualties that it caused. When do you think the Wessel Empire would attack us, Captain? I don't know, but it should be soon, Captain Kirk replied worriedly. As a captain, he was already informed that one of these days, the enemy would come to attack. Not only was the enemy more in quantity, but it was also stronger than it ever was. Although he didn't know where the Empire got its information, Kirk knew one thing: this time, it was the fight of life and death. Either the Moonlight Empire emerges victorious or is destroyed from history. Soon, the army of the Wessel Empire slowly marches to the Moonlight Empire. The two massive empires are divided by a vast sea ranging hundreds of trillions of kilometers. For a Tier 8 powerhouse, such a distance could be quickly reached in just a week or two. Looking at the empire in front of them, the believers of gods who just reached the border of the Moonlight Empire smiled. So this is the land that we would conquer? Such a small, tiny land, not even reaching a tenth of the Wessel Empire? Antonio, you've been battling with the Moonlight Empire for years, what can you say? Don't ever underestimate this little empire. Antonio said seriously. Antonio, who had just been resurrected, still had some fear of the unknown Moonlight Empire. In the years they fought, there was not one time he felt he was winning. Every time he gained the upper hand, the Moonlight Empire would show strength just enough to crush him. Even with Emperor Khan's reinforcement, Antonio was unsure if they could defeat the Moonlight Empire. Ha ha ha, it seemed you still have trauma with the Moonlight Empire. If you're this cowardly, you should get out of here and let others control the puppets. That's right. A cowardly person has no room in this war. What are you fearful about? His Majesty already guaranteed that we would never die. Unlike Antonio, although they also died in the surprise attack of the Moonlight Empire, they didn't sustain any trauma to their death. Although it hurts and is very scary to die. Once they knew that they could be resurrected again, there would no longer be such fear. You don't understand. Antonio sighed, not knowing how to refute them. Antonio would also like to back out of this war like the 3 priests who returned to the Divine Continent. Unfortunately, because he was the one who experienced the most of what the Moonlight Empire is, Antonio had to attend and lead this messed up battle, regardless of whether he liked it or not. As for the trauma, Antonio didn't know why, but even with a guarantee of resurrection from the Emperor of the Wessel Empire, Antonio felt his life hanging by a thread, only waiting for the devil to cut it out. In the Moonlight Empire border, Johnson quickly instructed the Navy to be in formation as he saw the sightings of the enemy. This time, the enemy should be stronger. Always be alert for changes and wait for my instructions. Yes, General Johnson. The captains of each ship replied. Soon, the enemy reached the range of the arcane cannons. Fire. A salvo of condensed energy quickly bombarded the enemy. As the smoke faded, the captain saw little to no damage to the enemy. Huh? They are more durable? Did the puppets receive an upgrade? Looking at the puppet, who became stronger. Instead of fear, the people of the Moonlight Empire became more excited, feeling a new challenge. It doesn't matter if you become stronger. If you only have this strength, you will be finished. In these half a year, it's not only the enemy who became stronger. Half a year is plenty of time for an individual to increase strength. Especially blessed by the amalgamation of will and almost unlimited resources. There is no stopping the people, especially the soldiers of the Moonlight Empire, from improving their strength. In the past, only about 10 billion Tier 6 soldiers were in the army. However, after half a year, all the 100 billion members of the Navy reached Tier 6. The number of Tier 7 powerhouses has also increased by leaps and bounds. From about 1 million, now a whopping 100 million people have reached the Tier 7 realm. With more people in power, the arcane cannons also increased from hundreds of thousands to tens of millions. Now, each ship had at least 100 arcane cannons. Furthermore, with more experience, the operation of the arcane cannons became faster and easier. Instead of a 2 to 3 second firing time, the arcane cannons could now be fired in a second. Looking at the haughty enemy marching, taking their first salvo like pebbles thrown by children, the soldiers of the Moonlight Empire just smiled. Let them taste the fear of firepower. Men, it's time to show why one should never attack the Moonlight Empire. Fire. With the order from Johnson, the captains didn't hold back any longer and fired at will. It didn't matter if the enemy didn't receive much damage. Even a spit could drown a person. Much less the concentration of firepower from 100 billion army. Boom. 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 Like a surging sea, the enemy stopped abruptly as if encountering an invisible wall. The puppets in front fell like flies encountering poison. Even Sam didn't let the puppets take action, looking at the enemy drowned in the firepower barrage. Damn, this is insane. Ha ha ha, what a weak puppets. Is this what ultimate firepower is about? As they watched the enemy falling like flies, they felt as though they were cheating. Alright, concentrate. This is just the beginning. Meanwhile, Antonio, seeing the puppet army fall like flies, was still calm. Push harder and faster. Antonio ordered calmly. Instead of ordering the puppets to spread, dispersing the enemy's firepower, Antonio ordered the puppet to push harder as if wanting to let them die faster. Even his subordinates paused a little, not understanding the command. However, after some thinking, they understood what their commander had planned. It didn't matter if the puppets fell, as long as they reached the range of the enemy, they would be finished. With His Majesty on their back, the puppets are immortal. Thinking that the enemy once employed this tactic, they couldn't help but smile. Humphrey. You reap what you sow. Now it's time for you to taste what it feels like to be cheating. Immortal puppets, it's time to show your power. Chapter 314 Immortal Army vs. Unlimited Firepower. Under the relentless firepower of the arcane cannons, the puppets continued to advance inch by inch. Over 8 billion puppets used their bodies as a wall, shielding against the rain of bombardment. At first, the soldiers of the Moonlight Empire wore confident smiles, believing their enemy was marching to their death. However, as time passed, they noticed that the enemy didn't diminish in number. As they fell, it seemed another one would come at their back. Is this what the field marshal said? Johnson muttered gloomily. He had long noticed that something was wrong with the enemy. Instead of spreading out and using their numerical advantage, the enemy used the puppets like disposable garbage. This should have been a suicidal move. However, after he noticed the enemy's trump card, Johnson could only conclude that the enemy was stupidly strong. Immortality. It's the indestructible puppets. No matter how foolish the person commanding such an army, it's a genius strategy. Thinking of his army, Johnson couldn't help but clench his fist. Since you want to play this way, then let's play. Immortal army versus unlimited firepower. Let's see who will be exhausted first. Although he knew that even with various replenishments and treasures, his army couldn't continue to fire the arcane cannon forever. Johnson also knew that the price for such an immortality was not cheap either. A month later, the fight between the immortal puppets and the Moonlight Empire army continued. While the fight continued, the believers of the gods was in the ship, drinking in celebration as victory neared their sight. Ha ha ha, cheers. Soon, that Moonlight Empire will be trampled under the light of His Majesty. TSK, we didn't have to do anything, and they are already on the verge of collapsing. Hey, no matter who the enemy is, the winner has already long been decided. Cheers to His Majesty. Cheers. They cheered, chanting the name of the emperor instead of their god. During this time, the influence of Khan already bloomed in their hearts. The belief that they had in their god gradually faded as time passed. Sometimes, their hearts couldn't help but long for the cursed continent, especially living under the light of Emperor Khan. During this month-long war, they witnessed vast and unimaginable means of Emperor Khan. The flow of time seemed to be on a loop, as billions of puppets were destroyed and regenerated every day as if nothing had happened. No matter how fierce the enemy was, under the immortal puppets, it was as fragile as a piece of paper. From a distance of millions of kilometers, they were now only 100,000 kilometers away from the Moonlight Empire. A few more weeks, and they could tear the Moonlight Empire to pieces. Don't be too complacent, we are only fighting some ordinary people, Lute reminded. Lute was the only divine priest who joined this war. Although he didn't have combat power, his support capabilities were top-notch. It can be said that he was an arsenal that could boost an army 1,000 times. Last time, he wasn't much help during the battle because he too was focused on saving his own life. The soldiers under his command were also too busy saving themselves to listen to his commands. Joining this war was so he could avenge himself. Lute couldn't forget the despair of facing the enemy waiting to take his life away. You're too worried, Divine Priest. With His Majesty behind our back, we are invincible. Divine Priest should rest himself so we can quickly guide the lost lambs after we conquer the Moonlight Empire. That's right. What more can they do to us? Kill us? With the guarantee of His Majesty, who can kill them? They are immortal. No matter what tricks the enemy had in hand, it was useless. Oh, I'm just too worried. Lute sighed. Another stupid teammate was in his midst. They were already celebrating the victory that they hadn't even won. Spouting ignorant words of invincibility. Although the ability of that emperor is indeed godlike, it's not omnipotent. Who can be so sure that they could be resurrected again after they died? Who can be so sure that the enemy didn't have the ability to invalidate his miraculous ability? Furthermore, had they thought why the seemingly invincible emperor didn't fight with them? Couldn't the Moonlight Empire be hiding a bigger threat that even he was scared of? Too many questions didn't let Lute relax. Looking at the small land surrounded by the vast sea. The tenacious people fighting the seemingly infinite puppets. Lute wondered what mysteries were hidden in it. Moonlight Empire, just what are you? In the Moonlight Outpost, Isabella was processing some documents, coordinating the army like a machine. Although it seemed like only 100 billion were fighting at the front. To support such a force, trillions of people had to work. Isabella was the core of it all, holding these people together so it wouldn't collapse. A month. After surviving for a month, instead of being happy, Isabella frowned a little. Her goal was to buy time. Yet under the suicidal method of the enemy, the distance between them shortened to a mere 100,000 kilometers. Just a few more weeks and the enemy would be within an arm's reach. Tapping her finger on the table, she fell into thought. Now, what should I do? First, the puppets that Maximus left behind were useless. Under the billions of the immortal army, a mere millions of puppets would be quickly torn apart. The mobility of such puppets is a little lagging, so they would be destroyed the moment they were caught. Those desperate immortal puppets would devour them at a moment's notice. As for taking them to wipe out those believers who were partying at the back, Isabella held back in doing so. She already investigated that those believers were the ones they killed last time. Seeing them alive and kicking, it's not hard to guess that the Emperor of the Wessel Empire had the capability to resurrect them. Once she touched those believers, the war would escalate. Instead of only the puppets, those mad believers would also join the battle. Even though she could easily wipe them out with immortality, it would only be a waste of time and manpower. While thinking of a solution, a knock came at the door. Come in. Mother. Grandmother. 2x Sasha, Leela, Maya, you three are here. Isabella, who was originally frowning, smiled upon seeing them. How is the chaotic sea? Mother, we didn't find Dad. Asha pouted. The three had came to the chaotic sea to find Maximus. Initially, Asha was confident that with her overpower luck, finding her father would be easy. However, after years of searching, they found nothing. It seemed that her father was in another dimension, where her luck didn't work. Don't worry, you will be able to find him soon, Isabella smiled, patting Asha's head. By the way, how are you? You look tanned, you must have been working hard these years. We're fine, and this is nothing. Finding father is the first priority. We also helped grandmother. Leela shouted, seeing Asha didn't mention her due credit. Duh. Your charm is useless in the sea. What help did you offer? Asha muttered, rolling her eyes. Hey, I cooked your food, washed the dishes, and... Suddenly, Leela paused. She just now realized that she was really useless, reduced to a miscellaneous servant. Her overwhelming beauty that transcended dimensions was useless against those manic, chaotic sea beasts. Hey, now you know that you're useless, Asha said haughtily. She had long wanted to suppress this niece of hers. Although she was pretty lucky and was the favorite, it couldn't hide the fact that Leela was more beautiful than her. As a girl, she couldn't accept that there was someone more beautiful than her, even if it was her niece. Seeing her deflated look, she couldn't help but smile. But, Leela muttered, thinking of a rebuttal. You also didn't do anything. Even your luck is useless. We also didn't find grandfather. Leela suddenly thought. At least she helped with the chores, but her aunt Asha hadn't done anything. Oh, Asha just rolled her eyes at Leela's incompetent fury. Meanwhile, Maya just looked at them blankly. Her aunt and cousin were really a piece of work. During their journey, Maya was like a nanny who needed to arrange everything. From daily training to tasks, objectives, and various exchanges. Without her, the two would probably make the world chaotic even before they find grandfather. Anyway, mother, what happened to the Empire? It seems that you are at war with someone, Asha asked. Before Maximus disappeared, Asha and the two were already playing on the Arcane Continent. Thus, as soon as they received the news of Maximus's disappearance, they set off for the Chaotic Sea. All the news and events in the Empire were unknown to them. If it were not for returning, they wouldn't even know that the Empire was at war. Indeed, we are at war with the Wessel Empire, Isabella sighed. Chapter 315 Arcanite Souls steal the Wessel Empire. Are they that strong? Asha muttered, not taking the enemy in her eyes. She was already tier 8, possessing a solid foundation and a dimensional physique. For her, a place without an apex sovereign is merely a background board like any other. They're strong. We may even have to run and abandon the Empire in hindsight. Oh? So strong? Asha was a little shocked. Is the enemy so strong that they even have to retreat if they meet? It's the amalgamation of will. With the generation from hundreds of trillions of people, the Emperor of the Wessel Empire is equivalent to an inexhaustible apex sovereign. So that it. Although they had limited knowledge of the amalgamation of will, they knew it was comparable to the essence of law. Facing an enemy that could control an inexhaustible amount of it is really a challenge. Do you want help, mother? We can also help, grandmother. Leela volunteered, taking Maya's hand. Although Asha and Leela didn't possess much combat, using their special physique they could bring the enemy down to chaos. Asha, manipulating luck, could bring an empire to the eternal damnation of bad luck. Leela could also quickly dismantle the enemy's military and political power by just showing her face. It's too dangerous. Isabella knew what they were thinking. However, dancing at the tip of the enemy knife is not something she would resort to. Everything be damned, as long as her family is safe. How could she disregard their safety just because of unrelated things? Although the Moonlight Empire is also important and sentimental, it's not as important as their life. Then what can we do? We also want to help. Although finding Maximus was the top priority. If there were something they could help with, they would drop their current task and assist. Let me think. Seeing their sincere eyes, Isabella pondered what they could do. Suddenly, she thought of a solution to her earlier problem. Initially, she had a headache at the seemingly infinite puppets and the lack of firepower. Looking at her lucky daughter, the solution seemed to be presented in front of her. Do you know about Arcanite Soul Steel? Of course. This material was quite expensive and in demand. How can I not know it? Arcanite Soul Steel is the main material of the arcane cannon and other weapons that harness the power of the masses to fight across tiers. It's also the primary material that can convert mana into energy used in different alchemies and industries. More importantly, it's one of the materials needed to create any artificial tier 9 items. It's so rare and versatile that it was one of the main trading resources of those top-tier guilds. Being a fan of money like her brother Lux, Asha basically memorized all the expensive items and resources known throughout the Ethereum realm. After all, she often came across them. If she didn't know her stuff, she might be fooled by some merchant out of her money. Why do you need it, mother? Don't we have a lot of them? Asha asked doubtfully. Before her father disappeared, he gave them a lot of resources to practice. Among them, Arcanite Soul Steel should be plenty enough for them to play with for hundreds of years. They were used to build those cannons, Isabella muttered helplessly. Isabella had already collected all the Arcanite Soul Steel she could find to make millions of arcane cannons. As for buying them, they were not for sale. Even Denise asked her father for some, but all she received was that it was out of stock. After receiving some experimental materials from Maximus, her father's guild, the Lorekeeper Guild, went into a frenzy of experimentation. All kinds of rare resources that could be used were used until there were none left. Thus, the Arcanite Soul Steel, an important material, was quickly depleted. Even now, they were scrambling to find Maximus to buy more of it. As for other Apex sovereigns, they were not close enough to conduct transactions. They could also buy arcane cannons directly. Unfortunately, it was a banned weapon, and there were too few in circulation. For many, it's a waste to use Arcanite Soul Steel to create a weapon for the weak. They would rather use it to arm themselves. Meanwhile, upon hearing that all the Arcanite Soul Steel was used to make the war cannons, Asha was shocked. The Wessel Empire is so strong? Those materials their father gave should be worth thousands of Moonlight Empire, yet they were used just as defensive weapons? How strong must the enemy be to warrant such measures? How about it? We are barely holding on now, using these miscellaneous materials is nothing, Isabella said, not caring about the money. Then do you want me to look for some Arcanite Soul Steel? Asha asked, contemplating the meaning of her mother's words. Yes, We need them fast, maybe a week or even a few days. Although Isabella knew that it was impossible for Asha to find them in such a short amount of time, she still hoped for a miracle. A week? A few days? Asha was somehow speechless, thinking her mother thought she was a god. Is it impossible? With luck on her side, Asha was sure to find even the rarest material once she put her mind to it. However, such a small time frame? It's not something luck can create out of thin air. How about I look for it, grandmother? Leela said, causing silence in the room. You? What? Will you seduce an apex sovereign to give you a piece? Asha said jokingly. Although it's indeed a possibility, she knew Leela was such a pure witch and would never do such a thing. What are you saying? Don't joke like that. Isabella knocked Asha's head. Although they were already desperate, it hadn't come to the point where her granddaughter needed to sell her body to get by. Humphrey. That auntie. Then how are you going to find it? I have an apex sovereign friend, she should have some. You? An apex sovereign friend? Why didn't I know? Asha asked doubtfully. She had been with Leela almost all the time, yet she didn't even know she had a connection with some apex sovereign. It was when I was still a baby, so you didn't know. Sister Lilith took me out to meet her sister, and from time to time, I took my time to play with them. Sister Lilith? So it's them. Isabella muttered. Although Lilith was still busy with training, she still came to them from time to time. They had just returned recently from the abyss, and the war immediately started, so they didn't have time to reminisce. Although they didn't know much about Lilith's sister, Freya, looking at her granddaughter. Leela should be able to buy some arcanite soul steel. Alright, then I'll leave the acquisition of the material to you. Leave it to me, grandmother. In the arcane continent, spirit domain, mesmerizing flowers, undulating mountains, crisscrossing rivers, perfect weather. Looking at the beautiful land filled with a fairy atmosphere, Leela, Asha, and Maya, who had just arrived in the spirit domain, couldn't help but be stunned for a while. Everything in this domain seemed handcrafted to embody the world's beauty. Even the birds and animals were so tame and beautiful that they couldn't help but indulge for a while. I heard that any ugliness is forbidden here, is it true? Asha couldn't help but ask. Yes, Sister Freya wanted everything to be perfect. Thus, you can be weak but never be ugly, Leela said confidently. She was able to befriend Freya not only because of Lilith, who had an ambiguous relationship with her grandfather. It was also because of her otherworldly beauty, the perfect embodiment of what everyone perceived as beautiful. As long as they had some mind, all beings would regard her as a perfect being regardless of gender and race. This is also why no one would blame her even if she were naughty, causing chaos wherever she went. Even the enemy's hatred could disappear with just a look at her. This worsened after she awakened her physique. Now, no one even treated her as a human anymore. Whenever she appeared, as long as she didn't hold herself in disguise, some passerby, without enough strength, would kneel at her, worshipping her like a goddess. Emotions such as love, lust and such also disappeared, replaced with pure adoration and admiration. Freya saw her as an ideal model of beauty that could transcend the spirit and the soul, a hope for advancement that could reach the limits of dimensions. So, ugliness is really banned here. Asha grew speechless. She thought it was some rumor, bashing the spirit domain. Who knew it was the truth? After all, beauty is relative, and for someone to arbitrarily rate them as such was challenging the world. Fortunately, the one who set such a rule was a strong apex sovereign. Otherwise, this beautiful place would have long been raided. Let's go, I already contacted Sister Lilith. Sister Freya should be free to meet us. An apex sovereign is not someone you can see whenever you want. Even if they were close, Leela needed to notify them in advance if they could meet each other. Fortunately, it seemed that her auntie's luck was in play, coinciding with Sister Freya having nothing to do. Then what are you waiting for? Let's go. Chapter 316 Spirit Domain. In the Peach Spirit Castle, looking around, they were mesmerized. It was a place full of trees of different colors. Flowers of different sorts, herbs that they didn't know of. Butterflies and beautiful little fairies flew around, tending to the land. Concentrated mana rivaling that of the city of Arcana. The place was teeming with beauty that they thought they were in another world. This castle is so beautiful. Suddenly, from afar, they saw an eye-catching wonder of the world. An ancient castle full of history and beauty occupied millions of square meters. Looking at the place, this was probably the most beautiful place where an apex sovereign resided. As they walked, a group of little flower fairies approached them. Sister Leela. Sister Leela. Sister Leela. It's you, little fairies. You're as cute as always. Leela smiled and played with them. Did you come here to meet Sister Lilith and Empress Freya? Yes, can you take us to them? Then follow us, we'll take you to them. Soon, they followed the little fairies as they beheld a variety of stunning landscapes. Peach Spirit Castle, Training area, good. Stay in position and concentrate. Freya ordered, holding a Tier 9 spirit item. Before her was Lilith, drawn with various suppression arrays. As Lilith sweated and trembled, Freya flicked her with a Tier 9 spirit weapon. Don't be distracted. If you want to get out of here to hook up with that bastard, you better prepare yourself and train to death. Lilith wanted to answer, however, as soon as she opened her mouth. The Tier 9 spirit weapon came crashing down on her head. Although it didn't hurt, she felt her body shocked, like being reset, which is not a good feeling. Humphrey. All you think about is a man. You will not get far like that. Do you think I gained strength from idling and hooking up with others? I worked very hard for this achievement, with no distractions whatsoever. As Freya continued to scold Lilith, interfering with her mentality, Leela and the others arrived. Sister Freya. Sister Lilith. Leela yelled, running to them. Baby Leela, you're here. Freya's eyes lit up. Lilith was also distracted and broke her concentration. Leela. Asha. Maya. Lilith muttered in surprise. It had been decades since they last met up. Lilith had just heard that they had come to the abyss. She thought it would be hundreds or thousands of years before they met again. Who knew that they would return so quickly? Seeing them meant the others must be back, especially Maximus. Thinking of Maximus, she couldn't help but feel excited. It had been over 100 years since she last saw that man. Day and night. Year after year. No matter how many times her sister scolded her, that man's image didn't leave her mind. Sister Freya, Sister Lilith, I missed you too. Leela said, hugging them. I missed you too. Lilith replied, giving Leela a peck on the cheek. You're growing more and more beautiful. It seems that your trip in the abyss was a success, Freya praised, looking at Leela as if she were a work of art. Hee, I'm still not as beautiful as Sister Freya. What a sweet mouth. Freya said, pinching her cheeks. And who are these sisters? Freya asked, not excluding Asha and Maya. Although they didn't possess transcendent beauty like Leela, they were at least at the top of her beauty scale. These two are my nieces, Asha and Maya, Lilith hurriedly said, pulling them into a hug. Hello, Sister Freya, I'm Asha. Asha waved her hands, speaking as if she and Freya were close. What an energetic child, Freya said, patting Asha's head. I'm Maya, Leela's cousin. Maya presented herself with complete etiquette. Oh, what a cute and polite little girl, Freya couldn't help but smile seeing such a polite child. Although she already knew that this was that bastard seed, seeing their beauty, she couldn't help but smile. Freya can only say that her sister still had some taste. She still knew how to choose a handsome bastard. She could only imagine the cuteness of such a child if they gave birth to an offspring. Thinking of this, she was not so averted having Lilith hang out with that bastard anymore. By the way, why did you have time to come here? Although Freya was a homebody who only knew how to train. As an apex sovereign, she was still aware of the world's affairs. The cursed continent should be in chaos right now. Furthermore, according to her news channels, it seemed that the bastard who seduced her sister was missing. Sister, we have come to ask for your help, Leela said, holding Freya's hand coyly. No, I can't help you, Freya quickly shook her head. She was not foolish enough to interfere in ancient apex sovereign's territory. Furthermore, Doran had already informed them never to intervene with that land. She didn't know how much guts those gods had to interfere with the war on the cursed continent directly. Although it was only believers who fought, and no gods were involved. If that person had a twitch in his head, no one could stop him from killing a few high gods. It's not that, sister. We only wanted to buy some material from you. Leela also knew this unspoken rule, so she didn't have extravagant thoughts of directly getting Freya's help. Oh? What do you want? It's just some arcanite soul steel. I see, so you need this. No problem. I remember I still have about 10 tons of it, Freya said. Just pay me later when your father returns. Freya knew that bastard had a dimensional merchant channel. Paying back her stock of arcanite soul steel should be easy. Thank you, Sister Freya. You are the best. Although she didn't know precisely how much the arcanite soul steel needed to create an arcane cannon. A ton should be able to create 1 million of them. 10 tons means 10 million more arcane cannons. With a vast number of soldiers, it's no problem firing these up. Asha and Maya also smiled upon hearing about the news. Humphrey. I just can't bear to see your distressed look, Freya said. As Leela and Freya talked, Lilith fell into confusion. Is Maximus still in the Abyss Realm? Hearing that Maximus still hadn't returned, she became sad for a while. The crowd fell silent as they looked at each other, thinking whether they should tell the truth. As the silence continued, Lilith felt that something was wrong. What happened? Did something happen to Maximus? He disappeared, Freya replied. What disappeared? How can he disappear? Looking at her sister, Freya only sighed and told her what happened. After a few minutes of contemplation, Lilith looked at her sister angrily. Why didn't you tell me earlier? It had been a few years since Maximus returned, yet her sister kept the news from her. Furthermore, Maximus seemed trapped in some dimension, yet her sister didn't even help. She was still here, lazily training, while the man she loved was in a life-and-death situation. Lilith would have already cried if not for seeing her sister's angry look. Humphrey. You dare yell at me for a man? So what if I didn't tell you? It's your fault because you are weak. Look, Leela and the others have already reached tier 8. Then look at you, you're only at a pitiful tier 7. If not for Father's intervention, you would already be sent to the Abyss Realm. But shut up. Unless you reach tier 8, you are not allowed to leave this domain. Now, continue training, don't stop until I tell you so. Although Lilith was still a little aggrieved, looking at her sister, she shrank back and went back to training. I'm sorry you had to see that. Freya said apologetically. Don't worry, Sister Freya, we understand, ha ha ha, then it's fine, Freya laughed as her good mood returned. Looking at beautiful things really lifted her mood regardless. Do you want to continue playing here? Leela wanted to play and look at Asha. Unfortunately, Asha still knew her priorities and shook her head. We would want to, but there is still something urgent back home, Asha replied. She also wanted to stay here longer and play. Such a paradise land, it would be a pity not to explore it. Don't worry, you could come again as you like. The whole spirit domain is open to you. Although the spirit domain is such a discriminatory place, it's also the freest land for those who are good-looking. Everything is free, you can do whatever you want, like a real paradise. Really, we can return again? Ha ha ha, anytime, Freya said, pinching Asha's cheeks. She liked this lively girl. Like Leela, talking to them is such a refreshing experience. Status and the like were discarded like nothing. It seemed that they were equals who could talk about anything. Then we will return again to disturb Sister Freya. I'll also bring my sisters, I'm sure they'll like it here. Sure, you can bring whoever you want. Then it's a promise. Chapter 317 Weapon Transfusion. Soon, Asha and the others returned with over 13 tons of Arcanite Soul Steel, 3 more tons than initially expected. It seemed that Arcanite Soul Steel was quite abundant around the Soul Domain, causing Freya to have a lot in stock. As for the payment, they didn't need to pay. Freya didn't require any money or collateral. Such things were insignificant to her, as she was already as rich as a continent. Furthermore, a mere Arcanite Soul Steel was just some useless material sitting in her storage. Letting Asha and the others borrow it was nothing. Anyway, their rich father would surely pay for it. After returning to the Moonlight Empire, Asha quickly handed the materials to her mother, Isabel. So much? In the past, Maximus had only given them a few tons. Now, seeing over a dozen, Isabella couldn't help but be excited. Unlike Leela's estimate, a ton of Arcanite Soul Steel could create about 10 million arcane cannons. They only needed a few milligrams of it to create one arcane cannon,